Warning body temperature 34. 2C moderate hypothermia detected. Warning satiety level 3100 is shock imminent. Countdown to today's resource upload settlement 000500. In his field of vision, the crimson countdown timer flickered madly. The settlement is almost here again. Lin An was curled up inside a burrow in the ground. Even wrapped in a down jacket, the cold that seeped into his bones felt like countless steel needles frantically drilling into every pore. This was the national destiny survival battlefield. 7 years ago, a higher civilization descended and sealed off all technology and resource production on Blue Star. Energy crises broke out, food became scarce, and order collapsed. In the midst of chaos and despair, the higher civilization opened up a wildlands otherworld. Those who became pioneers and entered the wildlands could not only obtain survival resources, but based on the quality and rarity of the materials they found, grant their nation a 100-fold, 10,000-fold, even million-fold material manifestation in return. Lin An exhaled a mouthful of white vapor with difficulty. Having just turned 18, he responded to his country's call, passed layer upon layer of screening, and became a pioneer. He had never expected his luck to be so wretched. Other people's spawn points were resource-rich primeval forests or warm islands where they could start by picking fruit or spearing fish. But he had fallen into the ever-winter tundra and scraped forbidden zone for human life. Up to now, he relied on the initial supplies issued by the state, a set of down clothing, an alloy shovel, and a single high-energy bar to dig out a snow cave. Without it, he would not have survived even the first night. Ding! Settlement time has arrived. All pioneers, please upload your resources. A cold, grand mechanical voice echoed through his mind. Lin An's trembling hands, covered in chilblains and swollen purple-black, reached into his coat and fumbled out what he had dug up over the past few days. 3.5 lumps of black moss, hard as stone. Upload. Lin An's voice was hoarse. Pioneer Lin An Daxia has uploaded resources: low quality frozen moss 3. Rating trash F. Manifestation multiplier 0 times. Immediately after, a semi-transparent light screen unfolded before his eyes, and before the eyes of tens of billions on Blue Star. It was the daily most brutal national destiny rankings, batch 8. At the top of the screen, golden light blazed. No. 1 Lighthouse Nation, John Smith. Resources uploaded today: Tier 1 demonic beast, flame boar meat 1 kilogram. Rating fine D. This nation receives 1000 kg of manifested flame boar meat. No. 2 Daxiao Nation Mu Shui. Resources uploaded today: Tier 1 blue silver grass 10 stalks. Rating fine D. This nation receives 1000 manifested stalks of blue silver grass. Lin An numbly scrolled down the interface. The top 10 were radiant, each one a pillar of their nation. Those within the first 1,000 also reaped abundant rewards bearing their country's hopes. Even up to rank 5001 could still exchange resources for some fresh water or basic food for the nation. His finger kept sliding until a special prompt appeared. View personal ranking. Yes. Pioneer Lin An. Batch 8 ranking no. 9981 this month. Ranking rewards none. Livestream privileges not activated. Warning: because your ranking is extremely low, Daxia Nation's overall position has fallen to 8th globally. A cold wave intensity increase of 5 has been applied to all territories. Warning: suicide will reduce the number of pioneer slots allocated to Daxia for the next batch. Sigh. I've dragged Daxia down again. He muttered. I can't even choose death. Lin An let out a deep sigh. He could only hope that some online haters would not implicate his family. On Blue Star in Daxia's official livestream room, black bullet comments surged across the screen like storm clouds over a city. Most were praising Daxia's top-ranked pioneers, while a few complained. I didn't expect that even Goddess Mu Shui working so hard still can't carry everyone. This is bad. My home heating just got cut. They say the community is short on resources. Can't the pioneers step it up a bit? Stop arguing. I checked the streams of the ones at the bottom. They're all in environments far worse than ours. They must be suffering more than we are now. Excuses? All excuses. Ivan from the White Hair Nation is in the snowfields too, yet he managed to hunt a giant white bear. The truth is they're just too weak. Cowards who don't dare risk their lives. Watch your mouth, someone replied. If you're so capable, why aren't you a pioneer? Exactly. Pioneers risk death 9 times out of 10 to secure resources for us. You sit there doing nothing and still have food and drink. Maybe you're just too well fed. In the wildlands inside the ground burrow, Lin An closed the ranking list, the corner of his mouth twisting faintly. Risking my life. As if I don't want to. He murmured, lowering his gaze to his legs that had almost lost all sensation. On the very first night after landing, he had run into an extreme cold storm. His legs were frostbitten, his mobility reduced by 80%. In this cursed place where snow buried everything up to the knees, finding frozen moss was already a stroke of luck. Eat something first. Lin An picked up the small remaining piece of rock-hard frozen moss and shoved it into his mouth, chewing mechanically. Bitterness and fishy stench mingled with the taste of soil exploded across his mouth. Yet he had to swallow. It was his last source of calories. Outside the burrow, the wind howled ever louder like countless vengeful ghosts wailing. So this is my limit, Lin An thought, feeling his eyelids grow heavier and heavier. The drowsiness brought on by hypothermia. Once he fell asleep, he would never wake again. Death. So quiet. Yet he was deeply unwilling. He did not want to become Daxia's sinner, nor did he want to die like this. If only he had a slightly normal environment, just a little better. At the very moment his consciousness was about to plunge into a dark abyss. Ding! A crisp electronic chime suddenly detonated in the depths of his mind. Unlike the cold mechanical voice of the National Destiny System, this sound carried a strange rhythm, almost alive. Lin An snapped his eyes open, thinking it was some hallucination of a dying mind. System loading completed. Unique hidden talent has awakened. Congratulations, host. You have obtained the daily intelligence system. A light screen. No, it was not the usual blue interface of the higher civilization, but lines of faint golden script appearing directly on his retina, shifting wherever his eyes moved. Today's intelligence has been refreshed. Survival intel at coordinates 411, 487, 80 meters outside the snow cave lies a cache left by a previous survivor, containing a complete fire-starting kit, 3 high-energy coal blocks, and 1 piece of dried beast meat. Lin An froze. He blinked hard several times. The golden words remained sharp and clear. At the same time, a golden guiding arrow had appeared on his retina. An intelligence system. His sluggish mind churned for a while, then a current named Rapture pierced through his frozen body, making his heart pound wildly. Was it real? Lin An no longer cared to analyze its origin. Like a drowning man clutching at the final straw, even if this was an illusion, he would still stake everything on it. There was only one outcome if he stayed inside the cave. 80 meters. Outside the cave. Gritting his teeth, Lin An used the last of his strength to crawl out of the snow hole, clutching his alloy shovel as he madly dragged himself forward. The gale laden with ice shards scraped his face like blades. But to Lin An, hunger and cold seemed to vanish in that instant, replaced by adrenal frenzy and madness. On hands and knees, relying on sheer will to survive, he forced himself through 80 meters of hell. At last the golden arrow on his retina stopped pointing straight down beneath him. This was the place. Kneeling in the snow, Lin An raised the alloy shovel and, pouring all his weight into it, smashed down hard. Once, twice, 3 times. The tremendous recoil split the skin between his thumb and forefinger, and the hardened crust of snow shattered and flew. Open! For me! He roared. Thud! In the howling blizzard, the sound of impact was dull and heavy, yet to Lin An it was as melodious as heavenly music. He clawed madly at the shattered shell of packed snow, tearing it open to reveal a leather bundle encased in white frost. It really exists. Lin An's hands trembled as he fumbled open the leather clasp. When the bundle unfolded, there was no shower of golden light, only a few plain, unadorned items. Yet each was enough to save a life. There was a set of fire-starting tinder soaked in grease and a flint stone, 3 fist-sized jet-black stones, and a palm-sized strip of jerky veined with faint silver patterns. Without the slightest hesitation, Lin An crouched down, using his thin body as a shield against the piercing wind, his fingers shaking as he struck the flint to ignite the tinder. By now his satiety had long since fallen to 0, and his life was ebbing away with every passing second. If he tried to crawl back to the snow cave, he would likely die on the way. Crack! In the razor-cold wind, the spark struck from the flint instantly caught on the tinder, making Lin An's eyes widen. The next moment, an even more wondrous scene unfolded. Without any need for prolonged preheating, the black mineral coal burst into a layer of eerie blue flame the instant it touched open fire. Merely 10 seconds passed. A shocking wave of heat surged outward from the coal, sweeping domineeringly in all directions. Even the frigid wind seemed to retreat a little. Wrapped in his down jacket, Lin An stumbled back a few steps, feeling a fine sheen of sweat bead on his forehead. The heat output is terrifying. He stared in shock at the cluster of blue flame on the alloy shovel. On Blue Star, ordinary smokeless coal has a calorific value of about 700 to 800 kilocalories. To make a person sweat, you would need at least the output of a full stove. Yet here, a single fist-sized piece was enough. So this is the kind of resource the wild world holds, eh? A sharp gleam flickered in Lin An's eyes. If this kind of high-energy mineral coal could be materialized back into Xia, even at just 100-fold of this output, it could ease the energy crisis of an entire residential compound. As his body temperature rose and sensation returned, hunger surged over him like a tidal wave. Lin An picked up the strip of jerky. Hard, very hard. Yet as his saliva soaked into it, the jerky slowly softened in his mouth, releasing a rich, meaty fragrance laced with a strange warmth that slid down his throat and into his stomach. It did not feel like mere protein, but more like some highly concentrated energy block. My leg. I can feel it again, and my stamina limit is increased as well. Lin An felt sensation gradually returning to both legs, and even the frostbite on his hands was scabbing over and healing. How worthy indeed of a silver star-ranked food. It can even heal leg injuries. I've finally survived in the wild world. Depending on the quality of the raw ingredients, food crafted by pioneers has a chance to attain higher grades and to possess even more unimaginable effects. Lin An carefully rewrapped the remaining jerky and returned to the snow cave. At the same time on Blue Star in Xia. In H City, Xingfuli Residential Compound Apartment, 302. Dong dong dong. A series of heavy urgent knocks shattered the silence inside the room. Lin Jiangwo's whole body trembled, and by the time he staggered to open the door his hands were shaking. Outside the door stood two young men in deep green uniforms, golden dragon-shaped insignias gleaming on their chests. The Special Action Bureau of Xia. Behind them was Director Li from the Neighborhood Committee, arms wrapped around two large boxes of supplies. Excuse me, are you the family members of Pioneer Lin An? The leading young man snapped to a precise military salute, his expression grave. Yes. We are, Lin Jiangwo replied, his legs weak and his voice trembling. Comrade, is it that my Lin An? Sir, please don't misunderstand. At present, Comrade Lin An's vital signs are still stable. The youth hurried to support Lin Jiangwo. We are acting under national orders to deliver special approved supplies to the family of a hero. With a wave of his hand, the team member carried the boxes into the room. Inside were stacks of prepaid electricity cards, canned compressed meat, canned fruit, and even a box of precious antibiotics. In this winter of citywide power rationing and strictly controlled supplies, such items were worth almost their weight in gold. Yet as Su Fong looked at them, she did not rejoice, so instead, she waved her hands in fright. This isn't right for us to accept. Anzi ranks near the bottom. He hasn't brought any resources back to the country, and he's even dragging everyone down. How could we have the face to take these? Auntie, this is exactly what he deserves. The young man's voice suddenly rose, his tone turning stern. Our superiors have made it clear the courage to fight for the nation in the very jaws of despair is in itself a tremendous spirit. The nation will never allow its heroes to shed blood at the front while their families shiver and starve at home. You may not know it, but the region where Comrade Lin An is deployed is the Everwinter Tundra, one of the most unforgiving survival zones in the entire wild world. With a will as tenacious and unyielding as his, he is the sole surviving pioneer from Xia in that area. These words left Lin Jiangwo and his wife utterly stunned. These past few days they had not dared watch the live broadcast. All they knew was that their son ranked low. They had never understood the hell he was walking through. To survive it all, it turned out, was already a miracle. Before leaving, the young man cast a deep look toward the corner where a little girl, though unable to see, had been tilting her head and listening intently. He seemed to understand then why Lin An had held on for so long. Uncle Annie, farewell. In the stairwell, the young team member could not help glancing back at apartment 302, asking softly, Captain, can Comrade Lin An make it through tonight? The captain was silent for a moment before sighing and pulling his cap brim low. It will be difficult. The fourth day in the Everwinter Tundra is known as the Reaper's Harvest. Come on, we have another family to visit. Damn that so-called advanced civilization. In the wild world, Everwinter Tundra inside the snow cave. The burn time of the high-energy mineral coal far exceeded Lin An's expectations. Taking advantage of the warmth, he expanded the cramped snow cave, originally only large enough for one person to curl up, into a broader shelter. Then rested through the night in the relatively warmer environment. Good morning, Pioneer B317865. Number of deaths yesterday, 889. Top 3 causes of death: nocturnal attacks, 62, natural environment, 25, suicide, 10, other. A string of icy statistics poured over Lin An's head like a basin of cold water, banishing the last trace of drowsiness. In just a single night, nearly 900 living souls had vanished. Among them might have been names that had flashed briefly on the rankings only yesterday. This was the wild world. Over the 7 years of global live broadcasts, the more Blue Star came to understand the wild world, the more it grew afraid of it. Cunning giant beasts, mercurial extremes of climate, and eerie unknowns. Human beings in the wild world and on Blue Star were little more than ants. For Lin An, in this moment, the crisis of survival was far from over. His usable supplies were pitifully scarce. Only 2/3 of the jerky remained, and just 2 pieces of high-energy mineral coal. In such an environment, this meager stock could sustain him for at most 3.5 days. I must take the initiative and strike out. Lin An drew a deep breath and tightened his grip around the shovel in his hand. Just then, the pleasant chime of electronic sound rang out again. Ding. Daily intel system has been refreshed. 11. Ding. Starting today, you can specify the direction of information. Please choose the type of information you wish. B. Environment: analyze terrain, find water sources, shelters, and predict weather changes. C. Crisis: scan for traces of magical beasts, plant traps, large-scale disasters, and potential lethal threats. Lin An looked at the 4 golden options before him, lost in thought. Logically, he should continue to choose resources. But reason told him that this was the Everfrost Tundra, one of the top 3 death zones for humans in the wild. Moreover, yesterday's experience informed him that the system merely provided guidance, resources would not materialize from thin air. To survive long-term, he needed to understand the surrounding geography and climate. However, Lin An felt anxious. What if the surroundings were just snowfields with nothing else? That would be a waste of valuable information. After much internal struggle, Lin An followed the guidance of his heart. I choose B environment. Buzz, he felt a flash in front of him as a faint golden 3D holographic terrain map unfolded on his retina. At the center of the map was a red indicating his current location with a clear line diagram of the terrain within a 3-kilometer radius scan completed based on host's exploration ability. Current environment, Everfrost Tundra weather warning, a level white disaster will arrive in 71 hours. Current temperature 30 C warning, current shelter cannot withstand the white disaster, the only chance lies to the northeast. A level white disaster. Lin An's heart sank as his gaze quickly swept across the map only to see the due north and due west filled with deep red areas indicating danger impossible to pass. Only in the northeast direction 5 kilometers away was there a large area emitting a ghostly blue glow flickering slightly. When he focused his attention, the system automatically magnified the details of the area, large frozen lake connected to an underground river with active ecology. Coordinates of the thinnest ice layer 411600, thickness only 20 centimeters. A living water lake. The ice layer is only 20 centimeters. Lin An suddenly tightened his grip on the shovel, the despair in his eyes replaced by ecstatic joy. Having living water means there could be fish. It means a long-term food source. Let's go check it out. Lin An secured the remaining half piece of jerky close to himself and slung the shovel on his back. The leather backpack he found yesterday was also strapped to his waist. He cleared the snow from the entrance of the cave, and the biting cold wind rushed in again. But at this moment, Lin An's gaze was no longer lost. Let's go. Blue Star, the Special Operations Bureau of the Great Xia Nation 3rd Information Center. Countless light screens hovered, and it was through these live broadcasts that humanity could glimpse the mist-strapped wildlands. Report on the status of the seed-level pioneer. Laley stood before the control panel speaking coldly, his stature short, yet exuding an intense presence. A team member spoke rapidly. On the domestic front, soldier Zhao Tieju coordinates dark jungle. Encountered a first-level unknown venomous insect with slight swelling on the left arm, currently gnawing on tree bark, vital signs stable. Aristocratic elite Li Qingqing coordinates bitter cold plains. Still searching for water sources, has been without water for 12 hours, condition declining. The scene shifted and one team member's voice carried a hint of frustration and bitterness. On the international front, aside from the competitors on the leaderboard, Sakura country Sato is on a warm, humid island with abundant resources. In the footage, a bald man was cracking open a coconut-like fruit, looking completely at ease. Damn. Our people are gnawing on tree bark, and he looks like he's on vacation. This is so unfair. Damn it, why can't our pioneers land on an island? Don't mention it, there are still 14 comrades stranded in the Everfrost Tundra. Sigh. A stir arose in the hall, jealousy spreading. Everyone shut up. Laley, at only 5 meters tall, shot a cold glance, and the hall fell silent, as if a towering giant stood at the control panel. Luck is also a form of strength. Continue monitoring, report any anomalies immediately. Report. A clear voice suddenly rang out from a corner. Suwon stared at the independent screen before her fingers flying across the keyboard. Detected abnormal data fluctuations. Coordinates Everfrost Tundra. Pioneer Lin An IDB 317865. Survival duration 42 hours and 11 minutes. Just went live. The entire room fell into silence. Everfrost Tundra. That white hell with a 95 death rate over 3 days. Switch to the big screen. Laley decisively ordered. The central giant screen instantly lit up. There were no frozen corpses as anticipated, nor any signs of despair. In the footage, snow and wind raged. Lin An, with a metal shovel on his back, was braving the fierce wind, walking forward with determined steps, his silhouette both desolate and frantic. What is he doing? Leaving the shelter in this weather? Is he seeking death? The crowd was astonished. In the live broadcast of the Everfrost Tundra, most scenes depicted people struggling for survival in snow caves, but in Lin An's case, they witnessed a heart-stopping difference. Laley fixed his gaze on Lin An's figure, a glimmer of intrigue flashing in his eyes. Suwon, here. I need you to focus on monitoring and analyzing Lin An. I want to know how he survived. Whether his experiences can be replicated for the next batch of pioneers in the Everfrost Tundra. Even if it means surviving one more day, it's crucial. Understood. Meeting adjourned. In the wild world, Everfrost Tundra. Huff. Huff. Lin An stopped in his tracks, white breath crystallizing into frost flowers on his brows. Following the guidance of the golden arrows on his retina, he arrived at the spot where the ice was thinnest. It still appeared to be an endless, desolate snowfield with the biting wind whipping up icy shards like daggers. But Lin An knew that beneath this thick layer of snow lay a vast treasure trove. He found a snowbank sheltered from the wind, and crouched down, revealing the black watch locked onto his wrist. The light screen before him immediately materialized, displaying his current status: Pioneer Lin An, saturation 80120, body temperature 35. 6. Supplies: high energy coal X2, jerky silver star X0. 7. Fire starting tool X1. Countdown for today's settlement 173438. View personal ranking. Dad, Mom, Xiao, I am Lin An. The wind is a bit strong today, I'm fine. After reassuring them, Lin An tightly closed his mouth. In the Blue Star live stream, the bullet comments flooded in instantly. Aside from his family's concern, many passersby expressed astonishment. Damn, this guy has a really good mindset. He was almost dead yesterday, and today he can still smile. Wait, why is he running so far with a shovel? There isn't a single hair around here. After resting for a moment, Lin An turned to face the flat expanse of. He took off the metal shovel on his back, his gaze firmly locked onto the glowing weak point on his retina. The information would not lie. This was where he would find hope, in the Everfrost tundra. Clang. Each strike of the alloy shovel against the ice sent searing pain shooting up Lin An's palms. Huff, huff. He gasped raggedly, his breath instantly froze into frost upon contact with the air, only to be snatched away by the biting wind. The lake's surface was frozen solid, a slab of ice as unyielding as granite in the extreme cold of -40°C. Even without the holographic interface, Lin An could feel his body screaming in alarm. Warmth drained from him like sand through an hourglass, swift, irreversible, relentless. And each desperate swing of the shovel yielded nothing but sprays of icy shards. What on earth is this kid searching for? In the sparsely populated livestream, skepticism swelled. Looks like ice, bro, stop chiseling. That's permafrost tundra ice. Without a drilling rig, you'll never break through. Listen to your uncle. Get back to your burrow quick. Ah, poor boy. It truly wrenches the heart. Blue Planet Xingfu, Li Residential Complex. Lin An's mother pressed a trembling hand over her mouth, silent tears tracing paths down her cheeks. Lin Jiangwo stared fixedly at the screen, fingers digging deep grooves into the armrest of the sofa. His son's safety update brought both joy and anguish. Joy, because Lin An was still alive. Anguish, because no one knew how long he could endure such desolation. Lin Xiao, still unaware of the full gravity of the situation, kept speaking words of encouragement into the invisible interface. Words of strength, of hope. Special Operations Bureau. Researcher Su Wan watched the live feed intently. Snow-white static filled the monitor, reflecting stark disbelief in her wide pupils. A lake, He had found a lake. In the frozen wasteland of the Everwinter Tundra. Su Wan sharply adjusted her gold-rimmed spectacles. Data streams flickered across the lenses. Lin An's vital signs. His satiety level and core temperature, plummeting in near-vertical freefall. At such temperatures, the ice must be over a meter thick. On day 1, high-calorie nutrient bars might have offered a chance, but now this only hastens your demise. She left the final word unspoken. Above the frozen lake, Lin An heard only the thunderous pounding of his own heart. Thump, thump, thump. His arms had gone numb, alien detached. Still not through. For a fleeting moment, even he wavered with doubt. Because the ice was too thick enough to crush hope itself. No. He bit down hard on his tongue. The sharp tang of blood jolted his nerves awake. Trust the system. Push forward. He could not stop. One pause, and sweat would flash freeze, leaching away his last warmth. Then truly all would be lost. Skepticism in Lin An's livestream began to ebb. Even the most cynical viewers were forced in that moment to acknowledge the raw, humbling power of his unwavering resolve. High above, the dense leaden clouds parted, just once, revealing a narrow fissure. Thin, piercing rays of sunlight spilled onto the snow, bathing his swaying, near-collapsing figure in golden light. Crack! The ice shattered. Black lake water erupted violently upward, driven by pressure differential, drenching Lin An's face. The shock of glacial cold ignited wild, triumphant laughter. Broke through. Huh. Damn. Good thing I jumped back. Almost fell in. He collapsed onto the snow, lungs heaving, eyes blazing with feverish intensity as he stared at the half-meter-wide hole yawning in the ice. The livestream exploded. Holy hell. It actually worked. Is this guy a human drill rig? Truly blessed by heaven. The ice wasn't even that thick. Flooded by surging comments, the viewer count surged by hundreds, including many self-proclaimed, "What's going on? This guy survived 3.5 days in the Everwinter Tundra. Unbelievable. He found a lake and broke through it. A lake beneath permafrost is just stagnant water. How could there possibly be fish? What do they even eat? Enough. Don't impose your shallow understanding upon the untamed world. Have you never heard of people catching crayfish in molten lava? So what if he broke through? How will he catch fish?" That single question doused the fervor like ice water. On screen, Lin An held only a shovel, empty-handed, weaponless, utterly unprepared. No fishing rod, no net, not even a length of line. It's over. That's the true despair. Standing before a mountain of treasure, yet leaving empty-handed. Would he really reach in with his bare hands? He'd lose his arm in seconds. Lin An's parents, barely granted 2 minutes of relief, now saw the same grim truth. Lao Lin, what do we do? Lin An's mother gripped Lin Jiangwo's arm, so tightly her knuckles whitened, as if trying to channel her strength across dimensions to her son. Oof, I have no idea. Lin Jiangwo smacked his forehead. Ah, if only I'd insisted he take my fishing gear. Before the arrival of advanced civilizations, Lin Jiangwo had been an avid angler. Lin Xiao murmured softly from the corner. But teacher said only 3 basic items are permitted when entering the wild expanse. Lin An's parents sighed, deeply, shoulders slumping. Yet Lin An himself stood resolute. With the ice-breached, oxygen flooded in, drawing fish like moths to flame, clustering instinctively at the opening to breathe. All he needed was patience. Minutes passed. Then, ripples disturbed the still obsidian water. Dark silhouettes rose slowly to the surface. Here they come. Lin An's gaze sharpened, not with haste, but with lethal stillness. He waited. When a black fish glided directly beneath the shovel's edge, his biceps coiled, and the alloy blade shot upward with brutal precision. Splash! A jet-black fish, its scales iron-hard, its body the length of a forearm, slammed onto the ice. Obtained Tier 1 Iron Scale Blackfish Common 1. Lin An gazed at the frozen catchelation blooming warmly in his chest. This species was the most ubiquitous wild fish across rivers and lakes of the wild expanse. Coarse-fleshed, bland-tasting. Yet in this frozen hellscape, it was life-sustaining protein. He caught one. Actually caught one. Holy crap, can that shovel double as a net? Did that fish just volunteer? Not foolish, desperate, oxygen-starved. Lin An didn't outfish them. He outthought them. Congratulatory messages cascaded across the stream. Securing his first fish eased Lin An's tension, only to be replaced by crushing vertigo. Warning satiety dropped to 5,120. No, must replenish energy now. His vision dimmed at the edges. Exhaustion from days of travel compounded by the violent ice-breaking had pushed his body past its limits. He drew a slow, deliberate breath, and withdrew from his inner pocket the last half-bar of dried meat warmed by his own body heat. Into the howling wind. Lin An tore off a strip and placed it on his tongue. The live stream detonated, more stunned than at the sight of the fish. Whoa, wait. Why is that meat shimmering silver? Could it be toxic heavy metal food? Then, a bold golden banner scrolled across the screen, igniting collective awe. Retired Pioneer Wu Jing, Silver Tier Sustenance. No wonder you endured 3 days. Courage, capability, and fortune, all aligned. Keep going, young man. As viewers across Dacia marveled, a jagged crimson comment sliced through the feed. Sakura Nation Yamamoto Ichiro Baka. You consumed strategic-grade silver tier rations yourself? An unforgivable waste. Shouldn't you immediately transmit them to the state? Who let that stray dog bark in here? Lin An earned it. Why shouldn't he eat it? Exactly. How can he work on an empty stomach? Scram back to your Sakura Nation stream. As the jerky dissolved on his tongue, warmth surged through Lin An's veins. Alert satiety sharply increased. 23, 36, 48. Alert high-quality nourishment permanently enhances physical capacity. Maximum satiety raised to 140. Stiff limbs thawed. Sensation returned, tingling alive. He wasted no time, snatching up the alloy shovel and dropping once more beside the ice hole, ready to strike while the iron was hot. With unmatched fervor, he would liberate these fish from their frigid, lightless abyss. Splashed. Under Lin An's patient watch, yet another iron-scaled black fish successfully landed. Looking at these 2 plump black fellows, a great sense of satisfaction rose in Lin An's heart. Beautiful. So beautiful. Each scale was so smooth, filled with an alluring fishy scent. Lin An truly did not want to endure the days of starving 3 times in 9 days. On Blue Star, many anglers drawn by the fishy smell flooded into Lin An's live broadcast room. Is that ice fishing? This kid is using a shovel to fish. Are they crazy? Damn, he actually caught 2 iron-scaled blackfish. Those fish are strong and incredibly hard to catch. His fishing gear must have some secrets. What place is this? Are the fish really this thick? Those who entered the wilderness as pioneers were all marksmen and fishing experts. But no one had ever fished like Lin An. Just as the anglers were in shock, Lin An caught another one. Slap, slap, slap. The iron-scaled blackfish flailed its tail wildly on the icy surface. However, before it could bounce around much, the frigid air quickly froze the moisture on its surface, turning it into an ice fish as it lay side by side with its 2 brothers. However, Lin An's stroke of luck seemed to abruptly halt. For the next half an hour, he caught nothing. Have they all run away? Lin An's brows furrowed tightly. Was it too much noise from his fishing, or had the oxygen become saturated? The shadows that had been gathering at the hole to breathe were completely gone. The dark water surface lay still like a dead mirror, as if the earlier excitement had been merely an illusion. In the live broadcast room, the flickering flame of hope was extinguished by this scene. Science indeed not that easy. What just happened was the hypoxia effect. Once the fish run out of air, they surely won't wait around for you to catch them. Let's disperse. Catching a few is already good enough, don't be too greedy. This is the wilderness, opportunities are fleeting. Lin An did not give up, he decided to wait a bit longer before retreating. The cold seeped through the ice into his knees, and his fingers began to grow numb once more. Just as he prepared to give up and leave, suddenly, a dazzling silver light streaked through the pitch-black water beneath him without warning. What is that? Lin An's pupils constricted and his muscles tensed up instantly. This creature was massive. It was more than twice the size of the previous black fish. It's coming. Rise. As the silver light approached the shovel's edge, Lin An's alloy shovel transformed into a fleeting shadow as he swung it upward violently. The shovel's edge accurately scooped up the silver light, lifting it into the air. Splash! Amidst the splashing water, a fish entirely translucent and resembling white jade was flung onto the ice. But in the next moment, a thrilling scene unfolded. The vitality of this silver fish was terrifying. As soon as it hit the ground, instead of flopping around like an ordinary fish, it sprang into the air, slamming its tail down hard on the icy surface. Crack! Accompanied by a crisp sound, it leapt high as if equipped with springs, tracing a parabolic arc through the air, heading straight for the hole in the ice. It's trying to escape back. Damn it. No. What is that? Countless viewers in the live broadcast room instinctively shouted in alarm. In a moment of crisis, a cold glint flashed in Lin An's eyes. He had no time to rise. His entire body lunged forward, and his alloy shovel swung horizontally like a racket. Leave it for me. Bang! A dull thud resounded. The back of the alloy shovel struck the silver fish. The tremendous force directly interrupted its trajectory into the water, sending it flying like a cannonball, sliding several meters across the ice until it collided with a mound of snow. This powerful strike caused the silver fish to twitch a few times beside the snow mound before finally ceasing to flail. Lin An lay at the edge of the hole, gasping for breath, his heart racing wildly. In that split second, if he had been even 0.1 seconds late, that creature would have returned home. He climbed to his feet, hurried to the snow mound, and pressed down on the still slightly trembling silver fish with his shovel. Only then did everyone see its true appearance. About half a meter long, its body was free of any blemishes, and its scales shimmered like fine silver sparkling in the snow. Meanwhile, a mechanical notification sounded in Lin An's mind. Acquired first-year ice silver column fish rare X1A rare fish species living at the bottom of frigid ice lakes. Its flesh is delicious and can greatly enhance cold resistance when consumed. Looking at the spoils beneath him, Lin An wiped the sweat from his forehead and revealed a radiant smile. It was a rare resource that could enhance his abilities. Moreover, it was precisely the cold resistance he needed at this moment. His long wait had not been in vain. At the same time, he could not help but marvel again at the vitality of the wilderness species. Even after coming ashore, it was still so lively. In that moment, the live broadcast room's barrage fell into a brief silence, only to erupt completely afterward. Silver fish. So beautiful. Damn, that scared me just now. It almost got away. So thrilling. That shovel strike was simply divine. My heavens, if Lin Shun had a fishing net, or even a fishing line, wouldn't all the fish in this lake be at indeed? With fishing gear, he could show the wilderness what a terrifying upright ape looks like. Amidst their excitement, the audience couldn't help but feel a tinge of regret and immense anticipation. If he could achieve such thrilling results with just a shovel, what would it be like if Lin An obtained real fishing tools? The scene was simply unimaginable. This was the frozen tundra known as a human life forbidden zone. Amidst the shock and discussions, someone quickly recalled the previous unpleasantness. Where's that little brat? Come out and speak. Blackie, speak. Yamamoto Ichiro, where are you? Why aren't you talking? Sakura Country. Yamamoto Ichiro had just lucky. So sour, truly sour. The people of the Great Xia do not need you to teach us how to do things, got it? You guys from Sakura Country still have the nerve to talk about luck. If you have the guts, try landing on the frozen tundra. Truly shameless. In Happiness Community Room 302. Good. Great. Haha. Lin Jiangwo, who had originally been frowning, suddenly pounded his thigh, leaping up from the sofa, his face filled with joy. I knew it. This kid takes after me. Lin Jiangwo pointed at the dark live broadcast screen, proudly shouting at his wife, "Did you see that? This is called skill. This is called talent." The Lin family never comes back empty-handed from fishing. Lin Jiangwo's wife, who had been happily wiping her tears, couldn't help but smile at his words, rolling her eyes at him. Enough already. Who was it last time that fished all day and only brought back a broken flip-flop? Don't jabber aimlessly. I'm going to make dinner for Xiao Xiao now. That's hereditary. Lin Jiangwo wasn't angry, happily helping out. In the corner, Lin Xiao Xiao, though unseen, could hear her parents' long-lost banter, a smile appearing on her pale face. Since her brother left, this home had been as cold as an ice cellar. Only just now did the temperature return a bit. Brother, you must come back in 26 days. She hugged the doll tightly, silently praying in her heart. It's okay that Xiao Xiao can never see you. In the wilderness world at the ice lake, just as Lin An's body temperature approached the critical line, he saw another flash of silver. Splashed. Another silver fish successfully landed. This time Lin An was well prepared, and the fish faced the ruthless 3 consecutive slaps the moment it came ashore. Acquired first year ice silver column fish rare X1. Although there was still time left, Lin An was no longer greedy. In this weather, even if he could catch fish, he couldn't take them with him. By leaving them here could easily attract predators, making it not worth the loss. After covering the hole with snow, Lin An pulled out the rope hidden in his down jacket and tied the tails of the 5 fish together. With his haul, he headed back home. The return journey was even more arduous than the way there. The wind had changed. The original side wind became a headwind, and with each step, he had to contend with the raging forces of nature. Although the 5 fish behind him weighed less than 20 pounds, Lin An felt as if he bore 1,000 pounds of weight. Almost there. Finally, just before his body temperature was about to drop below the warning line, the familiar snow slope appeared in Lin An's sight. Clearing away the snow blocking the hole, Lin An rolled and crawled inside, quickly sealing the entrance with snow blocks, leaving only a fist-sized breathing hole. Damn. I'm freezing to death. Huff huff. Leaning against the snow wall, Lin An gasped for a long time before feeling his stiff fingers regain some sensation. I need to start a fire. Lin An took out a piece of high-energy coal from his pocket. Although he had a great time last night, Lin An reflected afterward that the snow cave was small, and given that this coal had a high heat value, it was unnecessary to go all out. Fortunately, he had expanded the snow cave while it was still warm last night, otherwise it would have been a heinous act. Boom. Under the faint light, Lin An cut the coal into 4 pieces along its grain. As long as I can maintain above 0 degrees, I want freeze to death. This way the energy could last for another 7. Whoosh. A few seconds later, the familiar azure flame rose once again. The heat was not as overpowering as yesterday, but it brought warmth back to the icy cave. Lin An turned his gaze to the spoils of the day. In the primeval world of Snow Cave, azure blue flames flickered within the cramped space. Lin An sat cross-legged beside the embers, waiting for the fish to thaw slightly, before slitting open the belly of an ice silver pillar fish, removing its entrails and skewering it onto the metal spatula. As the temperature rose, a sizzling hiss emanated from where the fish's flesh met the heated surface. The once pale flesh gradually transformed under the firelight into a translucent gelatinous sheen, luscious and alluring. Yet, just as Lin An prepared to flip the fish, an abrupt anomaly erupted. Another ice silver pillar fish, unbeknownst when it had awakened, suddenly stirred. Snap! Its tail lashed violently against the frozen ground, propelling the half-meter-long creature like a white cannonball. With jaws agape, a vast suction cup mouth lined with needle-sharp teeth, it shot straight toward Lin An's face. Too close. A bite would pierce his cheek clean through, or tear away a chunk of flesh. Yet Lin An's nerves remained taut, unbroken. In this peril-laden primordial world, even within his own hand-dug snow cave, he never let his vigilance waver. Die. His gaze hardened instinctively. He leaned back, while his right hand twisted sharply. The alloy spatula, moments ago a cooking tool, became a weapon in motion, cleaving the air with a sharp whistle as it struck true at the airborne fish. Clang! A ringing metallic chime echoed, like steel striking steel. The edge of the spatula slammed squarely into the fish's skull. Then with a swift downward twist of his wrist, Lin An drove the blade down. Thwip! The head parted cleanly from the body. That grotesque fanged maw rolled across the icy floor, still opening and closing as if voicing its defiance. The headless torso convulsed twice, then lay still. Humph. I'm a top-tier survivalist, from the most unforgiving crucible on Earth. Lin An snorted coldly, using the spatula to reposition the fallen fish over the flames. It breathes on land, truly a beast of the primordial wild. And yet this very vitality proves its energy density is extraordinary. Minutes later, a fragrance beyond description began to permeate the snow cave. Not the familiar charred aroma of ordinary grilled fish, but a fresh, sweet, savory scent, like bamboo groves after rain, so crisp it jolted the mind awake. The silver skin turned golden brown, glistening with delicate oil that bubbled and dripped onto the coal beneath, igniting tiny, brilliant bursts of flame. Done. Time to taste. Ignoring the searing heat, Lin An tore off a piece and placed it upon his tongue. No trace of fishy odor. Its texture resembled the finest silken tofu, yielding softly to the tongue, then offering subtle resistance with each chew. As he chewed, a burst of honeyed nectar flooded his mouth, sliding smoothly down his throat. Boom. It felt as though he had swallowed a living flame. The warmth was gentler than that of Sylvestar dried meat, but far more enduring. It surged swiftly through his limbs and marrow, dispelling the deep-seated chill lingering in his bones. Alert satiation levels significantly increased. 13, 24, 38. Alert high-quality sustenance grants permanent physical enhancement. Maximum satiation capacity raised to 160. Alert cold resistance substantially improved. 15, 17, 23. The moment the luminous interface appeared, Lin An distinctly sensed the surrounding air grow less biting. Before, even beside the fire, his back had remained unnervingly cold. Now the chill had softened into something merely refreshing. Previously, even with the fire blazing, a persistent chill clung to his back. But now the cold had mellowed into a tolerable coolness. So this is what a rare resource feels like. Simply roasted and already a silver-rank delicacy. Truly miraculous. Lin An gazed hungrily at the remaining howfish in his hands. Just a few bites yield such profound effects. If only my parents and younger sister on Blue Star could taste this fish, they'd never suffer the cold again. Minutes later, every morsel, including the brittle bones, had vanished down his throat. Alert permanent boon acquired, basic cold resistance. Lin An immediately crawled to the snow cave's entrance and pried open a narrow gap in the packed snow seal. The gale still howled outside, but as he extended his hand, he murmured, "Heat loss has slowed. At least 20% reduced." Back inside the cave, warmth and fullness washed over him like a tide. His eyelids grew heavy. Just as drowsiness began to claim him, the resonant mechanical voice sounded precisely on schedule. Daily resource upload settlement countdown 000500. Lin An snapped, fully awake. Glancing at the intact head-severed ice silver pillar fish beside him, his expression steeled with resolve. "This one I'll upload first, to the nation. Let Dad, Mom, and my little sister savor something new." Blue Star, Xingfu, Li Residential Complex. Across the courtyard, Unit 401, the home of Lin An's second uncle Lin Jianjun. Inside, chaos reigned. His 5-year-old son, swaddled in thick quilts, wailed with open-mouthed desperation. "Hungry. I'm hungry. I want meat." Lin Jianjun crouched in the corner, his face etched with despair. Ever since the Great Xia Nation's pioneer comprehensive ranking had plummeted, the Great Frostfall descended, and prices soared. Their grain stores had long been exhausted. Now they survived solely on thin, community-issued gruel. Meat. Unthinkable. Merely having food at all was a blessing. Cry, cry, cry. That's all you do. Lin Jianjun snapped irritably. Why yell at the child? His wife Wang Mei stormed out of the bedroom, shielding their son with her body as she jabbed a finger at Lin Jianjun's chest. "If you're so bold shouting at him, why can't you bring home food?" "Useless coward. What am I supposed to do? Not everyone can become a pioneer." Lin Jianjun growled low. Wang Mei's eyes narrowed. Lowering her voice, she urged, "Go to your elder brother's house." "Elder brother?" Lin Jianjun blinked in surprise. "He has no surplus grain either. We're in the same boat. Besides, hasn't Xiao Xiao fallen ill? And Lin An, he's stranded in that place. Are you truly that dense?" Wang Mei tapped his forehead with exasperation. "Lin An's environment is 9 parts death, 1 part life. How many days has it been? The state must have delivered condolence supplies. I saw neighborhood officials carrying a crate to their door yesterday." Lin Jianjun flushed crimson. "I won't go. You may have no shame. I still do." "Shame? Does it fill stomachs?" Wang Mei scoffed. "Marrying you was pure misfortune, endless humiliation." The boy's cries swelled louder, each shrill, hungry, piercing Lin Jianjun's heart like a needle. He looked at his gaunt, yellowish-skinned child and clenched his jaw before rising. "Fine. I'll borrow some. Once the state opens pioneer slots again, I'll enlist immediately to repay them." "Enough. Your amateurish skills would only burden the nation. Besides, I'm coming too." Wang Mei instantly began dressing, scooping up their son as she added, "Bring Fong Fong along. Elder sister-in-law has a soft heart. She'll surely give us something for the child's sake." The family of 3 bundled themselves tightly and stepped out into the frozen world. Primeval World Snow Cave. Please confirm today's uploaded resource. Lin An placed his palm upon the crystalline ice silver pillar fish. Upload. Resource scanning in progress. Pioneer Lin and Great Xia uploads Tier 1 Ice Silver Pillar Fish 1. Classification Rare C. This is the first ever upload of a previously undocumented species. N. Calculating National Fortune Return Multiplier. A calculation had actually triggered. Lin An's pulse quickened. According to known data from Blue Star, resources from the primeval world fell into 5 tiers. Junk F common, E fine, D rare, C legendary, B. Higher tiers yielded lower material return multipliers. Junk grade items returned 0, common grade typically offered 100 to 1,000-fold returns. This time, however, the luminous interface numbers began flashing wildly. 10, 100, 1,000. Finally, the digits froze on a crimson number, so staggering it stole Lin An's breath. "Congratulations. Rare resource critical strike activated. Current manifestation multiplier 10000. Great Xia Nation receives Tier 1 Ice Silver Pillar Fish Rare 10000. Note this resource will be directly deposited into the Great Xia Nation's official reserve cold storage." Before Lin An could recover from that astronomical figure, a second golden notification shimmered into view. "Congratulations, Pioneer. You've uploaded Ice Silver Pillar Fish for the first time. Special reward granted survival blind box. Select your desired blind box rarity and 3 virtual crates hovered before Lin An, each radiating distinct luminescence, accompanied by heart tracing rules below. Common blind box white. Dropped randomly within a 500-meter radius centered on you with precise coordinates provided. Contains basic survival supplies, food, water, fundamental tools. Search difficulty low. Rare blind box blue. Dropped randomly within a 1-kilometer radius centered on you marked by visible azure smoke. Contains advanced survival gear, thermal, clothing, high-grade tools, medicine, etc. Search difficulty medium. Legendary blind box gold. Dropped randomly within a 3-kilometer radius centered on you. Contains game-changing artifacts, vehicles, weapons, or other transformative survival assets. Search difficulty extremely high. Lin An's breathing sharpened. A special reward activated. Choosing common guaranteed immediate supplies, but minimal impact on his dire circumstances. Choosing rare entailed moderate risk, with proportionally greater reward. Choosing legendary, random drop within 3 kilometers. In the Everwinter Tundra, a place where even seasoned pioneers would struggle to locate a single crate within that radius, risking frostbite or worse en route. Lin An glanced at the golden text hovering calmly upon his retinal display. I am not an ordinary pioneer. I have an advantage. There's an old saying. The fiercer the storm, the rarer the catch. Greater risk, greater reward. What is there to fear? I choose the legendary blind box. Lin An suppressed the urge to go out and wander around, continuing to check the National Fortune leaderboard. 8th bat. 1st, Lighthouse Nation John Smith. 2nd, Dacia Nation Mu Shui. 3rd, England Nation Meyer. 4th, Big Australia Nation Shi Wei. Not long after Lin An saw his own name. 98th, Dacia Nation Lin An. Huh. In the snow cave, Lin An laughed out loud. He had surged into the top 100 with just a single fish. The main reason was that this fish was a rare one. Thus the score calculation was high. Lin An was very satisfied knowing that the lucky ones at the top of the list were all fortunate. Whether it was the landing location, climate, or surrounding resources, they were all incredibly rich. The better the treatment from the nation for the top-ranking pioneers' families, the more special resources his sister's eye disease might receive for treatment. Congratulations to the pioneer for entering the top 100. Next month, if you remain on the list, the reward is a basic body-strengthening liquid X1 enhances overall physique. Indeed, the higher the pioneer ranks, the better the additional rewards. The body-strengthening liquid can improve overall physique, and to survive long in the wilderness, it is something that is needed in abundance. Moreover, this is only the leaderboard for the 8th batch of pioneers. If one survives for 3 months, they will enter the Survivor General Rankings. That list includes all surviving pioneers from the first 7 batches, and the ranking rewards are even more substantial. After the excitement faded, Lin An looked at his panel. Pioneer Lin An. Satiation 160,160. Body temperature 36. 5. Ability beginner cold resistance 0. 3. Supplies high energy coal X2. Fire starting tools X1. First tier iron scaled blackfish X2. Livestream closure duration 8 hours. View personal ranking. Few not bad. A day passed, and Lin An's supplies had greatly increased. He was in a much better position than a few days ago, barely hanging on. More importantly, he could utilize the intelligence system to obtain a legendary level survival blind box tomorrow. Although his satiation was full, a day of intense exercise left Lin An extremely fatigued. Filled with anticipation for the next day, he closed the livestream and fell asleep instantly. On Blue Star, although Lin An's livestream room was already pitch black, the number of viewers was still surging, surpassing 100 in just a few hours. Many had noticed on the leaderboard that Lin An had made it into the top 100 with just a single fish. What kind of fish did this guy upload? I've never seen it before. Image here, it looks so strange. I wonder if it's edible. The rating is so high, it must be a rare resource. Truly impressive. On Blue Star, in the Special Intelligence Bureau of Dacia Nation, Lei Li wearily rubbed his brow and opened the 8th Batch Pioneer Wilderness Resource Output Daily Report. As a backbone of the nation, she was well aware that the situation in Dacia Nation was not optimistic. Sakura Nation's Meichuan Kuzi found the original citrus forest, allowing the nation to sustainably obtain sweet citrus X 500 times manifestation. Bighan Nation's Pu Yixing excavated a group of purple sand ginseng, enabling the nation to continuously gain red ginseng X 1,000 times manifestation. Seeing the smug faces of the 2 nations' contestants on the screen, Lei Li slammed the armrest hard. Damn luck. In the early stages of survival, too much depended on the birth area. The contestants from Sakura Nation and Bighan Nation landed in a temperate zone and could easily pick fruits, making it extremely low difficulty to upload supplies. As for Dacia Nation, most were in the resource-poor, harsh, alkaline land, where finding fresh water was very difficult. A portion of the lucky ones landed on the eternal frozen tundra, leaving their lives behind forever. This was also the core reason for Dacia Nation's low overall ranking. To be honest, Maintaining social order now relied entirely on past food reserves and scientific unified scheduling. In the world, the ones living best were some small nations. A pioneer ranked in the top 100 of the Survivor General rankings could feed the entire nation's people. They could even export a large amount of supplies. As for Daxia's 8th batch of pioneers, being able to be self-sufficient in the early stages was already the limit, let alone uploading supplies. Damn. Suddenly Lei Li received a message from Suwon. Team leader Lin An has uploaded rare resources for the first time, triggering Ice Silver Column Fish X1 manifestation. He has become the 5th pioneer from Daxiao Nation to enter the top 100. What? Rare resources? Lei Li abruptly stood up from her command chair. She vaguely remembered Lin An. He seemed to be that unfortunate kid in the Eternal Frozen Tundra. Tell me more about it. After the shock, Lei Li learned from Suwon about Lin An's experience of fishing in the ice lake. I never expected there to be an ice lake there, and the fish resources are plentiful. Unfortunately, the environment is too harsh. The primary task is still to survive first. 10,000 times, although it sounds like a lot for the vast populace of Daxiao Nation, it is like a drop in the bucket. It would be best to be able to plant crops in the wilderness for sustainable development and uploading supplies. Suwon, keep monitoring and remember to allocate supplies to Lin An's family. Yes. In H City, in the Happiness Home Community Room, 302. Xiao, eat more potatoes. The 3 members of the Lin family were gathered around the dining table having dinner, and their food was particularly abundant recently because of the 2 large boxes of supplies. Several potatoes were made into 3 dishes and a soup by Su Jiao. Mom and Dad, did my brother upload supplies? Is there still food? Lin Xiao was very worried. She had heard from the bullet comments that her brother had uploaded supplies and entered the world's top 100. Don't worry, your older brother's fishing skills are like mine. Lin Jiangwo's honey confidence was interrupted by Su Jiao. Eat more vegetables and talk less. Although somewhat worried, they both knew their son was not that kind of fool. The decision he made must have its considerations. Knock, knock, knock. The knocking at the door startled the 3 of them. Who is it? The street director. He'll go open the door. Wait. The moment Su Fong was about to open the door, she was stopped by Lin Jiangwo. Why would the director come at this time? I guess it's from the second son's family. They probably saw the kitchen light on earlier and are waiting. Seeing her husband's brows furrowed, Su Jiao sighed. It's probably Xiao Fong who is hungry, so I'll go open the door. The child is still young. You sit down. Lin Jiangwo angrily lowered his voice. Last time they came to borrow grain, how they chased you away, and that little brat even called Xiao a white-eyed wolf. Su Jiao sighed and remained silent. At this moment, a loud crying came from outside. Mom, I'm hungry. I smell something delicious. I want to eat potatoes. The child's voice was sharp as if the entire building could hear. Just as Lin Jiangwo and Su Jiao felt embarrassed and were about to open the door, a reprimanding voice from the street director came from outside. Lin Jianjun, what are you doing? Quickly take the child away. Do you plan to take advantage of the supplies meant for the pioneers' families? Are you tired of living? The mocking voices of other neighbors in the corridor also came through. Yes, so shameless. I remember someone said a few years ago that people should rely on themselves. Now that their son has succeeded and become a pioneer, they have changed their tune. In the midst of the scolding, the Lin Jianjun family left in disgrace. Lin Jiangwo and his family breathed a sigh of relief. The street office director was Li Xuanhong, over 50 years old. After Lin Jiangwo opened the door, he smiled and said, Old Lin, don't be too kind, don't open the door in the future. By the way, your Lin An is a good one. He really brought honor to our community. Here is a bonus of 300 yuan. There will be more supplies in a couple of days. I won't go in, I'll leave. It's getting colder. The Lin family thanked him repeatedly. Since their son became a pioneer, their family had obviously been better off. The surrounding neighbors were all envious. Lin family is doing well. In the wilderness on the eternal frozen tundra inside the snow cave. Good morning, Pioneer B317865. Yesterday's death toll 1285 people. On the 5th morning, the wind and snow continued unabated. The howling wind echoed through the air vent at the cave entrance. Lin An slept particularly soundly. Who? So comfortable. Lin An did not hesitate and chose a. The golden text instantly reconfigured, revealing the fateful coordinates. Today's information survival type, the legendary survival blind box, has been dropped at coordinates 515, 620 approximately 8 kilometers away from you. Due to last night's blizzard, the blind box is buried 5 meters under the snow. Indeed, it provided specific coordinates. Lin An excitedly waved his fist. I mustn't be careless. Lin An quickly packed up his gear, took his alloy shovel, tucked away the remaining half of the grilled fish, and bundled himself tightly in his Arctic down jacket. Before setting off, he raised his wristwatch and started the live stream. Good morning, everyone. As a result of yesterday's 10,000-fold upload manifestation, the online viewer count surged as soon as he went live. Holy SHD. The great god is still alive. Great god, are you going fishing today? What was that silver star level food? I think I saw a silver gleam. Due to surviving 5 days in the perpetual frozen tundra, Lin An was successfully crowned with the title of Great God. Lin An exhaled a puff of white breath, his expression serious. Today I'm preparing to retrieve the dropped supplies. After reassuring everyone, he stepped into the wind and snow. In the live stream, the viewers' enthusiasm showed no signs of waning. Are you looking for a deadly airdrop in the Everwinter Tundra? Has Lin God gone insane? In this weather, visibility is less than 10 meters, and going out is like seeking death. It's over. A Lin God must have poisoned himself from eating fish. Dying on the airdrop would be too unfortunate. Sigh, I hope he can come back alive. A golden and a red barrage flew past among the comments. Retired pioneer Wu Jing. Young man, don't be obsessed with the rewards, just do your best. Sakura Country Yamamoto Ichiro. 2 fish, and you're seeking your own death. Are the pioneers of Dacia so arrogant? Damn it, those little devils are here to disgust people again. This idiot is back again. Don't stop me. I'm going to go spray at the Sakura Country now. Quality, how can you bite back after being bitten by a dog? I suggest a direct execution. Sakura Country Yamamoto Ichiro. Let's wait and see, you bunch of starving, sickly people. The verbal battle escalated, and many pioneers from the Sakura Country also flooded into the Dacia spammers. In Tokyo, Sakura Country, Yamamoto Ichiro took off his headphones stunned. He did not expect Lin An to survive in such harsh conditions for 5 days. If it were a pioneer from Sakura Country, they would probably have perished upon landing. In the live stream, he was a mindless spammer. But in reality, he was a researcher known for his rigor in the wild nature environment of Sakura Country. Recently, pioneers from Sakura Country had landed on desolate islands, leading him to speculate that the positions of pioneers from each country might not be permanently fixed. Perhaps at a certain point in time, unknown changes would occur. On the ice field, Lin An trudged through the deep snow amidst a level 8 gale. The snow rose above his knees, and each time he pulled out a leg, it consumed immense strength. But what comforted Lin An was that the suffocating cold sensation from yesterday had noticeably diminished. Although the wind still stung his face, his skin seemed to have locked in a warmth. Indeed, the improvement in cold resistance is no joke. Lin An secretly rejoiced. Had he been yesterday's self, he would not have dared or been able to walk this far. 2 hours later, Lin An stopped panting. The golden arrow on his retina pointed directly at his feet. So, Lin An's mouth twitched. Inside his down jacket, sweat clung to his back, cold and damp. Moreover, he was now far from the cave, surrounded by a vast expanse of white, with no reference points. Without the system's guidance, he would never find it. Lin An rubbed his frostbitten hands, raised the alloy shovel, and began to dig furiously. The 1.5-meter snow layer was frozen extremely hard in this frigid land. Every shovel down sent vibrations that numbed his hands. 10 minutes. 20 minutes. Finally, a crisp sound of ding. The shovel hit something solid. Lin An threw down the shovel, disregarding the cold, and began to clear the snow with his hands. A sighing golden metal box lay quietly at the bottom of the snow pit. The box was adorned with intricate patterns, exuding a sense of science fiction. Legendary blind box. Lin An trembled as he pressed the opening button on the box. Click. The lid slowly popped open. Inside was a neatly folded set of silver-white metal components. Acquired portable polar snow vehicle. Legendary level description. Made from lightweight memory alloy, it folds down to the size of a suitcase. Equipped with a high-efficiency kinetic energy conversion transmission shaft suitable for various snowy and icy terrains. Maximum load 300 kilograms. Holy cow. A human-powered snowmobile. Lin An's eyes widened in astonishment, his heart racing. It was indeed a vehicle. This was undoubtedly a divine artifact in the Everwinter Tundra. It was like being given an off-road vehicle in the desert or a speedboat in the sea. Lin An excitedly pulled out the metal. Click, click. With just a few simple stretching motions, the pile of metal unfolded and locked into place as if by magic. In just a few seconds, a streamlined, highly technological silver-white sled appeared on the snow. It had a low chassis, wide sliding boards on both sides, a comfortable recessed seat in the middle, and a retractable cargo rack at the rear. Most striking were the pair of metallic glossed foot pedals. So cool. Lin An eagerly sat in the driver's seat, placing his feet on the pedals and giving a gentle push. Vroom. The precise gear set emitted a pleasing low hum, and the rear tracks instantly gripped the snow, propelling the vehicle forward with a sudden lurch. The sled glided several meters across the snow, moving incredibly smoothly. The atmosphere in the live stream changed dramatically. Lin An reclined on a silver vehicle, pedaling like a flywheel. The vehicle had no wheels but relied on the black tracks at the back, gliding effortlessly through the snow that reached his waist. Holy SHD. What is this thing? Is it a human-powered snow vehicle? Did this come from a blind box? A legendary box. Lin God actually chose a legendary blind box. Holy cow, is this what they call a life gamble? Retired pioneer Wu Jing. The semi-reclined design reduces wind resistance, the tracks solve the slipping problem, and the gear set amplifies leg strength. Truly an incredible design. After a series of astonished comments, Lin An successfully earned a new title, the fastest man in the Everwinter Tundra. Abbreviated Fast Man. In the Eternal Frost Tundra, Lin An was reveling in the exhilarating sensation of speed. Although powered by human effort, the efficiency, after gear amplification, was astonishing. He took the metal box along as a storage compartment for the sled and headed straight for the center of the ice lake from yesterday. Warm-up is over, full speed ahead. Lin An took a deep breath, his thigh muscles exerting force. The track spun rapidly, the snow vehicle emitted a faint mechanical hum, and its speed quickly soared to 20 kilometers per hour. What originally took several hours to traverse against the wind now only took half an hour. Moreover, with the vehicle, I can take as many fish as I want. How refreshing. More importantly, I can explore further and bring back more supplies. Lin An was in high spirits, propelling himself forward, leaving a straight silver line across the vast snowy expanse, racing towards the ice lake. In the live broadcast room, many boys from the north were envious to the point of tears. This vehicle is so cool, I really want one. Blue Star won't be able to produce one even in 100 years, right? Legendary level, it could be a family heirloom. Is it too late to sign up as a pioneer now, eh? You first need to become a pioneer, then survive in the Eternal Frost Tundra without starving or freezing to death, find rare resources to upload, and finally choose a legendary blind box to gamble your life to reach Lin Shan's level. The actions of a god are indeed not replicable, damn. Meanwhile, on Blue Star at Reserve Base No. 01. Hundreds of giant silver-gray tower-shaped warehouses loomed into the clouds, receiving manifestation beams from higher-dimensional civilizations. On the ground, countless fully automated metal tracks wove into a network, with mountains of supplies being sorted and packaged in an orderly manner, pumping like blood to all corners of the country. At that moment, among the countless black and silver transport chains, a golden conveyor belt stood out. On it, rows of bizarre fish about half a meter long and pure white as jade shimmered with a crystalline cold light. Before entering the underground cold storage, they were labeled as strategic resources. If Lin An were here, he would certainly notice something different. These fish clearly lacked some spirit. 300 meters underground in the core biological laboratory. An automated detection report had just been spat out. Ice silver pillar fish rating report, cold resistance, a recommended for large-scale acquisition, priority supply to the 9th batch of seed-level pioneers. Beside him, the gray-haired director Zhang trembled with excitement. Great. Cold-resistant resources will significantly increase the survival chances of the next batch of pioneers. However, the next moment, the old scholar's expression froze. The contributor column showed neither a renowned warrior nor a family elite. Instead, it was a completely unfamiliar name, Lin An. Note: winner of the 8th batch of pioneer selection in the Great Xia Kingdom. It's truly rare for a non-seed level pioneer to achieve this. Unfortunately, the manifested food has a lower resonance and cannot provide for all pioneers. Director Zhang sighed slightly. After years of exploration, Blue Star scientists discovered that savage species contained a special energy that promotes gene evolution, also known as energy resonance. Resources with energy resonance are primarily provided to seed-level pioneers, allowing them to adapt to the wilderness more quickly. Lin An was clearly not one of them. In the wild world in the ice lake area, the silver track vehicle drew a perfect arc on the snow surface, coming to a steady stop at yesterday's fishing spot. Lin An jumped out of the vehicle and immediately noticed something unusual. The surrounding frozen area had obvious signs of disturbance. Huge claw marks were deeply embedded in the snow, and the snow covering the ice hole had been violently scraped away, exposing the ice shell. A predator has been here. Judging by the depth and span of these claw marks, it is likely an adult snow demon bear. Lin An crouched down, gently tracing the claw marks with his fingers, his expression calm. The Eternal Frost Tundra is a death zone for humans, but savage beasts may not think so. From Lin An's understanding, large predatory beasts like snow demon bears and snow demon wolves are permanent residents of this land. They were probably attracted by the scent of the fish. Lin An looked around and found no trace of any beasts. It was still early before dark, and the blizzard had also stopped. Let's get to work. Catch more today. Lin An wasted no time using the snow vehicle as a windbreak, quickly approaching the ice hole. The original opening had long frozen solid. If it weren't for the snow covering it, it would be harder than the surrounding ice layer. He swung the alloy shovel, smashing through the ice surface again. The moment he broke through, several shadows attracted by the oxygen surfaced again. Lin An was quick and used the alloy shovel to help the fish onto the shore. Splash! Clap clap! In just half an hour, he caught 3 plump black fish. However, Lin An was not very satisfied. Though black fish are edible, their taste is vastly inferior to that of ice silver pillar fish. Most importantly, silver fish can enhance cold resistance. Then Lin An recalled the black scales and shells he found in the intestines of the ice silver pillar fish last night and made a new decision. Let's give it a try. As the alloy shovel fell, the iron-scaled black fish he had just caught was mercilessly chopped into pieces by Lin An. The bloody fish blood mixed with internal fragments stood out starkly against the pristine snow. This scene caused the live chat room to erupt. What is Lin An doing? Is he planning to eat it raw? No, he is making fish bait. Wasting calories in this extreme, cold hell. Using it as bait. Although Lin An's previous moves were impressive, I don't quite understand this one. What if he loses both the fish and the bait? Let's gamble with a dead horse as if it were alive. If it leads to that silver fish, even if it's just one, it's worth it. But the risk is too high. Gulp. The alloy shovel laden with chopped meat sank into the pitch-black, icy water. After a few minutes, the black fish seemed to sense the death of their kind and stopped surfacing. Failed. Lin An's heart jumped to his throat. If it didn't work, he would not only have wasted a fish, but also a significant amount of precious time. Fortunately, not long after, a cold silver light illuminated the depths of the water. It was indeed the first-tier ice silver pillar fish. And there was a large school. Wow, they're coming. They're really coming. So much silver light. This place is simply a fish-gathering paradise. So many fish. Wow, I'm drooling. Watching several greedy ice silver pillar fish swimming up to the edge of the shovel, tearing at the fish meat, Lin An shouted inwardly, "Now's the time." He abruptly lifted the shovel handle. Splash. Water splashed everywhere. No fish. Though Lin An lifted the shovel and brought the fish out of the water, the fish happened to flip over and slid back into the water along the edge of the shovel. I was too impatient. Lin An gritted his teeth in frustration. The fish today were clearly more active than yesterday, stimulated by the food. But the good news was that these silver fish did not scatter because of his movements. In fact, there were even more. Come again. Fish meat was tossed into the lake. Lin An entered fishing mode. He repeatedly plunged the shovel in, and then with explosive force flung it towards the shore. Splash. Splash. The audience in the live room watched anxiously. It fell again. That one is so big. This fishing tool is so inadequate. If only the shovel could turn into a net. Lin An, hurry up. The meat is going to be eaten up. Although the fishing efficiency was extremely low, with 8 out of 10 swings being empty, and several times the fish jumped onto the ice only to twist and bounce back into the water. But the temptation of this buffet mode was simply too great for these fish. They rushed towards the shovel one after another. Lin An was gradually mastering the technique. Slow at first, then fast, combining movement and stillness. Slap. A 1-foot-long ice silver pillar fish was flung onto the shore, thrashing wildly in the snow. Then came the second, the third. Ooh. The wind changed from a shrill scream to a muffled thunder. After all the fish meat from 3 black fish was consumed, Lin An had to stop his actions. Weather warning: a level white disaster is expected in 52 hours. Current temperature 38. See, the system's red alert flashed wildly in his retina. A blizzard is coming, and this place is not safe. Retreat. Lin An decisively stopped and turned. On the snow were 7 silvery, gleaming trophies. Lin An picked one up and roughly estimated its weight. This spindle-shaped carnivorous fish weighed about 30 more than the same-sized fish on Blue Star. Each one was at least 56 gene. If converted to value, food with energy resonance of the first tier on Blue Star would roughly fetch 100 yuan at an international auction. This means Lin An held 700 yuan in his hands at this moment. If he triggered a high multiplier return, that could amount to several million. But Lin An wouldn't do that for now. He needed to continue enhancing his cold resistance. As long as he could survive long-term, the fish in this lake would be a continuous resource point for him and even the Great Xia Kingdom. About 40 or so gene. Lin An stacked all the fish like firewood in the metal box of the snow vehicle. The entire vehicle sank heavily, but it was far from reaching its limit. If it were in the past, carrying 40 gene of fish through the snow would have surely led to his death halfway. But now, Lin An stepped into the driver's seat and stomped hard on the pedals. Vroom. The precise gear system let out a low growl. The wide tracks gripped the snow tightly, breaking through the cold wind and sprinting full speed towards the snow cave. I'm out of here. In Lin An's live room, the audience gradually calmed down from their shock. Brothers, I just came back from Zhao Tai's live broadcast. Next door, my mindset collapsed. Column brother. Special Forces King. Seed level pioneer. That's right. A godly start by the pond, but he didn't have any tools. Spent the whole day weaving a fish cage, and when he just lifted it, guess what? He only caught 3 palm-sized iron-scaled black fish. Not even a pound of meat. Warrior King mastering traps, weaving, and catching 3 small fish. Lin An with a shovel swinging wildly caught 7 first-tier rare fish. No comparison, no injury. It must be that the fish in the dark jungle are too clever, unlike here, which are big, fat, and naive. Is what the upstairs said, even human language. In the Great Xia, the Third Intelligence Bureau, Su Wan shook her head repeatedly at the comments. These viewers were thinking too simply. Extreme cold weather, excellent ice hole location choice, and extraordinary cold resistance. With the right timing, location, and people, without one condition, Lin An could not have achieved such results. But Su Wan also had her doubts. If the eternal frost tundra is covered in ice and snow year-round, what do these fish eat to grow? Ding! A data report popped up on the screen. Suwon clicked on it, her breath caught in her throat as she pushed her golden-rimmed glasses and murmured, Great Xia Kingdom. 8th batch of pioneers. Lin An's resource acquisition ranking. 2nd. In another building of the Xingfu community, Lin Jianjun and his wife cast resentful glances at the light screen. They felt embarrassed because of yesterday's incident. Wang Mei said indignantly, so what if they found a few fish? What's so impressive about that? I think other countries' pioneers upload fruits every day now, that's impressive. Lin Jianjun waved his hand impatiently. All right, keep your comments to yourself and consider the context. I will never let my son suffer in such a place. While comforting herself, Wang Mei walked to the window for some fresh air. However, the moment her gaze swept downstairs, she froze. A familiar olive-green military truck stopped once again under the adjacent building. Several soldiers dressed in military coats and of robust stature were unloading 3 massive wooden boxes from the truck, seemingly even larger than the last time. Wang Mei rubbed her eyes, her voice changing pitch. Could it be? They're delivering supplies again. It's only been a day. It's just uploading a fish. Is it really necessary? Wang Mei felt a churn in her stomach, feeling worse than being hungry. Grandpa, Grandma were here to deliver supplies again. It was the familiar young man from last time. As he opened the door, he expertly carried the boxes inside, while greeting Lin Xiaoxiao. Hello, little sister, I'm back again. Hello, brother. Hey, didn't we just deliver supplies? We can't finish it all, we really can't. The Lin family was in a flurry, at a loss. At that moment, Director Li burst in like a steady anchor, saying, Old Lin, these supplies were earned at the cost of Lin An's life. It's just the country's hardship, otherwise there would be more. Quickly accept them. The strong soldiers quickly placed the supplies down. As they left, the young man introduced himself. My name is Wang Gang, just call me Gongzi. He'll be back again in the future. By the way, Grandpa, Grandma, make sure to eat the 3 fish inside. After the Lin family closed the door, Director Li sighed. The Lin family is doing well. If I had known, I would have let my son sign up as a pioneer too. Wang Gang shook his head, saying you shouldn't say that. Director Li, according to public statistics from various countries, the survival rate of pioneers on the first day is only 75. Not everyone is that lucky. The Eternal Frost Tundra has a death rate of 99, a deadly zone. Comrade Lin An is a good comrade. Hearing this, Director Li trembled in fear. She has delivered so many supplies and actually understood more than she let on. Sometimes being alive is more important than anything else. Wang Gang finally reminded them also the supplies for pioneers' families are the government's reverse scales. Keep an eye on them. Don't worry, it'll definitely keep watch. After sending off the soldiers and Director Li, the house fell silent. Lin Jiangwo and Su Fong stared at the room, full of supplies, speechless for a long time. Eventually, Lin Jiangwo opened the box. The cold air dissipated, revealing 3 translucent fish that looked like white jade quietly lying inside. Even though they were dead, their extraordinary nature was evident. Su Fong touched the icy fish body, tears uncontrollably streaming down her face. This child is suffering in that hellish place. Don't cry now. Lin Jiangwo took a deep breath. Taking care of ourselves is the greatest support we can give him. He turned to the pile of rice flour and oil, pondering for a moment. Wife, we really can't finish all this rice and flour. Let's give some to old Li next door and Aunt Zhang downstairs. Su Fong was taken aback, then nodded. That's right, old Li and Aunt Zhang have helped us before. But what about... Su Fong hesitated. Lin Jiangwo snorted coldly, his expression darkening. Not a single grain will be given. When we were lacking food and clothing, did they think of us? Last year when Xiao Xiao had a high fever, they didn't lend us a single pill, saying it was for Lin Fong. I don't have such a brother. All right, I will listen to you. Su Fong was also a straightforward person, and during this special period of control, some people's actions had long chilled her heart. Although Lin Xiaoxiao couldn't see the bright lights of home from the living room, she knew that the room was filled with warmth and hope. Outside the window, the wind and snow still raged on. In the wild world outside the cave, the familiar little snow slope finally appeared in Lin An's sight. Phew, I'm back. Fortunately, I had a snow vehicle, otherwise I would have been exhausted. Lin An moved the fish into the cave, while also folding the snow vehicle back up. Looking at the suitcase-sized metal cube, Lin An once again marveled at the wonders of advanced civilization. After leaving a breathable hole at the cave entrance, he ignited a small piece of high-energy coal. As the temperature inside the cave gradually rose, Lin An felt a soreness and numbness in all his muscles. Phew, I don't even want to move anymore. However, as Lin An sat slumped looking at the pile of fish before him, a sense of accomplishment surged within. I must treat myself today. Sizzle. The abundant oil seeped from the fish's flesh, filling the entire cave with a unique aroma that combined deep-sea flavors and high-energy fats. Gulp. Lin An swallowed hard, continually flipping the fish, watching the skin blister and split open, revealing the tender white flesh inside, resembling garlic cloves. So delicious. This sense of fulfillment after the harvest was stronger than anything else. Before long, Lin An once again obtained a silver star level food. So good. After a bout of violent consumption, Lin An was amazed to find that the cold resistance progress bar on the panel had risen again. Ability: basic cold resistance, 20, Does this mean I can improve further after eating 5? Lin An was exhilarated. The temperature in this environment could change at any moment, and the stronger he became, the higher his chance of survival. After resting for a moment, he didn't waste time and decisively used the fire source to cook all the remaining fish. To facilitate preservation, he tried to dry every fish thoroughly. Countdown for today's supply upload settlement 00500. The system prompt sounded on time. Lin An looked at the mountain of fish before him, lost in thought. Logically, today was a bountiful harvest, and he should upload more supplies of both for national fortune rewards and for his family. It would be better. But the activity patterns of the snow demon bears are still unclear. I cannot go back to the ice lake in the short term. The blizzard might last several days and I cannot go out. These fish may be my entire food supply for the foreseeable. Lin An's gaze sharpened. I can't upload everything. The balance between uploading supplies and survival has always been a dilemma for pioneers. Yet, the rewards for ranking up are incredibly tempting. Lin An knew that in the first 3 months, the top 10 pioneers on the leaderboard would receive tremendous benefits. Meanwhile, pioneers who did not make it onto the leaderboard would mostly be eliminated by the wilderness for various reasons. Please confirm today's uploaded supplies. Lin An placed his hand on a golden fried ice silver pillar fish. Upload. Currently detecting supplies. Daxia Kingdom contestant Lin An upload supplies Tier 1 grilled ice silver column fish finished food X1. Rating C rare. Manifestation multiplier 100 times. Daxia Kingdom receives resources cold resistant grilled fish X 100 servings. Consuming it can enhance cold resistance. Although it's only 100 times, Lin An is not surprised as the multiplier for finished food is fixed. However, the rating is very high. National Luck Leaderboard 8th Batch. Rank 1 Lighthouse Nation John Smith. Rank 2 Daxia Kingdom Mu Shui. Rank 3 England Nation Mare. Rank 4 Great Australia Shi Wei. The top pioneers have good resource points, and the resources they upload daily are very stable. Scrolling down, Lin An quickly finds himself. Rank 42 Daxia Kingdom Lin An. Wow. Lin An didn't expect his ranking to jump dozens of places. He is now in the top 50. Congratulations to the pioneer for entering the top 50. Rewards for staying on the list next month. Basic Body Enhancement Night X5 enhances overall physical fitness. Looking at the rewards on the National Luck Leaderboard, Lin An fell into deep thought. The earliest batch of pioneers, even if they are cute girls, are all incredibly strong. They eat not only the body-enhancing liquid, but also monster meat. It's all because of the special energy contained in the wild foods, which allows people to continuously evolve. Survival of the fittest. Thinking of this, Lin An felt a hint of anticipation. If he could hunt a monster, it would not only mean more abundant resources, but he would also become stronger, significantly increasing his chances of survival. Previously, he wouldn't even dare to think about such things. Just staying alive was good enough. But now with the intelligence system, hunting monsters is no longer impossible. With a beautiful vision for the new day, Lin An closed his eyes to rest. Blue Star Lin An's live. Although Lin An had long since ended the broadcast, the popularity in the live room has reached a boiling point due to the upload of Silver Star level food. Countless foodies surged into the black screen live room. There were also red bullet comments from other countries. France Sanchez, oh my god, is this a rare level resource? It looks more enticing than top grade foie gras. England Nation David, I'm drooling. I heard that eating Silver Star level food makes you feel warm. Is that true? Great Cold Nation Park Changyang. How come the pioneers of Great Cold Nation can't find rare fish even though they are by the sea? Sakura Nation and Cozy Yuan, it's just a fish. How much is it per fish? Faced with the envy and jealousy of foreign friends, Lin An's old fan stood tall, filled with a strong sense of pride. Brothers type Lin God is awesome on the screen. Indeed, Lin God not only caught fish, but also uploaded it for the country. An example for us all. Yamamoto Ichiro, let the little devil speak. In Happiness Community Room 302. Compared to the noise in the live room, a tempting aroma wafted through Lin An's home. Su Fong cut the ice jade column fish into pieces, adding just a bit of ginger and salt, and simmered a big pot. As the water temperature rose, the fish meat did not fall apart, but turned into a milky white, thick soup. The fresh and sweet aroma filled the entire hallway through the door crack. You have a good son. I will accept this supply, and call me if you need anything in the future. Thanks, Jangwo. When my son becomes a pioneer, I will let him go to Shaolin. Brother Lin, how can I accept this? Hey, it seems the whole building is being supported by Shaolin alone. Amidst the gratitude, Lin Jangwo returned home with a beaming face. Old partner, this smells too good. Xiao, hurry up and drink the soup to warm your body. Lin Jangwo quickly served a bowl of fish soup to Lin Xiao. Thank you, Mom, and Dad, you drink too. This is from my brother. Lin Xiao held the bowl and took a small sip of the fish soup. The soup was delicious, and immediately a warm current exploded down her throat. Lin Jangwo and Su Fong looked surprised as they clearly felt a strange warmth surging within them. Old partner, my old cold leg doesn't hurt as much now. Stop talking and drink quickly. In the neighboring building, Lin Jianjun's family sighed. Mom, I want to eat meat. Woo. Fong Fong be good, and listen, meat doesn't taste good, we drink porridge. Wang Mei weakly persuaded her child. Jianjun, why don't you borrow some more? Lin Jianjun sighed heavily. Borrow again. What did you say when Lin An came to borrow food back then? Borrow from you, can you still pay it back? Wang Mei was stunned. Had she ever said that? Perhaps she had, as the resources allocated by the country are based on families. Lin Xiaoxiao, being weak and sickly, is indeed a big consumer of resources, so she has to stay far away. Now, they can only suffer the consequences. Daxiao Third Intelligence Center. Uploading Silver Star Level food. Busy Su Wan was once again shocked by this information. As a researcher, she understood that uploading resources and uploading food are two different concepts. This means that even in the Eternal Frost Tundra, Lin An has passed the most difficult stage, successfully possessing water, fire source, shelter, the three most crucial elements. Even in warm areas of the plains, this speed surpasses 73 of the pioneers. As a super academic prodigy, Su Wan rarely praises others. This time, after a long silence, she slowly uttered two words. Impressive. In the heart of Daxia Kingdom National Luck Monitoring Center. This is the most confidential place in the entire Daxia Kingdom. There are no windows, no unnecessary decorations, only a giant holographic projection occupying the entire wall. On the projection are two thick progress bars. One is red, representing the national crisis value currently stuck at a high level of 85, teetering on the edge. The other is blue, representing the strategic resource reserve, which is only 12, extremely meager. Three elderly gentlemen in Zhongshan suits were staring gravely at the blue progress bar. According to the intelligence agency's prediction, the next stage is about to begin. The leading elder side current resource reserves are far from sufficient. Let's wait a bit longer. If it really doesn't work, we can only do as the West does and abandon some of the populace. Alas, the birthplace of Daxiao's pioneers is still too poor, which leads to our pioneers being unable to construct ecological bases in the wilderness. The quantity of resources cannot be accumulated, just as the few of them were at their wits' end. Ding! A crisp prompt sound rang out. The originally lifeless blue progress bar, which was only at 12, suddenly surged upward, as if it had been energized. 12, 5, 13. In the end, it stabilized at 18. What's happening? 6 percentage points. Which war zone has had a bumper harvest? The leading elder suddenly stood up, his eyes shining with excitement. The elder beside him called up the data, his voice trembling. No, the resource statistics are calculated using weighted composite calculations. It's probably due to the harvest of some extremely scarce resources. Found it. It's a resource that can enhance the survival chances of seed-level contestants against the cold. No wonder. No wonder it suddenly rose so much. The three elders looked at each other, then burst into hearty laughter at the same time. Great. Heaven does not forsake Daxia. Good job, find out which seed-level contestant did this. We must reward them handsomely. In a wild world, the eternal winter tundra, deep at night. Outside the snow cave, the howling wind wept and beat against the snow bricks sealing the entrance. Inside the snow cave, the coal emitted a faint red glow, barely maintaining a temperature that prevented freezing. Lin An, wrapped in a down jacket, was in a shallow sleep state, half dreaming. In a world fraught with danger, deep sleep was actually a luxury that could lead to sudden death at any moment. Suddenly, Lin An abruptly opened his eyes. Shoo! Shoo! Amidst the howling wind, there was an extremely faint yet unusually heavy sound of footsteps. It was definitely not the wind blowing the snow, but the sound of some colossal creature crushing the snow beneath its feet. Right near the cave entrance, a distance of less than 3 meters. Lin An's pupils instantly constricted, his heart pounding violently, but he made no sound, and instead, with extremely slow movements, grasped the alloy shovel. Then he extended a hand and used the frozen snow to extinguish the burning coal. The snow cave was instantly plunged into absolute darkness and silence. Heavy breathing filtered through the ventilation hole, carrying a nauseating fishy smell. Lin An held his breath, every muscle in his body tense like iron. He knew that if this creature uncovered the cave's disguise, it would lead to a life-and-death blood battle. 1 minute. 2 minutes. Time seemed to freeze. Just as Lin An was prepared to fight to the death, the footsteps outside suddenly paused for a moment and then changed direction. Shoo! Shoo! The sound grew fainter, seemingly heading northwest. Lin An's taut nerves did not relax. The northwest was where he had discarded the entrails and fish heads yesterday evening, drawn away by the scent of blood. Damn it! Lin An's back was already soaked in cold sweat. If he had been lazy yesterday and buried the entrails near the cave entrance, he would probably be a mangled corpse by now. On the 6th day at dawn, as the sky brightened, the prompt tone of the national fortune system sounded on. Good morning, Pioneer B317865. Yesterday's death toll, 3,980 people. Seeing this number, Lin An's heart sank. 4,000 people. Just in a single night, they vanished in this wild world. To put it into perspective, this was already the 8th batch of pioneers. Under the cultivation of wild resources, their physiques far surpassed those of their predecessors, so logically the death rate should have stabilized. Instead of decreasing, it has increased. Lin An gazed at the grayish sky outside the ventilation hole, a chill rising in his heart. Last night, he was not safe either. On Blue Star, humanity had dominated for too long. In the wild, isolated humans were actually prey, and not even large creatures could be considered. Daily intelligence system refreshed, 11. Lin An took a deep breath. The anxiety of last night's fright left him without hesitation. Choose C. Crisis. As the command was issued, Lin An felt a surge of heat in his eyes. The world in his vision changed instantly. The originally dim cave entrance suddenly lit up with a pale yellow filter, data streams frantically reconfigured on his retina, ultimately transforming into a special vision resembling thermal imaging trajectory tracking. Crisis intelligence. You will see the movement trajectories and pheromone markings left by creatures over the past 7 days. Duration 5 days. It was actually time limited. But for Lin An, that was enough. He suddenly looked towards the cave entrance. This glance instantly made the hairs on the back of his neck stand up, a chill shooting straight to the crown of his head. He saw a gruesome green trail clearly visible outside the snow bricks at the cave entrance. The trail seemed to have lingered for a long time, with 2 dense light spots almost pressing against the gaps of the snow bricks. Meanwhile, a small red text prompt appeared. Tier 1 Snow Demon Wolf Behavior Marking Prey. Stay duration 03200345. Damn it. Lin An clenched his fists. He had actually been marked. The Snow Demon Wolf was a common pack predator in the cold wilds, more cunning and terrifying than the wolves of Blue Star. Once targeted, one would suffer a terrible fate. He didn't even have a suitable weapon now, and there was no way to fight against a pack of wolves. I definitely can't stay here any longer. Warning: the current shelter cannot evade the white disaster. The only chance is in the northeast. The weather alert on his retina kept urging Lin An. Monster hunting and dropping temperatures forced him to abandon the shelter in front of him. Since the system says there is hope in the northeast, then let's go. Lin An's eyes narrowed as he immediately sprang into action. He opened the snow vehicle and placed the remaining 5 precious Silver Star grilled fish and other supplies into the metal box. Everything was ready. Lin An's live stream also started automatically. Due to the popularity of the Silver Star food last night, the viewer count skyrocketed to over 20,000 in an instant. Good morning, Lin God. What the hell? What's piled up in this vehicle? It's all silver shiny. That's grilled fish. So much as all Silver Star food. Am I still dreaming? Just as the viewers were shocked into silence by the full box of fish, Lin An spoke to himself with a serious expression. I need to find a new shelter. As soon as this was said, the bullet screen exploded. Isn't this snow cave just fine? You want to leave just like that? Don't you need calories? Lin God, don't be impulsive. Lin An had already made up his mind. Leaving the shelter of his snow cave, he rode the snow vehicle straight into the raging snowstorm. The wind howled like ghosts, crying, swirling the snow particles on the ground, striking against his down jacket with a crackling sound. Lin An riding the snow vehicle was not so easy either. Suddenly his footsteps came to an abrupt halt. In the special vision of Crisis Intelligence, a faint yellow trail appeared beneath the snow slope to his left. Like an umbilical cord, it plunged half a meter deep into the frozen soil. Let's see what's going on. As Lin An slowly approached with the snow vehicle, a line of small text floated above the trail. Tier 1 Tundra Giant Snow Rat Behavior Deep Winter Sleep. Stay duration 3 days ago. The white disaster is about to descend. It entered deep winter sleep to avoid the impending extreme cold storm. This is an opportunity for me. Lin An swallowed hard. He was just lacking meat. Although he had fish in the frigid regions, red meat and fat were essential. In the puzzled gazes of tens of thousands of viewers, Lin An suddenly stopped the snow vehicle, picked up the alloy shovel, and walked towards what seemed to be an unremarkable flat ground. What is Lin God doing? Tired? No way. Look at his posture. It looks like he's discovered something. Don't joke around. There's nothing ahead, just snow. Lin An carefully began to shovel away the drifting snow along the faint yellow trail, revealing the black frozen earth beneath. This is it. Bam! A piece of frozen soil the size of a basketball was accurately pried open, and a mixed scent of fishy and warm air wafted out from the dark hole. Lin An's gaze sharpened as he peered inside with the faint light. Deep within the cave, a large white creature was curled up into a ball, its white fur quivering slightly with each breath. The Tundra Giant Snow Rat. It is certainly not the small mouse found on Blue Star. Nearly half a meter long, its entire body is muscular and sinewy with 2 exposed incisors that gleam a metallic pale yellow, sharp as chisels. Its claws are like steel hooks, radiating an intimidating ferocity, even in sleep. Is it that thing? Many viewers in the live stream recognize the creature. Be careful, Lin. Don't be fooled by its mouse-like appearance. It is extremely vicious. Its bite can easily sever an adult's finger, and even the snow magic wolf dares not provoke it. Hearing the warnings from the experts, the comments suddenly became tense. What the hell? Is this thing that ferocious? So fierce. It definitely looks menacing. This is the wilderness. It's perfectly normal for a mouse to eat humans. Inside the cave, it seemed to sense the cold air rushing in. The giant snow mouse, deeply asleep, twitched suddenly. It slowly opened its eyelids, and its small green bean-like eyes were filled with disturbed terror and confusion. With incisors like daggers, it let out a low growl squeak. It is waking up, still daring to squeak. A cold light flashed in Lin An's eyes. Seizing the moment when the snow mouse was sluggish due to the cold, he raised his alloy shovel, high channeling strength through his waist and abdomen, and with the sharpest edge of the shovel, he struck down fiercely at the head that was just lifted. Bang! A muffled sound. This blow, powerful and heavy, struck directly on the snow mouse's skull. The giant mouse didn't even have time to scream. Its body collapsed instantly, limbs twitching twice before falling completely still. Acquired first stage tundra, giant snow mouse, comment X1. Phew. That was close. Lin An exhaled a white breath, grabbing its nape and pulling it out. Goodness. It's so heavy. About the same size as a blue star orange cat, it weighed at least 20 pounds. Its plump belly was thick with fat, feeling like carrying a bag filled with oil. Without the intelligence system, he would never have found this creature's cave. If this thing hadn't hibernated, Lin An's current equipment would never have been enough to keep up. This scene instantly blew up the live stream, with viewers exclaiming how lucky Lin An was. Wow, isn't this the one wave of fat? I remember that snow mice store a large amount of energy in their bodies for winter, hence they are called one wave of fat. This is no ordinary mouse. It's clearly a piece of premium pork belly. The heat it provides is equivalent to 30 pounds of lean meat. Its fur, silver frost velvet, waterproof and windproof, making it into knee pads or gloves, would be an absolute cold-resistant artifact. I must say, Lin is really quick. The audience had yet to recover from their shock when Lin An reached back into the mouth, found it. As his hand retracted, several blue thumb-sized fruits appeared in front of the camera. Even buried in the frozen ground for a long time, these fruits still had a tight skin, radiating an enticing hue. Acquired first stage ice blueberry, comment X7. Heavens. These are ice blueberries. In cold regions, these fresh fruits are more precious than gold. They contain a very high concentration of vitamins and energy. Lin's luck is simply incredible. Not only the live stream, but even Lin An himself secretly marveled at his good fortune. Not every giant snow mouse has this much stock, but it also indicates that crisis intelligence is extremely important for Lin An. Thank you for nature's gifts. Lin An tossed the plump snow mouse and berries into the truck, brushing off the dirt from his hands. Let's continue. Blue Star 3rd Central Intelligence Bureau. Layli's office. After Su-won reported on Lin An's recent situation, the team members were shocked. What? He found resources again. Wasn't it said that the ever-frozen tundra is a dead zone? How come there are fruits, fish, and even meat? Yes, the elite soldier by the lake is still hungry. Layli rubbed his temples frantically. While the carefully selected and fully nurtured seed-level pioneers for the country have yet to break through, Lin An, in a dire situation, keeps creating surprises. This made their intelligence researchers feel their work's value had significantly diminished. The earlier words were, what was the analysis and research based on? If Lin An, as a seed-level contestant, enters the wilderness, can he obtain more resources for the country? Would the current situation be better? Layli tapped the table with his finger, interrupting other team members' discussions, and asked the top student of the group, Su-won, I want to hear your opinion. Su-won gently took off her glasses and smiled faintly. Team leader Lin An can consistently find resources accurately. Perhaps he has awakened a special ability. Hearing this, all the other team members paused their actions, looking at the stunning and tall figure in the office with incredulous eyes. Are you saying he has a sixth sense? Layli's gaze sharpened, like the chosen one from the Lighthouse Nation, John. A few legendary pioneers had shown far superior luck after entering the wilderness. Later, after analysis by experts, it was discovered that they might be born hunters possessing extremely sharp environmental perception, allowing them to repeatedly turn misfortune into fortune and find resources. Also known as the sixth sense. Su-won nodded. A glint of brilliance appeared in Layli's eyes. If Lin An possesses a sixth sense, then everything could be explained. In fact, Great Xia also once had such a pioneer, but unfortunately, he died while rescuing another Great Xia pioneer. Su-won from now on upgrade Lin into a seed-level pioneer. His family will also receive a level treatment, brought into the core circle of the capital. Continue to monitor him, and once he meets the conditions for long-term survival, consider upgrading him to Harbinger. Layli's words shocked the team members. Harbinger. In each country, among each batch of pioneers, there is only one. It is a special rule left by advanced civilizations. Its current function is unclear. However, experts and scholars from various countries speculate that Harbinger may gain immense benefits and play a crucial role in the next stage. Thus, every Harbinger must be carefully selected, ensuring they can survive long-term until the next stage arrives. Blue Star, the official live stream. After Lin An was upgraded to a seed pioneer, a large number of Great Xia viewers discovered the fast man in the snowstorm. They rushed into the live stream asking, "What is this Lin An doing in such cold weather? Is he exercising? His vehicle is really cool. Call him Lin God. Lin God is looking for a new shelter. You newcomers may not realize how cold it is there. Fish can freeze into iron pillars within 2 seconds." Thanks to the explanations from many veteran viewers, everyone finally understood that Lin An was racing against the blizzard, trying to find a suitable place to survive before disaster struck. In mainstream Western media, Lin An's broadcast also garnered significant attention. Great Xia's fastest pioneer racing against death. The final song of life in the human forbidden zone, he uses flesh and blood as fuel. Can the legendary vehicle help him break through the snowstorm? Shocking. Can the extreme macho man find shelter before he dies? The wilderness. The howling wind roared, whipping up piles of snow. Lin An was still unaware that his actions had drawn the attention of Blue Star. At this moment in his light golden vision, this world was no longer the silent white. On the contrary, it was bustling to the point of making his scalp tingle. Every few hundred meters, Lin An could see a special light yellow trail burrowing underground. Giant snow rats, polar ice foxes, and ice feather thunder chickens. In just half a day's journey, he discovered at least 20 resource nests. Incredible. Lin An tightened his grip on the handlebars, excitement gleaming in his eyes. As long as I can find a safe stronghold to survive the white calamity, this place is an inexhaustible resource treasury. This discovery made Lin An's desire to survive peak. He also resisted the temptation to stop and dig for prey. Time remaining until level a white calamity outbreak, 28 hours time, is of the essence. The top priority now is to find a shelter. Of course, besides these light yellow trails, there were numerous other paths marked in ominous green, deep red, and even dark purple. Snow demon wolves, snow demon bears, and giant ice worms. This also made Lin An realize one thing. Humanity, in this eternal frozen tundra, is the hunted. To establish a foothold, one must grow stronger. However, at present, thanks to the reduction of the white calamity, these dangerous trails were no longer fresh. They mostly followed instinct to find places to avoid disasters or hibernate. Time unknowingly slipped into the deep night. Today's supply upload countdown 000500, 5 minutes left. Lin An chose not to upload. After a day's trek, he had not found a suitable shelter. Therefore, these supplies, moreover, after a day's journey, his retina no longer contained familiar environmental information. This place was strange. Who? Lin An quickly dug a snow cave and crawled in after folding up his snow vehicle. Traveling in the deep night was unwise. The temperatures were lower and more dangerous. Lin An's body urgently needed rest and recovery. Most importantly, he needed a clearer direction. Blue Star Lin An's livestream. The last frame captured was him gnawing on a silver star-grade roasted fish in the darkness. The atmosphere in the live room was no longer cheerful. What to do? In this cursed environment, how can we find a shelter? It's too difficult. Lin God has already traveled far. The blizzard is too severe, visibility is too low, it's tough. I hope Lin God won't freeze to death by the next day. Meanwhile, in the Shifeng community, the Lin family's concerns were interrupted by a knock on the door. In light of Comrade Lin An's promotion to seed-level pioneer, the country has decided to relocate the two elders and Miss Lin to the capital special district. Standing at the door was Officer Wang Gang. Behind him stood 4 armed soldiers, an air of solemnity enveloping them. Capital. Special district. Lin Jiangwo instinctively wanted to refuse, fearing to cause trouble for the country and unwilling to leave the home he had lived in for decades. Wang Gang looked at the blind Lin Xiao and threw out his trump card. Uncle Lin, only the top medical resources in the capital can restore Xiaoxiao's eyesight. So please pack your bags quickly and come with us. All right. Lin's parents immediately nodded in agreement. Restoring Lin Xiaoxiao's sight was also one of Lin An's wishes. Moments later, the community was in an uproar. Under the astonished and envious gazes of neighbors, the Lin family was escorted by special police into an armored vehicle with military plates. All supplies in the house were orderly packed and taken away. In a corner of the community, Lin Jianjun and his wife watched the convoy disappear in a cloud of dust, regret etched on their faces. Had they known, they would have acted differently. The next morning, Lin An crawled out of the snow cave. The sky was just beginning to lighten, yet the wind and snow were even worse than the day before. Visibility was less than 10 meters, and the world seemed draped in a thick white veil. Good morning, Pioneer B317865. Yesterday's death count 1086 people. If it weren't for my enhanced cold resistance, I might have ended up like those people. Lin An silently sighed. Today's information has refreshed. 11. Please select the type of information you wish to obtain. B. Environment. Ding. A pale golden 3D holographic terrain map unfolded on his retina once more. Thanks to the support of the vehicle this time, the map covered an extremely vast area, clearly presenting the terrain within a 10-kilometer radius in line drawings. Current environment: Eternal Winter Tundra, weather warning in 12 hours, level a white calamity, will fully erupt. Current temperature 40°C. Lin An's gaze swept across the map, and he was pleasantly surprised to discover two different markings. There were small house icons on it. Got it. These are the coordinates for shelters. A white light point was located 5 kilometers to the left. To the right 15 kilometers away was a cluster radiating orange-red warm light, flickering slightly. When he focused on the white light point on the left, details popped up. Option A: abandoned bear cave, temperature approximately 20°C, cramped space, no independent resources, overall evaluation D, mediocre. Lin An frowned slightly, and then shifted his gaze to the orange-red light point on the right. Option B: thermal cave, subterranean, constant temperature 0°C, 5°C, vast space, has independent water source. To be explored, overall evaluation A. Lin An looked at these two options, remaining silent for 3 seconds. The ratings of the two options were worlds apart. If he didn't have the vehicle, he would have to choose abandoned bear cave. Even if it was cramped, it would be better than a snow cave. Moreover, he could definitely make it there before the storm arrived. Thermal cave undoubtedly had great potential, but it was too far. 15 kilometers, even with the snow vehicle pushing full speed, would be at its limit. If he couldn't make it, it would be a chilling farewell. After agonizing for 3 seconds, Lin An made his choice. He'll risk it. The duration of the white calamity was uncertain, but the thermal cave could save him a huge amount of heat. Short-lived comfort could not exchange for long-term safety. He turned the vehicle around, lowered his body, and charged toward the right-side snowfield against the cold wind. As the signal connected, tens of thousands of Blue Star viewers who had been waiting rushed into Lin An's live stream. In the footage, the wind whipped snow particles like a sandstorm, visibility terrifyingly low. The barrage of comments refreshed rapidly. Brothers, I've just compiled the data of the 8th batch of all pioneers. Focus on the key points. Lin God currently has enough supplies to rank in the global top 10. Unbelievable. Is that true? Damn, Lin God is definitely facing the harshest environment. He must survive. As long as he finds a shelter with Lin God's abilities, he will surely thrive. The newly entered pioneers mostly worried about food resources. Lin An, however, faced a different situation. Daxia 3rd Intelligence Bureau. Lei Li and Su Wan had set aside all their work early today, fixated on the large screen. The entire command hall fell silent. They were waiting for a slope to appear in the snowstorm, a crack in the rocks, or even a shallow pit. As long as there was cover, there was hope for it to become a shelter. However, time ticked away second by second. 10 minutes. 20 minutes. 40 minutes. On the screen, there was nothing but endless white. Su Wan suddenly felt a wave of discomfort. She was a very indifferent person. After losing her parents in the wilderness, she had only one goal in life: to use data and her intellect to conquer that place. But now she began to doubt. In such an environment, can humans really defy nature? It seems impossible. No matter how capable Lin An was, he couldn't conquer such weather. The wind grew stronger. From its initial howling, it transformed into a terrifying roar. In the footage, Lin An's movements became increasingly stiff. Though he was desperately pedaling the assist pedal of the snow vehicle, the vehicle felt as if it were stuck in a quagmire, nearly coming to a stop under the resistance of the raging wind. It was completely motionless. It was a headwind. Despair gradually spread to the hearts of every Dash. Distance to thermal cave, 12 kilometers, warning in 5 hours, a level of white calamity will fully erupt. Current temperature 50°C. It's too cold. Lin An felt his blood nearly freeze, the frost on his eyebrows already blocking his vision. His physical strength was also on the verge of exhaustion. I'm going all in. Lin An released one handlebar, and in the astonished gaze of all viewers, pulled out a silver star-grade roasted fish from his pocket. This was his last trump card. Crack. He swallowed the first one in a few bites. Then came the second. High-quality food permanently enhances your physical abilities and raises the fullness limit to 220. Your cold resistance slightly improves. Lin An's reckless behavior left the viewers in the live stream bewildered. Did he just eat 3 in a row? The fullness must be beyond the limit. Has he gone insane? That's a silver star level. One can exchange for resources worth hundreds of houses, and he's eating it like instant noodles. Is he not worried? Oh no, Lin God surely doesn't think he's doomed, turning into a glutton. The audience didn't understand, but Lin An did. The moment the third fish was digested, a violent surge of heat erupted from Lin An's body, like a volcano. This energy instantly broke through the body's critical point, transforming his previously frozen purplish skin into a bright red, even emitting visible white smoke. Ding. Congratulations, Pioneer. Under extreme cold pressure, you have consumed enough high-level food to unlock the gene lock. New ability gained: intermediate cold resistance. Lin An roared, his eyes burning with what seemed like flames. He felt as though he was no longer standing naked on the ice field, but instead was clad in an invisible magma armor. The snowmobile roared to life again, its speed skyrocketing as it tore through the wall of wind in front of him. However, just as he accelerated once more, Lin An instinctively glanced back. Just one look sent chills down his spine. Several kilometers behind him, where the sky met the earth, a towering white wall hundreds of meters high silently pushing towards him with unstoppable force. The A-class white calamity had materialized. It was chasing after his retreating figure. In Lin An's livestream, at that moment tens of thousands of viewers felt the terror of natural force through the screen. This wasn't a Hollywood blockbuster. In the movies, even when the sky falls and the earth shatters, the audience knows the protagonist has a halo and will escape at the last moment. But here, the pioneer could truly die. The screen could turn permanently black. From a certain moment on, the once busy barrage of comments vanished. No more mockery, no more awe. The live stream fell into an absolute silence. All viewers from the Great Xia Kingdom, whether old or young, clenched their fists, silently praying. Run. Run fast. In the Great Xia's third intelligence bureau, the air froze. Suwan's face turned pale. As the bureau's recognized study god, she was known for her absolute rationality. But at this moment her voice trembled. Data correction. A-class white calamity. The temperature of the ever-frozen tundra will drop to 65 C. She bit her bloodless lip and pulled up a grim record. 2 years ago, a seed-level pioneer from the Great Seal Nation faced a C-class cold rain, and the cost was amputation. Last month, the 5th batch of pioneers from the Lighthouse Nation encountered a B-class sandstorm, and 3 special forces were completely obliterated. As she spoke, tears welled up in Suwan's eyes. It was too despairing. Lin An was facing the even harsher A-class. The survival rate was practically zero. Bang. Laley slammed his hand on the command platform, shaking the cup. No, he just enhanced his physique. There's still hope. She stood up from the command chair, her body seemingly containing volcanic energy. Lin An's current physical condition has definitely reached intermediate cold resistance. As long as he finds a cave, he can hold on. Intermediate ability. The other team members were shocked by the captain's statement. Pioneers usually relied on the strategic level junior body liquid provided by the top ranks to obtain intermediate abilities. Moreover, at least 5 bottles are required. Is this a rare resource? Laley paid no attention to the shock of others leaning over the table. Hold on. At this moment, she was absolutely certain that if Lin An died, it would be an immeasurable loss for the Great Xia Kingdom. In Lin An's world, only the sound of his heart pounding fiercely remained, along with the chilling aura that could consume his soul. Warning. S-Class, White Calamity, countdown, 001000. It's right ahead. Through the swirling ice, shards, Lin An locked onto a large wind-sheltered rock ahead. Underneath the rock, a subtle orange-eared glow was seeping from an inconspicuous crack. It's geothermal heat. It's a way out. The previously silent live stream suddenly erupted with excitement. Charge. Lin, God. There's rock there. There's a cave. Quick, get into the cave. Quickly. Ow. Lin An let out a furious roar. All the heat in his body concentrated in his legs. The snowmobile's chains roared for the first time, and Lin An's speed soared again. 400 meters. 300 meters. The white wall behind him had already closed in, and the enormous pressure made Lin An feel as if he were being forcefully pushed, sending him and the snowmobile nearly flying. 100 meters. In. Lin An suddenly twisted the handle, and the snowmobile, with its momentum, shot like a silver bullet into the crack. I survived. He awkwardly crawled out from the overturned snowmobile, gasping for breath. Legendary snowmobile's intelligence system guidance and intermediate cold resistance. If he lacked any one of these, he would freeze to death outside. It was too difficult. Lin An cursed inwardly. This is truly a hellish start. One misstep, and it's all over. What he didn't know was that in the Blue Star live stream, the barrage had completely boiled over. He made it. Oh my God. He actually made it. I almost suffocated myself. Tears in my eyes, brothers. This is a miracle. Who said Lin God must die? Come out and face me. This is what it means to live against death. If previously everyone merely envied Lin An's luck, at this moment they were all completely conquered by Lin An's insane will. He truly found the shelter. But at this moment several voices from Sakura Nation surfaced. What are you all yelling about? It's just a slightly bigger snowstorm. The people of Great Xia really have never seen the world. This is making me cringe, or it's truly awkward. Of course the viewers from Great Xia couldn't hold back, retaliating through the internet. Damn you. Don't run, I've been tolerating you for a long time. I can't take it anymore. Who will sponsor me a plane ticket? I'm going to take them down. What a bunch of ignorant fools, occupying a few broken islands and feeling proud of themselves. Just as a new round of cursing was about to begin, a loud bang suddenly erupted from Lin An's live stream. Boom. The A-class White Calamity crashed violently into the rock. Boom. The impact of the white disaster seemed to make the entire mountain emit a painful groan. Immediately after, under the extreme cold and the pressure of the howling wind, a surge of frigid air rushed in, as if it possessed life. Crack. Crack. Accompanied by the dense sound of crystallization, countless sharp azure ice spikes crazily grew from the cave entrance into the interior. Like the fangs of a giant beast probing in, or icy tentacles, they spread along the rock walls and the ground, extending at a visible speed into the depths. 1 meter, 2 meters, 3 meters. Wherever the cold air passed, the air froze. Finally, they collided with the heat source continuously emerging from the depths of the cave. The tips slowed, melted, and then completely solidified. Only terrifying ice pillars several meters long remained, maintaining a clawing posture, forming a translucent, fierce, and spectacular ice-sealed gate. Such a terrifying scene sent shivers down the spines of countless viewers. And the straight silhouette before the ice-sealed gate appeared so lonely yet proud at this moment. Little brat, speak. Where is he? Is he not calling? I'm almost scared to death behind the screen. This place looks great. Greedy cat, I suggest it be nominated for the Best Explorer Shot of the Year. Seriously. In Lin An's live broadcast room, apart from marveling at nature's power, there was no other sound. In the wild world geothermal cave. When Lin An felt his soul return to his body, he glanced at the overturned legendary snowmobile beside him. Although the vehicle had some scratches, the core power unit was intact. Inside the metal box, serving as a cargo hold, only tundra giant snow rat, ice blueberry, and 2 fish remained. Supplies were a bit scarce, but he was unharmed. For Lin An, this migration to the shelter was a massive victory. Next, with the faint blue light emitted by the natural moss on the cave walls, Lin An carefully surveyed his new home, rated A by the system. The estimated area exceeded 500 square meters with a dome height of over 10 meters. However, the ground was uneven, littered with loose stones and raised rock blocks, making it difficult to find footing. The area is spacious, but it needs some cleaning. Lin An bent down, carefully observing the ecosystem in the hall. In the damp crevices of the rock walls, patches of peculiar moss emitting a faint blue glow were growing. They thrived on geothermal energy, resembling a glowing carpet that dispelled some of the darkness here. After collecting a clump, Lin An received the notification: acquired glowing blue moss, common, X1. What a pity it can't be eaten. Lin An set down the moss, feeling regret in his heart. Countless pioneering predecessors had told later generations with their lives glowing moss and mushrooms should never be eaten. One bite, and you wouldn't make a sound. Drip, drip. Water continuously seeped from the cracks high up in the rock walls. Droplets gathered, flowing along the rock textures, forming a clear stream in the low-lying areas of the ground, winding through the bumpy hall, before ultimately merging into the dark, unknown depths of the cave. It was precisely because of this that a thin layer of white mist floated within the cave. Lin An glanced at the temperature on his retina. Current temperature 6. Seeing this number, Lin An felt warmth in his eyes. No comparison, no harm. In the previous simple snow cave, a single sleep would cost him half a tube of blood. And in the abandoned bear cave at minus 20 degrees to maintain body temperature, he had to consume a large amount of food. But here, it had underfloor heating and running water. In the eternal winter tundra, heat is food and water is life. Even if he lay here for a whole day without eating, he would be perfectly fine. This shelter truly has limitless potential. I'm laying flat. Other explorers can do as they please. Lin An thought happily in his heart, but his movements were not slow. Soon he began to explore the cave thoroughly. Moreover, he even had time to move away some obstructive stones. Since Lin An escaped the white disaster, the heat in his live broadcast room had been soaring. Because of the broadcast's popularity, many foreigners had also tuned in. Oh my god, our king of survival from Lighthouse Country was just fighting with a groundhog over a water source. Damn, so envious. Heat source. Appa, that glowing blue moss looks delicious. Send us some, please. Baka. He actually took off his down jacket. Though I don't want to admit it, this Lin An is truly fierce, like a Siberian brown bear. Even more impressive than our white-haired country's Ivan. Watching these sour remarks from around the world, the audience from Dacia couldn't help but grin from ear to ear. An unprecedented sense of national pride surged within them. In the eternal frozen tundra, a human life forbidden zone, there was indeed a pioneer from Dacia who had truly established himself here. Dacia 3rd Intelligence Bureau. As the cheers in the command hall subsided, Lei Li's penetrating voice took control of the scene. All teams, listen up. I want a comprehensive assessment report of this shelter. Now, immediately. With a single command, dozens of top researchers abandoned their tasks, and the sound of keyboards clattering echoed like a sudden storm. On the screen, the images originally belonging to dozens of other seed candidates were minimized and moved aside, replaced by a holographic deconstruction diagram of the glowing blue cave. 3 minutes later, one after another highlighted and bolded analysis reports gathered on the big screen. Water source assessment completed. A team member's voice trembled from surface, snow never running dry, rated B. Heat source assessment completed. Rated A. Food and safety assessment. It seemed that after much hardship, the data analysis indicated that the shelter Lin An was in was quite excellent. Following this, Su Wan stood up, her face filled with disbelief. Lin An's time to find the shelter has broken the record for pioneers from Dacia. compared globally, even counting the chosen pioneers from Fruit Island Lin An's cave. Sue Wan adjusted her glasses and Arat shelter ranked 10th globally in comprehensive scoring. Wow! The entire intelligence bureau erupted in astonishment. Everyone stared at that data, feeling their scalps tingle. If it were simply good luck to be born in a tropical region, then making the top 10 would be understandable. But this is the Eternal Winter Tundra, the human forbidden zone with the highest mortality rate. To obtain a shelter ranked in the top 10 globally in such a place is simply of extraordinary value. Good, good, good. Layli looked at the report excitedly, repeating the word 3 times, her tense face flushed with exhilaration. She suddenly looked at Sue Wan. My previous judgment was too conservative. He has already met the conditions to become as long as he can hold steady with this shelter, he might even compete for the title of King of Pioneers in the 8th batch. King of Pioneers. That is the highest honor, surpassing the awakening, meaning one person commands an army, the ultimate pioneer who can sway the nation's fate. Daxia has only achieved this twice in the competition among the first 7 batches of pioneers. Currently, nearly 1/5 of the national resources all originate from uploads by one of them. However, amidst the boiling joy, Sue Wan pushed up her glasses, but there was not much joy in her eyes. She looked at the cave entrance completely sealed by thick ice on the screen, then glanced at the dark, unknown tunnel deep within the cave, and a deep sense of worry arose in her heart. The ice wall seals the door, the white disaster rages. Resources will eventually run out when that time comes. What will he do? He seems to be trapped. In the cavern hall, Lin An was not idle. To confirm the safety of his new home, he moved like a nimble mountain goat, leaping and climbing among the jagged rocks, checking every corner. In the livestream room, many first-time foreign viewers were amazed by his agile skills. Wow, this person from the Great Xia looks thin, but his core strength is incredible. Look at his climbing moves, not a hint of unnecessary sway. Top-notch. I used to be a parkour enthusiast, he's too fast. He navigates through the pile of rocks, as if walking on flat ground like a snow leopard. The audience from Great Xia couldn't help but tease in the bullet comments. Is this fast? You haven't seen Lin Shan. As everyone knows, Lin Shan is the fastest man in Great Xia. In the wilderness, there is no fastest, only faster. Amidst the teasing, Lin An's livestream came to an end, but the enthusiasm for discussion continued. Today's resource upload countdown 000500 minutes later. Lin An still hadn't uploaded any resources. Have I fallen out of the top 100? After 2 consecutive days without uploading resources, his ranking on the national leaderboard had slipped again. Let's check the panel. Pioneer Lin An, satiation level 220300, body temperature 36. 5. Ability intermediate, cold resistance 0. Freeing resources, high energy coal X2, fire starting tools X1, iron scale blackfish X2, tundra giant snow mouse X1, ice blueberries X7, livestream, in time 8 hours, personal ranking NL 179, 8th batch, survivor, overall ranking not open. Lin An discovered that unknowingly his satiation level had already reached the maximum limit of 300. In the future, only by consuming magical beasts or higher quality food could he continue to enhance his physique. Just as Lin An was deep in thought, a wave of pungent ammonia-scented heat surged from the depths of the cave. Lin An squinted, his eyes golden light swirling in his pupils. Magical beast traces. In his crisis vision, the seemingly safe shelter above was actually filled with faint red traces. Second stage, dark cave demon bat behavior, returning home, hibernating duration 20 days ago. Lin An had noticed this as soon as he entered the cave, but he had no choice at that moment. Lin An stroked his chin, his brain working at high speed. The good news is currently there is only this singular species, and they are still hibernating. The bad news is this stench is unbearable. Lin An reached out to feel the changes in airflow. The airflow is turbulent, sometimes strong, sometimes weak. This indicates that the depths of the cave are not merely a tunnel, but have an extremely complex multi-branch structure. Some branches are ventilated while others are sealed, accumulating the smell of bat droppings, which only surges out when the pressure changes. As everyone knows, bat droppings are excellent fertilizer, and if refined into saltpeter, can also be used to make explosives. It is both a crisis and a resource. Whether it's magical beast meat or the fur and scales, or the droppings, they are all desperately needed by him and the Blue Star countries. Too bad I can't fight them. Lin An was still self-aware. Faced with a flying horde of magical beasts numbering in the thousands, if he woke them, he would be turned into a dried corpse. Sigh, I don't even have a decent weapon, I'm really too poor. After lamenting, Lin An retreated to the relatively fresh front part of the hall, organizing resources and resting. Good morning, Pioneer B317865. Yesterday's death toll 4,889 people. The storm outside continued to rage as if it would never stop. After a night of rest, Lin An's physical condition had returned to its peak, and he stretched his body in a big yawn. Wow, the underfloor heating is really comfortable. I just wonder when the blizzard will stop. Without the end of the blizzard, he cannot go out hunting. Today's information has been refreshed. 11. Please choose the type of information you wish to acquire. Select B environment. Since he was already settled, Lin An's immediate priority was to understand the full layout of his basement and see if there were other exits or resources. Buzz. The familiar light golden screen unfolded. This time environment information directly generated a stunning underground cross-section map. The map took Lin An's cavern hall as the origin, extending down countless intricate veins resembling a massive ant nest. Demon Bat Cave, underground river, magma pool, all came into view. However, Lin An's gaze at the deepest part of the map, a pyramid-shaped icon emitting a strange purple light was quietly suspended in the darkness. Ding. Environmental information triggers the world's mysteries. Civilization ruins discovered. Temple of Wind and Snow ruins. Coordinates 5 kilometers underground. Tip: it is recommended that the host visit in person. It may grant supernatural abilities. Civilization ruins. Supernatural abilities. Lin An's pupils constricted sharply. In the early days of entering the wilderness, pioneers could only rely on their physical strength to withstand the harsh environment. If they could survive long-term, many pioneers would continuously evolve, greatly enhancing their physical qualities, becoming true wilderness hunters. However, supernatural abilities were something he had never heard of before. What is known is that the top 10 pioneers on the Survivor leaderboard all possess terrifying physical qualities, reaching the level of third-tier magical beasts. I must go take a look. Lin An made his decision. They say fortune favors the brave, and moreover the information system also suggested he go. In this eternally frozen tundra, strength is the foundation of survival. However, before going, Lin An still had to do one thing. Time to eat. Lin An turned around and took out the giant tundra snow mouse he had caught on the way 2 days ago from this giant mouse, currently in hibernation, weighed at least 20 pounds and once skinned revealed an astonishing layer of fat and pink meat. So fatty, not bad at all. As the live stream started, everyone was captivated by the giant mouse. Wow, it looks fat, but it's really fat. This snow mouse, you can tell it's blessed. Damn, Lin Shun is cooking again. For the first meal in the shelter, Lin An didn't skimp. He found a few pieces of rubble to build a simple stove, igniting a small piece of high-energy coal underneath, and placed a clean flat slate on top. Once the stone slab was heated to a scorching temperature by the orange-eared coals, Lin An picked up a slice of snow mouse meat, cut evenly, and gently pressed it on. With a mouth-watering sizzling sound, the thick layer of white fat instantly shrank and melted under the high temperature. Golden oil bubbled, and the edges of the meat quickly curled, presenting an enticing brown color. An overpowering and primal aroma of meat wafted up with the heat. Even through the screen, one could smell the maddening scent. So fragrant. Lin An's exclamation successfully shattered the psychological defenses of the Blue Star audience. Wait, first thing in the morning, you're poisoning me. Lin Shin, you've changed. You used to eat frozen grilled fish. Can you eat faster? I need to fast forward this part. Damn, I'm starving. I'm sucking. But that wasn't all. Lin An pulled out 3 iced blueberries. Finding a strange stone with a groove, he crushed them, and the purple-blue peels burst open, releasing abundant juice, the crisp, sweet scent wafting around Lin An's nose. Eating this way won't be boring. Lin An picked up a piece of sizzling meat still dripping with oil and dipped it into the glistening berry sauce. The roasted meat wrapped in the cold fruit flesh was sent to his mouth. The scalding fat was balanced by the cool and sweet sour berries, creating a mixed texture of crispy outside and tender inside, bursting with juice. Lin An squinted his eyes, letting out a satisfied sigh. Absolutely perfect. In Blue Star and Lin An's livestream room, countless viewers from both home and abroad united in a single sentiment. Lin Shin, please be human. Is this something a person can come up with? This is fake. It must be a dream. Are today's boys really this ceremonial? It can be said that Lin An had completely filled the hate value meter with this round. Suwon watched the busy figure on the screen, a slight smile curling at her lips. The 8th batch of pioneers from Blue Star, some were busy for food, while others were busy for the shelter. But Lin An, this pioneer in the eternally frozen tundra, had already begun to enjoy life. Perhaps this was the confidence brought by a top-notch shelter. In the Great Xia Kingdom, at the Special Operations Bureau, in the highest strategic conference room, amidst swirling smoke at the enormous circular conference table, all seated are the top brass from the military and political circles of the Great Xia Kingdom. Their expressions are grave, their gazes fixed on the continuously switching real-time surveillance displayed on the large screen. The petite Lei stands at the front, laser pointer in hand, her voice clear and crisp. Leaders, the above is the report on the survival status of the seed-level pioneers globally in the first 9 days of the wilderness. On the Great Xia side, we have the soldier king Zhao Taiju. As the image flashes, a towering man is seen curled up in a damp tree hollow, his left arm swollen and purple with black blood oozing from the wound. He is clutching a handful of milky white insect eggs, stuffing them into his mouth. He has found a source of protein, but the poisoning is worsening. The research department predicts that if he cannot find an antidote herb within 3 days, amputation will be necessary. Upon seeing this scene, a buzz rises from the audience. The dark jungle is overrun with insect ants. Even a seed-level physique cannot withstand it. It's too careless. This is a problem on our military's part. That cannot be said. The dark jungle is a grade forbidden zone, and Taiju has done quite well. The greater the danger, the greater the opportunity. The dark jungle is rife with herbs. Oh, we should trust him. Hearing these words, Lei nodded and said, Xiao Taiju has found the antidote, but a first-tier magic insect is lurking nearby, and he is waiting for the right moment. The other two seed-level pioneers from Great Xia, Li Qingqing, found a medium polluted water source and is showing mild dysentery symptoms, but there is currently no life-threatening danger. The best performer is Mu Shui. She is in an open-pit mining area with no shortage of food resources, but she urgently needs a shelter. The conference room fell silent. The highly anticipated seed-level pioneers from Great Xia are not off to a good start. Aside from Mu Shui, who can steadily upload resources, the other two are still unable to ensure their own safety. An old leader with a military star on his shoulder frowned, tightly extinguishing his cigarette, but forcefully. What is the international situation like? Lei pointed her laser at the screen, where several foreign pioneers appeared. On the international front, the Sakura country Sato started on a temperate island, but due to mistakenly eating hallucinogenic fruits he indulges daily without uploading supplies. The lighthouse country's John has ample supplies, but seems to have been targeted by a first-tier magical beast, the Shadow Leopard, and is expected to be hunted tonight. The England and Ireland countries. After hearing Lei's introduction, several leaders sighed. Overall, they are stronger than the Great Xia pioneers. Ultimately, it still comes down to the landing site issue. Yes, they have already done quite well. The dark jungle, the bitter cold plains. What a terrible place this is. Complaining is pointless. By the way, how is that kid from the Eternal Frost Tundra? The old leader lit another cigarette. I heard there was an great white disaster. How is his snow cave? Can he hold on? Lei was taken aback. She had originally planned to save Lin An for a dramatic reveal, but was surprised that the old leader remembered and brought it up. Plan failed, and she could only helplessly switch the screen. Z. A pleasant sizzling sound abruptly shattered the tension in the conference room. At this moment, Lin An had taken off his down jacket and was fervently cooking roasted mouse meat. The conference room fell silent again. Thud. The old leader lost his cigarette and turned to laugh and scold. This brat, while others starve in the wilderness, he is out here having a picnic. The atmosphere in the conference room lightened and praises filled the air. It seems he has found a shelter. Leader Lei, you have made us worry for quite a while. I remember he also found a legendary snowmobile. He keeps surprising us. Of course, there were also experienced experts who frowned. From the ice-sealed gate, it can be seen that the white disaster is more severe than expected. I wonder if this kid's supplies can last. Leader Lei's survival in the wilderness is a war of endurance. This spirit of indulgence is absolutely inadvisable. Enough. The old leader slammed the table and said coldly, how they survive is their choice. We are not pioneers, or we should not make such comments. Leader Lei, how is the shelter rated, and what is the long-term survival possibility? The criticized expert bowed his head deeply, a hint of regret on his face. At the next meeting, he probably won't be able to sit here. Lei pulled up the rating report and quickly added, Leaders, the shelter he is in is rated A. Based on his performance, I propose listing Lin An as a candidate for the 8th batch of Apocalypse. The old leader retracted his smile, his gaze deep and contemplative, before finally saying, The shelter is ranked 10th globally. It is a good seedling. However, Apocalypse concerns the nation's fate, and this is a significant matter. I suggest we observe for a few more days. At the next meeting, we will conduct an internal anonymous vote. Understood. The meeting is adjourned. In the wilderness, in the thermal energy cave, breakfast was merely a warm-up. The real hustle was just beginning. Lin An first used the sharp side edge of the alloy shovel to skillfully peel away the thick layer of lard and internal fat from the snow mouse's abdomen. He cut it into small pieces and tossed them into a stone pot. As the temperature rose, the fat slowly melted, producing a pleasant sizzle sound, and a rich aroma of oil began to waft. He did not linger by the pot, staring blankly. Taking advantage of the time it took to render the oil, Lin An's alloy shovel flew up and down, glinting coldly. He quickly cut the more than 10 pounds of selected meat into strips the thickness of fingers. Though the shovel blade was not as light as a dagger in his hands, it seemed to have come alive. Then, he laid the meat strips around the coal in the mine to dry and dehydrate. The viewers in the live stream watched in astonishment. Did you see his movements? He is rendering oil while cutting meat, and he doesn't even need to look at the pot. This hand speed. At least 20 years of being single. Is this the legendary wilderness fast guy? I see other contestants take forever to handle a rabbit. What's all the fuss about? Lin Shun is running at double speed. When the oil residue in the stone pot turned a golden yellow and floated to the surface, Lin An found a clean stone bowl and poured the boiling clear liquid out. Prompt: obtain snow mouse refined oil, ordinary X1. 2L. It can be used as cooking oil or as an antifreeze coating or lighting fuel. Lin An spoke to himself. The efficient use of animal fat is a must-pass topic for survival in the wilderness. His practical and theoretical knowledge in this area is close to full marks. Next, Lin An spread the large snow mouse skin on a flat rock. The alloy shovel transformed once again into a scraper, and with his scrape, the remaining fat and meat scraps were swiftly removed from the skin. After processing the fur, he swung the back of the shovel and smashed the mouse's head a few times, completely extracting its 2 hard incisors and 4 high-density leg bones. Lin An weighed the bones in his hand, a slight smirk on his lips. These 2 incisors have the perfect curvature. With some polishing, they will become natural barbed fish hooks. With tools, fishing efficiency will surely increase. As he categorized and stacked the last bone, prompt sounds rang out in succession. Prompt obtained dried mouse meat, ordinary x 5 pounds. Prompt obtained silver frost mouse skin, ordinary x1. Prompt obtained hard mouse incisors, ordinary x2. High-density leg bones, ordinary x4. Phew. Lin An brushed off the dust from his hands and looked at the neatly arranged spoils, nodding in satisfaction. From start to finish, he spent less than 40 minutes. He didn't discard the inedible scraps either. He dug a hole in the ice-sealed gate and froze them all, which could later be used as fish bait or trap bait. Once everything was tidied up, Lin An slung his simple backpack, packed a few pieces of jerky, took a few big gulps of snowmelt, and tightened his grip on the alloy shovel again. The light golden map on his retina lit up again. The inverted pyramid coordinate radiating a strange purple light blinked silently. Since it is a system recommendation, I can go take a look. Currently, based on the existing environment of the cave, this shelter is not yet top tier. Perhaps there will be new gains below. In the Great Xia, the Third Intelligence Bureau. Nonsense. This is simply absurd. Layli had just returned from a meeting when she was hit with a shocking revelation. The candidate she held high hopes for, Lin An, had gotten himself into trouble. Watching Lin An dive into the pitch-black tunnel on the screen, she was so furious that she slammed her notebook down on the table. Does he think the cave is his backyard? This kind of underground structure is more complex than a maze. Getting lost means certain death. Moreover, what if there are underground magical beasts in the depths? Beside her, Su-won pushed up her glasses and analyzed Lin An's occasional wrinkling of his nose on the screen. It's almost certain that there are magical beasts. Based on Lin An's micro-expressions, he seems to be enduring some foul odor. This stench usually comes from the waste of large social creatures. On the edge of the bed, how can one allow others to sleep soundly? Layli fell silent. In the wilds, humans are the others. How long can the supplies last? Su-won's slender fingers traced the screen. 15 gene of jerky 1. 2 liters of grease. As long as he maintains a low level of activity, it can last about 10 days. Is that all? Layli furrowed her brows. For an ordinary person, it would be no problem for over 20 days, but Lin An's body has already evolved, requiring more energy. Su-won continued to explain, this is also due to the relatively high temperature of the shelter, which greatly reduces human metabolism. Layli then asked, how long is the white disaster expected to last? The data sample is too small. It's estimated to last at least 15 to 20 days. In the wilds, the thermal cave underground. On Lin An's retina, the environmental information had plotted a light blue safety path. Thus, with just a bit of the glow from the ethereal blue moss, he could stroll leisurely. The structure is more stable than imagined. Lin An frowned as he surveyed his surroundings, noticing the dark brown rocks beneath his feet speckled with grayish-white patches, while the air was filled with a nauseating stench. It was the high concentration of ammonia mixed with the smell of decaying flesh. After 30 minutes, the stench reached its peak. Ahead appeared a massive fork in the path. The cave on the left seemed like a giant mouth devouring light, and the deadly stench emanated from there. Just one glance, and even with mental preparation, he felt his scalp tingle, cold sweat instantly soaking his back. Above, dozens of meters high, the ceiling was densely covered with black fruits. No, those weren't fruits. They were thousands of hanging magical beasts. Second stage, dark cave bat adult. Status, deep winter sleep. Warning, extremely dangerous. Second stage. Lin An's pupils constricted. These creatures were nothing like the bats on Blue Star. Each one was as large as an eagle, with strong bodies enveloped in black membranes. Even in their slumber, their fierce aura was chilling. If the intelligence system hadn't confirmed they were hibernating, even with 100 times his courage, he wouldn't dare step forward. On the ground, the scene was even more horrifying. A layer of half a meter thick, grayish-white viscous feces mud was strewn with countless pale bones. I can't provoke them, truly can't provoke them. Lin An covered his nose and quietly retreated towards another passage exuding waves of heat. Second stage magical beasts. Just their size was comparable to a calf, and they could fly. He had no weapon. Now entering would be pure suicide. To be honest, with his current physique, he might not even be regarded as prey compared to those white bones on the ground. On Blue Star, in the live broadcast room, the barrage had significantly decreased due to the recent scene. My God, isn't this a horror movie? So terrifying, I'm definitely going to have nightmares tonight. Did you hear that sound? It's too scary. It feels like a second-stage magical beast. Thank goodness Lin An reacted quickly and didn't go in. As the barrage soared, the live broadcast screen darkened, leaving only Lin An's faint breathing. Why did it go dark? Where's the image? Did the signal from the advanced civilization cut off? Holy crap, could something have happened? Did that group of bats wake up? Don't scare me. Lin An, say something. It's over. This feeling of oppression is too strong, it feels like heading toward hell. Shut up. Lin An is looking for survival resources. Unknown fears caused over 100,000 viewers in Great Xia to hold their breath, and the barrage volume plummeted. After Lin An passed through the bat nest, the terrain sharply declined. The surroundings grew darker, and he relied solely on the route provided by the environmental information to feel his way forward. The temperature in the air was skyrocketing. 20, 30, 40. Huff, huff. Lin An was drenched in sweat, his moisture-wicking clothes clinging tightly to his body. I'm almost there. Isn't it the wind and snow temple? Why is it so hot? Just when Lin An felt he was about to run out of water. Whoosh! Without warning, a bone-chilling cold wind blew towards him. The extreme heat and cold clashed in the narrow tunnel, instantly creating a white mist. What the hell? This sudden fluctuation between hot and cold made Lin An want to give up, but on his retina only 30 meters remained to the purple pyramid. I can't give up. He gritted his teeth and rushed through the white mist. The sight before him made his pupils shrink, and all the hair on his body stood on end. Here was a gigantic underground circular hall. A pitch-black underground river flowed quietly, and on both banks countless eerie, white bones were neatly stacked. They were not animals. From the shape of the skulls, they were all humanoid beings. They maintained a kneeling posture facing the center of the hall, as if engaged in a pilgrimage that transcended millennia. Even as bones, the air was still filled with their devotion and fear. This is... Within the live broadcast room, the viewers who were originally discussing what resources Lin An might find were completely stunned. Holy crap! Are those human bones? What in the world is this place? Wait, look at the walls. There's light there. As the suitcase opened, a white monstrous fish emitting a chilling aura appeared. Several representatives of the white-haired nation were taken aback. What? Cold-resistant resources? Lou, are you kidding me? Rare cold-resistant food and ordinary resources that can resist the cold are two entirely different concepts. One can enhance permanent abilities. The other is temporary, and the value of the two is worlds apart. For the pioneers of the white-haired nation who landed in a desolate, cold region, the value is self-evident. A few hours later, Lu Donghua left the trading hall satisfied, laden with abundant resources, while several representatives of the white-haired nation were left pounding their chests in dismay. After negotiations, his transaction price was 30 higher than what the nation had demanded. His mood could not have been better. This was all thanks to the rare resources Lin An had uploaded, otherwise he would have truly been at the mercy of those white-haired folks. At this moment, he eagerly hoped that Lin An could produce more of such resources. With that thought, Lu Donghua opened the live stream, brought up Lin An's screen, and sent a message. Come on, another fish, Lin God, I beg you. Really am feeling itchy all over. In the wilderness within the dark bat demon cave. Finally, Lin An successfully crossed the minefield without alerting the magical beasts. Suddenly, the terrain took a sharp downward turn. The temperature in the air soared wildly. 20 C, 30 C, 40 C. Huff, huff. Lin An was drenched in sweat, his quick, dry clothes clinging tightly to him. Almost there. Isn't this the temple of the wind and snow? Why is it so hot? The viewers in the live stream were equally astonished. Where did Lin God run off to? It feels like an underground maze. Could there be resources underground? It doesn't look like it. It's too hot here. I can feel the heat, even through the screen. It's so dark. Can Lin God remember the terrain? Since Lin An crossed into the dark bat demon cave, Su Wan had been unable to comprehend his thoughts. She originally thought Lin An was just exploring the shelter's environment. She never expected Lin An to be so bold. Is this the courage of a pioneer? You really are quite similar to them. She often browsed domestic forums, discovering that Lin An had gained some fame, hailed as the last hope of the eternal frozen tundra. She didn't dare to think about what would happen if something suddenly went wrong in the cave. In the wilderness deep within the thermal cave, just as Lin An felt he was about to run out of water, whoosh! A bone-chilling gust of wind suddenly blew. The extreme heat and extreme cold clashed in the narrow tunnel, creating swirling white mist. What the hell? This sudden alternation between heat and cold made Lin An almost want to give up, but his retina indicated that he was only 30 meters away from the purple pyramid. I cannot give up. He gritted his teeth and rushed through the white mist. The sight before him made his pupils constrict, and every hair on his body stood on end. Before him was a vast underground circular hall. A pitch-black underground river flowed quietly, and on both sides of the riverbank were neatly stacked countless eerie white bones. They were not animal bones. Judging by the shape of the skulls, they were all humanoid beings. They remained in a kneeling position facing the center of the hall, as if engaged in a pilgrimage that transcended millennia. Even as they turned to bones, that aura of piety and fear still permeated the air. This is... In the live stream, the viewers who had been discussing what resources Lin An might find were complete. What the hell? Those are human bones. What on earth is this place? Wait, look at the wall. There's light. Oh no. Suwon stood up abruptly upon seeing the hall, pressing the red metal button on the desk with lightning speed. However, just a second before she was about to press it, Lin An's livestream screen went black, leaving a screen full of question marks. Beep, beep, beep. The harsh alarm echoed through the intelligence bureau, and all the visuals in the hall were completely covered by a line of blood-red characters: detection of savage civilization ruins. Detection of savage civilization ruins. Detection of savage civilization ruins. Looking at the bewildered colleagues around her, a hint of panic first showed on Suwon's usually indifferent face. It seems like something happened. In the depths of the cave in the mysterious hall, the mist of ice and fire dissipated, and Lin An still remained unaware that his livestream screen had been cut off. He stood in the center of that magnificent underground circular hall, surrounded by countless kneeling, eerie bones. In front of him, a living mural towering over 100 meters was slowly writhing in the dim light. It was composed of various mosses swaying with the wind. This is truly incredible. Lin An felt a jolt in his spirit. This method of preserving murals was far more vibrant and enduring than paint. He even saw the ethereal blue warm moss from his thermal cave. The ethereal blue glow depicted the snowstorm, while the crimson moss illustrated the magma. And at the center of the mural, thick moss had formed a feminine face lacking clear features, only a pair of pitch-black voids, as if coldly gazing down at the intruding ants. Buzz. Lin An merely glanced at it, but it felt as if his brain had been struck hard by a heavy hammer. An indescribable wave of nausea surged up, his vision began to twist and blur, and countless chaotic whispers echoed in his ears. Bad. This was Lin An's first thought. Then his thoughts ceased. It felt as if everything had come to a complete standstill. If the moss on the mural had a perspective, the upright being before him was now taking slow, deliberate steps toward him. His eyes were filled with a plethora of red blood vessels, like two ripe berries ready to burst with juice at any moment. Step by step, in the cave, Lin An could neither hear the outside clamor nor feel any emotions. He did not know how much time had passed. His consciousness was drawn into a void ice field. An ancient, cold, mocking female voice resonated deep within his soul. Since you have seen the divine, why not kneel? Buzz. The terrifying pressure descended. Lin An felt every bone in his body groan, as if his knees were about to be crushed. Fortunately, at this moment, he also successfully regained his thoughts. Mysterious murals, civilization ruins, temple of the wind and snow. The strange wilderness. Countless fragments flashed through Lin An's mind. Experts and scholars from Blue Star speculating about the wilderness, questions from the survival knowledge database, scenes of certain pioneers unexpectedly meeting their demise. There were also the terrifying powers of godlike pioneers tearing apart magical beasts, and the rankings of national fortunes of higher civilizations. The wilderness. Mysterious and unknown beyond the measure of science. At this moment, he was utterly convinced that there was indeed an existence conversing with him, observing him. What should I do? Should I kneel? Or would lying down show more sincerity? If I kneel, should it be on one knee, both knees, or should I prostrate myself completely? If I anger this existence, will I truly perish? 1,000 words turned into a roar in Lin An's heart system. Save me quickly. On Blue Star, the Great Xia Intelligence Center. The scene, composed of countless glowing moss forming a mysterious mural, and the ground littered with white bones, was urgently frozen in time. Level 1 incident. Repeat, this is a Level 1 incident. All teams halt your current tasks. Focus on analyzing the footage. With several heavy door pushes, several eminent figures from the fields of biology, archaeology, and ancient linguistics in the Great Xia rushed into the hall like madmen. An old professor with white hair, pale-faced, pointed at the screen and trembled as he said, "Another barbaric civilization. They actually used glowing moss to construct living murals, which could last for up to 1,000,000 years." In the hall there was a deathly silence. Civilization means wisdom, means rules, and also means uncontrollable danger. Blue Star had paid an unimaginable price. Layli stared at the goddess statue, her nails digging deep into her palm. Professor Lin An. What are his chances of survival? He is one of the 8th batch of apocalypse candidates. She could never have imagined that Lin An would discover the remnants of civilization in such an underground setting. It completely disrupted all of Great Xia's plans. The old professor took off his glasses and shook his head. According to the composition, the god is high above, while all beings are mere bones. This is a religious civilization that worships bloody sacrifices. From known data, the older the deity, the more difficult it is to communicate, and the survival chances for pioneers are extremely low. The power of the gods is unpredictable. Upon hearing this, the scholars fell silent. But at this moment, there was nothing they could do. Meanwhile, across the ocean, In the Lighthouse Nation, the barbaric Strategic Security Bureau was in an emergency roundtable meeting. General Smith, expressionless, tapped the table. Gentlemen, another lucky one has touched the divine relic. An intelligence officer stood up and pulled up a report. In the past 7 years of exploration, a total of 32 top pioneers have accidentally entered civilization ruins worldwide. Among them, 20 lost their vital signs within an hour of entering the ruins. Among those who escaped alive, 8 went insane, and even after returning to Blue Star, they committed suicide. The few remaining are currently at the top of the survivor leaderboard, including our countries. That's enough. Colonel Smith interrupted the intelligence officer's statement and continued, I want to know which deity this ruin belongs to. In the Lighthouse Nation, is there any possibility of occupation? Servitude. No possibility, Colonel. This should be the oldest god of the barbaric lands. From the mural structure, it may also be incomplete. The survival rate for intruders will not exceed 5. Colonel, serving the god of war is the only option for the Lighthouse Nation. A hint of fervor appeared in the intelligence officer's eyes. Colonel Smith nodded. All right, I understand. He added, praise the war. In the roundtable meeting hall, the remaining experts and scholars immediately echoed, praise the war. Lin An, barbaric ancient civilization, Whitebone Hall mysterious mural. In just 10 minutes, these 2 keywords topped the global social media hot search. Lin An stood amidst the pile of bones, gazing up at the screenshot of the deity, which was being crazily shared by countless people. However, these images had all been processed, blurring the face of the goddess. Some were terrified while others were curious. In the dark web, the largest global gambling pool for barbaric survival also released its latest odds. Bet, can Lin An from the Great Xia survive the ruins? Yes, odds 115, no odds 11. Many people on Blue Star were aware of the existence of ruins in the barbaric lands. What they didn't know was what these pioneers were truly facing. Deep within the unknown depths of the barbaric underground. Quiet. Strange. Lin An roared within his heart. Blood flowed from his 7 orifices, continuously dripping onto the ground covered in white bones. Ding. Do you wish to overdraw future information points for 3 days to conduct civilization analysis? The information system responded. Overdraw. Lin An did not hesitate at all. Buzz. The purple gold radiance suddenly burst forth on Lin An's retina. It was one ancient and mysterious golden rune after another. They rapidly intertwined and bit each other in the air, transforming into dazzling chains of data. Rattle. Under Lin An's retina, these golden chains coiled around the phantom head of the mysterious mural. 1 second later, the sky full of golden runes suddenly converged, condensing into a line of answers, radiating a platinum glow at the center of Lin An's retina. World secret analysis completed. Discovery incomplete. Frost goddess deity. Mural. The frost goddess is synonymous with arrogance, despising weaklings and blind servants. Kneel, and you may receive her blessings. Not kneeling. Do I really have to be a stubborn one? Lin An felt a bit numb. The goddess doesn't like sycophants, right? Since the system had already provided the correct answer, Lin An could only grit his teeth and use all his strength to thrust the alloy shovel hard into the ground, propping himself up inch by inch. Straightening his spine, it seemed that the wind in the hall sensed Lin An's defiance and grew stronger. Cold. So cold. Lin An's body trembled continuously as waves of bone-chilling wind pierced through his pores, scraping at his marrow. If it weren't for his evolved physique possessing intermediate cold resistance, he truly wouldn't be able to withstand this cold wind. Besides the cold, what was even more unbearable was the psychological pressure. He felt as if the surrounding white bones had come to life. In the hollow eye sockets, anger and chaotic whispers shone through. Why don't you kneel? Kneel. You wretched slave. Kneeling is the only way to survive, you fool. Kneel. Hurry and kneel. Lin An's eyes were bloodshot. His consciousness began to disperse, and countless double images appeared in his vision. Countless humanoid creatures were at his current position. They prayed devoutly, offered prey, gained divine power, and embraced the wind and snow. It seemed that kneeling would grant everything. Fortunately, the purple gold text prompt on Lin An's retina remained fiercely protecting his last bit of clarity. He wasn't sure how much longer he could hold on, or how long he could last. No, I have to do something. Lin An bit his tongue, using the intense pain to stay awake, and roared frantically in his heart. Rise. Those who do not wish to be slaves. Let our blood and flesh. Lin An was singing. He was singing the national anthem of the Great Xia loudly in his heart. Strangely enough, just at the moment when Lin An's will burned to its peak. Whoosh. Without warning, the overwhelming pressure dissipated. It was as if the raging blizzard was suddenly halted by an invisible hand, and the hall returned to a deathly silence. Hoo-hoo. Lin An gasped heavily, sweat dripping from his chin onto the parched white bones. Before he could fully calm his violently beating heart, the air currents deep within the cave suddenly changed direction. A warm breeze carrying a peculiar fragrance brushed past the rock walls, and all the moss on the mural unfurled its curled leaves, exposing silver-white root systems beneath. Swish. The entire mural's color scheme underwent a dramatic transformation in an instant. The dark green-black faded away, replaced by pure white. The content of the mural was also reconstructed. The once cold and indifferent goddess who looked down upon all beings from above now slightly lowered her head. The hollow eyes that had made Lin An tremble seemed to reveal a hint of approval as they flowed within the mural. Her hands also slightly spread open, no longer demanding but rather bestowing. Ding! Congratulations, Pioneer. You have passed the will trial of the Frost Goddess. A blue light curtain and prompts flashed before Lin An. Then in Lin An's retina, a grand tree-like diagram, seemingly formed from ice crystals, gradually unfolded before him. The apex of the diagram was shrouded in pitch-black fog, with only the two nodes at the very bottom flashing with enticing cold light. World Intelligence Sequence 1 Winter's Servant Sequence characteristics ignores frost, and when in a snowstorm or extreme cold environment gains a 30 divine enhancement to power speed, endurance, and recovery. Promotion ceremony requires the sacrifice of 3 extremely cold items: ice jade column, fish ice, heart lotus, fresh snow demon bear's liver, the liver of a snow demon bear. Lin An immediately envisioned the huge claw marks on the ice surface. Let me hunt a second-tier magical beast. Frost sister, are you serious? Lin An looked around at the heads that were clearly 2 sizes larger than his own, and the massive bones. A bizarre thought emerged in his mind. Is there a possibility that I am actually too weak? Just then, tick-tock, a crisp sound of water droplets shattered the silence. He saw a bowl-shaped structure carved out of stone directly beneath the silver-white mural. Drops of silver-white liquid were sliding down the fingertips of the goddess and gathering in the bowl. Although it was only a shallow sip, it exuded a chilling fragrance that made the soul tremble. Acquired Extreme Cold Divine Brew X1 Legendary. This is the Frost Goddess reward for the trial taker. Drinking it will significantly transform a mortal body, greatly enhancing cold resistance. Oh wow, is this the goddess blessing? Praise the goddess. Lin An swallowed hard. Without any hesitation, he stepped forward, leaned over the stone platform, and gulped down the Extreme Cold Divine Brew. Boom. The liquid flowed down his throat, and instead of the expected coldness, it felt like a high explosive thunderbolt detonating within him. Hint satiety significantly increased 25, 35, 45. Hint legendary grade treasure permanently enhances your physical abilities, increasing satiety cap to 400. Hint legendary grade treasure greatly enhances your cold resistance. Lin An felt as if his blood had been replaced with heavy mercury, each heartbeat becoming strong and powerful. The pores on the surface of his skin tightened, a faint ice crystal membrane covering his entire body, then quickly disappearing beneath his skin. Ding. Physique transformation completed. Acquired advanced cold resistance 0. 2 Who? Lin An exhaled a puff of white air, and the airflow actually condensed in the air, turning into sparkling ice powder that fell gently. Strong. Unprecedentedly strong. He now had the illusion that he could run naked across the eternal frozen tundra. Moreover, besides cold resistance, he faintly sensed that his physical strength and vitality had also increased. Just as Lin An was immersed in the joy of his power surge, a grand voice from beyond the heavens, ignoring the barriers of time and space, echoed in the hearts of all humanity on Blue Star and the barbaric pioneers. Blue Star announcement. Lin An, the 8th batch of pioneers from the Great Xia, has triggered and completed the divine trial, advancing the exploration process. The first phase of the barbaric land's survival of the fittest has ended. The second phase of the barbaric land's apocalypse conflict is about to begin. As the announcement from the higher civilization concluded, the live stream of Lin An fell into a brief period of silence. Everyone was left dumbfounded. Moments later, the barrage of comments erupted like a tsunami. What? An announcement from a higher civilization. This must be the first time in human history. Lin An of the Great Xia Nation. My God, the name of the divine Lin resonates throughout the world. I want to ask, what kind of scenario is this? So impressive. Divine Lin. Voice breaking, but what does the War of Revelation mean? It sounds like there's going to be a war. I don't know, but I feel like the wilderness is about to change. Even Blue Stars. The audience felt a sense of awe, but the overwhelming feeling of witnessing history caused the adrenaline of every viewer, even the people of Great Xia, to surge. The first in the world. Especially after the arrival of the wilderness, the overall ranking of the Great Xia Nation had been declining. Such an announcement was truly timely. Some sharp-eyed viewers noticed that next to Lin An's name on the live broadcast screen of the higher civilization, there was an additional tag under the gaze of the Frost Goddess. Who is the Frost Goddess? Just some frost, right? Sounds like she must be very beautiful. Is she from the murals? I like her too. I want her. Get upstairs, hurry, and wash up to sleep. Some foreign viewers were also left stunned. Oh my God. Damn. Why is it Great Xia? It should be our John instead. Is he the one pushing the historical process of this? Isn't fair. Never underestimate the ancient Eastern nations. Is this the foundation of the once top nation on Blue Star? West 8. Though I really don't want to admit it, this person from Great Xia is somewhat impressive. Today Lin An's name became known worldwide. In the 3rd Intelligence Bureau Laley slumped in his chair, his back drenched in cold sweat. Suwon took off her glasses, rubbing her swollen temples, and the two exchanged a glance, both seeing the shock in each other's eyes. He survived, and even made a big news. Laley forced a smile. Does this kid always have to play so big? Laley had originally thought his judgment on Lin and was already quite radical. Looking back now, it was still a bit too conservative. Suwon also fell silent. The old professors they had just sent off had confidently stated how terrifying the relics of civilization were. Many had spent days and nights trapped inside. How did Lin An manage to clear it in 10 minutes? Is this reasonable? When we were still worried about whether he could survive, he was pushing forward the exploration of the wilderness. I know you're fast, but not this fast. Suwon could already imagine the awkward faces of those old scholars. Just then the red secure phone on the desk suddenly rang. Laley, Suwon, come to conference room 1 immediately. It's a high-level meeting. In the highest strategic conference room, smoke filled the air. Everyone please take a seat. The old leader stood at the head of the table, knocked on it, and his expression was more serious than ever. Just now we, the heads of state, also received notification regarding the specific rules for the 2nd stage, the War of Revelation. The large screen behind lit up with a segment of text. Laley and Suwon immediately sat up straight. The old leader pointed at the screen and read solemnly, in 20 days, when the 8th batch of pioneers has survived for 30 days, the 2nd stage will officially begin. At that time, each country will determine the final revelator. If the revelator survives, that country will gain 2 subversive privileges. First, establish two-way real-time communication with the revelator, no longer just one-way broadcasting. We can have private conversations with the pioneers. Upon hearing this, a suppressed gasp was heard in the conference room. Once contact with the pioneers is established, it can be said to be of immense significance. Each pioneer will directly possess all resources of that country, backed by experts and scholars from various fields. To put it bluntly, from taking a sip of water, how to drink, how much, and how many gulps to swallow can all be arranged for you. But the second statement from the old leader was even more shocking. Second, within a 3-kilometer radius of the revelators coordinates, pioneers from that country can be deployed. What? Several military leaders stood up abruptly, their pupils shaking. Deploying pioneers at a designated point. Within 3 kilometers. Can every revelator do this? The old leader took a deep breath, his gaze intense. That's right. This means that the logic of survival in the wilderness has completely changed. Previously, it was about individual survival in the wilderness. Now, it is about national-level base control. We are no longer sending people to explore, but are going to establish a foothold around the revelator, build outposts, and even establish cities. Currently, there are only 3 surviving revelators from Great Xia, so the choice of the final pioneer must be more cautious. The entire room fell silent. The wilderness is vast, so even if tens of thousands of pioneers land in the same terrain, they cannot explore the entirety within 8 years, let alone meet each other. But if they are extremely lucky and do meet, it would be of great significance. 2 small countries directly formed an alliance due to a meeting of pioneers. Those 2 pioneers successfully helped each other through one life-and-death crisis after another, entering the top 100 of the survivor leaderboard together. If it weren't for the fact that they were both women, they might have even had children. Thus, everyone present realized that this was no longer merely about survival, but the dawn of colonization and conquest. Across the ocean, a global video conference was underway specifically for the alliance of 5 nations. The president of the lighthouse country sat in the Oval Office with screens showing heads of state from England, Cherry Blossom, and Maple Leaf among allied nations. The same news had been digested, yet the atmosphere remained one of shock. However, under the leadership of the president of the lighthouse country, there was a more ambitious fervor in the video conference. Ladies and gentlemen, the opportunity has come. The president of the lighthouse country swirled his wine glass, his gaze sinister. Since we can deploy pioneers, it is the strong suit of the allied nations. Our John is at the top and happens to be the revelator among the first batch of pioneers. When the time comes, we will send the most elite Navy SEALs there to establish the first free city in the wilderness. If possible, I suggest your elites and resources be sent to the lighthouse country as well. At that time, the resources we harvest will also be shared with you. But the Prime Minister of the Cherry Blossom country cautiously asked, should we also try to contact that frost goddess after Lin and just triggered the announcement? According to what we know, in the Cherry Blossom country, there are more than 1 relics of the wilderness frost civilization. Stop. The president of the lighthouse country sneered, his face filled with disdain. Why worship an ice and snow deity? Do you want to drink a belly full of cold wind? Or do you want to taste the flavor of icy shards? Moreover, the extreme cold deadlands are simply unsuitable for establishing bases. There are no minerals, no timber, and certainly no food. Only John's fertile plains are the most suitable place for humans to inhabit in the wilderness. Remember, worshipping the god of war is your only choice. John is already number 1 in the world. The supplies he uploaded alone are enough for us to consume endlessly. Facts speak louder than words. Under the planning of the president of the lighthouse country, the other 4 heads of state nodded in agreement and signed the agreements in their hands. Even as they entered the wilderness, they aimed to solidify their dominant position in the wilderness world. At this moment, survivors scattered across the wilderness, whether in jungles, deserts, or islands, opened the familiar National Fortune Leaderboard. Some things hadn't changed, but others had. The rewards on the National Fortune Leaderboard for the 8th batch of pioneers were completely refreshed. In the wild, the mysterious hall, Lin An gazed at the rewards on the leaderboard displayed on the light screen, his face filled with astonishment. He never expected that merely exploring a civilization's ruins would lead to such upheaval. National Fortune Leaderboard 8th Batch Special Event activated. Those who compete will be remembered. Originally, all body-strengthening liquid and nutritional liquid had vanished. In their place was a dazzling dark golden glow that drove one to madness. Current settlement rewards countdown: 20 days 1 SD place, Overlord Bow Legendary 40 increase in National Natural Environment 2nd place, Titan Armor Legendary 30 increase in National Natural Environment 3rd place, Multifunctional Portable Vehicle Legendary 20 increase in National Natural Environment 4th 10th places, Multifunctional Backpack Good Quality Healing Potions. Lin An discovered that even the body-strengthening liquid, which was originally the reward for the 100th place, had increased from 1 bottle to 10. In other words, the leaderboard rewards had directly multiplied by 10, particularly the weapon reward for 1st place. Lin An was truly tempted. In the wilderness, crafting a ranged weapon wasn't difficult, but the problem was, even if he managed to make one, it would be unable to penetrate the skin armor of the indigenous beasts in the wild, especially those bats deep within the caves, which were all 2nd-tier beasts. If he could have a legendary weapon, it would be different. It could be said that he would have a certain level of self-defense. Once the white disaster ends, I can give it a try. Lin An recalled the faint yellow traces of the beasts on the snowfield. From the perspective of resource richness, there was definitely a chance to compete for the top few places. After finishing his monologue, a sudden wave of hunger surged through his body. It felt as if every cell was crying out in hunger. Having experienced this twice before, Lin An understood. It was the evolution of his body after gaining advanced cold resistance. Now he needed a large amount of energy. Lin An sat on the white bones in the hall, consuming the snow rat jerky he had prepared before setting out. He took one bite after another. His fullness seemed to have a drain installed. No matter how much Lin An ate, he couldn't increase it even a little. As he continued to eat, an overwhelming drowsiness washed over him like a tide. Lin An leaned against the rock wall unguarded and fell into a deep sleep in the mysterious hall. In the dimness, the mural above seemed to come alive. The goddess' hollow pupils appeared to shift slightly, as if stirred by a gentle breeze. In the profound silence of the abyss, in the last moment before Lin An fell asleep, he faintly caught a teasing whisper in his ear, an interesting little fellow. Except for Lin An himself, the pioneers in the wild also paused their actions due to the prompt on the light screen, making new decisions. In a dense forest that blocked the sky and sun, a man as sturdy as an iron tower was covered in mud and plant juice on his bare muscular body. He remained motionless, appearing like a giant chameleon. A few minutes later, a pitch-black giant beetle flew over his head. In an instant, the man sprang into action, heading straight for a bush laden with colorful berries. After plucking a handful of fruits, he chewed them hastily and quickly retreated. A few minutes later, the black lines on his arm receded, and he let out a sigh of relief. Detoxification successful. Then an announcement rang out. Zhao Taiju wiped the mud from his face, his eyes filled with disbelief. Goodness. Passed the divine trial. The youth today are even fiercer than us old soldiers. I can't fall behind either. For the sake of the National Fortune rewards, I will fight. In another white plane, Li Qingqing, an elite from a prestigious family, stood by a white spring. Although her face was haggard, her gaze was resolute. After filtering the water source with a silk scarf, she looked at the name that occupied the entire light screen and frowned slightly. Lin An. I know all the young talents in the capital circle. This name doesn't appear on the training camp list. Could it be an underdog emerging from the masses? A hint of doubt flashed in Li Qingqing's eyes, which soon turned into determination. Since the issue with the water source was resolved, it was time to execute the strategy her family had planned for the harsh plains. As the current number 1 in the Great Xia and the 2nd in the world, Mu Shui, wearing a damp fitted vest, sat atop a pile of ore. A smudge of gray on her face added an air of wildness. Lin An. She remembered this name. In the Great Xia selection competition before entering the wild, that frail boy was only a few points behind her. At the time, she hadn't paid much attention. After all, in her world, there had always been only one first place. I didn't expect you to get ahead of me this time. Mu Shui gazed at the deep monster lair in the distance, licking her cracked red lips, her eyes ignited with fierce flames. I am the first of Great Xia in the past, present, and surely in the future. As it will always be. She stood up, easily lifting the heavy alloy pickaxe, and walked towards the territory of this first-tier monster. Since I can't find a suitable shelter, I'll just seize one. In the fertile plains, little John was lying on a wild boar skin, sneering at the announcement. Passed the trial. Just a gambler. However, I have to thank this great Xia person. If it weren't for him, the advanced civilization wouldn't have opened such generous rewards in advance. A legendary weapon. It will be mine. Brother, you better hold on to your first place on the survival leaderboard. Top competitors from other countries felt similarly. They recognized Lin An's courage and were grateful for his contribution. After all, the rewards were only based on the material upload rankings, and Lin An wasn't even in the top 100 right now, posing no threat to their current rankings. It was equivalent to making them, who were already on the leaderboard, a wedding dress for Lin An. The true shock in the wild occurred among the few surviving monsters. A high school student from Sakura Nation dressed in tattered school uniform was kicking the sand beneath his feet in boredom. Behind him lay several sea beast corpses stacked like small hills. So boring. Every day is just killing monsters, eating meat, and sleeping. At the moment he saw the announcement, a spark of excitement finally lit up in his eyes. Has the version finally been updated? That's just wonderful, Lin An. Calculating the time, I should be graduating too. Saying this, he leaped into the ocean with incredible speed, like a human torpedo. In the wild, also in class human life forbidden zone, a mysterious great Xia woman draped in animal skins was sharpening a bone knife in her hand. Upon hearing the news of Lin An and the trial, her movements paused. Ruins. I see now. With a casual squeeze, the incredibly hard skull of the third-tier monster in her hand crumbled like a cookie. In the next second, she vanished like a swift leopard dashing into the depths of the wilderness. Along the way, those large monsters that usually ruled over their domains sensed her presence and fled in terror, as if they had encountered a natural enemy. In the wild, at an altitude of 10,000 meters, the wind howled. A giant man, terrifyingly massive like a mountain of flesh, sat cross-legged on the back of a third-tier bipedal dragon beast, overlooking the vast land below. He was the pinnacle of combat power among the pioneers, the Great John's representative from the Lighthouse Nation. Looking at the announcement on his retina, the giant man grinned widely, revealing a wild smile. A trial. An interesting little boy from Great Xia. However, he patted the scales of the giant dragon beneath him, his eyes shining with a domineering disdain for all. What's the point of serving the gods? In this world, I will become a god myself. At that moment, the gears of the wild world began to turn wild, and the instigator behind all this, Lin An. 3 days later, he finally woke up from his slumber. How long have I been asleep? Lin An stretched the joints in his body, cracking. Then, as if recalling something, he reached for his leather bag, and when he felt nothing inside, a cry of despair came from beneath the mural. The sky has fallen. My meat. It's all gone. Lin An vaguely remembered being half full before sleeping. How could 5 pounds of jerky just vanish? He even started to suspect that some creature might have stolen it while he was asleep. But upon reflection, he felt if a creature did come, he might have been the main course. It seemed he had simply eaten so much that he had finished all the store. What to do? Just as Lin An was at a loss, a melodious prompt sounded. Ding. Today's information has been refreshed. 14 days. A system prompt echoed in Lin An's mind, yet he made no haste to check it. He sat cross-legged upon the stone platform. Behind him, the mural of the goddess had faded from silvery white back to ashen gray, as though the divine miracle of recent days had been nothing but a fleeting dream. Even primordial deities possess genuine power. Huff. Let's first examine myself. Lin An rubbed his hands together and opened his personal interface. After enduring the Frostwind trial and consuming the ultimate frost brew, his body had undergone a profound transformation. Explorer Lin An. Satiety 260,500. Body temperature 36. 8C. Abilities: advanced cold resistance 0. 2. Supplies: legendary snowmobile 1, high energy coal 1. 5. Fire starting kit 1, tier 1, iron scaled blackfish 2. Ice blueberries 4, refined snow 2. Silver frost velvet rat hide 1, hardened rat fangs 2, high density leg bones 4. Special status: the Frostwind goddess gaze, she watches you, do not disappoint her. Live broadcast, downtime 8 hours. Personal rank no. 3729 batch 8, overall survivor rankings not yet activated. Rank reward none. Advanced cold resistance. Lin An pinched the muscle of his arm. The contours were tauter than before, and beneath his skin a warm subterranean current seemed to pulse. An instinct stirred within him. Were he to return to day one, the moment he first set foot here, he could now withstand the blizzard bare-chested effortlessly. Even within a white calamity he could endure for nearly an hour. Among Batch 8's explorers, surely no one else is more frost-enduring than I. I am a prodigy of cold resistance. A faint smile lifted Lin An's lips, then froze. A black label. Beneath the abilities section, the Frostwind goddess gaze loomed ink-black and jarringly out of place. To his knowledge, all elite civilization badges, such as Top Survivor or Master Hunter, shone with radiant gold signifying potent beneficial buffs. Black had never seen that before. It bore the ominous aura of a curse, a malevolent debuff. Well, something is better than nothing. Lin An shook his head. Since his body showed no adverse symptoms, he would simply honor this Sister Frostwind for now. Yet what troubled him more than the label was his plummeting rank. Having uploaded no supplies for 3 days, had tumbled from the top 100 to beyond the 300th position. He opened the National Fortune Rankings Batch 8 and drew a sharp breath. Rank 1 Lighthouse Nation John Smith. Submitted Tier 1 Magical Beast. Cleft Flame Board 2 Tier 1 Verdant Crystals 5. Rank 2 Daxiao Nation Mu Shui. Submitted Tier 1 Refined Iron or 500 kilograms, Symbiotic Blue Gold Grass 100. So none of them are holding back. Lin An's eyes twitched as he scanned the torrential stream of submitted items. Had these people turned the primordial wilderness into their private backyard? By contrast, his own inventory was emptier than his face. Only 2 fish remained, the dried meat was gone, the few ice blue berries left wouldn't even fill a tooth gap. Raising my satiety cap to 500 is welcome, but losing 10 points per hour. Can I sustain that? Lin An rubbed his growling stomach and sighed. He had grown stronger and hungrier. System, save this child. Taking a deep breath, Lin An placed his final hope in the intelligence system. Trapped indoors by the White Calamity and unwilling to risk death against Tier 2 magical beasts, all he craved was food. Spicy hot pot crossing the bridge, rice noodles, fried chicken, hot pot barbecue, street-side stalls, Aleokiniat buffets. Today's intelligence refreshed, 11. Select intelligence type A. Supplies B. Environment C. Crisis D. World. Select as supplies. Lin An hesitated no longer. A flash of golden light streaked across his retina as data streams coalesced into a vivid green coordinate marker. Then a line of text appeared, so startling it halted Lin An's breath. Today's intelligence survival category, a rare class survival blind box, lies buried at a depth of 1.3 meters inside the cave at coordinates 315, 868. A rare blind box. Lin An shot upright, eyes blazing with fervor. His legendary blind box had yielded a snowmobile, a vehicle that had utterly reversed his fate. This one, though merely rare tier blue, was pure salvation in this godforsaken underground realm. Fortune favors me. I've struck gold, and it's right inside the cavern. No need to step outside. I wonder which lucky soul selected it but failed to open it, leaving it for me. Yet, when he registered the precise coordinates, his grin solidified. His environmental map unfolded automatically across his vision, and there, blinking insistently seductively green, was the treasure marker. Nestled precisely where he least wished to go, deep within the den of abyssal frostbats, Tier 2 magical beast. Moreover, it pulsed directly beneath that half-meter-thick layer of hell. Slowly, stiffly, Lin An turned his head toward the mural of the goddess behind him. After 3 seconds of silence, a wail of despair erupted through the cavern. Sister Frostwind, what on earth should I do? Meanwhile on Earth, Lin An's livestream channel remained pitch black for 3 days straight. Yet bizarrely, instead of collapsing into obscurity, its viewership surged, inexplicably exponentially. Concurrent viewers skyrocketed, from an initial few tens of thousands to 50,000, then 100,000, and now exceeding 3 million. Such growth was unprecedented in the annals of wilderness livestream history. Countless domestic and international viewers kept vigil around the clock. The chat barrage grew so dense it obscured the black screen itself. 3 days already. Has God Lin awakened yet? Even the workhorse team wouldn't dare rest this long. Brother Lin, please tell me you're not actually dead. Don't scare me. I have heart issues. If he died, wouldn't the screen turn red? 10th, the Sandperson petition begging for broadcast resumption. We demand the goddess mural. We demand the Frostwind goddess. Amidst the mounting tension, a golden highlighted comment drifted calmly across the screen, steadying the chaos. Retired Explorer Wu Jing. Everyone please remain calm. A black screen typically indicates one of 3 states: deep sleep, severe coma, or external control. Given Lin An's recent high-intensity trial, he most likely collapsed from exhaustion and is now resting. Wu Jing's authoritative analysis brought tentative relief to Daxiao's audience. Yet his innate traffic magnetism also attracted envy and mockery from foreign viewers. Oh well, if he's not dead, he's still just a useless sleeper. Lin is currently the highest profile, yet lowest ranked contestant among Batch 8. How ironic. He resembles a celebrity influencer rather than a true explorer. Are all Daxiao's explorers like this, flashy but hollow? The top-ranked Little John from Batch 8 has only 1 million supporters. Such comments flooded the feed relentlessly. Ultimately, the dissonance stemmed from Lin An's soaring popularity juxtaposed with his abysmal ranking and prolonged black screen, disappointing countless newcomers drawn by his fame. Daxiao 3rd Intelligence Bureau. Inside the command center, the atmosphere hummed with relentless activity and palpable tension. On the massive central screen, clusters of green dots, each representing a Daxiao explorer, had dimmed dramatically over these past 3 days. These 3 days have been sheer carnage. Layli stared grimly at the casualty report in her hand. Fatality rate has spiked to 31%. We've barely begun, 14 days in, and already lost one-third of our force. Suwon's slender fingers danced swiftly across her console, her voice cool and precise. Global explorers face identical losses. The cause? Greed. Based on surging supply submissions and increasingly reckless expeditions, we infer the leaderboard rewards have changed, possibly introducing legendary tier weapons. These incentives have driven even the most cautious explorers into frenzy. Suwon, it isn't greed, it's duty. Layli sighed, massaging her temples. The director confirmed that national fortune rewards are highly probable. Otherwise, this escalation makes no sense. Suwon paused mid-action and looked up at Layli, voicing the question weighing heaviest on her mind. Commander, what word from above regarding Lin An? Has the Divine Herald designation been finalized? Layli shook her head helplessly. Not promising. 3 days ago, Lin An was the undisputed first choice. But now, his plummeting rank, unfavorable terrain, and prolonged disappearance have cast serious doubt among senior officials. Meanwhile, seed-level explorers like Mu Shui and Zhao Taizhu have broken through bottlenecks and steadily climbed the rankings. Conservative leadership deems Lin An too unpredictable. Thus, the Divine Herald selection remains suspended under review. Suwon didn't look up, only exhaled softly. Switzerland Neutral Observation News Station. Its global broadcast loop carried breaking news. This is International Watch. Spurred by Daxiao explorer Lin An's advancement of world progress, the primordial wilderness supply market has undergone seismic shifts. Statistics show that rare resource trade volume across nations has surged 300 in the past 72 hours, with prices climbing relentlessly. Notably, inflation has not crippled Daxia, rather it has become their windfall. Leveraging sustained outputs from elite prospectors in mining and herbalism, Daxia is exchanging high-priced rare resources for vast quantities of foundational survival supplies on the global market. Daxia's resource crisis has eased significantly. Its comprehensive national strength ranking has risen from 8th to 5th. Daxia has re-entered the first-tier nations. Whether it can reclaim a top-3 hegemony remains to be seen. Daxia is reviving. Yet the young man who single-handedly unlocked this new era appears to be fading from global memory, even abandoned. The primordial wilderness is merciless. Thermal cave. Just as the world assumed the stream would stay dark forever. ZZZT. A faint electric crackle pierced the silence. Then, after 3 full days of stillness, the livestream window flickered and blazed a light. The image was still not completely clear, yet the millions of spectators crouching in wait erupted in excitement. The dark screen was now completely covered by a myriad of bullet comments. It's lit. It's lit. My youth has returned. Welcome back, Lin Shun. Whoa. The missing person, Lin Shun. Where have you been for the past 3 days? We missed you so much. This fervent atmosphere left many first-time foreign viewers dumbfounded. WTF. This traffic. Crazy, the people of Daxiao are insane. Incredible. As Lin An's face became clear, the frenzied bullet comments momentarily paused. Then an even more surging wave of amazement erupted. What the heck? Am I seeing things? Is this Lin Shun? Why does he feel different? Did he use a beauty filter? Why does his skin look so fair? Like jade. In the scene, Lin An was still wearing his quick-dry outfit, yet his entire demeanor had undergone a dramatic transformation. His skin appeared a cold pale white, yet glimmered with a lustrous sheen. The once emaciated body was now more toned, every muscle defined, brimming with explosive strength. Especially those eyes, deep and calm, subtly radiating a chilling aura. Daxiao Third Intelligence Center. Suwon was the first to notice the anomaly and concluded the benefits after the divine trial. His skin and physical condition seemed to have improved. Stronger than a seed-level pioneer. Good morning, everyone. Lin An greeted them, his voice calm, yet exuding confidence. We're going to explore the Bat Cave again today. He had just decided that he couldn't bear the unpleasantness alone. Little did Lin An realize his popularity in the livestream room on Blue Star had already skyrocketed. Leaving the mysterious hall, the nauseating smell of ammonia in the air gradually thickened as he climbed upward. Above him, the deep red traces of magical beasts reappeared. A few hours later, second stage lair of the dark cave magic bat. Lin An paused at the cave entrance, frowning slightly, his gaze sharpening. On the retina, the environmental map continuously zoomed and unfolded. An enticing green dot representing rare level survival blind box blinked in the white marsh ahead. The blind box was likely obtained by some lucky one who fell into the Eternal Frost Tundra. Unfortunately, they were unlucky enough to be found by a hunting dark cave magic bat and brought back to the nest. Despite being so close, Lin An didn't rush in. He crouched behind the rocks, carefully observing the terrain. The left rock wall has too steep a slope, making it easy to slip and create noise. The middle is the thickest pile of dung. Stepping on it would cause one to sink in. The only path is the right side, close to the rock wall's skeletal accumulation zone. Fortunately, with environmental intel, he could find the optimal path in this messy environment. Every move he made was being watched by millions on Blue Star. Heavens. No wonder it's Lin An so brave. I think I heard some movement from above. What beast could it be? So scary. From the analysis of the skeletal structure on the ground, they're all first-stage magical beasts, so this place must at least be the lair of second-stage magical beasts. How thrilling. So disgusting, my heart can't take it. Most viewers thought Lin An was looking for a way back, and under this atmosphere they didn't dare to breathe, fearing they'd awaken the sleeping monster through the screen. After a few minutes of precise calculations, Lin An moved. He slipped into the cave like a silent ghost, sticking close to the right rock wall. Above him, countless second-stage magical beasts were suspended upside down, their grinding sounds echoing like a chorus of demonic whispers. Below his feet lay a deathly mire mixed with bones and excrement. One misstep would lead to the abyss. Lin An moved quickly, yet every step was steady. Finally, he halted before an unremarkable, white mud slope. The system displayed that the blind box was right below. Hold on. Lin An held his breath, forcing himself to endure the foul stench infiltrating his pores. He didn't swing the shovel violently, but crouched down gently, inserting the alloy shovel into the viscous, warm, grayish-white substance, peeling away the covering bit by bit. Lin An, you must remember. These are all high-quality resources fertilizer. Lin An kept giving himself psychological hints. Indeed, if it weren't for the threat of magical beasts, it would be a massive resource point for pioneers. Just a bit disgusting. 1 inch, 2 inches. This crazy act right under the noses of the magical beasts left all the viewers stunned. What is Lin An doing? Did he find some resources? I guess so. Last time I caught a glimpse, I saw a treasure chest inside. Are you for real? If there is, I'll eat 10 pounds. Report someone is scamming for food and drink. The tip of the shovel felt an extremely faint touch. Lin An paused, reaching to clear away the last layer of filth. A faint, deep blue light quietly blossomed in this dirty, dark corner. Acquired rare level survival blind box. Blue Lin An picked up the heavy metal box, showing no lingering attachment, and turned to leave. The entire process was silent. In the live stream room, with millions of people, a flurry of question marks floated by. Bat did something just whoosh past. So smooth. So steady. Grab and run, no entanglements whatsoever. Is this what they call ruthless extraction? I'm impressed. Lin An actually zero-cost purchased in the lair of a second-stage magical beast. Lin An, you're so fast it makes one feel pity. But 90% of the new viewers were confused. Not really a treasure chest. Also, is this the fastest man in the wilderness? That's way too quick. We didn't see anything clearly. A few hours later, in the thermal energy cave, Lin An had returned to the warm hall. He rushed to the stream, shedding the clothes soaked in foul odors, and vigorously washed himself in the icy river water until only the crisp scent of vapor remained. Bare-chested, he sat cross-legged on a warm slab of green stone. Before him lay the freshly washed metal box, emanating an enticing blue glow. Rare level survival blind box. It was 2 sizes smaller than the legendary level next to it, roughly the size of a mini suitcase. The surface of the box was pockmarked, seemingly savored thoroughly by the second-stage magical beasts. However, Lin An's eyes were filled with anticipation. The rare-level blind box contained advanced survival gear, such as cold-resistant clothing, high-end tools, and medicines. It is well known that products from advanced civilizations are bound to be exquisite. With his damp hair, Lin An's handsome face revealed a smile of anticipation as he raised an eyebrow. The crisp sound of a mechanical lock echoed in the silent cave. Under the gaze of millions of eyes, Lin An slowly lifted the metallic cover, which glowed with a faint blue light. Inside the box lay a neatly folded silver-gray cloak, seemingly woven from liquid mercury. Apart from that, it was empty. Acquired polar optical camouflage cloak, rare X1. Lin An opened the cloak, and a description appeared on his retina, made from rare chameleon skin and fiber optics. Lin An picked up the cloak, its texture icy and slippery, as if he were touching a layer of flowing water. He draped it over himself, completely covering even his face. Buzz, a miraculous scene unfolded. In the live broadcast, Lin An, who was originally standing in the hall, suddenly appeared to ripple like water across his body. In the next moment, he completely disappeared, leaving only the slab of bluestone beneath him. What the heck? Where did he go? What kind of technology is this? Oh no, folks, there really is an invisible person. The barrage exploded. Oh, no one expected this thing to be so powerful. Lin An studied the cloak in the shelter for half a day and reached a conclusion. When standing still, the visual invisibility rate reached 99. As long as he did not touch anything, he would not be discovered. When moving, it could also refract light, significantly reducing presence. Moreover, this cloak could mask biological heat sources and odors. It could be considered a little artifact of the wilderness. According to Lin An's understanding, such equipment was extremely difficult to obtain, even from rare treasure chests. His luck was quite good. However, the food problem remained unsolved. It was good equipment, but it couldn't stave off hunger. A strong feeling of hunger clawed at his stomach, causing a wave of nausea and darkness to cloud his vision. Lin An simply couldn't hold on any longer and pulled out the two black-scaled iron fish had caught earlier. He sat on the bluestone and began to chew on them. Tip satiety increased 125, 126, 127. The calories provided by the fish were not as much as he had imagined. After eating, Lin An curled up in a corner, maintaining a low-energy state. During the first 3 days in the wilderness, he had survived like this in the snow cave. Of course, the environment had improved now. At least it was no longer cold. In the live broadcast, as Lin An rested, the heated discussions about the rare item he obtained also significantly decreased. God-tier equipment. Absolutely God-tier. With the invisibility cloak, can't he go wherever he wants in the wild? But, brothers, this thing doesn't stave off hunger. Lin An's face is pale, he needs calories. No matter how good the equipment is, it's useless if he starts. On Blue Star, the morning sunlight poured into the command hall of the 3rd Intelligence Center, but did not disperse the anxiety in the air. A massive screen continuously displayed the latest updates on the 8th batch of pioneers. Report the key points. Layli, holding a cup of black coffee, had dark circles under his eyes, clearly having another sleepless night. Suwon stood up, her voice cold. Lin An resumed broadcasting at 6 a.m. this morning and successfully obtained the rare resource polar optical camouflage cloak. As she spoke, she projected the cloak onto the public screen. Wow! A stir erupted in the conference room. Is it also invisible? A team member responsible for Zhao Taiju slammed his thigh in frustration, his face full of exasperation. What a waste. This is simply a waste. If this god-tier equipment were given to Taiju, he would have long snuck into the lair of the second-tier magical beasts and killed that venomous spider. Combined with his combat skills, he would be an invincible ghost assassin. Indeed. Another female team member sighed. If it were given to Mu Shui, she could explore deep mines without injury. According to data analysis, resources in the ever-frozen tundra are too scarce and the utilization is a bit low. Unfortunately, those second-tier magical beasts are at the cave's peak. Lin An can't even reach them while wearing this cloak. Suwon adjusted her glasses, frowning slightly, interrupting the other team members' lamentations. It's too early to draw conclusions now. Based on my research on the Black Label Frost Goddess, gaze might bring some luck. Black Label. Everyone exchanged glances. This label's color does not seem to indicate a good omen. Layli took a sip of coffee, a hint of deep contemplation flashing in his eyes, and said softly. Suwon continued to follow up. The morning meeting quickly concluded, and the matter of Lin An acquiring rare equipment gradually faded from everyone's minds. After all, he was still in a phase of severe food scarcity. In the highest strategic conference room, having just finished the morning meeting, Layli faced several leaders of the Great Xia Kingdom. Chief, the overall ranking situation of the 8th batch of pioneers in Great Xia is deteriorating. Layli pointed to 2 glaring red bar graphs on the screen. This is John Smith from Lighthouse Nation. He just handily hunted a furious brown bear yesterday. This is the pinnacle of strength among first-tier magical beasts. With the resource investment from Lighthouse Nation, his physical attributes have reached elite level and his growth curve is exponential. The snowball effect has begun. Upon hearing this, the leaders furrowed their brows tightly. Lighthouse Nation has invested significant resources into a few pioneers, allowing those individuals to outclass their peers. The other pioneers, on the other hand, are merely fillers. No matter where they end up, they will die immediately. This is the elite-style pioneer approach adopted by some countries. Layli continued. This is Ivan from the white-haired nation. Just yesterday, he smashed a first-tier wild boar to death. A purely strength-oriented pioneer has a significant advantage in the early stages. He has already made it into the top 5. The old leader took a deep breath, his expression grave amidst the swirling smoke. These are the candidates for the various nations' revelations. We in Great Xia have yet to finalize ours. The meeting room immediately fell into chaos. I propose Mu Shui, a senior shouted, banging the table. She is stable. The accompanying mineral resources are the lifeblood of industry. Selecting her as the entity of revelation will allow us to establish a solid resource base. We can also use the minerals to exchange resources with other nations. No way. Mu Shui's combat power isn't strong enough. A military representative countered. The wilderness is dangerous. We must choose Zhao Taiju. He is a king of soldiers who, as long as he is given a weapon, he can cut through the dark jungle. But what about Lin An? Someone in the corner timidly suggested. Lin An. The military representative shook his head, his tone tinged with regret. He does have resilience and strong cold resistance, but his overall attributes are far inferior to our meticulously trained soldier king. The fertilizer from the Dark Bat Cave is good, but betting national fortune on him is too risky. The old leader remained silent for a long time before finally, sighing and waving his hand. Let's lower Lin An's priority for now. Focus on assessing Mu Shui and Zhao Taiju. What we need is a sword capable of piercing the heavens. Old Zhang, tell us about the situation with the first 7 batches of pioneers and the revelations. The old leader lit another cigarette, signaling Layli to step down. Yes. Tap, tap, tap. Layli left the conference room accompanied by the crisp sound of her high heels. just as Lin An's figure gradually faded to the edges, becoming blurry and forgotten in the top strategic map of the Great Xia Kingdom. In Great Xia, the second ring of the capital city, Pioneer Family Special Zone Villa District No. 19. This is the safest and most luxurious community in all of Great Xia. But for Lin Jiangwo's family, who had just moved in, it felt a bit like a refined prison. Old Lin, why do I feel so uncomfortable here? Wang Fong said quietly as she walked along the tree-lined path. It's normal, they look down on us. Whenever Lin An's live broadcast ended, Lin Jiangwo would pull Wang Fong out for a walk. The more they walked, the more problems they noticed. Most of the people passing by were elegantly dressed and exuded an extraordinary air. Wang Gang, who had brought them over, also mentioned that many of the residents here were families of legendary pioneers from previous batches, having already achieved a class leap, their every gesture radiating an air of, I contribute to the nation, pride. Others were aristocratic families, originally from the capital. Even with the apocalypse upon them, their foundations remained deep, having produced many well-known pioneers. Meanwhile, Lin Jiangwo's family, dressed in their newly issued uniforms, felt so out of place. Hey, aren't they the new arrivals? Nearby in a gazebo, a few women resembling socialites were sipping afternoon tea, their gazes drifting over somewhat indifferently. I heard they are the family of that Lin An from the 8th batch. Oh, the one who eats moss in the ever-frozen tundra. Head just lucky. I heard that to treat his sister's eyes, the nation is preparing to allocate the best medical capsule. What a waste. My family member lost a leg for the nation, yet we haven't seen such a big deal. Shall lower your voice, they are currently receiving seed-level treatment. Although they were far away, the sharp whispers still pierced Su Fang's heart like needles. She tightly held Lin Jiangwo's hand, lowered her head, and quickened her pace. Here she often felt a sense of being a nouveau riche. In fact, she even missed their life in the Xiaohappy community. In the Special Zone Children's Playground, Lin Xiaoxiao sat alone on a swing. Her eyes were covered with thick gauze. She had just undergone surgery and was in recovery. Many children were playing around, but none came over to play with her. A tender yet somewhat arrogant voice rang in her ears. Hey, are you new here? Lin Xiaoxiao flinched, clutching her stuffed doll tightly. Don't be afraid. My name is Chun Chin. Everyone calls me Chimpanzee. A chubby little boy plopped down on the swing, beside her, clutching a pioneer figurine. He looked at Lin Xiaoxiao's bandage without a trace of disgust, and instead asked with curiosity, what's wrong with your eye? Did a monster scratch it? No, it's an illness, Lin Xiaoxiao whispered. Brother said once it heals I'll be able to see. She added in a low murmur, my brother is a pioneer. Your brother is a pioneer too. Chun Chin's eyes brightened as if he had found a kindred spirit. He waved the figurine excitedly. My father is one too. He was of the 3rd cohort, a great hero. Though he sacrificed himself. The little boy's gaze dimmed for an instant as he said it. He straightened his chest again. But I have a privilege. I can stay here until I reach adulthood. When I grow up, I'm going to the wilds too. Then, you must be very capable, Lin Xiaoxiao said with envy. Because of her poor eyesight, she had few friends, and, of course, Chimpanzee opened up, pontificating like a small adult. I watch live streams every day. I worship the strong. He went on. You know, among the 8th cohort, the most powerful is that Yue Han from Dengta Nation. Wow, he's basically the captain of Dengta. Yesterday, with a single punch, he made an exaggerated circle with his hands. He blew apart a bear that huge. And there's Kafu from Dao Nation, dubbed the White Giant. He can carry a monster carcass while running, it so cool. And senior sister Mu Shui. From Chun Chin's mouth streamed one after another the latest feats of the top-ranked pioneers. Each of them hunted monsters proactively and uploaded vast supplies. Even the nanny who accompanied Lin Xiaoxiao was surprised. She had not expected the chubby boy to have put in so much effort. Lin Xiaoxiao listened to those unfamiliar names, her small hand gripping her hem. She asked in a defiant, he's very capable. What's your brother's name? Chimpanzee leaned in with curiosity. Lin An. Lin. Chimpanzee paused, scratched his head, and his face took on an odd expression. I remember. He's the one, in the cavern. He wanted to say the bone grinder, but seeing Lin Xiaoxiao's hopeful face, he swallowed the words. Among children, the pioneers everyone admired were those who slew monsters. Pioneers like Lin An, holed up in caves day after day, dusty and grim, were not recognized by others, even if he was Daxia's foremost figure in advancing the Wilds update. If your ranking was low, you were dismissed. The world of children was brutally simple. Sensing the hesitation, Lin Xiaoxiao hurriedly defended him. He can catch silver fish. It's just bad weather now. He can't go out. Silver fish. That's not a monster. Chimpanzee's eyes widened, but seeing Lin Xiaoxiao's earnestness, he slapped his thigh. Oh, I remember. He's Daxia's hero who pushed the Wilds update. He leaned in conspiratorially, although everyone laughs that he has no ranking. But I'll tell you secretly. I think your brother is the coolest. Really? Lin Xiaoxiao froze. Of course, Chimpanzee waved his fist, his eyes flashing with a precocious maturity unlike other children. Apart from senior sister Mu Shui, I like your brother the most. Thus, beneath the sunlight, the two children who had been ostracized by their peers reached a resolute accord, whilst the Wilds, the thermal cavern. On the 21st day since Lin An entered the wilds, his food supplies were completely depleted. More than hunger, he worried about his mental state. Each time he woke, the effects caused by those pupils persisted. Still, Lin An had a premonition. The influence was nearly over. Unnoticed, his intel points had already accumulated to 10. Before sleeping, he checked the environmental data on his retina once more. 3 days remaining. The white calamity would then weaken. At that time, relying on the advanced cold resistance ability, he could leave the shelter and go hunting. That night, he fell into a deeper dream than ever before. In the dream, there was no sky or earth. Only a howling, all-consuming blizzard. Cold. A chill that pierced to the bone. Lin An's vaunted cold resistance failed entirely. He felt naked in an ice vault, his very soul freezing and shattering bit by bit. Where's this? Lin An struggled to lift his head. In the storm's deepest heart, what met his eyes was no longer the floating pupils. Instead, there stood a silhouette, an ineffable figure. She wore a robe woven from aurora and blizzard, walking barefoot through the void. She stood silently as the surrounding space collapsed and reformed under the cold. Frost, the goddess. Lin An's mind blurred, yet a strange yearning welled up from within him. He wanted power, but with every step his soul endured the tearing agony. 1 step, 2 steps. Just as his consciousness was about to be wholly absorbed by the storm and frozen into an eternal statue on the tundra, a clear, vast voice laced with an almost imperceptible sigh struck the depths of his soul. Lin An. You should go. Boom. As the voice fell, a warm, gentle force suddenly thrust him outward. Lin An. Good morning, Pioneer B317865. Yesterday's death toll 789. Immediately afterward, a special notification glowing with a dark purple light forcibly popped onto the display. Congratulations, Pioneer has acquired a rare ability, Divine Gaze. You withstand the gaze of the divine. What? A rare ability. And my head no longer hurts. But now the feeling of lethargy and heaviness has vanished without a trace. Lin An quickly glanced at his ability panel. This isn't the legendary bullet time, is it? In the harsh world where the margin for error is slim, life and death often hang by a thread. Let's give it a try. At the moment the droplet detached from the rock and fell, he shouted, gaze. The droplet falling became incredibly slow. He slowly extended his hand, pinching the droplet between his fingers. However, he understood roughly the cost and limitations of using this ability. The duration is about 2 seconds, and it consumes a lot of energy and food. In other words, under sufficient food conditions, he could use it about 10 times a day. After calming down, Lin An summoned the information system. Accumulated information points, 13 points. What? I actually slept for 3 whole days. The good news is that the white disaster has finally weakened. When sleeping, the food consumption rate is slow. Pioneer Lin An. Supplies legendary snowmobile, X1. Livestream closure time 8 hours. Indeed, the cost of becoming stronger is a huge consumption. He urgently needed to replenish a large amount of food resources. Let's see how it is outside. It's time to go out. With a loud crash, the thick ice door made a mournful sound. But 10 days had passed, which seemed too long for the rapidly changing wilderness livestream. Many thought Lin An had starved to death. The barrage was sparse. Lin Shan is awake. Tears of joy. Lin Shan, are you finally moving? Is this the Lin An who opened a new version? Why does he look so emaciated? In the past few days, the people of the Lighthouse Nation had almost overrun the plains. It seems like he has no food left and has to risk his life. Even old fans mostly remained silent and worried. After all, Lin An had fallen out of the top 5,000 and was lost among countless gray avatars. In the Daxiao 3rd Information Bureau. At this moment, Lei Li was slumped in her chair looking exhausted. Her eyes were bloodshot and she looked extremely fatigued. These days, the 8th batch of the apocalyptic candidates had caused a commotion. As Suwon turned to get coffee, Lei Li glanced at the screen. But it seems he has missed the golden development period. A group of rising stars showed up on the main screen. Who would have thought the biggest dark horse would be her? She miraculously cultivated a small piece of land. A few tender green seedlings were growing vigorously in the harsh land. No wonder the leaders praised her endlessly. But respect each pioneer's choice. Continue to pay attention to Lin An and prepare for adjustments. Lei Li waved her hand, indicating Suwon to keep watching. Suwon expressionlessly acknowledged and turned to leave. In the wilderness whirled the thermal cave. With a powerful strike, the thick ice door cried out in agony. Lin An stood at the cave entrance, feeling only a slight coolness. The weakened white disaster was nothing compared to what he had experienced. He decided to stabilize his position. Lin An's eyes were suddenly filled with a warm, golden stream of data. The world transformed. The web lines represented the trajectories of life. All information erased by the snowstorm was now highlighted. The crisis information was reactivated. He leaped onto the snowmobile. Behind him, the wind howled. The men of the Lao Lin family never go empty-handed. 5 minutes later, he stopped on a wind-sheltered slope where the snow was thick. On his retina, a light yellow trail was not buried deep underground, but rather freshly resting on the surface of the snow. First rank, giant snow rabbit, light yellow behavior, foraging duration. Just now Lin An did not rush to get out of the vehicle, but squinted his eyes to observe. Unlike hibernating rodents, the wild snow rabbit has a strong resistance to freezing temperatures, an exceptionally keen sense of hearing, and runs at incredible speeds, earning it the nickname Snowfield Street Slider. In the past, even if Lin An chased on a bike and broke his leg, he wouldn't have been able to touch a single hair of it. But now, Lin An's lips curled into a cold smile, let you know what it means to be equipped. He slowly drew out the two bone spike daggers from his waist. Then he tightly pulled the polar optical camouflage cloak around him and burrowed into the thick snow, accompanied by a slight distortion of light and shadow. In the livestream, Lin An seemed to disappear into thin air. If one did not look closely beside the vehicle, was merely a slightly raised pile of ordinary snow perfectly blending with the surrounding environment. The viewers in the livestream went wild. What the hell? Where did he go? Is this the effect of a legendary grade equipment? It's a bit insane. He being a stealthy devil. I like it. Wait, what's going on? Why can't I see anything? The cold wind howled. The snow shifted little by little. 1 minute, 2 minutes, until it finally stopped at a fixed position. Suddenly, rustling. From a snowdrift less than half a meter ahead, two long white ears emerged. A giant snow rabbit measuring nearly half a meter long cautiously poked its head out. Its ruby-like eyes scanned the surroundings warily, its nose twitching incessantly, as if confirming something. Now's the time. At the moment the snow rabbit exposed its head, the snow split open without warning. Whoosh. The camouflage cloak created a momentary blur of light and shadow under violent movement. Lin An struck like a venomous snake, his dagger tracing a fleeting shadow. Squeak. The snow rabbit barely managed to let out a brief shriek, its hind legs just preparing to launch into a jump. But it was too late. Thud. A muffled sound. The sharp bone spike accurately pierced through the rabbit's neck, and the immense force pinned it firmly to the snow. Blood stained the white snow. Acquired first rank giant snow rabbit Common X1. The entire process took less than 2 minutes. From invisibility to the kill smooth as flowing water, without giving the rabbit any time to react. After a brief silence in the live stream, the barrage exploded. Holy shit. You scared the hell out of me. Is this snow rabbit? I was just eating grass, and suddenly the snow pile beside me stabbed me. Did you just find a rabbit right after stepping out? That's some insane luck. It's not luck. It's clearly having a perspective hack. My youth has returned. It's back. It's all back. That man has... Lin An pulled out the bone spike, wiped the blood on the snow, and holding the still twitching large rabbit, glanced at his cloak with satisfaction. A good thing should belong to me. He climbed back onto the snowmobile and tossed the rabbit into the cargo area. Home. Time to eat. 5 minutes later, Lin An returned to the thermal cave. Due to his excessive speed, the ice columns at the entrance had not grown large before Lin An shattered them with a few shovels. 10 minutes later, sizzle sizzle. The rabbit meat turned golden and crispy under the flames, the fat dripping and the aroma wafting. Driven by hunger, Lin An processed the prey even faster. He was almost frightening himself. It should be almost done. Lin An grabbed a piping hot rabbit leg and began to tear into it. Delicious. So delicious. He ate extremely quickly, devouring greedily. Hint satiety greatly increased. 15, 25, 35. A 20-pound giant snow rabbit, excluding bones and entrails, had at least 10 pounds of meat. Under the gaze of tens of thousands of astonished viewers, Lin An actually finished off the entire rabbit within 20 minutes. Burp. Lin An let out a satisfied belch, patting his slightly bulging belly. Sadidi 500500 comfortable. This is the amount he could eat now. There is a saying, the greater the ability, the greater the appetite. After satisfying his hunger, Lin An wiped the grease from the corner of his mouth and looked towards the cave entrance. He was not planning to rest. Instead, a stronger flame burned in his eyes. The snowstorm had just lessened, and some prey were still in hibernation. It was the perfect time for him to hunt. One snow rabbit was simply not enough. Just now, through crisis information, he had also locked onto a trail of a magical beast emanating a faint red glow. 10 minutes later, Lin An stopped beside a pile of rocks covered in snow. First rank ice feather thunder chicken, light red behavior, light sleep duration 20 days. Lin An was very familiar with the ice feather thunder chicken. This creature was ferocious in temperament, with a beak like steel, and it ate both plants and meat. Known by the nickname Snowfield Little Dinosaur. Following the same tactic, Lin An approached slowly while draped in camouflage. At this moment, the ice feather thunder chicken was hiding deep in a crack to avoid the wind. It was about the size of a peacock, covered in hard iron-like ice blue feathers with a crimson fleshy crest on its head. Its sharp little eyes were slightly closed as if it were dozing. Unlike the hunt for the snow rabbit, as soon as Lin An drew out his dagger, caw, a piercing cry, the thunder chicken actually took the initiative to attack. It shot out like a blue lightning bolt from the crack in the ground, its steel-like beak aimed straight at Lin An's arm. The tip of its beak seemed to flicker with electric light. If this strike connected Lin An's arm bone would be pierced. For the thunder chicken, the pecking reflex while asleep was ingrained in its genes over millions of years. It was a biological instinct, a skill essential for survival in the wilderness. The main issue was its speed, so fast that the viewers in the live stream only saw a fleeting shadow. Watch out. It's over. This chicken has become a spirit. However, facing this ultra-fast strike, Lin An didn't even blink an eye. Divine gaze. Whoosh, the world slowed down in his eyes. The ferociously pouncing thunder chicken now seemed to be pressed on a slow-motion button. He could clearly see the patterns on its feathers, the glimmering light on the tip of its beak, and the critical weakness on its. Lin An slowly extended his other hand. Just before the thunder chicken's beak could strike his arm, he accurately seized its neck. Crack. A crisp sound. The flow of time returned to normal. Acquired first-rank ice feather thunder chicken, good quality, X1. The scene froze. Lin An held the still twitching fierce bird in one hand, his gaze cold as ice. Competing in speed with me. Maybe in the next life. Inside the live stream, there was a dead silence. Then the screen was flooded with holy shit comments like a nuclear explosion. One-handed counterkill. Is this really a chicken? Is this a fighter jet? Was it casually crushed to death by Lin like a chick? What just happened? I just blinked. Terrifying. It's beyond words. No wonder the barrage was frantic only because of Lin An's hand. It was simply a bit exaggerated. Though his face remained impassive, Lin An hauled the corpse of the ice feather thunderfowl from the crevice. Inside, he felt a private thrill. This really works. When Divine Gaze activated, he felt an absolute command over the situation. Yet Lin An knew he could only bully these comparatively weak wildfowl for now. When a large magic beast appears, one must run. Still, even so, he was exceedingly pleased. It should be noted that the ice feather thunderfowl carries the reputation of a little snowfield dinosaur. In early days, some pioneers were grievously pecked to death. That was precisely why his gear and skills mattered. Otherwise, in an unknown scrap on the snow, who would end up with whose neck was far from certain. Summary complete. Check for anything missed. Lin An cheerfully placed the thunderfowl in the truck bed, patted the crevice once more to ensure there were no eggs or other spoils, then drove on to continue exploring. The silver legendary snowmobile roared like an iron beast tearing through the swirling blizzard. With the aid of crisis intelligence, no trace of a beast could hide. Combined with the camouflage cloak, Lin An might as well have had X-ray and invisibility hacks. The region that once struck terror into humans had been thoroughly reduced to his personal buffet. Left. 200 meters, snow mouse nest. Nice. Lin An slammed the wheel, drifted the vehicle, and parked with pinpoint accuracy. Out of the vehicle, don the stealth gear, swing the shovel, one headshot. Every motion flowed, as one taking less than 2 minutes. He chuckled. It was all about the rhythm. Bushes straight ahead and berries. A pleasant surprise. Stop, harvest, depart. An entire half-day consumed. Lin An barely paused. The metal chest in the snowmobile's rear grew ever heavier. His livestream viewers moved from shock to numbness and finally to a screen full of sour envy. Isn't this a bit unfair? Is that the true value of a legendary vehicle? If Mu Shui had this sled, she could mine an extra 2 tons. How does Lin Shen find so many prey? Why can't I see them? If you could see them, you'd be a pioneer. To be honest, the efficiency is astonishing. How many is that already? You can't eat them all today. It isn't easy to get out there once. He should get a fair share. Go Lin Shen. Lin An's livestream popularity slowly rose back into the hundreds of thousands. As the viewers argued, dusk settled over the land. He cast a final look at the stuffed truck bed, a satisfied curve appearing at the corner of his mouth. Done for the day. Back at the thermal cavern, Lin An dug out his spoils from the truck bed. Tier 1 Giant Snow Rabbit X3, Tier 1 Tundra Snow Mouse X2, Tier 1 Ice Feather Thunderfowl X1 Ice Blueberries X18 Hazelnuts X2. Truly a bounty to make any pioneer envious. Especially that Ice Feather Thunderfowl, fat and brimming with value. Today's resource upload countdown 000500. The system prompt sounded on time. To be honest, Lin An had almost forgotten about uploading resources. Life was finally turning upward. He stared at the prey on the ground and considered his options. Keep the thunderfowl and the berries for myself to restore stamina and micronutrients. Render the snow mice into oil for fuel. As for these 3 rabbits. 5 minutes later, Lin An placed his hand upon a snow rabbit. Upload. Daxiao Pioneer Lin An uploads resources. Tier 1 Giant Snow Rabbit Intact X3 Rating D Good Manifestation Multiplier 1:000x. Daxiao received resources Snow Rabbit X3000. After many days, Lin An's livestream exploded once more. Lin Shen is incredible. 3 10,000 rabbits in one go. That's insane. As expected of Lin Shen, love it. Moreover, sharp-eyed viewers noticed that Lin An's uploads had leapt into the single-day resource rankings. The hitch was that Lin An operated in the permafrost tundra. Others were on warm isles, tropical rainforests, or fertile plains. The intrinsic value of resources differs greatly by region. Before long, his stream's heat rose again. Check the rankings. Lin An opened the National Fortune rankings. Current personal overall rank in 4108. Only the top 5,000. Lin An frowned. He had expected today's bonanza might push him into the top 1,000. Everyone is fighting hard. Lin An knew full well that the pioneers who reached the wilds from Blue Star were all masters. You might call them reckless, but never inept. Once someone goes all out, a few may be weeded out. But the survivors are not ordinary. Risk and reward are forever proportional. When pioneers choose to face danger, the harvest follows. Besides, the wilds had entered a frenzy before the arrival of the Tianqi contest. Pioneers from many nations fighting for the single Tianqi slot, and the terrifying leaderboard rewards had turned merciless. Some uploaded resources while starving, some risked their lives wrestling beasts. Some small nation contestants even exhausted themselves by over-uploading food and left their lives on that land. This is too competitive. Lin An closed the panel, but did not lose heart. Instead, ambition burned in his eyes. I started late and slept through so many days. Falling behind is natural. But now I have a vehicle equipment skills and a minor advantage. At the current pace, breaking into the top 10, it's absolutely within reach. Lin An lay on the warm rock watching the faintly blue moss overhead and setting a plan. Today, explore only a small area nearby. Tomorrow, widen the circle. Also update the environmental intel. There are still some blind spots. Daxia Supreme Strategy Conference Room. Night was deep, yet the meeting room remained brightly lit. The smoke hung thicker than by day. Layli stood at the front, tired but composed, delivering her routine briefing. Leaders, there are 5 days left until the Tianqi selection deadline. According to the projections, Daxia's pioneers are expected to rank between global 6th and 12th. The assembled leaders looked unhappy. Mu Shui didn't even make the top 5. No. Although the open pit mine has abundant plants, it lacks beasts. Mu Shui's daily or gathering consumes a lot of stamina. In short, the nutrition hasn't kept up. We still must decide the Tianqi. A military leader rapped the table. Who will we choose as Tianqi? If we don't concentrate resources, we'll fall further behind. I still back Zhao Taizhu. Mu Shui is more stable, the other side countered. Li Qingqing has long-term value. The argument flared again when the elderly commander who had been silently smoking waved a hand and said in a low voice, "Stop arguing. Since no one can be convinced otherwise, use the most primitive and fairest method. Let results speak. Whoever holds the highest overall ranking before the deadline will be Daxia's Tianqi. Whether war hero or elite, in the face of national fortune, only achievements count." The room fell silent and heads nodded. It was the most helpless yet fairest solution available. By the way, team leader Layli. The old commander seemed to recall something and asked casually, "Has today's single-day upload statistic been released?" It has. Layli looked down, a flash of excitement at the corner of her mouth. She loved seeing the elites shocked. She swiped her tablet twice and projected a bar chart onto the big screen. The moment the chart appeared, the room inhaled collectively. The bar at the top was neither the familiar Mu Shui nor Zhao Taizhu. Nor was it Li Qingqing. It was a name that had been overlooked these past days in 1 Lin and 3 giant snow. No. 2 Zhao Taizhu, 2 kilograms poison sacks. No. 3 Mu Shui, 5 kilograms blue silver ore. The old commander paused in surprise, then pointed at the name and broke into a long overdue hearty laugh. Ha ha. Good. Excellent. This kid is still alive. And he quietly grabbed single day first. Not bad, very good. Surviving in that damned permafrost shows real capability. The surrounding leaders joined in the laughter, the atmosphere unusually light. Indeed, the boy is fortunate. He always delivers small surprises. It's a pity he started too late and lost too much ground in total score. The old commander in high spirits lifted his teacup and sipped, half joking. Come on, stop the sighing. If that kid could replicate today's haul every day, he might in the final moments really surge into the top 10 and snatch the Tianqi slot. Laughter roared again. They treated it as an amusing notion. From beyond 1,000 to first. How could that be possible? Not likely. Snow rabbits are not farmed. Everyone, even those who had never been to the tundra, knew the true value of that region's resources. Today was an exception, or just Lin An's lucky day. Layli, standing by the side, listened to the room full of laughter and felt a spasmodic twitch at the corner of her mouth. Inside, she ranted silently, "My commander, can you not set such a flag? You have no idea how terrifying gear-focused players can be. In the wild world within a thermal cave. In the morning, the air carries a hint of chill due to the ice door at the cave entrance being pried open by Lin An. However, Lin An is already busy with fervor. Before him lies the ice feather thunder chicken he hunted yesterday. Including its claws, it is nearly 1.2 meters long with a fierce appearance that is vastly different from the poultry of Blue Star. Even in death, its deep blue feathers still emit a metallic gleam, feeling as hard as iron. This is a treasure trove. Not a single feather can be wasted. Lin An carefully began the dissection, wielding an alloy shovel. Clang, clang. The shovel blade grazed the base of the feathers, producing a sound reminiscent of iron clashing. After considerable effort, Lin An successfully removed the longest and hardest feathers intact. Acquired cold iron feather normal X12. This is a great find. Lin An recalled relevant knowledge from the wildfowl materials compendium. Extremely hard and lightweight natural arrow feathers with edges sharp as knives. These feathers are the best material for making armor-piercing arrows, and if combined with great strength, can also serve as throwing darts. With nimble hands, Lin An continued the disassembly. Acquired thunder chicken beak rare X1. A bird's beak with hardness comparable to diamonds, possessing armor-piercing attributes. A rare level material. Lin An nodded. Indeed, some materials from magical beasts can reach the rare level. However, these materials had already been uploaded by pioneers, so even if he uploads them, he won't trigger survival blind box rewards. It's best to keep them for crafting weapon tips or ice tools. Lin An fondly stroked the feathers. If combined with high-density rat bones to make arrows, their power would surely be explosive. The only regret is that he still lacks a bow. After processing the materials, the main event remains. The meat of the thunder chicken exhibits a rare purplish red color, its muscle fibers firm, and even as raw meat it exudes a powerful bloody scent. Moreover, the yield is quite high. A full 20 pounds of prime meat has been cut and neatly arranged by Lin An. This will be his energy source for the next few days. After tidying up the spoils, Lin An washed his hands and summoned the information system. Since the white disaster has weakened, his primary goal now is to stock up. Still have 13 points left. Choose B environmental information. Buzz. The light golden 3D holographic map unfolded once more on his retina. This time the map data is more detailed. In addition to the familiar white snowfield nearby, a cluster of vibrant green light spots unexpectedly lit up in a low-lying area 3 kilometers northwest of the cave. Ice blue berry jungle, an underground cavity formed by terrain collapse home to a large number of frost-resistant shrubs. A great quantity of ice blue berries has reached maturity. Berry jungle. Resource point. Lin An's eyes sparkled instantly. Like the ice lake, this is a new resource point. Eating meat every day is enjoyable, but his body severely lacks vitamins. The few berries he dug out from the rat hole are barely enough to fill the gaps between his teeth. If he can find a patch of, wouldn't that mean achieving fruit freedom? Let's go. Now Lin An has a vehicle, a house, and equipment. It's the perfect time to expand resources. In the wild, in the eternal frozen tundra northwest of the thermal cave. Buzzing. The legendary snow vehicle's tracks kicked up layers of fine snowflakes as Lin An charged into the vast snowstorm. Today's Lin An is more composed than yesterday, even to the point of being quite arrogant. Mainly because he is driving. In the crisis intelligence vision, countless red and green lines intertwine. Lin An feels as if he is in a god's perspective. Not just feels, but is truly in a god's perspective. To the right front, there's a deep crimson track of a snow demon bear. Let's spare its life for now. Lin An suddenly turned the steering wheel, the snow vehicle carving an elegant arc, perfectly avoiding the territory of the colossal beast. Hey, a light yellow track, is that a snow rabbit? Daring to be arrogant on my turf. Must catch it. As Lin An rode, he discovered a new find. With a quick flick of the camouflage cloak, both he and the vehicle disappeared into the snowstorm. Before long, a bewildered giant snow rabbit was pierced through the top of its skull by a suddenly appearing bone spike. 1, 2, 3. On the way to the berry jungle, Lin An effortlessly picked up 3 rabbits. He himself couldn't help but exclaim, "Who said the eternal frozen tundra is poor? We just lack a pair of eyes to discover prey." This segment of the journey, Lin An traveled very leisurely. The 3 snow rabbits also moved quite peacefully. However, the viewers in the live stream had begun to raise alarms. Hey, is there someone cheating and no one is managing this? Yesterday you said it was luck, what about today? Is this a supermarket tour? Oh my gosh, this is too smooth. Damn, I must not be asleep, I must still be dreaming. It indeed looked too smooth. Suwon had been watching Lin An's live stream since the morning meeting ended. She had no mood to work. The hunting actions were simply delightful, full of wildness. She really liked it and found it captivating. This is so much more interesting than boring soap operas. The other team members also passively paid attention to Lin An, and after a more professional analysis, they were even more shocked than the viewers. It's so cold, yet his frost resistance is so strong. The camouflage suit is too much of a cheat in snowy environments. I think we should let Mu Shuo wear it. But it wouldn't produce such an effect. Good equipment, good awareness, good operation, isn't that what an ace-level pioneer should be like? The resources in the eternal frozen tundra are quite good. Did our previous analysis go wrong? The researchers in the information center had begun to doubt their lives. But even Suwon didn't know that even more shocking things were yet to come. At this point, Lin An had arrived at the destination. The snow vehicle stopped in front of what seemed to be an unremarkable patch of snow. Upon closer inspection, this area was merely slightly depressed. However, in Lin An's crisis perspective, this place could be described as a color hodgepodge. Yellow, green, red, purple. A dense weave of intricate pathways. Lin An was even a bit overwhelmed. Goodness, calling this a big cafeteria wouldn't be an exaggeration. Lin An observed closely and could confirm. Most of these traces were left 20 days ago before the white disaster struck. They all came here to forage. And the emerald green light spots on his retina were densely distributed beneath 3 meters of snow. They were the berry jungle beneath the snow. Lin An didn't rush to act. After careful observation, he noticed something amiss. Tier 1 Snow Demon Wolf Pack behavior patrolling duration 3 hours ago, a wolf pack. Or were the tracks still fresh? Lin An's heart tightened. From the analysis of the traces, there were quite a number, at least 5 or 6. Without the crisis intelligence, one wouldn't see a trace of magical beast footprints in this snowstorm. Temporarily safe. Quick battle, quick resolution. Lin An grabbed the alloy shovel from the vehicle bed and began digging into the snow beneath his feet. Clang, clang. The soft snow was dug open, followed by a hard layer of frozen snow. After digging about 2 meters deep, the shovel suddenly met an empty space, revealing a massive cavity beneath. Wow! When Lin An cleared the entrance and saw the scene below, his breath halted for a second. The snow was being pushed up over large patches of low bushes by some strange force. The leaves had already turned yellow, but among those withered branches numerous crystal-clear blue fruits hung densely. Moreover, these berries were absurdly large. Lin An bent down and casually plucked one from the top of the bushes. Acquired ice blueberry quality X1. What are these berries? They looked like giant blue plums. Scanning around, some were even the size of a fist. Lin An gently squeezed it, and the skin cracked open, releasing thick purple juice that flowed over his hands, sweet and fragrant. Unexpectedly, this is a quality resource. Does it absorb nutrients and grow under the snow? Truly a miraculous wild crop. Lin An immediately stuffed it into his mouth and chewed. The flesh is plump and the juice bursts forth. Tip satiety significantly increased, 459. 462. 467. Lin An took a deep breath and silently shouted in his heart, "Wow, isn't this?" In the frame, a gigantic blue fruit almost fills the entire screen. Its alluring hue with thick purple juice flowing between Lin An's fingers. Like a heavy hammer, it shattered all the viewer's perceptions. What the heck? Is this a berry? It looks like an apple. This is outrageous. Last time the berries in the snow mouse's den were only the size of a thumb. How come this one is as big as a fist? Daxia National Official, I suggest checking Lin An's ancestry. Could he be from Huagua Mountain? First of all, this luck is unparalleled. Secondly, this luck is unparalleled. The foreign audience was completely dumbfounded. Absolutely impossible. In an environment of -50 degrees, plant cells would have long ruptured. Oh my god. If we could bring this back to Blue Star for cultivation, it could solve the food crisis in high-altitude regions. Shiba, our Dahan Republic needs fruit the most. I suggest naturalizing Lin An. Daxia 3rd Intelligence Bureau. Bang. The electronic pen in Su Wan's hand fell onto the table. Known for her calm demeanor, she was now staring at the underbrush on the screen, her breath unusually rapid. Su Wan, conclusions. I want conclusions. Hearing that a resource point had been found, Lei Li, who rushed over, spoke with a trembling voice, completely revealing her excitement. Group leader. Previously, the berries Lin An found in the Snow Mouse Cave, as well as those discovered by other pioneers, were either immature or dried and shriveled berries. The snow mice often start gathering in advance for winter, at which point the berries have not fully grown to their limit. But now it's different. Su Wan pointed at the holographic projection of the underground cavity structure. The jungle is located in a sunken area where accumulated snow forms a natural greenhouse layer nourished by the cold air from the white disaster. This is the complete form of the ice blue berry. Or rather, this is a premium resource in its ripe stage. The overall rating is a clever small renewable resource point. Layli gazed at the screen, a glint of excitement flashing in her eyes. Clevel. Although it was small, the rating was already quite high. It could definitely compete with wild orange groves abroad. Yes. Su Wan nodded emphatically, adding, in fact, the previous ice lake was also a resource point, at least in a level large resource point. If Lin An remembers the route, there are 2 resource points nearby. Su Wan hinted to Layli. Animals like snow rabbits and snow mice have very unstable resource outputs. Today there are some, but tomorrow, in a week, it may not be possible to encounter them again. Lin An's hunting efficiency is high because his equipment is exceptional. Otherwise, even with physical qualities surpassing first-tier magical beasts, such efficiency would not be possible. But resource points are different. If maintained well, they can provide a stable food source for a long time. Moreover, in the next stage, the apocalypse competition begins, and a large number of pioneers will be in relatively dense areas. The importance of resource points is self-evident. Continue recording. I'll report tonight. A trace of inexplicable excitement flashed in Lei Li's eyes. After all, who else is more suitable for the day of awakening than Lin An? In the wild world, in the berry jungle, Lin An was unaware of the tremendous stir his fruit was causing. He only knew one thing: if he didn't bring these fruits back, he wouldn't be able to sleep. The ground is a bit too high throwing them directly would break them. I also can't keep climbing up and down, it's too exhausting. Lin An was not carried away by joy, he quickly calmed down and observed the terrain. This was a natural sinkhole formed by subsidence about 3 meters high from the surface. To get rich, first build a road. Lin An took out his alloy shovel. He used the terrain structure map of the environmental information to find a spot, swinging the shovel to begin digging. Clang, clang, clang. Frozen soil and snow flew together. In just 10 minutes, he dug out a U-shaped snow trough 1 meter wide, and with a gentle slope, which could lead directly to the depths of the underground jungle. Then he tried to pack the snow as tightly as possible and dug out a few grooves conducive to walking. Thus, a smooth transport ice ladder was completed. Let's get to work. Lin An wasted no time. He dragged the snow vehicle and dashed into the underbrush. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The speed of his picking left traces in the air, fully demonstrating the terrifying motor skills of a bipedal ape. Moreover, he specifically chose the deepest colored and largest fruits. 1 to 10. The bottom of the metal box was soon covered. This one seems a bit small. Forget it, I won't take it. Lin An casually tossed aside an egg-sized berry and turned to pick a fist-sized one. Time is precious. This scene made the hearts of the live stream audience bleed. Don't throw it. That one, give it to me. I don't mind it being small. This is so unfair. Barefaced unfairness. Lin Shin, you've changed. How did you eat berries before? You licked the stone bowl 3 times. After all, it's a resource point. Even with Lin An's speed, he couldn't possibly sweep it all clean. 20 minutes later, he could no longer fit anything. A full box of purple-blue berries sparkled with a gem-like sheen. Lin An tried to lift it. Wow, it's really heavy. At least 120 pounds. Moreover, this is high-quality food from the wild. Each berry is rich in elements, moisture, and energy rhythm that promotes human evolution. Lin An pushed the snow vehicle and laboriously returned to the surface along the ice slide. First go back, then come again. Lin An glanced back at the fruits in the berry jungle, making up his mind. Second trip, third trip, fourth trip. For a whole day, Lin An moved back and forth like a diligent ant between the underground jungle and the shelter. On the last trip, Lin An stood by the ice ladder and roughly estimated, this patch of jungle has at least thousands of pounds of yield. I only moved about 500 pounds this time. I really can't take any more. He looked at the blue fruits still hanging heavily on the branches below, filled with reluctance. But one cannot be greedy. Moreover, the sky was getting dark and the ominous green wolf pack posed a threat like the sword of Damocles hanging over him. He'll come back tomorrow. After planning in his heart, Lin An covered the entrance again to erase his traces and then climbed onto the snow vehicle loaded with fruits. Home. In the thermal energy cave late at night, tonight's shelter was exceptionally cozy. Lin An reignited the coal and the orange flames danced, illuminating his tired yet satisfied face. On the frozen door behind him were the hollow boxes he had carved out, neatly stacked with hundreds of pounds of ice blue. The faint blue light adorned the entire cave like a dreamlike crystal palace. This scene was captured in screenshots by countless viewers, becoming one of the classic images of a great harvest in the wild. Every harvest signifies humanity stepping closer in the wilderness. Today is a good day. Lin An hummed a little tune and set up a stone pot. In the pot was pure snow water boiling. He took out a thigh of the ice feather thunder chicken, chopped it into large pieces. The chicken was firm and glistening with a purplish red sheen. As the chicken entered the water, Lin An grabbed a large handful of berries, crushed them, and tossed them into the pot. The purple juice instantly stained the soup base red. No need for excessive seasonings. Of course, Lin An didn't have any other seasonings. The wild magical beasts naturally carried a salty and fresh flavor, and combined with the sweet and sour berries, it created the most top-notch taste. Gurgle, gurgle. Half an hour later, a rich and irresistible aroma filled the entire cave, even making hundreds of thousands of Blue Star viewers tear up with hunger through the advanced civilization's light screen. Oh my god, how delicious must this be? Am I here to watch a food stream? Isn't it? This luxurious. I thought we agreed to watch for 3 days and starve for 9 meals. Lin Shin, you're so generous, share a little. Lin An couldn't hear the wails from the live stream. He could only see the soup in the pot becoming thick and bright red, the chicken meat stewing until it fell off the bone, soaking up the juice of the berries. Moreover, the large berries had already melted, forming a shiny layer of fruit gel wrapping around every piece of meat. Let's eat. Lin An scooped out a piece of chicken leg and put it in his mouth. Slurp, oh wow. In an instant, Lin An's eyes widened. The chicken was delicious, the aroma of fat and the sweet and sour berries perfectly fused in his mouth like a fireworks show on his tongue. The key point was that a wave of heat slid down his throat, a dual energy of high-quality magical beast meat and berries. Notification satiety limit 50. Notification ingested trace thunder element and high-energy vitamins, slightly enhancing physique. So satisfying. Lin An let out a contented sigh. No wonder these pioneers are fixated on magical beasts. The more they eat, the stronger they become. Who can resist such temptation? Unfortunately, it hasn't reached the level of Silver Star food. This is normal after all, they are all high-quality resources incomparable to the ice silver pillar fish. Thinking of this, Lin An felt a bit nostalgic for the previous ice lake. He must go back there a few more times when he, in the midst of his thoughts, a mechanical voice descended again. Countdown for today's resource upload settlement 0500. 5 minutes later. Although he reserved enough for his own consumption and emergency rations, he still allocated a full 300 gene of the large fruits. Lin An stood before the towering mound of ice blue berries, drawing a deep, steadying breath. Upload everything. Hum. A sapphire-hued mountain dissolved into a cascade of golden light and vanished. Scanning uploaded resources. Explorer Lin An Huaxia has uploaded ice blue berries 300 gene. Quality rating D, fine grade. Resource critical hit triggered. Manifestation multiplier 10000. Great Xia Nation receives ice blue berries 300 gene. Instantly. The golden honor list, symbol of supreme distinction, flashed brilliantly across the top of the livestream, visible to billions across Blue Earth. 1. Great Xia Nation Lin An. Today's upload ice blue berries fine grade 300 gene. Rank 8, globally 8th wave. Boom. The entire world trembled. Livestream viewership surged back into the millions. iChat scrolls flooded the screen like a surging river of carp. Top 10. Holy, made it into the top 10. Yesterday we were outside 4,000th place. Today we've stormed straight into the finals. Did he rocket up? 3 million gene. Good heavens, how many fruits is that? Great Xia Strategic Reserve Base now. 01. Staff responsible for receiving manifested supplies stared dumbfounded at the spectacle before them. Beneath each towering manifestation spire, dozens of colossal conveyor belts roared to life with mechanical thunder. Rush. Not cold lifeless or nor gory beast flesh. A tsunami of sapphire blue fruit drowned every metallic chain beneath its tide. Millions of gene of fist-sized crystalline berries, glistening fragrant and sweet, transformed the entire reserve base into a dreamlike azure ocean. Harvest, an extraordinary harvest. Quick, mobilize all refrigerated transport vehicles. Who on earth is this divine explorer? I don't recall Lord Meng's orchard cultivating these. No idea, but no time to wonder. Move, move, move. Late at night, the Supreme Strategic Conference Room. Bang. Layli shoved open the conference door, her face flushed crimson. Director, esteemed leaders. Lin An, her voice cut off abruptly. For she found the room unnervingly silent. No bickering, no haze of cigarette smoke. The senior officials who normally clashed bitterly over resource allocation now sat upright and solemn, each with a single immaculately washed ice blue berry placed before them. Crunch. The elder director bit into one. Juice burst forth, and he closed his eyes in quiet delight. Excellent, truly sweet. We should distribute them selectively. Let some citizens savor this rare delicacy. Director. Layli swallowed hard and whispered, Lin An is currently ranked second in Great Xia. Or rather, he's just discovered another resource node. The elder director remained silent for a long while, then let out a wry chuckle and shook his head. This young man. His surprises are simply too overwhelming. Wilderness resource nodes had become the new bedrock of national strength across Blue Earth. Mushiwa's open pit mine was also such a node, yet rated only E-class. Its core limitation. Though the ore could be refined into serviceable weapons, it required explorers to first survive the perilous early phase of food scarcity. Thus Mushiwa often went hungry, feasting one day, fasting the next. Lin An's node, however, was fundamentally different. Every official present understood its immense strategic value. Indeed, it surpassed even the vast glacial lakes in importance. After all, those frozen waters teemed with high-tier monstrous beasts, deadly hazards in the early stages. Yet none could fathom how Lin An had so effortlessly located such a treasure. Was it truly just that legendary snow vehicle? Other explorers would never dare swear they'd fare equally well, even with identical equipment. Had the elder director's words somehow been blessed with prophetic power? Enough, stop staring at me. Let's proceed to the next agenda item. Finally, unable to bear their collective gaze, he cleared his throat awkwardly and resumed chairing the meeting. Their earlier assessment of Lin An had been far too conservative. That night, the Great Xia leadership concluded their summit with unprecedented speed. No more disputes, no more quarrels. All classifications of awakened ones became absurd jokes beside such a resource node. Even instinctive choice, the vote of the feet, clearly pointed to whom humanity must follow. Beijing Explorer Family Special Zone Villa Cluster No. 19. While the upper echelons reeled, Lin An's home exuded warmth and quiet joy. Upon the dining table rested freshly prepared braised snow hare meat and a large basin of freshly washed ice blueberries. Chen Chen, eat slowly, we have plenty. Lin Jiangwo wiped his hands on his apron, extending special care to his daughter's new friend. So, Xiao Pengzi. Chen Chen gripped a hare leg in one hand, and an ice blue berry in the other, his mouth smeared with purple juice and grease as he hummed with pure bliss. Uncle Lin An, you have no idea. The families next door, though also seed-class relatives, received only 3 berries. Only 3, not even enough for one bite. That Wang Xiaoming from down the hall cried himself hoarse because he wasn't satisfied. So annoying. Still, brother Lin An is amazing. Lin Xiaozhao's vision had mostly recovered, yet the world outside remained hazy and indistinct. Hearing Xiao Pengzi's animated retelling, a proud smile bloomed across her pale cheeks. She reached out, found a large berry, took a bite, and as its honeyed nectar flowed into her heart, she declared softly, "Of course, my brother is the best." At that very moment, other villas within the special zone echoed with wails and lamentations. The berries were exquisite, imbued with vital energy, and left one glowing with warmth after each bite. Yet supply was scarce. Even elite households received only token portions. And truth be told, these children had grown accustomed to luxury, their palates refined and demanding. Only Lin Zhangwo's home rang with laughter and cheer. H City, Xingfu, Li Residential Complex. Even this aging neighborhood buzzed with long-forgotten vitality. The neighborhood committee worked through the night, portioning out the distributed snow hairs, half a gene of meat, and 2 smaller berries per household. Oh my, what a rich aroma. Thanks to Lin An from the old Lin family, our winter will be much easier. Indeed, he's truly outstanding. Next building over, Lin Jianjun's residence. Wang Mei stared at the 2 meager slices of hare meat in her bowl, chewing tastelessly. Mom, I want more berries, her son wailed. Haven't I given you enough already? Lin Jianjun slammed his chopsticks down in frustration, his chest tightening with bitter regret, more agonizing than hunger itself. Yet across ordinary households in Great Xia, Lin An's bountiful harvest brought renewed mirth and laughter indoors, and his livestream's popularity soared once more, easily breaching 10 million concurrent viewers. The Wilderness World Thermal Cavern. Unaware of Blue Earth's frenzy, Lin An stood immersed in the special rewards granted to the global top 10. Fine-grade multifunctional tactical backpack, advanced physique enhancement serum 2. Such generous rewards. A spark ignited in Lin An's eyes. He recalled this backpack was among the wilderness's famed minor artifacts. Its interior employed a proprietary folding alloy technique, granting a cavernous 200-liter capacity while maintaining the compact silhouette of an ordinary mountaineering pack. Moreover, its thermal-insulated lining dramatically extended food freshness, making it indispensable for extended expeditions. 4 days remain until the event concludes. I wonder if I could acquire one myself. The advanced physique enhancement serum isn't bad either. 1 vial alone elevates physical prowess to the level of a Tier 1 monstrous beast. Lin An then glanced at the top contenders on the leaderboard. John still held first place, consistently uploading 1 large prey daily. Second place belonged to Mile of Yingluan Kingdom, residing along a coastline teeming with aquatic life. Her daily haul gathered effortlessly from tidal foraging. Third place was claimed by Ivan of the white-haired nation, who had slain a grievously wounded, disabled Tier 2 monstrous beast, netting hundreds of gene of meat. Clearly, he intended to upload everything at once for maximum reward before advancing further. Lin An couldn't help but marvel at their fortuitous starting points. Fortunately, he possessed his own advantage. Otherwise, mere survival would have been a struggle. But now, having secured a resource node, and with temperatures steadily rising, his prospects grew ever brighter. Next, he checked on several fellow seed-class explorers from Great Xia's same wave. All appeared to be thriving, having safely passed the most dangerous initial phase. Yet what was happening with Soldier Zhao Taizhu? His uploads consisted solely of insect eggs and venom sacs. Were those even edible? Lin An felt a shiver run down his spine at the sight of many such creatures. In desperation, perhaps, but compared to chicken, they belonged to entirely different realms, heaven and earth. Finally, Lin An reviewed his current inventory. Explorer Lin An. City 529,550. Temperature 36. 8C. Abilities Divine Gaze 0. For advanced cold resistance 0. 2. Inventory Legendary Snow Vehicle 1 Thunder Chicken Beak Rare 1 Premium Meat Fine Grade 18 Gene Ice Blueberries Fine Grade 253 Gene Giant Snow Hare 3 Giant Snow Rat 2 Silver Frost Velvet Rat Hide 1 Hardened Rat Incisors 2 High Density Leg Bones 2 Frost Iron Feather Quills 12 High Energy Coal 0 5 Fire Starting Tools 1 Livestream Offline Duration 8 hours Personal Rank 8 8th Wave Survivor Global Ranking Not Yet Activated Rank Reward Fine-Grade Multifunctional Tactical Backpack Advanced Physique Enhancement Serum 2. Excellent. Truly an extraordinary harvest. Lin An felt deeply content. This was the stat panel befitting a true advantage holder. Before, its emptiness had been almost embarrassing. Time to sleep. Deep into the night, just as Lin An's breathing settled into calm rhythm. Aowo. A chorus of piercing, drawn-out, murderously intent wolf howls pierced the thick ice door and reverberated deep into the cavern. Lin An jolted awake. instantly alert. 3 days before the arrival of the apocalypse war. On this night Lin An hardly slept. He gripped the alloy shovel staring at the ice layer sealing the entrance. Fortunately the wolf pack did not block the door like last time. The piercing howls lingered nearby for a while before gradually fading away. As dawn broke Lin An prepared to set off. No matter what, I must bring back thousands of pounds of berries. The snowmobile charged into the storm once again. Along the way he noticed several distinct grim green trails. Tier 1 Snow Demon Wolf Behavior Territory Patrol Duration 0 AM. It seems they were just passing through to patrol their territory. Lin An breathed a slight sigh of relief, but a sense of crisis lingered in his heart. He wasn't yet at the stage of claiming dominion over this territory. He couldn't let his guard down. On the way to the berry forest, Lin An took the opportunity to dispatch 2 wandering snow rabbits. Everything went exceptionally smoothly until he arrived at the destination. Lin An halted the vehicle, looking at the scene before him, feeling a chill in his heart. The once concealed entrance to the underground jungle now lay in ruins. Not only was the ice ladder he had dug violently torn open, but there were also over a dozen large and small deep pits in the surrounding snow, clearly indicating that the magical beasts had sensed the scent of the fruit and burrowed in from all directions. Oh no, the fruits have been picked. The air was permeated with a faint scent of blood, and Lin An gazed at the chaotic tracks on the snow, lamenting inwardly. The live chat was filled with sighs. It's over, it's all over. Lin God got his home raided. There's no way such a resource point isn't easy to monopolize. Sigh, I wonder how much is left. Let's disperse. I thought today I could continue to stock up. Lin An hesitated for a moment, crouched down to look around, and after not noticing anything unusual tightened his camouflage cloak and cautiously slid down the ice ladder. It was tragic. Too tragic. The blue gems that once hung from the branches were now reduced to a mere few. The underbrush had been trampled severely, with many branches broken violently, and the ground was covered in crushed fruit pulp. What wasteful kids. A bunch of wasteful kids. Lin An felt his heart bleed. If he could take all this back, it would be enough for him to eat until next year. When I have time in the future, I must enclose this area. Lin An sighed inwardly. Just as he was filled with grief, the corner of his eye suddenly caught a glimpse of several sturdy old shrubs deep in the forest, shimmering with odd golden lights. Lin An's breath caught as he quickly approached. Among the dense foliage he discovered over a dozen fruits that were entirely golden, as if forged from gold. More surprises. Lin An was overjoyed, his heart racing like thunder as he hurriedly picked one. Acquired golden ice berry rare X1 description, the king of the berry jungle, absorbing the essence of the white disaster. These fruits seemed to have just ripened. Although the beast pack had destructive power, they were not gatherers, thus these fruits growing in secluded corners and at higher elevations remained intact. The live chat had shifted from a uniform beasts to, not to mention, is there a surprise harvest? It was clear at a glance that these were good items. Hurry and pick them. Lin An moved swiftly, and in less than a minute he collected all the precious golden fruits. However, just as he picked the last fruit, a faint, almost imperceptible tapping sound echoed, like some sharp claw tip tapping on a metallic shell. Lin An froze. Did something outside the snowmobile just move? Crisis. He instinctively curled up, hiding in the shadows of the old shrub's roots. The camouflage cloak activated due to his stillness, blending him with the surrounding dead branches and rotten fruit. Rustle, rustle. Extremely faint footsteps descended along the ice ladder. Lin An held his breath and looked outside through the vision goggles of the cloak. This sight nearly froze his blood. 2 massive pure white beasts were silently entering this underground. Tier 1 Snow Demon Wolf, they stood over a meter tall at the shoulder, their snow-white fur without a single blemish. The most terrifying aspect was their pair of ghastly green eyes, exuding a chilling cunning and cruelty. They walked without making a sound, their pads seemingly equipped with suction cups. When did they arrive? Lin An broke out in a cold sweat. He had repeatedly confirmed before entering that there were no fresh tracks in the vicinity. The only explanation was that they were too fast. Tier 1 top-level magical beasts. Each one was comparable in size to a Bengal tiger from Blue Star. And this is not Blue Star. Some magical beasts possess superpowers. It was likely that the snowmobile had exposed its tracks. He was trapped. But at this moment Lin An knew he couldn't. The 2 snow demon wolves did not rush to howl, but patrolled the berry forest like phantoms. They kept their heads low, noses pressed to the ground, seemingly sniffing for scents. Step by step, one of the wolves even approached the shrub where Lin An was hiding. It stopped. There was less than a meter between its face and Lin An's. Lin An could even smell the rancid hot breath it exhaled and see the drool dripping from the corner of its mouth. Fortunately, the camouflage cloak not only provided invisibility, but also had a strong odor-blocking function. The wolf twitched its nose a few times, seemingly not detecting any strange scent. It turned around and squatted down, remaining perfectly still like a statue. Its snow-white fur blended seamlessly with the snow, eyes closed, appearing as just a slightly raised snow hill. Soon after, an even more terrifying scene unfolded. Rustle, rustle. 3 or 4 more snow demon wolves burrowed in through other entrances. Once they entered, they did not run around, but rather found a few open corners dug through the snow and buried themselves, leaving only their glimmering green eyes exposed. Perfect camouflage, a top-notch hunting formation. But Lin An quietly breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed they were not specifically looking for him. The viewers in the live chat were already dumbfounded as the comments soared. Holy cow. These wolves have become sentient. Lin, God, don't move. The wolves are right next to you. This isn't a magical beast, it's clearly a well-trained special forces unit. It's over, he's surrounded. How to escape? Lin, God can't fight even one, and there are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Why are they still increasing? Yesterday it was an Aliocaniate buffet. Oh, today, he's become the buffet. The comments were frantic, and Su-Wan was also very anxious. After discovering Lin An's abnormality that morning, she had been sitting in her chair motionless for the entire day. What to do? From data analysis, the chances of a pioneer escaping from the snow demon wolves decrease with their numbers. 1. Chance of escape is 50. 2. 10. After a whole day, there are probably 15. The wolf pack continued to pour into the forest. Time passed second by second, from noon until sunset, and then into the deep night. For a full 10 hours, Lin An maintained a curled position, even though his thigh muscles were cramping. Even as the cold seeped into his bones from the ground, he remained as still as a stone. He even controlled his breathing to an extremely low frequency of 3 times per minute. The viewers in the live chat also endured 10 hours with him, and the comments were filled with sorrow. It's been 10 hours. So even if he doesn't get bitten by a wolf, he must be frozen stiff by now. I'm really crying. Is this what survival looks like? So cruel. Lin, God, hold on. If you get discovered, you will be torn apart. What should we do, everyone? Unlike the viewers' anxiety, Lin An was not so flustered. He probably already knew what was going to happen next. However, what he didn't expect was that at this moment a mechanical voice echoed in his mind. Today's resource upload settlement countdown. 5 minutes left. Lin An uploaded a rare level ice gold berry in his hand. It wasn't that he felt he was on the verge of death. Rather, the fruit was too heavy, causing his hand to feel a bit numb. Upload. In Lin An's hand lightened, the ice gold berry vanished in a faint shimmer beneath his cloak. Scanning resources. An explorer Lin in China has uploaded ice gold berry 1. In rarity, rating rare C. In current manifestation multiplier 10000. The Great Xia Nation has acquired ice gold berry rare 100. In excellent 10,000-fold manifestation. Lin An was highly satisfied. The upload had elevated his global ranking by 2 places to 6th overall, but the system notifications continued. Congratulations, explorer. You have successfully uploaded the rare resource ice gold berry for the first time. In special reward unlocked survival mystery box. And please select your desired drop tier common rare or legendary. A rare tier resource had once again triggered the survival mystery box reward. And though outwardly motionless, Lin An's heart surged with exhilaration. Without hesitation, he selected legendary. And with an intelligence network at his disposal, wasn't any drop location guaranteed to yield advantage. And after all, even the top reward for the 8th batch global leaderboard was merely legendary tier. Of course, had Lin An not been in a compromised state, he would have unquestionably chosen the common tier. NAS and Explorer 1 must prioritize stability, never recklessness. Meanwhile, Lin An's live streaming feed descended into chaos and, wait, what on earth is happening? Is he still uploading resources right now? And is this the spirit of Great Xia? Deeply admirable. And could it be that Lin Xin believes he'll freeze to death, and this is his final desperate upload? And wah, I'm already sobbing, sis. Even the analysts at the intelligence center were momentarily stunned, and they thought Lin An's constitution still held promise of survival. He truly didn't need to rush so desperately. And the person most elated, however, was Lu Guodong from the International Trade Division. And he had waited for days. Not for a rare fish, but for a rare fruit. Nan, this was invaluable. Nick could be traded with the white-haired nation for substantial supplies. Truly, absolutely magnificent. And so he quietly sent a chat message and Divine Lin, another one please. And I beg you. Just one more would be enough. And truly, the nation needs it. He also dashed across live streams of other Great Xia explorers leaving messages in, Goddess Mu Shui, a few more blue silver grass sprouts please. In, War God Taiju, those insect eggs really are delicious. I'd love more. Just as Lin An eagerly anticipated what marvel the legendary tier survival mystery box might unveil, a soft rustling stirred beside his ear. Living creatures approaching. In Lin An's pupils contracted slightly. In several tundra snow rats, keen-nosed and curious, had been drawn by the lingering rich fragrance of the fruit cautiously emerging from the ice staircase. Then came a giant snow hare, seemingly guileless yet unmistakably ravenous. Into these famished creatures, this sheltered subterranean thicket strewn with abundant leftovers was nothing short of paradise. They leapt merrily into the pit's base, greedily gnawing at the pulpy, trampled berries scattered across the ground. None snow rat even reared upright, straining with its tiny paws to reach the last remaining ice-blue berries clinging to the branches. The fruit's aroma had perfectly masked the scent of the apex predators hidden in the snow, their breath, their very presence. In remarkable restraint, Lin An observed. And the snow demon wolves remained utterly still, unmoved. They lay in wait like master snipers, calm, patient, indifferent, as prey darted freely before their very eyes. And even when a plump snow rat bounded onto the head of one wolf, the beast did not so much as flicker an eyelid. Patience. In absolute, unyielding patience. And until more and more prey flooded into the thicket, swelling their number to over a dozen. And then the snow demon wolf, crouching just meters from Lin An's side, slowly pricked up its ears. From deep within its throat rose a low subsonic vibration, barely audible. And HSSSS, and the signal had been sent. And slaughter erupted, instantaneously. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. And the silent snowdrifts exploded outward. And 5 terrifying white blurs launched themselves with chilling tactical synchrony, each striking a distinct target. Chaos reigned, yet every motion obeyed ruthless order. And snap. In less than 3 meters before Lin An's eyes, a fleeing snow hare was seized mid-leap, its spine clamped in the wolf's jaws. It was not devoured immediately, and the wolf coldly severed the hare's neck, then casually flung the corpse aside before lunging toward its next quarry. Lin An stood frozen in awe, and so too did his livestream audience. And no snarls, no roars, only the sharp, brittle crack of bone and the prey's brief, anguished cry. Squeak, squeak. And 2 wolves sealed the ice staircase exit, cutting off all retreat. And 2 others herded the panicked prey inward, funneling them toward the center. The largest, most formidable wolf swept through the thicket, harvesting without mercy. And within 3 minutes the battle concluded, and not a single prey escaped. The 5 snow demon wolves withdrew, each bearing a lifeless body in its jaws. Lin An watched through his visor, cold sweat beading along his spine. And he even noted how little blood, HSS, terrifying. And these were no mere beasts. In Lin An's eyes, they resembled a flawlessly disciplined military unit. They understood ambush. They mastered patience. They executed flawless coordination. And if he were exposed, escape would be impossible. And Lin An assessed the situation swiftly in his mind. The snow demon wolves' true horror lay not in fang or claw, but in their despair-inducing intelligence and ironclad discipline. And among Tier 1 monstrous beasts, their individual combat prowess might not rank highest. But collectively, they were unquestionably the apex of savage group lethality. Yet this hunt was not the night's final act. Lin An clearly recalled. 15 wolves had entered, and the one beside him had not moved at all. And hours later the temperature plummeted further. And had he lacked advanced cold resistance, he would have frozen solid where he stood. Yet the biting cold did not dampen the small creature's hunger. Na faint rustling stirred once more. Soon several new creatures entered. In this time Lin An recognized familiar faces. The ice feather strutting with haughty grace, they dashed into the thicket and pecked rapidly at the fallen fruits. Then, just as Lin An braced for their inevitable demise, the flock suddenly bolted back up the ice staircase. And whether deterred by residual blood scent or innate caution, none remained. Impressive. You truly aren't greedy. And silently Lin An commended the thunder chickens and memorized their path. One day he vowed he would seek their wisdom on the philosophy of survival in the savage wastes. Yet such decisive creatures were rare. And hours later 10 more snow hares and snow rats met their end here. Still, this harvest was far smaller than the first, and the lingering traces of blood had disrupted feeding rhythms and pace. Many naturally cautious creatures ate quickly and fled just as swiftly, and their discipline was palpable. And by dawn the wolves' third hunt had concluded. The last few snow demon wolves gathered the corpses, formed a silent single-file column, and ascended the ice staircase with noiseless precision. Just before departing, a smaller snow demon wolf paused, then turned back, clutching a snow hare's head in its jaws. Its sickly green eyes locked unblinkingly onto the thicket where Lin An hid. Lin An froze, his breath suspended, his heart nearly ceasing. In disaster. And had he been discovered? And when? How? In a wild world beneath the berry grove at dawn. After the wolf pack left Lin An did not rush to move. He waited for a full half-hour, confirming that there was no sound around, before slowly stretching his stiff limbs. I overthought it just now. It wasn't looking at me, but at the ice-gold berries on the old bush. Recalling the old wolf's gaze and confusion before it departed, Lin An's lips curled slightly. He hadn't expected these creatures to be so well aware of the resources within their territory. Withdraw first. Once his limbs had regained mobility, Lin An quickly climbed up the icy slope and flipped the snow vehicle upright. Fortunately, the metal box was completely sealed, and the two snow rabbits were not intercepted by the wolf pack. Looking at the ravaged berry grove beneath him, Lin An felt a twinge of pain in his heart, but decisively abandoned the thought of continuing to gather. The large fruits have been mostly consumed, leaving only some unripe small ones. Struggling to pick them may lead to being trapped by the wolves. The risks do not equal the rewards. After getting into the vehicle, Lin An touched the 12 heavy, ice-gold berries in his pocket, and a flicker of heat flashed in his eyes. This was the greatest reward of this trip. On the way back, Lin An's mood gradually sank. The once sporadic tragic green traces now resembled a giant fishing net enveloping a 10-kilometer radius of non-dangerous areas. Moreover, the behavior pattern was patrolling the territory. What are the wolves doing? It feels like I can't afford to be careless. Upon returning to the safety of the cave, Lin An's tense nerves finally relaxed. He took out the golden fruits, studying them carefully under the dim blue moss. Each was as large as a ripe peach, with golden patterns covering their skins, looking extremely beautiful. However, unlike the ice blue berries, these fruits had no scent. It was as if all the essence was sealed within the skin. The value of these 12 fruits is even greater than that of hundreds of pounds of ice blue berries. Knowledge of rare resources in the wild flooded Lin An's mind. For individuals, rare level resources are the core materials for crafting silver star level and even higher grade food. And silver star level food is the key to human evolution in the wild, a shortcut to enhancing physical quality. In other words, consuming 100 pounds of ice blue berries cannot compare to the qualitative change brought by a single golden fruit. From another perspective, the significance for the country is even greater. If ordinary supplies are the food that solves hunger, then rare resources are strategic resources for the nation. Just one can exchange for a massive amount of basic supplies, greatly improving the physical quality of the next batch of pioneers. The stronger the pioneers, the better the country's situation, increasing national strength and creating a positive cycle. Lin An couldn't help but marvel at his good fortune. This was precisely why he found such an abundance of rare resources in the Everfrost Tundra. It would be hard to find so many elsewhere. At this moment, the countdown of the national fortune system abruptly sounded. Good morning, Pioneer B317865. Yesterday's death toll, 1532 people. Countdown to the apocalypse war 4800. The death toll has increased. Lin An's heart sank. The death toll had soared in recent days. Clearly, in the last 48 hours for the final ranking, many pioneers chose to take risks. Should I upload resources for ranking or hold on to them for development? This is a dilemma for wild pioneers, but for Lin An, he first looked at his stone pot. After a night of freezing, he was truly hungry. In the Great Xia, the Third Information Bureau. Why did we encounter snow magic wolves at this time? Layli felt agitated. At this rate, Lin An might not have any output in the last 48 hours. With the basic survival supplies ensured, it will be hard for him to break into the top 5. Director 1 must learn to be content. This is the Everfrost Tundra. Suwon said leisurely. At least Lin An is currently the number 1 in rare resources among the 8th batch of pioneers. Layli took a deep breath, suppressing the corners of his mouth that wanted to curl up. Indeed. This morning's shift. Suwon stood up and left. The report has already been sent to you. Last night, she had kept an eye on Lin An, researching the possibility of transplanting ice blueberry clusters, and now she needed to rest. Go ahead. Layli lowered his head to continue reading the report, sighing. There are really not many good comrades like Suwon who take the initiative to work overtime. In the wild world, in a thermal cave. Indulging a bit. Lin An stared at the stone pot filled with thunder chicken essence meat. He had just thrown in 3 ice gold berries all at once. The golden juice melted into the soup base like liquid gold. There was no acidic sweetness like blueberries. Instead, it had an extremely restrained and heavy herbal fragrance. Glug, glug. As the cooking progressed, a miraculous scene occurred. Inside the stone pot, white steam did not rise, but a faint yet extremely clear silver halo appeared. The halo swirled in the pot, appearing almost tangible. It's done. Lin An was overjoyed. Acquired silver star level food, ice gold chicken soup. The audience in Lin An's live broadcast room on Blue Star was also jolted awake. Did I just hit the jackpot? Silver star level food. Is this reasonable? Is this scientific? Showing me this in the morning. Almost got eaten by wolves yesterday, so after surviving him eating this, well. But it is what it is. I suggest those upstairs first take a look at Lin Shen's background wall. 200 pounds of fruit is no joke. I suggest the pioneers from Sakura country learn more. Eating raw fish every day looks so fishy. The atmosphere in the live broadcast room was cheerful as everyone celebrated Lin An's safe return. Most wild pioneers often have scarce meals. If the performance is too poor, the audiences from other countries will not be polite. At that time, all kinds of strange creatures will emerge. After the chicken soup cooled down, Lin An picked up the stone bowl and consumed all the golden soup and boom. This time no warmth surged in his stomach. It felt like a magma boiling in his belly. Violent energy exploded layer by layer, washing through his limbs. Lin An felt every cell in his body rejoicing, dividing, and recombining. Tip: consumed high-level silver star level food. Tip: your cold resistance has improved. Advanced cold resistance 1. 2. 5. Tip: your muscle density has slightly increased. Tip: your bone strength has slightly increased. Who? Lin An exhaled a long plume of white vapor and clenched his fists. Clap, clap, clap. His knuckles cracked, filled with an explosive sense of power. This feeling is amazing. In the live broadcast room, although the viewers could not eat, they could see white steam rising from Lin An's head and body. Can I become stronger just by inhaling a bit? Lin Shen has become stronger again. How delightful. Silver star level food. It's truly tyrannical. Speaking of which, in terms of silver star level food, Lin Shen should have no objections to being number 1, right? Watching Lin An grow stronger continuously, millions of viewers from Great Xia on Blue Star were also filled with joy. It's simple. The stronger our pioneers are, the more resources they will gather, and everyone will live better. Feeling full and satisfied, Lin An calmed down. Outside the cave, the wind and snow continued. He glanced at the leaderboard and made some estimates. The wolf pack is on the move. It's a bit dangerous outside. If I upload all the resources, I will definitely be in the top 3. Wearing a camouflage cloak, hunting carefully, there's indeed a chance to compete for the top spot. Lin An also knew that those ranked in the top few would have some stockpile of resources. Then Lin An suddenly remembered, right, let me see where the legendary survival blind box dropped. If he could obtain a legendary powerful tool, his survival would become easier. Lin An summoned the system, preparing to check the coordinates of the blind box. Suddenly his gaze lingered at the upper right corner of his retina. The value of the information point had unknowingly accumulated to 15 points. What astonished him even more was that next to the environmental information point, there was an unfamiliar, deep red exclamation mark. What is this? Lin An's attention focused as a few lines of golden text emerged. A major event is about to occur in the current area. Do you want to consume 15 information points to perform an event prediction and panoramic simulation? Yes, no, a major event. Lin An was taken aback. 15 information points were the savings he had accumulated over many days. To consume them all at once made him hesitate. But it wasn't much. After all, he hadn't planned to go out these days, and with plenty of food, he could just accumulate more. No problem at all. Lin An chose yes. Simulate. Buzz. Without any warning, it felt as if an invisible hand abruptly pulled his consciousness out of his body. The golden data stream on his retina erupted like a volcano, transforming into countless golden particle storms. His vision was soaring infinitely. In an instant, he pierced through thick rock layers, howling snowstorms, and the pitch-black night sky until he hovered above at an altitude of 10,000 meters. Simulating major event. Remaining information points 14. 7. 14. 6. The information points were depleting, and Lin An looked down at the earth. A thought flashed through his mind. This is the god's perspective. The snowstorm below transformed into a still picture. The eternally frozen tundra became a gray-white line drawing. Immediately his attention was drawn to a gray cloud writhing below. His gaze plummeted rapidly. Zoom in again, until Lin An saw the true appearance of the gray cloud. Tier 1 giant, horned mammoth. Countless. Each one as robust as a blue star's old yellow cow, with enormous spiral horns circling above, covered in thick gray fur. Massive sheep. They were migrating. A whoa. Even from the god's perspective, Lin An heard a wolf howl that shattered the heavens. Unbeknownst to him, 3 groups of rapidly moving little white clouds followed the gray cloud. It was a pack of snow demons. Not dozens, but a full 3 packs of wolves joining forces to hunt. Hundreds of snow demons led by 3 snow wolf kings the size of small cars advanced like 3 white surgical knives, precisely aiming for the sheep's flanks. So that's it, a wolf pack hunt. Lin An suddenly understood why the wolf tracks on the ice field were so active. In the next moment, a shocking scene unfolded before him. He saw the 3 wolf kings simultaneously howl at the sky, and what spewed from their mouths was no longer white mist, but solidified waves. Swish, swish. Countless crescent-shaped ice blades of extreme cold coalesced above the wolf pack, pouring down upon the sheep like a torrential rain. An ice blade storm. The greatest difference between magical beasts and ordinary beasts is the ability to use powers akin to magic, comparable to Blue Star's absolute justice. Bah! The sheep flock emitted a piercing scream. Blood stained the snowfield. Under the threat of death, the leading ram issued commands, prompting the flock to accelerate. The circular running formation stretched into a rectangle due to speed differences. Survival of the fittest was vividly displayed. The old, weak, sick, and some slow lambs gradually fell behind, left at the tail of the group. Oh whoa! The 3 wolf kings seized the opportunity for an attack, flanking from both sides. Crack! A massive ice wall rose from the ground, completely severing the escape route for the thousands of straggling sheep. The main force quickly retreated, leaving behind a slaughter feast. Brutal bites, desperate counterattacks, entrails, and blood flying together. Amidst the chaos, a small group of about 100 sheep, led by several rams, frantically broke out. They fled in panic, dodging the wolf pack's hunt heading northeast. Remaining information points 4, 7, 4, 6. At some point Lin An realized his information points were dwindling. But the scene he just witnessed was too shocking. He couldn't calm down, so he followed the gaze of those sheep. He had a premonition that these sheep might be the true guidance the information system provided him. As the information points decreased, the retinal image began to flicker and blur. At the last moment, Lin An clearly saw that the panicking giant sheep had rushed into an expanse of flat crack, crack. Thousands of pounds of weight stomped down simultaneously, and with the resonance of collective running, the ice shattered. Over 100 giant sheep fell into the icy lake, struggling and crowding into shallow water, but gradually their movements slowed due to the freezing cold and exhaustion. In the end, they were frozen into countless lifelike giant sheep ice sculptures. Only a few slower giant sheep managed to stop and scatter, and the coordinates of the ice sculptures were 15 kilometers southwest of the thermal energy cave large ice lake area. So that's it. Returning to his normal perspective, Lin An's emotions remained unsettled. The stampeding sheep, the howling ice blades. He once again felt the insignificance of humanity in the wild. The thirst for power grew even stronger. Hoo-hoo. Unbeknownst to him, the cold sweat on his back soaked his clothes. But those black eyes were now frighteningly bright. Hundreds of sheep, each weighing over 1,000 pounds, and they are all genuine Tier 1 magical beast meat. What a huge find. If I can get them. Lin An glanced at the reward at the top of the leaderboard: legendary Overlord Bow reward. First place, there's a chance. In the wild world, Lin An arrived on the 28th night of the wilderness. At this time, less than 30 hours remained until the settlement. Lin An made a decision that puzzled everyone. He did not remain in the warm cave, but instead took a few pieces of dried meat, donned his camouflage cloak, and plunged into the blizzard of the night. In the live broadcast room, the audience from Xia was in an uproar. Crazy. Running out at this time of night. Has Lin God been stimulated? Ranked 9th, did he break down? Don't go. There are wolves outside. Lin God, stay calm. Don't lose. Where did the fastest man in the wilderness go? For the past 2 days, Lin An had performed unremarkably, neither leaving the cave nor uploading any resources. Most of the Xia audience thought he would rely on his stored resources to secure a top 10 reward. Everyone was accepting of this outcome. A top 10 finish was already quite good. But now Lin An's actions made everyone think he had gone mad. This was not the time to take risks. In Xia, the highest strategic conference room. The atmosphere in the conference room was somewhat heavy, yet Lei Li was reporting the latest intelligence report. Sir Li Qingqing did not pick crops in advance to abandon the ranking for long-term planning. Mu Shui set a trap and captured a Tier 1 top magical beast, the rock giant scorpion, but was unable to kill it, dropping her ranking out of the top 10. Soldier King Zhao Taizhu discovered an iron jaw bee nest in the dark jungle. Level resource point. Although extremely dangerous, he successfully stole 20 kilograms of bee honey with his strong military skills. Currently ranked 8th among the global 8th batch of pioneers. It seems he plans to make one last push on the final day to break into the top 5. That sounds more like it. By the way, group leader Lei Li, you've worked hard during this time. The old leader glanced at the screen and slightly nodded to Lei Li, but the next moment his gaze firmly landed on a split-screen image of a figure rushing into the snowstorm. Comrades. The old leader's voice was aged yet powerful after 3 rounds of evaluation. Although Lin An's ranking has dropped, the survival, wisdom, stress resistance, and the ability to turn decay into wonders he has demonstrated are unparalleled. I propose to officially list Lin An as the 8th batch of enlightened ones. Even if we do not reach the top this time, even if the national situation cannot be immediately improved, we must preserve the spark on the eternally frozen tundra. For the long-term future, everyone. Let's hold on a bit longer. The generals and leaders collectively stood up and saluted. Yes. Hearing the unified response, tears welled in the corners of Lei Li's eyes. The eternally frozen tundra was an everlasting pain in the hearts of the Xia people. Among the first 7 batches of pioneers, not a single person survived. Over 10,000 pioneers from Xia have died in the eternally frozen tundra. Each one was a carefully selected talent for the country. The best of the best. At this moment, Lei Li finally couldn't help but send a barrage in Lin An's live stream. Please don't waste this opportunity. Staying alive is more important than anything. In the wild world on the eternally frozen tundra deep in the night, the world was as dark as ink and the cold wind was like a knife. A silver-white figure almost merging with the ice and snow tore through the darkness, speeding across the undulating snowfield. Lin An, clad in the camouflage cloak, half lay on the vehicle, lowering his body to the limit. This time he set out. He unloaded the metal box, opting for a completely lightweight approach in pursuit of ultimate speed. In his arms he held only a few pieces of dried meat to stave off hunger, along with 3 ice gold berries. Yes, rare-level resources can provide a significant amount of energy at crucial moments. With the camouflage cloak, the legendary silver-white paint of the snowmobile, and the traces of magical beasts provided by Crisis Intelligence. At this moment, he transformed into a ghost of the death zone. Lin An stared at the coordinates still far away on his retina, feeling the wind and snow roaring in his ears, silently calculating the time and distance in his heart. Before dawn, I will return to the ice lake. Thinking of the major event about to happen, a slightly crazed smile curled at the corner of his mouth, full speed ahead. Blue Star, a video conference of the Five Nations Alliance. The conference title, The Global Resource Allocation and Cooperation Plan for the Version of the Apocalypse War. Around the virtual round table, the figures of the 5 national leaders appeared one by one through projection. The Prime Minister of Sakura Nation, Takahashi Miharu, interrupted the usual pleasantries as soon as the meeting began, her face pale with anger as she demanded, "Why does Sakura Nation only receive 8 of the public resources? This is unfair. Unfair." General Smith, seated at the head of the table, leisurely clipped his cigar, his tone indifferent. Ms. Takahashi, resource allocation is based on the rankings evaluated by the pioneers of each country. Lighthouse Nation holds the first place, while England and Lawn Nation firmly occupies the second position. As for you, you can't even reach the top 10 threshold. I'm sorry, ladies and gentlemen, please look at the latest intelligence. A smirk appeared at the corner of Takahashi Miharu's mouth as she spoke proudly. Our nation's pioneer Sadakin has completely rid himself of the side effects of the hallucination fruit thanks to the indomitable will of the Yamato people. Not only that, but he also discovered a plant resource point last night. Sadakin's ranking will surpass Lin An of Daxiao Nation and enter the top 10. Therefore, Sakura Nation should at least receive 15 of the resources. Smith lit his cigar and exhaled a smoke ring, ruthlessly shattering Takahashi's illusions. Lin An still has a batch of undisclosed reserve supplies. His goal is the top 10. Once your Sato presses too hard, he will inevitably upload more supplies to maintain his ranking. Ms. Takahashi, do you think your addict will still make it into the top 10? Moreover, the final ranking is not yet determined, and there may be other dark horses. Takahashi Miharu's face stiffened, about to retort when ding. A grand, cold, and emotionless mechanical voice suddenly echoed throughout every corner of Blue Star, interrupting the meeting. The second phase of the Wilderness Apocalypse War will descend in 24 hours. The deadline for uploading supplies for the 8th batch of pioneers is today at 235959. Silence. The video conference fell into a dead silence. Immediately, all the leaders turned pale. Wasn't it 5 minutes? Have the rules changed? Can uploads be done all day? The change in rules meant that pioneers could upload supplies at any time and place today. This opened the door for many resources to be risked. It is both a crisis and a tremendous opportunity. The happiest of all was Takahashi Miharu. If uploads could be done on-site, it would be excellent news for the pioneers of resource points. At that point, there was hope not only for entering the top 10, but even the top 7. The meeting ended hastily. In the wilderness world, as the countdown announcement arrived, the 8th batch of surviving pioneers fell into a final frenzy. No. 13. Daxiao Zhao Taizhu, in the dark jungle, humid and hot. Zhao Tieju, covered in mud, leaned against a dead tree to catch his breath. I really need to go again. He glanced at the leaderboard. I need to at least make it into the top 10. Due to 2 days of inactivity, Lin An's name had dropped from 6th to 9th and was still teetering. Young man, it seems you've encountered difficulties too. Zhao Taizhu looked at a deep fissure in the distance and smiled bitterly. It seems we veterans have to give it a shot. If Lin An's ranking were enough, I wouldn't want to push this hard. Continuously stealing honey can easily get me discovered by the Iron Jaw Bee, and I might even risk getting stung to death. But now with the rules changed, he must fight for the country's ranking. Using mud to cover his entire body, Zhao Taizhu crawled slowly toward the fissure. In his live stream, the comments were filled with respect. Woo. Don't go, brother Taizhu. Tears in my eyes, family. This is called a Daxia soldier. Look at brother Taizhu. This is the backbone of our Daxia. Fearless of hardship, fearless of death. Salute. You must come back alive. No. 15. Daxiao Li Qingqing, in the bitter cold plains, the cold. Li Qingqing knelt on the ground, her frostbitten hands digging out a piece of purple sweet potato that hadn't fully matured. If I dig it all out, I might make it into the top 10. But digging now is too much of a loss. Li Qingqing looked at the tender green sprouts, her eyes red. During this time, she had worried endlessly about these wilderness crops. Her gaze occasionally swept over the leaderboard. As a seed-level pioneer of Daxia and an elite from a prominent family, she was very dissatisfied with her ranking. In the end, she gritted her teeth, decided to give up the ranking reward, packed up the purple sweet potatoes, and continued to tend to the garden. Lin An, I can only rely on you now. In her live stream, the comment atmosphere was also quite stable. I support Sister Qing's choice. As long as the Green Mountain stands, I fear no firewood. We are long-term survivalists. Trust your choices. Looking forward to the day of a great harvest, slapping those who don't believe in us. Let's go. No. 6. Da Xiao Mu Shui. In the open pit mine, Mu Shui stood at the edge of the deep pit she had excavated yesterday. At the bottom of the pit, a first-tier peak magical beast covered in rock-like armor was roaring, striking the pit wall. Diamond Rock Scorpion. Pure meat, at least 300 pounds. Mu Shui murmured to herself, having collected all the minerals around. To secure Daxia's position in the top 5, and to advance further, she needed to kill it and obtain its crystal core. But in her hand, she only held a metal pickaxe. After hearing the announcement, Mu Shui confirmed the rankings of the various contestants from Da Xiao again. Seeing Lin An's name, she chuckled to herself. Looks like you've been lucky you almost caught up to me. But the global top 10 is your limit. But that's not my limit. Mu Shui brushed her disheveled hair aside, revealing a resolute smile. As a seed-level pioneer, her body had already been developed by the country before entering the wilderness. The intake of wilderness food these days also made her feel her strength growing rapidly. Although she could not compare to a first-tier peak magical beast, she still had the strength to fight. I am the first. Moreover, Da Xiao cannot be insulted. In the midst of countless terrified screams from Daxia's audience, she gripped the pickaxe and leaped. Jumping into the beast-fighting cage she had crafted herself. Has Goddess Mu Shui gone mad? Damn, another crazy one. Goddess's awesome voice crack. I love it. I only love crazy women. My Mu Shui, please don't die. Ugh. No. 5. White Fur Nation. Ivan. In the blizzard, Ivan walked into a cave of snow demon bears holding a bloodied battle axe. 2 fluffy cubs were huddled in the corner looking at this intruder with bewildered eyes, letting out soft grumbles. Ivan paused for a moment, glancing at the leaderboard showing the resources and rewards of each contestant. Though I'm 5th, the resources in the snowfield are sparse, and it's hard for me to maintain my ranking. I really want to know how Mr. Lin, ranked 9th, found so many ice blue berries. Finally, he revealed a helpless smile. I'm sorry, little one. For my country. Thud. The battle axe fell. To maintain his position in the top 5, he could not miss the hundreds of pounds of meat from the cub, because this was a second-tier magical beast. In Ivan's live stream, some agreed, while others couldn't bear to watch. But in the face of country and survival, it seemed that all compassion should not exist. No. 2. England Mire. The sea waves crashed against the reef, creating billows of mist. On a large island in the ICC area where she was located, the shellfish resources were decent. Still no change. A resource point wouldn't only have a few hundred pounds of supplies. In these days, Meyer had also noticed that a pioneer from Da Xiao was experiencing drastic fluctuations in ranking. 300 pounds of fruit uploaded all at once. It gave her a tremendous shock. She gathered only a little over a dozen pounds of quality shellfish every day from dawn to dusk. But as everyone knows, shell ratings are not high, she could only rely on quantity to win. Is she planning to upload at the last moment to achieve a comeback? Meyer barefoot stepped onto a reef, inhaled the ICC air deeply, execute plan B. In the face of absolute strength, schemes are useless. She took a deep breath and dove into the depths like a gurgle. Her target was a giant claw-wielding ice sea crab lurking nearby. To hit first place, she must find a way to secure the big haul. The audience from England also took a deep breath. This is the ice sea, my gosh. Miss Meyer is really, her physical quality is worthy of being a top-level pioneer. Go for it, Meyer, bring back the big fish. You are second in the world, but in my heart you are first. No. 1. Lighthouse Nation. Little John. On the last day before the leaderboard activity deadline, while other pioneers were desperately fighting, he was the exception. In a fertile plain inside a dry and warm cave, Little John sat naked from the waist up on a small mound made of the corpses of 10 first-tier magical beasts. He tore at a dripping piece of raw meat, blood splattered on his face, watching the desperate competitors on the leaderboard with a sneer of extreme arrogance at the corner of his mouth. Go ahead. I'll just sit here watching you all struggle. Soon you'll realize that the harder you work, the bigger the gap becomes. According to his sixth sense, the nearby huntable prey had already been hunted out. Now he just had to wait for the end to collect his rewards. As for the kid who had taken away his #1 spot a few days ago, he had already forgotten. Hundreds of pounds of fruit. How does that compare to thousands of pounds of magical beast meat? I really want to know how everyone will praise me. Ha ha ha. As the first of the 8th batch on the leaderboard, Little John's live stream popularity was obviously more complex. Today the comments were as enthusiastic as ever. I really don't know how our Little John will lose with such resource reserves. Curious. I see he has about 1/10 of Big John's prowess. No wonder he is the captain of the Lighthouse Nation's little team. Much respect. Yo, this guy really knows how to show off. His muscles are average and the lines on his back are not obvious. Poor rating. Little John, come on, don't let down the huge investment the Lighthouse Nation has made in you. In the wilderness, the eternal frozen moss plains, Lin An finally returned to the icy lake area after a night of trekking. The ever-frozen tundra. The wind and snow are most violent during this period, as if they could devour all living beings. If it weren't for his advanced cold resistance ability, Lin An sensed he would be frozen stiff in just 2 hours. Eventually, he came to a sheltered slope and came to a sudden halt. This is it. Lin An jumped off the vehicle, took a breath, and activated panoramic replay. Buzz. On his retina, the heart-stirring God's perspective once again overlapped with the real world. In his eyes, hundreds of gray phantoms were rushing wildly across the vast snowy expanse. It was a herd of giant horned mammoths fleeing into the night. Even if there were only 100 of them, they resembled a gray flood carrying destructive kinetic energy. Damn, is it that terrifying? Lin An glanced down at his feet. At this position, he was just out of the herd's charge, not far from the ice surface with a wide field of vision. He touched his slightly cold neck, and terrifying images of the sheep charging flashed through his mind. The enormous spiral horns were coated with sufficient frost power, seeming to promise that even a slight brush would result in shards of ice. My strength is still too weak. While wielding a shovel to dig through the frozen snow, Lin An sighed inwardly. Compared to the native creatures of the wilderness, the human body is as fragile as paper. His thoughts drifted to the statue of the frost goddess in the mysterious hall. Becoming a frost servant would allow him to ignore the cold and gain immense physical enhancements. A glimmer of ambition flickered in Lin An's eyes. The number 1 weapon on the leaderboard was a legendary bow. Possessing it would grant him the means to hunt the snow demon bears. He was unaware of how the upcoming apocalypse war would affect the wilderness. However, it was certain that the stronger one was the lesser the impact. In the Great Xia, the 3rd Intelligence Bureau. He stopped. Suwon saw Lin An starting to dig a hole, and her taut nerves finally relaxed. This meant Lin An had successfully located the ice lake area. On the snowy plain, precisely identifying the terrain several kilometers away was a miracle, but it also indicated another possibility. What an enviable sixth sense. She compared coordinates on the map, then adjusted her glasses, her eyes revealing a hint of realization. This place is less than 100 meters from the previous ice lake. He chose to establish a temporary camp on the downwind side by the shore. Waiting for his body temperature to drop before coming in to recover stamina is indeed a wise choice. Looks like he is going fishing. Layli looked at the screen, vigorously shaking his small fist, his eyes filled with hope. This kid must still be thinking about the large resource points. Although he didn't find the entrance from last time, his physical condition has improved, and the thickness of the ice is no longer a significant issue. As long as he can fish up a few rare fish like last time, or catch more ordinary iron-scaled black fish, relying on quantity alone could elevate his ranking. Indeed, this is currently the most efficient and safest plan. As long as he has enough patience and doesn't miss in the last 24 hours, there is a chance to create a miracle. It's a pity that the rule announcement didn't arrive before he set off. Otherwise, considering the reserve supplies, he would be in the top 2. Calm down, big shot. Reserved supplies are for long-term survival. One cannot lose big over small gains. You'll understand when you become a leader. Suwon silently rolled her eyes. She didn't know who had just been pounding their chest and lamenting about Lin An's lack of effort, feeling guilty about their cultivation, and saying they would personally go find him in the wilderness to settle accounts. It was truly baffling. What cultivation? In Switzerland, the Wilderness Commentary Center. As the most impartial commentary platform globally, it attracts hundreds of millions of viewers every day for live analysis. Today, as the apocalypse war is about to unfold, the number of commentators from the 8th batch of pioneers is particularly high. The broadcast just started, and it has already surpassed 1 billion viewers, with popularity still surging. The newly appointed host, Julia, a beautiful mixed-race woman with black hair, was currently reporting the latest breaking news. With a serious expression, we interrupt with some regrettable news. Just 5 minutes ago, among the 8th batch of pioneers, the pioneer from the Great Australia, ranked 4th globally, Zivi, unfortunately encountered a lightning eagle while attempting to collect a monster egg while climbing a cliff. Though he fought back valiantly, he ultimately lost his footing and fell off the cliff. The flame of life has been confirmed extinguished. The studio erupted in chaos. What? He just died. He was 4th. Why was he still fighting so hard? No way, he was one of my favorite. I am a Great Australia citizen. The sky has collapsed. The national fortune reward is gone. Greedy fools, truly unworthy of the country's cultivation. The bloodiness and cruelty of the rankings were laid bare before everyone at this moment. This was the final madness. One misstep led to the abyss. Julia took a deep breath, calmed her emotions, and continued reporting. All the pioneer contestants are taking action on the last day. The competition for the top 10 has become even more intense. The situation has become unpredictable. Besides the current number 1 Xiao Zhan, even the second-place Miss Mel has ventured into the ICC. The commentary was indeed very professional, earning the recognition of most viewers. Soon Julia mentioned the Great Xia. The 8th batch of pioneers from the Great Xia has performed commendably. Ms. Mu Shui is battling a first-tier top monster, which is the ultimate test of physical strength, patience, and skill. Julia praised Mu Shui highly. As the second-ranked woman in the top 10, she has quite a large fan base worldwide. Let's wish her victory. However, the soldier King Zhao, who received high hopes from the Great Xia officials, seems to be facing difficulties. His second infiltration mission is fraught with challenges. Perhaps this behavior is too risky, we truly hope not to see a second Zivi. When mentioning Zhao Tieju, the host showed a concerned expression, highlighting her professionalism. Finally, let us turn our attention to Lin An, the contestant from the Great Xia, who has created miracles in the past. Oh, it seems he has stopped traveling and is currently digging a snow hole by the ice lake. Yes, the ice lake. We remember he was the first among the 8th batch of pioneers to upload rare resources and obtain a legendary treasure chest, a super pioneer. A newly created tactical analysis chart popped up on the side screen. Expert Sue, what do you think? The camera switched to a senior expert beside her with thinning hair. First of all, this is a very wise decision. Contestant Lin An chose to engage in the field he is most skilled at, ice fishing, in the final moments. Balancing safety while ensuring profits, although lacking explosiveness, it excels in stability. We are about to witness a dark horse's comeback. Julia beside him wore a bright smile, her eyes reflecting a hint of admiration. After hearing the expert's fair commentary, viewers from other countries seemed a bit restless. Fuck, how does he remember the route? I thought he was going to give up, but it turns out he was hiding a big move. Great Xia people are so impressive as expected of the fastest man in the ever-frozen tundra. I had completely forgotten about his fishing skills. Oh, Lin's fishing technique is admirable. Lin An is the man who pioneered a new fishing technique in the wilderness. The shoveling fishing method. Lin An is here. In the wilderness world, Lin An was still unaware that he had gained another title. Half an hour later, the snow hole was completed. He quietly crawled inside, patiently waiting for the lost mammoths. Fishing? Not a chance. Who in their right mind would fish in this cold weather? Picking up the scraps. That's his way of survival. Ding. Today's intelligence has been refreshed. 11. Store. Ding. Current intelligence, point stored 1 point. Although the information has refreshed, Lin and has no intention of using it for now. He plans to keep it until he returns to the shelter to check where the legendary treasure chest has landed. Later, he nestled in the snow cave, ate something, and slightly squinted his eyes, beginning to doze off for a rest. After peddling the card all night, he was indeed very tired. As the analysis from international experts aired, Lin An's live broadcast room became popular again. The anxious viewers from Daxiao were no longer anxious. Emotions were completely ignited. Turns out he went fishing. You scared me. Ooh, I thought Lin God was just messing around. Last time Lin God casually caught over a dozen fish. This time it must be over 100. It's a sure thing. Family, I say this time let's skip the baiting method. Let's just catch the black-scaled ironfish. Let's go for 100 in one go. The one upstairs makes a good point. Oh, I agree. Lin God, go for it. Make those foreigners envious. As long as he doesn't run into the snow demon bear, it's safe. Just surviving is a victory. Can the person upstairs just keep quiet? Shut up. There will be no accidents. Do you understand? I suggest those who can't keep quiet use double-sided tape to stick their lips together. Honestly, it's early in the morning, and I see someone being foolish. However, as time passed, the viewers in the live broadcast slowly noticed something. Lin An was asleep, and he was sleeping soundly. Look, this is the psychological quality of a top pioneer. What's the big deal about today being the last day for the leaderboard statistics? A big shot sleeps when he needs to. Only by resting well can one fish better. However, to be fair, isn't he sleeping a bit too soundly like a baby? Countdown 180000. In the special zone of Jingqing Villa Area 019. The Lin family. In the huge living room, the chubby Chen Chun sat with a group of children gathered in front of the projection screen. Since everyone learned that Lin Xiaoxiao is Lin An's sister, and that Chen Chun is Lin Xiaoxiao's best friend, the chubby boy's influence among the kids in the special zone has grown significantly. Lin An Gidge is still sleeping. A little girl with horn braids sniffled, pointing at the almost motionless snow cave screen, and asked with disappointment, "What's so interesting about this? My uncle is fighting a big wild boar. It's fierce. Let's watch the live broadcast instead." Another little boy waved his fists. Exactly. The other children nodded in agreement. They didn't come here to watch this. Hey, what do you know? Chen Chen anxiously blushed, waving his arms like a protective hen. Lin An Gu is conserving energy. Do you understand? Once he wakes up, he'll scoop up 10 fish, believe it or not. Sitting in the corner, Lin Xiaoxiao tightly hugged the doll Lin An made for her. She could see now, but still felt timid. Listening to the discussions of her little friends, she couldn't help but feel anxious. Brother, will he really win? She originally didn't care much about the ranking, but it was all Chen Chen's fault for constantly saying his brother would be in the top 3. At this moment, her mood was inevitably uneasy. Let's eat some fruit first. At that moment, Lin's mother smiled as she brought out a plate of icy blueberries to share with the children. Thank you, Auntie. Let Xiaoxiao's sister have some first. The children thanked her obediently, eagerly waiting for their share. They knew this was a treat. Chen Chen looked at the screen where Lin An was sleeping like a dead pig, feeling uncertain, but still patted his chest and flaunted an icy blueberry. Don't worry. Who is Lin Gu? He is Lin God. He wakes up, and it's like dawn. So delicious. Countdown 12000. Daxia 3rd Intelligence Bureau. He moved. Lin An moved. A team member suddenly shouted. Su-wan abruptly looked up at the big screen. However, in the next second their expressions darkened again. Lin An had already woken up. He was just doing a simple warm-up outside the snow cave, took a sip of snow water, chewed on some jerky, and then returned to the snow cave, continuing to lay low. He remained motionless. There are still 12 hours until the upload deadline. He is currently ranked 10th. If he doesn't go fishing soon, he might not even keep his place in the top 10. Su-wan fell silent, her fingers hovering over the keyboard for a long time, ultimately dropping them, as she picked up a family photo from the table. On the back of the album was the time of her parents' death. 7 years ago, they left their lives forever on the Eternal Frost Tundra. That's why she paid special attention to Lin An. I can't figure it out. It seems like he's waiting for something. Could it be that he wants to hunt the snow demon bear? Ranking isn't really important, you just don't die. Nearby, other team members gradually reported with tearful voices. Report. Zhao Taizhu collected 2 pounds of bee royal jelly, but was hit by a poison needle in his left arm while escaping, leading to a shock response. His rank remains at 8. He can't move anymore. Report. Mu Shui. She's still battling the diamond rock scorpion at the bottom of the pit. Her calf is injured, and she's almost out of strength. Bad news kept coming. Layli looked at Su-wan. Is there still hope for Lin An? Su-wan slightly opened her mouth, ultimately shaking her head. Oh, this kid is really making me anxious. Layli turned his head and continued to monitor the other 2 seed-level contestants. Countdown 050000. Switzerland Wild Review Center. At this moment, the leaderboard was crazy. Even the top 10 rankings were jumping up and down. Oh God, let us see what's happening. Julia's voice was high-pitched. A contestant from a small tropical island country, Kaka, has unexpectedly discovered a shallow seashell treasure. He madly uploaded a massive number of giant oysters. He soared to 3rd place globally. He's in a fierce competition with Ms. Mel, who is in 2nd place. And the 10th place. A pioneer from Sakura country, Sato, has almost uprooted the new resource point. With the vast resources, he finally surpassed Lin An from Daxia. Daxia's Lin An fell to 11th place. He's out of the top 10. For Lin An's whole day of conserving energy behavior, what do you think? The expert who had just praised Lin An in the morning wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and spoke with a stiff face. I think Lin An might still be brewing. Are you suggesting he's preparing a big move? Julia raised an eyebrow. She had watched Lin An drop out of the top 10 rankings, and it was hard for her to bear. At this moment, Julia really hoped the expert could give her some confidence. At least provide some explanation for Lin. But the expert's mentality collapsed even more. He completely didn't catch Julia's meaning and yelled in frustration. Yes, it's definitely a big move. I believe he has actually gathered resources, but due to the change in rules, he can't return to that cave to upload. He will always be in my top 3. He was trapped by the rules. Damn the rule change, damn the high level. Beep. The expert's microphone was urgently cut off, but the audience erupted in an uproar. The director with a dark face signaled Julia to stabilize the situation, while 2 security guards rushed up from below the stage to drag the rambling expert away. In the bullet comments, foreign viewers' mockery reached a peak. Laughing my ass off. Is this an expert? What a stubborn king. Coward Lin. He's just a coward. What a misfortune. I even bet he could make it into the top 5. I'm losing big time. Daxiao is going to be wiped out. The light of Asia depends on our Sakura country. Haha, experts should talk less. Countdown 030000. The live broadcast of the Wild Pioneer slowly went black. Just before Lin An's live broadcast went dark, it suddenly shook violently. Boom. Booming thunder. The earth trembled as if a giant dragon beneath it was turning over. Lin An pressed tightly against the observation hole of the snow cave, his pupils constricted in extreme shock. At the end of his vision, a massive gray cloud shattered the night. It was a herd of countless mammoth sheep. The piercing scream was deafening. A whoa. Driven by the wolf pack's icy blade storm behind them, most of the sheep gradually moved away. The bleating of sheep and howling of wolves were torn apart by the howling wind and snow. As predicted, hundreds of giant sheep, fueled by the momentum of survival, charged toward the ice lake shallows, where Lin An was crashing violently. It's coming. Damn. Lin An felt immensely fortunate for his choice of position, as the real scene of the beast herd's charge was even more shocking, even more suffocating. Crack. Boom. It was the ice lamenting. The solid ice surface could not withstand the high-frequency resonance of the hooves collapsing in an instant. It was also shattered by the frost power on the sheep's horns. The giant spiral-curved horns used to break through the wind and snow became the prelude to piercing death. The leading sheep sensed danger and tried to stop, but it was impossible to halt. Bang, bang, bang. The sound of bones cracking and flesh colliding was a painful melody. The massive inertia caused the following sheep to ruthlessly trample upward, violently knocking their front row companions into the bone-chilling lake water. 10-20 In the blink of an eye, this place transformed into a crowded, chaotic, and wailing, terrifying. Lin An's gaze was fixed on the lake's surface, witnessing a chilling scene. The fallen giant sheep, desperate for survival, had their massive spiral horns erupting with blinding white light. They attempted to shatter the ice layer to escape, but their blind retaliation became their death knell. The extreme cold shock wave entered the water, accelerating the lake's freezing. Zizz, crack. The bone-chilling cold instantly erupted. The struggling giant sheep moved slower and slower, their eyes dimming and filled with increasing terror. Fear compelled them to continue releasing shockwaves from their horns. The white waves of death crept up their fur, freezing their gray, long hair into needles. Only a few surviving giant sheep wandered around the shallows for a few minutes before scattering. Lin An remained stunned. The simulated scene had not shown so many details, revealing that the true cause of their death was fear. They scared themselves to death. Wait a moment, the ice layer is a bit thin, steady yourself. Countdown to 0. While Lin An waited for the ice layer to stabilize completely, the 8th batch of pioneers in the wild world also settled their scores. No. 8. Zhao Taizhu. After being unconscious for a long time, Zhao Taizhu slowly opened his eyes, his left arm completely blackened and necrotic. Looking at the fixed ranking of 8th place, the tough man revealed a weak smile. 8th place. Enough, I didn't bring shame to Daxia. He drew his military knife. The first month's ranking settlement allowed the top 10 pioneers to choose to abandon everything here and return to Blue Star to retire. But to last until retirement, he had to find a way to remove the necrotic tissue to save his life. Amputation? Like Old Wu, Zhao Taizhu hesitated, deciding to wait a bit longer to see the effect of the healing potion in the ranking rewards. No. 5. Xiao Mu Shui. At the bottom of the mine, Mu Shui was covered in blood, surrounded by nothingness. She gave her all and finally completed her counterattack. Uploaded. 300 pounds of scorpion meat plus a crystal core. Is that only enough for 5th place? Damn. Subconsciously, Mu Shui glanced at the leaderboard, and upon seeing Lin An's name, she couldn't help but curse inwardly. If it weren't for you suddenly releasing a new version, how could I be so miserable? I was supposed to be calm and capable. Although I don't know what you're up to, I did my best. Mu Shui wearily lay back, falling into a deep sleep. No. 6. White-haired nation Ivan. He looked at the empty bear cave and sighed. How to get through next month? Only getting a rare multifunctional backpack and healing potion feels like a loss. 3. Yamajika nation Kaka. As night fell, the seabed at midnight was terrifying, like a bottomless abyss. He had no choice but to give up continuing to salvage oysters. What a pity, if it were just 5 minutes later I could have gotten 2nd place. Legendary multifunctional portable vehicle. But I'm on an island. How nice it would be if it were a boat. But fortunately, with national fortune rewards, my family should be better off. Kaka knew that many small countries similar to Yamajika had long been destroyed. In fact, Yamajika itself was also on the brink of collapse. No. 2. England Meyer. That was close. At that moment, she sat slumped on the beach, having just uploaded all her reserves, barely holding on to 2nd place, and of course drenched in cold sweat. The gap with the 1st place is just too great. Earlier, she had been competing with Kaka for ranking. Every time she nearly surpassed John, that guy would directly throw out a complete corpse of a 1st-level magical beast. Although her reserves were gone, she still had the legendary Titan battle armor. With the equipment, she could challenge even bigger magical crabs tomorrow. No. 1. Lighthouse nation Little John. Is that all? How boring. Seeing that Meyer and Kaka no longer uploaded resources, a smirk curled at the corner of his mouth. Let you see the gap. He casually uploaded a 1st-level magical beast's corpse beside him. The resource points once again widened the gap. Huh. Do you see the gap now? An hour passed. The wind and snow began to subside, and the cold moonlight pierced through the clouds, casting down upon the ice surface. The shallows were silent. Lin An crawled out of the snow cave, gazing at the spectacular ice sculpture forest before him, his heart racing. Hundreds of giant sheep, each with different forms and still retaining expressions of immense terror, were frozen in a blue ice prison. The wild nature had completed a magnificent artistic creation in the most brutal way. How much meat is this? 1 giant sheep can yield nearly 1,000 pounds of prime meat. Even if all of these are old, weak, ill, or disabled, there should still be tens of thousands of meat. But Lin An also knew his limitations. With his abilities, he couldn't possibly secure so many resources. Uploading to the nation was currently the best solution. Otherwise, it wouldn't take long before this place would become like the buried jungle, a free feast on the eternally frozen tundra. No. Lin An suddenly sensed a problem. The prompt on the light curtain did not sound either these sheep weren't dead, or these sheep were not yet unclaimed. Realizing this, Lin An abruptly halted, his body covered in goosebumps, scanning his surroundings. Soon he discovered a fresh, grotesque green trail. It was a snow magic wolf. Lin An's gaze followed the trail, and to his astonishment, he discovered not far from him, behind a massive ram eye sculpture, a pair of eerie green eyes was staring intently at him, as if it knew Lin and had noticed it. Whoa! The enormous snow magic wolf suddenly lunged at him. It was enormous. standing at a height of over 1 meter and stretching an astonishing 3 meters long. Its snow-white, fur-concealed muscles that bulged like rock, brimming with explosive power. The white giant beast opened its massive maw in midair, unleashing a thunderous roar that shattered eardrums. Roar! A foul wind rushed towards Lin and casting a shadow over his area. Such a beast with its sheer size seemed capable of turning a person into mush with just a collision. But it miscalculated its leap. Under the optical refraction of the camouflage cloak, the giant wolf's target was actually half a meter away from Lin An's true position. Opportunity. The gaze of the divine was activated. Buzz. The world seemed to be pressed down to slow motion at that moment. This second was infinitely elongated. Lin An clearly saw the ferocity in the beast's eyes, the quivering of its nostrils, and the saliva hanging from its fangs. If not now, then when? Lin An gripped the alloy shovel tightly, rooting himself to the ground. His waist and abdomen twisted into a single force in an instant, using rotational inertia to swing the shovel's face, slamming it towards the approaching wolf's face. Bang! A resounding thud that made one's teeth ache. A whoa! The powerful roar shifted in pitch. The most vulnerable and densely innervated nasal bone of the snow magic wolf was struck solidly by the shovel. Nasal mucus, tears, and blood gushed out wildly. Lin An's strike succeeded, and he did not advance, quickly retreating from the snow magic wolf's range. As expected, when the snow magic wolf landed, its steel tail swept across wildly. Had Lin An approached, he would have been hit. Roar! 2 seconds, even less than 2 seconds. The white giant beast shook its massive head, 2 streams of blood mist erupting from its nostrils. Its scattered pupils refocused, revealing a chilling glint of ferocity. This was the terrifying resilience of savage creatures. But in its sight, Lin An had vanished. In the briefest gap, Lin An had used the cover of the camouflage cloak, holding his breath as he perfectly blended into the swirling snow. The situation was at a stalemate. A flicker of human-like doubt passed through the snow magic wolf's eyes. Its sense of smell was impaired, but that did not mean it was blind. As its gaze shifted, it immediately locked onto an object standing 2 meters away in the snow, the alloy shovel. 1 step, 2 steps. Less than 2 meters to the shovel. The snow magic wolf's hind legs kicked off powerfully, its massive body launching like a cannonball, exuding an overwhelming momentum as it bit down fiercely on the standing alloy shovel. Clang! A piercing sound of metal on metal rang out. It succeeded. The terrifying maw easily clamped down on the shovel's face, leaving deep bite marks on the alloy steel. However, the anticipated resistance did not materialize. Whoosh! Just as the snow magic wolf bit the shovel and got distracted by it, the air above its right side suddenly rippled like water. A pristine white bone spike appeared in midair, expanding rapidly in its pupils. Danger! Extreme danger! The giant wolf instinctively tried to dodge, but it could not evade. The approaching spike seemed to predict all of its escape trajectories. Thud! The bone spike, carrying all of Lin An's strength, pierced fiercely into the snow magic wolf's enlarged, terrified right eye. Die! Lin An pressed down hard against the other side of the bone spike, twisting it with all his might. Pop! The bone spike penetrated the eyeball, drilling straight into the brain. A whoa gurgle. The 3-meter-long giant beast let out a muffled whimper. In its final moments, the colossal force from shaking its head sent Lin An flying, crashing heavily onto a giant ice sculpture of a sheep. In the end, the massive body crashed down, completely collapsing onto the ice surface. Huff! Huff! Lin An was gasping heavily. From luring the enemy hiding to the final aerial assassination. The process seemed simple, but one misstep could lead to being crushed to pieces. Had he not practiced the encounter plan thousands of times in the shelter, he would never have been able to execute such a fluid counterattack. More crucially, without the camouflage cloak and the ability of the divine gaze, he wouldn't have been able to achieve such a level. This was also thanks to his significantly improved physical condition. After all, this was a first-tier, top-tier, giant predatory beast. In close combat, humans truly did not hold an advantage. After immense relief, the system notification sound finally erupted in his mind, like a tidal wave. Acquired first-tier Snow Magic Wolf Rare X1. Acquired first-tier Giant Horn Mammoth Sheep Good X36. Acquired first-tier Giant Horn Mammoth Sheep Common X78. Acquired first-tier Giant Horn Mammoth Young Sheep Good X7. After a string of notification sounds, Lin An confirmed repeatedly a total of 114 mature sheep. There were also 7 young sheep. Just the young sheep were the size of calves. As for the fur, horns, and crystal cores of the mature sheep, large magical beasts are treasures. If sent back to Blue Star, each could sell for over 30,000 yuan. If manifested 100-fold, that would be 300 million. No wonder some small countries can grow rich. A single high-level pioneer can sustain an entire nation. Lin An climbed onto a giant sheep ice sculpture, looking around, finding no other signs of life. Looking at the ice sculpture group beneath him, Lin An took a deep breath. Damn. This time I truly struck it rich. Countdown 0:00 at the moment the final hour arrived, the national luck leaderboard suspended in the retinas of all pioneers suddenly underwent a violent refresh. Without any warning, a small badge radiating golden red light quietly appeared beside the names of the highest-ranked pioneers from nearly every country. Harbinger. At the same time, the significance of the Harbinger was announced to all pioneers. Their affiliated countries were confirmed as the absolute core, the aces among aces. No matter which batch of savage pioneers, they all understood one thing. The Harbinger would receive the full support of their country in the next stage. They would gain tremendous benefits. The talent reserves and technological advantages of great powers would rewrite the paradigm of savage pioneers. No. One lighthouse nation, Little John, no suspense at all. Little John looked at the shining Harbinger tag next to his name, a smile of rightful satisfaction curling at the corners of his mouth. Then he subconsciously glanced at the top of the leaderboard, wanting to see how his old rivals were faring. However, the next second his smile froze on his face. What? 3 abnormalities appeared on the leaderboard. No. 2. England nation Mel, the 9th-ranked Shiwei, is dead. Sitting on the reef, Mel's expression darkened as she scattered the crushed shell fragments into the sea. Shiwei had been her friend for many years. They met at an international rock climbing training camp. From the moment her name turned gray, she felt an overwhelming sadness. Because of death, Great Australia did not designate Shiwei as the Harbinger. After all, death rendered everything meaningless. But Mel's expression turned to confusion. What was going on with these two from Great Xia? Such poor resources in their birthplace. No. 3. Jamaica Kaka, since you've chosen me as I will not disappoint. Kaka looked at his fingertips, now white from the seawater, silently making up his mind. Although the Harbinger War version greatly favored the great powers, he was not afraid. With this endless supply of oyster resources, he would surely help his country rise continuously. He then flipped down the leaderboard, hoping to find his brother's position. Unexpectedly, he discovered something at the 13th place. Edge. Why is Great Xia's Harbinger ranked so low? Did they choose wrong, or? I really don't understand. No. 5. Great Xia Mu Shui. At the bottom of the mind, blood stained half of Mu Shui's body. Isn't it me? TSK. She looked at the empty spot beside her name, a fleeting look of shock and disappointment crossing her eyes. After all, she had just walked through the gates of hell for this position. It was impossible not to feel any emotions. But soon this disappointment transformed into a relieved smile. It's okay, it doesn't really affect me. It's probably Pillar Brother. After all, he's a soldier who absolutely obeys national orders. However, when her gaze fell on the name in 13th place with the golden red tag, it's actually you. Mu Shui let out a long breath as if she had laid down a heavy burden. It seems that the country has decided to take root in the eternal frozen tundra. So that's it, it's a good thing. No. 8. Great Xia Zhao Taizhu Ha. It's actually not Mu Shui. Zhao Taizhu was slightly surprised. He was the martial king of Great Xia, but he had fought unknown with Mu Shui when he became a seed-level warrior. The two geniuses who emerged from the grassroots ended in a draw. But Zhao Taizhu knew he had lost. The opponent was a girl and 10 years younger than him. What truly surprised the nation was that after examination, Mu Shui's body had an extremely high evolution efficiency, seeming to be born for the savage world. She could absorb and transform energy rhythm food at 100% efficiency. She was a super freak, the true trump card of Great Xia among the 8th batch of pioneers. He was merely a cover. This ranking also showed that the girl possessed remarkable resilience. As for why the country chose Lin An, Zhao Tiezhu with his silently swollen arm had his own analysis. After all, he is the one pushing the savage version. Moreover, since the dark jungle already has a Great Xia Harbinger, my priority must have lowered. I hope the spark in the eternal frozen tundra can keep burning. No. 10. Sakura Nation Sato Sato was filled with disbelief and Harbinger. National support. Ha ha ha. Originally, he had no intention of uploading so many In truth, the fruit hallucinations had always been a facade. Had he not wanted to upload a healing potion to save his life, he would never have uploaded resources. The conditions of his fellow countrymen had nothing to do with him. He was now a savage man. But now it was different. With the country helping him, he would only live better. Finally, he glanced at Lin An, who was ranked below him, and let out a faint sneer. Yo. The higher-ups of Great Xia have lost their minds. With a multifunctional backpack, I can gather more resources. In the savage world at a large ice lake, Lin An held the shovel, staring wide-eyed at the creature before him. How come you haven't frozen to death? That shouldn't be possible. In response, he received a low, vigilant beast growl. Bah. While inspecting the ice sculptures, Lin An unexpectedly discovered a creature that had slipped through the cracks. A sheep. Yes, indeed. A young version of a giant horned mammoth sheep. It was only half a person's height, its fur not yet fully shed, shivering from the cold like a sieve. Lin An was utterly astonished. It was a miracle that it had survived. It must have been the mother sheep regaining its senses at the last moment, using its body to shield it from the deadly cold and pressure. Now this little creature was deeply frozen into the ice. No matter how much it struggled, it could not free itself. The biting cold was robbing it of its body heat, frost forming on its nose, and its pair of wet big eyes were filled with the terror of death. Bah, alright, I'll give you a chance to live. Lin An felt a stir in his heart, picked up the shovel, and walked to its feet, striking the ice hard. Crack. Bah bah. The little sheep seemed to understand what Lin An was doing and did not try to butt him with its horns. Of course Lin An had been on guard as well. Crack. Soon the ice was broken and the little sheep shook its hooves, leaping out from the icy water and onto the ice surface. It didn't run away but instead stayed beside the giant sheep ice sculpture, buying back and forth. Alright, I'll let you watch for a few more minutes. Lin An decided to take a break and upload the bodies of these giant sheep. In fact, when he looked at the leaderboard and received information related to the apocalypse, he was quite surprised. I didn't expect that the day of revelation would truly be me. After all, during the live broadcast blackout, the giant herd of sheep had not yet arrived. His low ranking was still recognized by the nation as a harbinger of apocalypse. It could only mean one thing. The higher-ups have insight. Since they selected him as the harbinger of apocalypse, they must also provide everyone with a good meal, right? Lin An stood up, looking at the endless mountains of meat and ice forest, his eyes revealing unprecedented sharpness and dominance. Upload. In the capital city's special district, the Lin family's villa hall was far from the bustling atmosphere of the daytime. Ungrateful wretches. They are all ungrateful wretches. I won't bring them again. Uncle and Aunt, I'm sorry. The little friends he brought in the morning had long returned to their own homes. They had agreed to guard Lin An together, but none of them lasted until the end. Ha ha ha, it's okay. Lin Jiangwo and Lin's mother didn't mind this, as long as Xiao Xiao was happy. My brother being alive is the best news. Whether they like my brother or not is irrelevant, Lin Xiao Xiao said, more mature in her mindset. Of course, she had long since adjusted her mentality. Oh, I admire my brother Lin An the most. Chun Chun rubbed her hands, firmly reiterating her stance of mooching off food and drink. Just then the information about the harbinger of apocalypse was updated. Chun Chun, who had been sulking, subconsciously glanced at the screen and let out a scream like that of a slaughtered pig. What the heck? Uncle, Aunt, Xiao Xiao, quick, look. Lin's father and mother were startled and hurriedly looked at the television. They saw Lin An's name flashing with a dazzling harbinger of apocalypse badge behind it. What does this mean? Lin's father was somewhat dazed. What does this mean? Harbinger of apocalypse. This is recognized by the state as the harbinger of apocalypse. Chen Shun, excited to the point of being incoherent, animatedly explained to the Lin family of 3. Each batch of pioneers has only one spot. The state's favorite child. As family members of the harbinger of apocalypse, your status is instantly elevated. The 3 members of the Lin family felt their heads buzzing. What favorite child, what status? They had only heard of seed level and ace level, but had never heard of a favorite. As the label was confirmed, Lin An's live broadcast room exploded. The number of online viewers skyrocketed to the billions, but 80 of them were there to vent their confusion and disbelief. I admit this kid is quite fierce, but he has been sleeping all day. Isn't that a bit of an incorrect attitude? The goddess Mu Shui fought tooth and nail to break into the top 5. If he isn't a harbinger of apocalypse, I really won't accept it. Brother Zuzi's arm is almost broken just to maintain the top 8. There can't be any behind the scenes manipulation. What background does Lin An have? Is he a benefit? But these comments could not dampen the enthusiasm of the old fans. If you don't understand, can you stop babbling? Can we fathom the thoughts of national leaders? If you're so knowledgeable, why aren't you a national leader? The pioneers haven't said anything. What are you showing off for? Are you trying to show off? Everyone stop arguing. The old leader is speaking. Really? Let's go take a look. Such situations were common in the live broadcast room, especially when each batch of pioneers was determined as harbingers of apocalypse. Arguments would arise. Everyone had different favorite pioneers, hence the disputes. Usually after a while the commotion would die down. Moreover, most of Lin An's old fans were aware the strength of Lin Shen needed no explanation. A temporary ranking didn't explain much. In Daxiao, the highest strategic conference room, under the enormous national emblem, the atmosphere was solemn. The old leader stood at the front of the stage, his gaze sweeping over each general and leader present, his voice steady and powerful. Comrades across the nation, the battle for the apocalypse is about to arrive. This is a choice of national fate. We will not forget the warriors who sacrificed for the country, nor shall we forget the sons and daughters of Daxia. Mu Shui battling the beasts with her flesh and blood showcases the unyielding strength of women. A Zhao Tieju risking a broken arm for ranking, sacrificing personal future for national interests. This is the spirit of the military. The old leader paused for a moment, his tone particularly solemn. As for why Lin An was chosen as the harbinger of apocalypse at the last moment, the core reason lies in strategic geography. The Eternal Frozen Tundra is a barren death zone where the first 7 batches of Daxia's pioneers were wiped out, and Lin An is the only seed that has taken root. As long as he is alive, he can establish a base and significantly reduce the mortality rate of our pioneers in this area. Moreover, he has detected 2 large resource points which are the lifeblood of the wilderness development and the nation. At this point, the old leader glanced at the data panel in his hand, preparing to summarize. Although Lin An's current ranking is 13th, this does not represent. Before he could finish speaking, below the stage, Layli frantically waved his hands, pointing at the big screen. His expression was extremely vivid. The old leader frowned. As this was live broadcasting, he calmly smoothed things over. It seems there has been a change. Comrade Lin An continues to surprise us. He slightly turned his head and found that Lin An's ranking had already risen to 10th. Not bad, although it's only 10th. Xiao has already occupied 3 spots. With a swish, Layli waved his hands even more frantically, and other generals and leaders stood up anxiously, their mouths agape, desperately pointing at the upper part of the screen. The old leader was stunned. Had it changed again? He felt a bit displeased. How do you people usually lead? Don't you know the principle of the mountain collapses before you without changing color? Why are you all so flustered? He then smiled and said, it seems it has risen again. This speech will end here. Let's all anticipate the final ranking of the Daxia's 8th batch of pioneers. Lin An. After the old leader saluted to the camera, he turned to look at the national fortune projection. Then his mouth slowly opened. In just 5 seconds, Lin An's ranking had already risen to 5th in the world. Moreover, the material points were still skyrocketing. Switzerland at the Wilderness Review Center. Oh my god. Breaking news. Julia screamed, jumping up from her chair, completely disregarding her image. In just the last half minute, the points of Lin An from the Great Xia Kingdom have begun to explode in growth. He has already reached the global 5th. It seems he is proving the choice of the Great Xia Kingdom. Let's see what he has uploaded. Giant horn mammoth. A social creature living in the frigid wilderness. Oh my god. How come there are 3? How did he do it? Just as the host Julia was interpreting the materials uploaded by Lin An, the production team and the director shamelessly invited back the expert Su, who had just been dragged away by security. At this moment, the expert was disheveled, sweating profusely, yet his face was flushed with excitement, spitting as he exclaimed, I told you so. This is Lin An's strategy. He must have found a large group of sheep that froze to death. That explains the skyrocketing points. Wow. Julia nodded repeatedly, her expression showing an appropriate agreement amidst her astonishment. It indeed sounded quite reasonable. But how did he find them? Tracks? Or animal droppings? You're just making this up on the spot, right? At least give some details and evidence. Clearly, the expert Su also didn't understand. Fortunately, before he could formulate his words, Lin An's ranking updated on the screen. No. 2. Lin An Great Xia 2400 points, 2nd place. The host covered her mouth, her eyes nearly popping out. He almost instantly surpassed Kaka and Mel. He is closing in on the 1st place, Xiao Zhan. A full 10,000 points. That's the score for a large 1st-tier magical beast. My god, is he going to contest the 1st place with Xiao Zhan? The audience from all over the world was collectively bewildered. My god, did he poke a sheep's nest? Isn't there only fish in the ice lake? Am I seeing this wrong? I can't understand, this is too exaggerated. Lin. Shiba. Sato from Sakura country is now 11th. I've been waiting for a chance to take down the lighthouse country for a long time. Lin, if you can beat the 1st, he'll sleep with you. Call the police, someone is trying to abduct Lin Shen. In the wilderness world, fertile plains and caves. At this moment, Xiao Zhan was leisurely gnawing at the bloodstains under his nails, relishing the glory of being 1st while waiting for his reward. Suddenly, he frowned at the changing leaderboard. No. 1st John Lighthouse, 38500 points. 2 Lin and Great Xia, 3400 points. Xiao Zhan was taken aback for a moment, then revealed his signature smile, even applauding. Wow, surprise. I didn't expect you to catch up this far. It seems you found some decent resources. But he casually dragged out a 1st-tier flame magic pig weighing hundreds of pounds from the pile of corpses behind him and chose to upload it. This sends here Lin An. Points 6,000, conforming to the assessed value of a medium-sized 1st-tier magical beast. This is also the reason he can distance himself from other pioneers. However, in the next second, no. 2 Lin and 44000 points. The points bar shot up like a mercury thermometer plunged into boiling water. It instantly closed the gap, now only 500 points behind. Fuck. The smile on Xiao Zhan's face vanished. He stood up in a panic and dragged 2 more medium magical beast corpses to upload. Points 12068, competing with my inventory. He'll kill you. Yet a layer of cold sweat broke out on Xiao Zhan's forehead as his previous composure gradually crumbled. The other party's points continued to rise, and it was rising too steadily. 10,000 points. What does that indicate? It indicates that the other party uploaded a complete large 1st-tier magical beast. Larger than the magical beasts he painstakingly hunted. No wonder the score is so high. Normally, even among the top 10 pioneers in resource-rich areas, the monthly harvest is only around 200 points. Xiao Zhan looked at the reserved food he planned to slowly eat. A fierce glint flashed in his eyes. Good. You want to play? He'll play with you. All in. Upload everything. Points 830026 buzz. No. First John, 139594 points. After doing all this, Xiao Zhan slumped to the ground, gasping heavily, revealing a slightly grim smile. Did you see that? This is the foundation. Lin An, what do you have to compare with me? Ha ha. Beep. The crisp system prompt sound interrupted his wild laughter. The top position on the leaderboard flickered and easily changed owners. No. 1 Lin and 144000 points. And then Lin An continued to rise at an average speed of 10,000 points per second. The expression on Xiao Zhan's face froze. From smiling to astonished, to anger, to fear, to disbelief, to utter daze. The entire process took less than 2 minutes. He, the new star pioneer of the lighthouse country, having reached elite-level physical quality before entering the wilderness. After landing, he consumed magical beasts to evolve his body, relying on his sixth sense to labor diligently for a month in the resource-rich fertile plains, only to find not enough. Yes, completely not enough. The points he was so proud of could not even catch a glimpse of Lin An's tail lights. What right do I have? Soon Lin An's material points easily broke through the 200,000 mark, still continuing steadily rising. Points 11342 points 9864. Impossible. It can't be. At this moment, Xiao Zhan felt that his entire cognitive system regarding the wilderness had collapsed. As Lin An's palm brushed over the ice sculptures, one giant sheep after another transformed into light spots and disappeared on the ice lake. His material points were also frantically surging. No, not surging, but boiling. Phew, after so long, I've only uploaded this little. Keep going, keep going. Lin An carefully avoided the ice holes left after uploading, looking back at what was behind him. Hey, you're not leaving. The little sheep he just saved was tilting its head curiously, watching Lin An's magical operations. Bah, don't watch your kin have all ascended. No. 3 England Mel, oh my god. Xiao Zhan's expression must be spectacular. Mel quickly accepted the fact of her ranking drop. But just as she lowered her head to take a sip of water, when she raised her head again, the numbers for material points on the leaderboard changed. She spat out a mouthful of water, her azure eyes filled with horror. 300,000. Lin, who are... No. For Jamaica, Kaka, glug glug. Kaka wanted to calm down in the sea. As soon as he emerged from the water, wiped his face dry, he once again sank down with a splash. He could no longer comprehend the points at first place. He even wondered if it was a problem with the statistical method of a higher civilization. 500,000 points. That's 30 times the materials he collected in a month. And that was under the condition that he discovered a resource point. God, oh God, this is too insane. Why are the points? Is this the pioneer of a great nation? Too terrifying. No. 5 white-haired country, Ivan, mammoth, giant sheep. No. It can't be. Ivan recalled the scene when their predecessors attempted to hunt the giant sheep. The other party's small acceleration had shaken them off completely. Lin An, how did you do it? If I could eat so much meat, I could at least achieve second tier. No. Third tier, magical beasts, physical quality. Oh God. When Ivan saw Lin An's points break 60,000, he completely lost his composure. A flock of sheep. Lin, did you hunt an entire flock of sheep? No. This is impossible. Even the snow magic bear cannot do it. No. 6 great Xia Mu Shui crawling out of the bottom of the mine pit. Mu Shui looked down at the wound that had ripped open again due to vigorous movement. When she noticed that the first place was still soaring in points, a wild smile appeared on her lips. Is this the power of the apocalypse? It seems I didn't lose unfairly. I want to know. What exactly did you do? 80,000 points. And it's not even your limit. No. 9 great Xia Zhao Taiju, haha. Huh. So this is what the illusion before dying feels like. It's really too exaggerated. Zhao Taiju laughed until he cried, his face gradually stiffening. He even felt that the immense pain in his arms earlier had vanished. No, this is not an illusion. After repeatedly confirming that it was not an illusion caused by toxins, Zhao Taiju looked again at the material. Lin, are you still human? Seeing Lin An's cliff-like lead of 900,000 points, Zhao Taiju became even more confused. What's more unbelievable than an illusion is? This is not an illusion. Zhao Taiju broke down for the first time, spitting on a nearby tree root. Damn. This is so abstract. By comparison, I feel like I'm in kindergarten. No, in preschool. No. 11 Sakura Country Sato Baka. Impossible. Lin An's ranking soared, and he was his special reward for the top 10 was gone. At this moment, Sato sat on the beach filled with regret. If he had uploaded the materials earlier, perhaps he still had a chance to surpass the deceased Zivi. But being a pioneer, he quickly adjusted his mindset, trying not to look at the leaderboard rankings. But in the end, he couldn't help it. He decided to check Lin An's points. After seeing them, Sato was stunned. 1 million points. Is this the points a pioneer can upload in the first month? Many of the first batch of surviving senior pioneers probably only have this kind of material upload points. Crazy. I must be going crazy. Or maybe the green coconut fruit is truly poisonous, and I'm actually living in an illusion. In the wilderness, the top 100 pioneers as well as those beyond the 100 were also sleepless that night. They looked at Lin An's points that soared ahead, feeling the same in their hearts despite being in different places, isn't it, bro? On Blue Star in Lin An's live streaming room, the barrage of comments is completely illegible as the influx of traffic and the overwhelming number of messages cause the text on the screen to become a jumbled mess. If one were to take a screenshot and zoom in, the same words can be seen. Lin Shun. Lin Shun. What black curtain? What connections? In the face of over 1 million points, all doubters kneel in neat rows. There's no way around it, it's too exaggerated. So exaggerated that the vocabulary seems impoverished. Countless families in the Great Xia Kingdom, numerous corridors, countless neighborhoods, and the city erupt in enormous cheers. It's incredibly uplifting. Some citizens of the Great Xia even repeatedly ask their relatives around them to beat them, confirming that this is truly not a hallucination. Great Xia Kingdom, the 8th batch of pioneers ranked first in the world. Material points reach over 1 million. In the highest strategic conference room of Great Xia. Charge! 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 Lei Li excitedly jumped onto his chair, completely disregarding his image as he waved his small fists, his throat hoarse from shouting. Meanwhile, the old leader sitting in the prime position had his teacup trembling slightly in his hand. He looked at the points ranking at Lin An's numbers that surpassed history and limits, his eyes reddening as he heavily slapped the table. Good. Good. Wonderful. This is the Great Xia's awakening. Around them, generals and leaders also disregarded their images, some loosening their collars, others blushing, as if they had eaten 10 spicy peppers, hoarsely roaring. This is what we call, when the world is uncertain, we are all dark horses. No, this is not a dark horse, this is a black dragon. Yes, the dragon of Great Xia's rise. Huh, truly exceptional. How did this kid do it? Who cares, today is just so exhilarating. Behind Lei Li, Su Wan quietly took off her glasses, wiped away the tears from the corners of her eyes, and said in a voice only she could hear, "Hey, it's just inexplicable." In Switzerland, at the Wilderness Commentary Center, although Lin An's points have surpassed 1 million, it hasn't convinced everyone. After the wave of shock subsided briefly, the audience from the Lighthouse country and its allied nations began to push back in the comment section. He admitted this is just a game of luck. The people of Great Xia just had the good fortune to encounter a bunch of frozen sheep. My grandma could also take first place. What does a high score prove? What strength can this prove? Little John hunts each prey himself. Oh, what does he rely on? Luck. Only with strength can one go further. I don't have high hopes for Lin's performance next month. Host Julia looked at the public opinion with some embarrassment. During the barrage selection segment, the audacious director even chose a rather controversial high-rated comment. A viewer from Lighthouse Country commented, "Little John looks more like a warrior, while Lin An is merely a lucky cleaner." I wonder what the experts think. This comment indeed resonated widely within the Western camp. Several Western experts began to express their opinions. From the combat power model analysis, Little John's physical quality indeed reaches that of a first-tier magical beast. This developmental curve is much more promising. To develop long-term in the wilderness, rich practical experience and killing techniques are indispensable. Pioneers cannot wait for the goddess of luck during crises. Meanwhile, experts from the Eastern camp rebutted mercilessly, "I disagree with your viewpoint. Based on Lin An's actions during the day, he clearly had a plan for tonight's gains. Let me reiterate, this is not luck. It is a premeditated, precisely judged hunting operation." Other experts scoffed, "Killing over 100 sheep. That's just laughable. Such a feat cannot even be accomplished by legendary-level pioneers. Deceiving the ignorant masses is one thing, but don't deceive yourselves. It's just good luck." In the live streaming room, the audience from Great Xia was furious. Some originally fair experts, due to intense jealousy and interests behind the scenes, became unjust. At this moment, Julia, who was trying to stabilize the situation, suddenly let out a piercing cry. Wait. Oh my god. Quickly look at the material list. After uploading over 100 giant sheep, contestant Lin An has uploaded something new. This is a... Julia's voice faltered as if a hand had gripped her throat. On the big screen, a high-definition image of a wilderness creature popped up. It was a massive white giant wolf exuding a terrifying aura. It was 3 meters long, like a giant tiger, and even through the screen, a bloodthirsty sense of oppression sent chills down the spines of countless viewers. That's right, it's the snow demon wolf. The expert Su, who had just participated in the debate, changed his expression. He hadn't expected Lin An to upload a rare-grade snow demon wolf. Among magical beasts, those capable of reaching a rare rating are typically the elites of their kind, or extremely rare wilderness magical beasts. Clearly, this one belongs to the former. The studio fell into a brief silence. Moments ago, several other national experts had pale faces. From the remains of the snow demon wolf's corpse, the fatal wound came from the eyes, This certainly did not look like something a stout giant sheephorn could inflict. At this time, the director urgently connected with Colonel Kane, a senior analyst from the Global Wilderness Biological Research Association. He is known for his rigor and coldness as a former special operations expert from the United Kingdom. At this moment, he adjusted his single eyeglasses and began to interpret in an objective tone. Please look here. The eye socket has a penetrating wound. The wound marks rule out sheep horns and resemble a long dagger more closely. The data analysis flashed across the screen, and the predicted weapon's 3D effect diagram perfectly matched the bone drill Lin An had polished in the cave. We can confirm with 100% certainty that it was killed by Mr. Lin An. A gasp echoed through the comment. Then Colonel Kane continued his analysis. The snow demon wolf can easily crush the skull of a first-tier top magical beast, the swamp crocodile, and is known for its intelligence, making it extremely challenging to hunt. Mr. Lin An from the Great Xia Kingdom has significantly advanced the legendary pioneer Thorsoul's 1,145-day hunting record and created a new human history. In summary, it is of high value. Its physical quality is no less than that of Little John. The previously arrogant Western experts were left speechless. Slap. This resounding slap echoed worldwide. The barrage section also experienced a super turnaround. Heavens. Incredible. Lin. I admire the strong. Lin. At this moment, transcending national borders, Lin An completely conquered the global audience with a complete snow demon wolf corpse. There is truly nothing more to say. Any adult understands that relying solely on good luck cannot kill a first-tier top large predator. One could say that Lin An not only created history for Great Xia, but also successfully refreshed human history. However, just as Lin An's points stopped rising, the clamorous blue star suddenly fell into absolute silence. A cold, mechanical, yet supremely authoritative announcement resounded. Ding. The activity Leave Your Name has 10 Shiwei. Reward multifunctional backpack rare 1 bottle of rare grade healing potion. Deo country's natural environment increased by 1 ranking. Rewards are starting to be distributed. Although Shiwei did not survive until the end, he still maintained his position at 10th place thanks to the supplies he uploaded before his death. A faint green light spread across the entire territory of the Great Ao Kingdom. In the drought-stricken central desert, trickles of water seeped through the cracks, and the dust in the air diminished slightly. The audience of the Great Ao Kingdom watched this scene, moved and reminiscing. Shiwei, can you see this? You did not die in vain. You are our hero. Shiwei, we will always remember you. Even a 1 improvement in the natural environment provided significant help to the Great Ao Kingdom. The distribution of rewards for the national fortune rankings was almost simultaneous. Ding. No. 9 Zhao Taiju. Reward multifunctional backpack rare 2 bottles of rare healing potion. The natural environment of the Great Xia Kingdom increased by 2 in the wild jungle. Zhao Taiju was leaning against a tree, barely holding on. Suddenly a loud bang echoed from not far away. Airdrop incoming. It's coming. Fortunately, it wasn't far. He struggled to crawl over, opened the box, and drank a bottle of red potion. Fizz, fizz, fizz. His left arm, which had turned black and necrotic, was visibly shedding its black skin and sprouting fresh pink flesh. At the same time, a warm current also descended within the borders of the Great Xia Kingdom. Residents in the cold northern provinces were astonished to find that the biting cold wind had softened considerably and the outdoor temperature had actually risen by 3 degrees. Thank you, Brother Zhuzi. I can live again. I was almost frozen to death. Brother Zhuzi is amazing. With the rare potion, Brother Zhuzi won't need to amputate. Ding. No. 6 Mushui. Reward multifunctional backpack rare 1 bottle of legendary healing potion. The natural environment of the Great Xia Kingdom increased by 5. The top 10 pioneers were rapidly changing the domestic environment. This made the audience from other countries read with envy. Oh God, why is it all them? Look quickly, the temperature in the Great Xia Kingdom is warming up and the air quality has reached excellent standards. So envious. If only we could immigrate. Oh my God. A legendary potion, a miraculous medicine that brings the dead back to life. At this moment, people from all over the world finally understood why the pioneers were so determined. Just the enhancement of national fortune brought incredibly generous rewards, not to mention the small artifacts and potions for pioneering. This also piqued the curiosity of the world's people about the rewards for the top 3. When the top 3 were announced, the global audience stood up collectively. No. 3 May Air. Reward amphibious portable battle vehicle legendary. The natural environment of the England Kingdom increased by 20 boom. Above the England Kingdom, the overcast rain and damp fog were forcefully torn apart by a domineering golden light. The long-lost sunlight bathed the streets of London. The damp and cold islands instantly transformed into a warm and sunny paradise. What? No way, sir. Oh my God. Even the audience from the England Kingdom was stunned. The rewards were just too good. Some island nations were envious of the rewards. A vehicle. They actually rewarded a vehicle, eh? Doesn't that mean we'll be invincible when harvesting the sea in the future? This is outrageous, with cars and boats survival difficulty is halved. Ding. No. 2 Xiaojuan. Reward Titan Armor Legendary. The Lighthouse Kingdom's natural environment increased by 30 Hu. The air quality index in the Lighthouse Kingdom rose sharply, and the water quality of the Great Lakes, which had once been polluted, quickly improved. However, the audience in the Lighthouse Kingdom felt a mix of emotions. Titan Armor. Sounds ordinary. Xiaojuan has decent defense. It would be even better with a weapon. Attack is the best defense. Second place is good, but it can't compare to first place. Our natural environment is already the best in the world. Further improvement doesn't matter much. Not being first is a bit embarrassing. Can we investigate whether the first place cheated? High-level civilization. I really want to know what the first prize is. After all, most audiences couldn't accept the fact that the Lighthouse Kingdom was so far ahead. After the previous rewards, global audiences were curious about what the first place reward would be. Under the global spotlight, a heavy announcement descended. No. 1 Lin An. Reward Overlord Bao Legendary. The Great Xia Kingdom's natural environment increased by 40. Invincible. Lin Shun is invincible. Wow, isn't this a graduation divine weapon? Range is king, brothers. Lin Shun is truly going to take off this time. If I remember correctly, it's 2 legendary items. Just as the audience from the Great Xia Kingdom sighed over the bountiful rewards, boom. Above the blue star sky, a massive 7-colored auspicious light, like a river of heaven, surged into the territory of the Great Xia Kingdom. A miracle appeared. The bitterly cold climate in the north completely vanished. Along the banks of the Heilongjiang River, ice and snow melted and spring flowers bloomed. On Hainan Island, the heat dissipated, and it was spring all year round. Countless Great Xia people who had been hiding in their rooms wearing heavy down jackets were astonished to discover they were sweating. They hurriedly took off their outerwear and could walk outdoors in winter wearing only thin clothes. Some elderly people no longer had asthma. Although food could not be produced, the cleanliness of water resources in the Great Xia Kingdom became the best in the world. The changes came swiftly, making people from all over the world feel envious. I'm amazed. With the previous optimizations, is the Great Xia going to create a paradise? They have returned to second place in the world. Yeah, they are not far from first. I really want to settle there. Requesting all nations to embrace the motherland. I believe the 56 ethnic groups must be very harmonious. Please add 1 more. The audience from the Great Xia Kingdom were also grinning from ear to ear. Is this what national fortune enhancement looks like? It's amazing. The mountains and rivers are reshaped. In our lifetime series. Thank you, Lin, and thank you to the pioneers. Thank you to the country. Even the old leaders of the Strategic Bureau were moved to tears. At this moment, the wait was too long. The old leader excitedly spoke. After the arrival of high-level civilizations, we did not give up on the methods of every citizen, which had caused the ranking to drop. But it is precisely because we did not give up on anyone that we have national heroes like Lin and Mu Shui and Zhao Taizhu. Persistence will eventually be rewarded. Other leaders nodded in agreement. Besides the enhancement of national fortune, everyone also acknowledged Lin An's rewards. A legendary weapon, and it's a bow. This reward is very timely. The Eternal Frozen Tundra is not safe. With a weapon, steady development will surely make one the next legendary pioneer. The difficulty of survival has decreased significantly. Everyone present understood how valuable a good weapon was in the wild. However, as a high-level national leadership, their shock at legendary items was not as great as that of the common people. Blue Star had been pioneering in the wild for 7 years, while legendary items were few, they were not rare. Now nearly every old legendary pioneer had one. The biggest gain from this event was still the enhancement of national fortune. 3 out of the top 11 in the rankings were from Lin An, who held the first place, leading the Great Xia back to the world's top tier. The old leader clapped his hands, summarizing, "Everyone, this is just a phased victory. Next, the country will develop a strategic plan for the apocalypse war." Before the old leader could finish, the notification sound unexpectedly resounded again. Special announcement. The total score of the 8th batch of pioneers Lin An exceeds the total score of the 2nd to the 100th place. Triggered the unique hidden achievement, Disruption Myth. Additional issuance of myth-level rewards. The world was in an uproar. Lin An's score leads by such a large margin. Myth level. Above legendary. Ding. Reward 1, myth level title. Master of Resources. This pioneer can specify obtained resources to materialize at any time and place. Once daily. Reward 2, myth level survival blind box. 1. At this moment, the high-ranking officials from all countries were completely shaken. Mythical tier. Survival mystery box. In the primordial wilderness beside a frozen lake, Lin An froze completely upon hearing of the special reward. A mythical tier title. And how extraordinarily enticing. An unrestricted and instantaneous uploading of supplies. This would save him immense time otherwise spent hauling game. Like last time in the buried jungle, thousands of gene of berries could all be uploaded at once. None wasted. Nade even uploaded the snow demon wolf carcass precisely because it was too heavy to carry. Moreover, snow demon wolves possess an acute sensitivity and fierce grudges toward the scent of their own kind. And if he brought the carcass back to the shelter for processing, he'd never emerge again. Just imagine dozens of wolves crouching savagely at the shelter's entrance, and the answer becomes chillingly clear. Ending. Mythical Tier Survival Mystery Box Prismatic deployed. Randomly deployed within a 20-kilometer radius centered on you, including Divine Offerings weapons and mobile RVs. In gazing at the holographic chest shimmering with iridescent light upon the interface, Lin An rubbed his palms together in exhilaration. An RV? There's actually an RV. Yet the moment Lin An registered the deployment radius, he inwardly cursed, in no way. 20 kilometers. And you joking. This is a height-year civilization, aren't you? And without an advantage, where on earth would one even begin searching? And wait. And I do have an advantage. Then it's settled. Distance poses no issue. And consider it a brisk physical workout. And after all worthy treasures demand sweat. Doesn't that make perfect sense? Just as Lin An began envisioning what wonders the Mythical Tier Survival Mystery Box might unveil. And whiz. Two shrill piercing shrieks tore through the serene night sky. And Lin An looked up. 2 meteors streaked downward, one golden, one prismatic, crossing paths midair. The prismatic meteor moved faster, leaving a dazzling trail before vanishing into the distance. And the golden one, trailing a long incandescent tail, plummeted with brutal precision, straight toward the center of the frozen lake ahead of him. Damn, and run, and boom. And the ice shuddered violently. And meters thick ice, brittle as parchment beneath celestial impact. A colossal geyser erupted, shards of ice and water exploding skyward like a deep water detonation. And splash. And seconds later, the column collapsed, hurling massive ice fragments and unfamiliar fish onto the frozen surface. Lin An scrambled upright and rushed forward. And the ice had been shattered, revealing a terrifying crater over 10 meters wide. And golden light gleamed, fresh, vivid, and sinking swiftly into the abyss. Bitter wind howled, scattering ice crystals. And Lin An stood frozen at the crater's edge, petrified. Ni's legendary weapon, his overlord bow, and sunk to the lake's depths. And beside him, the juvenile mammoth sheep trembled violently, not from cold, but sheer terror. No, I've got to retrieve it. And ignoring his despair, Lin An began stripping off his clothes. With his current physical conditioning, a 10-minute dive posed no challenge, and underwater it was warmer than land. He'd resurface well before the ice reformed. Still, first, he needed intelligence to pinpoint the box's exact location. System, I request a refresh of survival intelligence. Golden script instantly reconfigured across his retina, followed by a prompt. In today's survival intel detected special resource. Juvenile, giant horned mammoth sheep coordinates. Feed 2 portions of rare tier flora or fungi to domesticate. Yields horns rare, will fine mutton fine. Legendary tier survival mystery box deployed at coordinates 787, 743, approximately 17 meters from you at the lake bed. What? Lin An froze mid-undress. Man and sheep stood side by side at the crater's rim, staring wide-eyed at each other. The sheep's eyes were decidedly larger. Lin An hadn't anticipated domestication taking precedence over retrieving a legendary tier mystery box. After a 2.5-second pause, Nay suddenly decided retrieval could wait. Taming this creature promised extraordinary value, as a pack beast or for its wool. Wasn't this effectively unlocking the animal husbandry tech tree ahead of schedule? Thus Lin An shed his camouflage cloak and reluctantly withdrew 2 ice gold berries from his chest pouch. Each berry plump and radiant, imbued with the essence of an rank white calamity. Rare tier resource capable of crafting silver star grade food, dramatically enhancing physical prowess. To Lin An they were priceless. Will you eat these? The lamb's wary gaze instantly brightened. It stepped forward, flicked out its tongue, and swallowed both berries whole. Miraculous transformation unfolded. As the fruit dissolved, the lamb shuddered, its dull grime-coated fetal fleece shedding rapidly replaced by dense lustrous down. Its frame swelled visibly, growing from waist-high to near donkey size. Most astonishingly, a complex golden sigil shimmered into existence upon its tender horn. Grows faster than fertilizer. Lin An stared, astonished, yet elated. Rapid growth was excellent news. It implied high meat yield and superior output efficiency. Wait, getting carried away. The lamb is adorable. How could he possibly slaughter it? First it must pull carts. Only when aged and unable to work would such thoughts arise. Lin An shook his head vigorously. The lamb snorted, and mirrored him, shaking its head too. No longer trembling, it affectionately nudged Lin An's thigh with its golden sigilled forehead, eyes brimming with devotion. Ding. Domestication successful. Acquired juvenile giant horn mammoth sheep golden sigil, and the interface chimed approvingly. Lin An beamed, taming had been astonishingly effortless. So it truly was as simple as having hands and access to rare resources. Nan then he recalled the vision from his earlier divination of vast herd of giant sheep, its alpha bearing golden horns. Could this abandoned juvenile nurtured under his care now embody the very essence of a herd leader? It must be so. And excellent. Excellent. Lin An stroked its thick, velvety back, luxuriously soft to the touch. Na's sudden impulse struck him. He cautiously swung himself atop its back, only to tumble, sheep and rider crashing onto the ice. Bah! The lamb bleated plaintively. Its frame remained slender and far less comfortable than a snowmobile. After careful assessment, Lin An charted its future vocation with clarity. From now on you'll haul carts. I'll call you Xiaola. Bah! Xiaola, you guard my clothes here. I'm diving down. Bah! Stripped bare Lin An drew a deep breath and plunged headlong into the ink-black chasm. Plop! That immersion, the expected bone-deep chill never came. Instead Lin An arched an eyebrow in surprise. Warm. Then understanding dawned. Surface temperatures remained perpetually below -50 degrees Celsius, but beneath the ice lake water hovered near 0 degrees. For someone possessing advanced cold resistance, this felt akin to diving into a winter hot spring. So that's it. Lin An stabilized himself underwater, glancing upward first. Ni's retinal display already marked the ascent path with environmental intel. Once assured of a safe retreat, he descended deeper into the lake's abyss. Light vanished entirely, silence and darkness closed in absolute and suffocating. Ordinary people would panic instantly in such conditions, but Lin An's world transformed anew. Crisis intel. Updated. Hum. Seemingly auto-detected by the aquatic environment, the retinal darkness receded, replaced by a faint blue sonar radar map. Gurgle, gurgle. Stunned by the shift, Lin An immediately tested his new ability, Crisis Intel Aquatic Mode. Colored motes drifted across his radar in yellow. Harmless minnows and occasional dark red blurs. Large predatory fish with moderate threat. Nan nestled deep within rocky crevices at the lakebed, several radiant golden trails drifting slowly. Golden. Lin An's pupils contracted sharply, recognizing them instantly. Ice silver pillar fish. Rare tier resource capable of augmenting physical constitution. I'm rich. Ni's heart thundered, a euphoric rush like discovering uncharted territory. Truthfully, without crisis intel, he'd remain utterly blind, even if those fish darted past his face, because it was that dark. Suppressing the urge to grab them barehanded, Lin An followed the green coordinate marker on his retina, plunging toward the silt-laden lakebed. There lay the top-ranked reward, the legendary tier weapon, the Overlord Bow. Found it. Lin An swam over, clasped the chest with both hands, and gave it a tug. It was heavy. The drag of the water together with the chest's own weight made hauling it up directly too arduous and hazardous. Open here. He adjusted his posture beneath the surface, fumbled for the latch, and pressed it lightly. Click. The lid sprang free and a torrent of bubbles billowed out. A weapon emitting a faint golden radiance lay quietly lodged in the recess. Obtained legendary weapon Bawang, Bao X1. Lin An reached out and gripped the weapon's shaft. It was icy to the touch and felt weighty. From its metallic sheen, he realized it was not a bow in the conventional. Better go up first. Lin An swam back to the ice with the weapon in hand. Though barely 5 minutes had passed, a crust of ice crystals about 1 centimeter thick had already formed over the hole. He tapped the ice with the Bawang Bao. The crystals shattered, and he broke the surface. The air cut like a blade, yet against his evolved body, it was no longer a menace. Under the clear moonlight, he inspected the new armament. Its matte black alloy body matched the snowmobile's aesthetic, pure mechanical industrial beauty. The limbs joined via a precision hydraulic pulley assembly, and the string was an almost hair-thin, yet unbreakably tough cable. Most astonishingly, both ends of the bow had been honed into sharp, rhomboid blades. At the grip, there was a mechanical latch. A flash of understanding crossed Lin An's mind. With a flick of his wrist, he triggered the mechanism. Click. The limbs snapped inward, transforming the great bow into a 1.8-meter double-edged spear. Long range as a bow, close combat as a spear. This is the two forms of the Bawang Bao. Lin An could not put it down. He swung it twice and felt the water's resistance become almost negligible under its streamlined design. Splendid. No wonder it was the #1 reward. It was in fact 2 weapons in one. Let's try it. He inhaled deeply and, spear form in hand, dove again toward the lakebed. Gurgling not long after, a golden streak swaggered across above his head. A plump ice-silver pillarfish, blissfully unaware of the danger. Lin An surged with his core. The Bawang spear cleaved the water and stabbed forward. Fast. Precise. Ruthless. No flamboyance, just raw power and speed. Thunk, he missed. The leisurely pillarfish sensed peril, slipped aside with ease, and vanished as a streak of gold into the depths. Gurgle. Lin An knew rarity when he saw it, as some things were not to be provoked yet. He switched targets. A minute later, a dark red shadow slid past him. Divine gaze. He thrust. Time seemed to slow. The great fish had no chance to swish its tail before the blade tore through it. Agonized, it writhed violently. Obtained Tier 1 Frostfin Frozen Carp Common X1. Nice. Picking on common fish was still within his grasp. Lin An decided to call it and hauled his prize ashore. While he dressed, Xiao La fixed the frozen fish with puzzled wide eyes, curious about the strange prize. Let's go home. The creature he had just pierced measured about 40 centimeters and weighed roughly 3 genes, suitable for fillets, drying, turning bones into spikes, or grinding into powder for Xiao La. A few steps later, Lin An halted. He realized that when the legendary blind box had crashed down, its colossal impact not only pierced the ice, but had flung some unlucky creatures onto the surface. He casually picked up a gray flatfish frozen solid. Obtained Tier 1 Harbone Ice Starter Common. Poor unlucky soul. Perfect for a stew. Bah. Xiao La suddenly seemed to understand. It trotted aside, pawed one free with its hoof, and proudly dropped it at Lin An's feet. Obtained Tier 1 Harbone Ice Starter Common. Lin An sighed in helplessness. Xiao La, you're a sheep, not a dog. Go and see if there are any others left. Bah. Pleased by the praise, Xiao La spun on its hooves and resumed hunting. Lin An's head buzzed. Were wild beasts really this clever? Making it work for him would be troublesome in the future. After one round of foraging, Xiao La returned with over a dozen small hardbone ice starters amounting to about 15 genes of meat. They fit neatly on the snowmobile's rack. This time we're really leaving. Bah. On the way back, wind and snow intensified. Lin and Half reclined in the snowmobile's driver's seat, his legs pedaling like frenzied wheels. He panted. Although the vehicle offered geared assistance, fighting a headwind while hauling tins of genes of fish remained hard work. Just as sweat drenched his brow, a gray streak flashed past. Bah. The newly evolved Xiao La was cavorting across the snow, bounding left and right with unrestrained glee. It would dart tens of meters ahead and then loop back, trailing the vehicle, tilting its golden-striped horned head and staring at Lin An with innocent wide eyes. As if to say, so slow. Haven't you eaten? Lin An's forehead veins throbbed. Ungrateful sheep. Back home, I'll put a rope on you. Yet as he pedaled, he, like most pioneers, digested the new changes introduced in the apocalypse contest phase. The national leadership leaderboard had updated. Though he still clung to first place, he could not grow complacent. The holoscreen flashed a few crimson alerts. Apocalypse contest. Panel added new features: physical attributes, apocalypse communications, and the career transition path. Look at the panel. Pioneer Lin and Material Overlord. Strength 38. Constitution 42. Spirit 59. Resistance Advanced Cold Resistance 5. Ability No Profession Rare. Divine Gaze A3. Apocalypse Communications Unbound. Resources: Bawang Bao Legendary X1, Snowmobile Legendary X1, Ice Gold Berries Rare X7, Thunder Chicken Beak Rare X1, I Prime, Meat Good X10 Gene, Ice Blue Berries, Good X253 Gene, Fish, Meat X15 Gene, Giant Snow Rabbit X3, Giant Snow Mouse X2, Silver Frost Fleece X1, Hard Rodent Teeth X2, High Density Leg Bones X2, Cold Iron Plumes X12, High Energy Coal X0, Ignition Tool X1. Personal ranking in 1/8 batch. Survivor overall ranking not yet open. Ranking rewards this month, distributed next month, not yet updated. Pet, Giant Horn Mammoth, Sheep, Juvenile Gold Striped. Apocalypse Contest Stage Task 1 unlocked. TSK. Such a big update. Lin An could not help but click his tongue. From the holoscreen's special notes, he gathered that his physical attributes had been multiplied by 4 compared with when he first arrived in the wilds. Most impressive was the spirit stat. Nearly 60 points, all gifts from Feng Shuang, Jia, Stroke of Blessing. Lin An inferred that his overall physique had reached the launching evaluation system's ace tier. Only a handful of pioneers could attain that level. Not bad at all. Reaching this in a single month owed to diligent hands and a sliver of intelligence. His gaze drifted downward to a new, alluringly colored column at the bottom of the panel. Tasks. Apocalypse Contest Stage Task 1, Apostle of the Gods. Divine ruins lie scattered through the wilds. Explore and discover methods of worshipping the gods. You may earn the chance to become a god apostle. The first pioneer to successfully change profession will receive mythic-level rewards. Unlike the previous Contender Leaves Name event, this task is clearly open to all pioneers. Mythic. Lin An narrowed his eyes, and his heart gave an involuntary leap. From his dealings with survival blind boxes, he knew just how valuable mythic items could be. And this was not random trash, these were things that could land at your feet for the picking. Of course the Bawang Bao was next time the rewards are distributed, stay away from lakes and seas, he told himself. Explore ruins. Find the way to become a god apostle. A playful curve lifted the corner of his mouth. For other pioneers, the wilds were dark and unknowable. Even if they encountered ruins and endured the god's tests like he had, they could not decipher wild script or pictograms. It would demand endless manpower and resources from pioneers and their nations to study them. But with his intelligence system, he was different. The correct answers were known. Charge forward, and it would be done. Though the plan was clear, Lin An knew it would not be easy. Besides the known ice silver pillarfish, the Tier 2 beast Snow Demon Bear posed a major obstacle. First, retrieve the other legendary chest. Then raise the rank of Divine Gaze and practice archery. Meanwhile, accumulate some intel points to locate mythic survival blind boxes and the Ice Heart Lotus. Finish the career transition as soon as possible. There were many tasks. Rather than be dazed by being number one on the leaderboard, Lin An made a detailed long-term plan. Though he had soloed an elite snow demon wolf, he knew he was far from secure. To survive long-term on the permafrost steppe, personal power had to improve. Otherwise, even a sheep would disdain you countless times a day. Stomping the pedal, he said in a fierce tone to the waiting Xiao La, if you give me that look again, believe me, I'll stew you when we get back. Xiao La did not believe him. It shook its head, launched forward, splashing snow into Lin An's face. Bah! Meanwhile, reactions to the new version varied wildly across the frontier. Little John pointed at the rift in the sky and cursed bloody task, clearly meant for legendary pioneers. He knew that even with an average constitution of 6 Titwa, the task was beyond him. He could only pack his belongings and migrate. He vaguely felt the next region would hold both peril and opportunity. Before departing, he glanced at the empty cave and grinned. If it weren't for you, I would not have decided. Lin, I hope you surprise me again next month. Head, go grab the Titan battle armor first. Coastline. Meyer stared at the churning sea with helpless sorrow. Her legendary prize had fallen into the ocean. It looked close, but the depths below reached 100 meters. My average constitution is only 40. Oh, I hope it landed in shallows, she muttered mentally, noting the rough bearing and praying the waves would calm enough for salvage. If this kept up next month, she might not place near the top. Such was the wild's fortunes, shifted without warning. Lin, the goddess of luck, will not forever favor one person. I'm a fine example, she said wryly. Open pit mine deep within a cavern. Mu Shui touched the rare multifunction backpack. She had just acquired expression calm. Average 35 points is not much, she thought, but I already stand in the first echelon, and next month I will fight for the top 2. With the backpack, she could go farther and gather more ore. She had not considered the apostle of the gods task. It was not for this stage. Dark jungle inside a tree hollow. Zhao Taiju hugged his rare backpack, eyes nearly popping. Solo kill, a snow demon wolf. Young bodies are strong, he exclaimed. He looked down at his barely average 30 constitution and felt anxiety. Next month, he must raise his physique. The beehive yet to be visited. Among lower-ranked pioneers, some rejoiced while others despaired. Most chose to use the fitness elixir immediately to boost their physical stats. The stronger the body, the more opportunities to hunt magical beasts, a virtuous cycle. And on launching, a mutton storm was beginning to break. Comrades, Lin An has brought us a great gift. Nearly 1 million sheep. The old leader's voice remained steady and powerful. Through testing, it has been determined that consuming the giant horn mammoth sheep over an extended period can significantly improve human physiology. It's a strategic resource. How to distribute it is a significant problem. The conference room fell silent as everyone awaited the highest directive. The old leader hesitated, no longer waving his hand decisively. 3 commands were issued emphatically. First, universal benefit for all. Prioritize supply to schools and families raising children. A strong youth leads to a strong nation. We must seize this opportunity to elevate the physical quality of our citizens as a whole. Second, elite training. As a special resource for the Pioneers Academy and Special Forces. The 9th batch of pioneers must possess the strongest physiques, utilizing good meat to nurture fierce soldiers. Delivering them to the wilderness will become the strongest support for the enlightened ones. A glint of sharpness flashed in the old leader's eyes, his tone turning cold. Finally, allocate a portion to the international market for high-priced sales. Rare minerals, biological technologies. Make a list for them. Inform them that if they want to eat beast meat, they can, but they must exchange it for technologies we do not possess. The old leader suddenly paused, his brow slightly furrowed, seemingly receiving new information. After a moment, his expression grew serious, synchronized with everyone on new developments. The 9th batch of pioneers will commence deployment in 2 months. In the office, a group of generals exchanged glances. New slots are opening in just 3 months. It seems the higher civilization is accelerating its pace. This is a good thing. The old leader continued to better assist the enlightened one's development. We must select a suitable observer for them, that is a communicator. Ladies and gentlemen, please cast your votes. The secretary below displayed the list on the screen. Candidate 1, the Enlightened 1, Legendary Pioneer, Ghost. Recommended candidates, General Su. Candidate 2, Enlightened 1, Su Xiaojia. Recommended. Candidate 3. Finally, the image paused on Lin An's profile. Candidate 4, Enlightened 1, Lin An. Recommended. Candidate none, pending selection. In the wilderness world, the wind and snow are imbued with the power of the eternal winter tundra. As dawn approached, Lin An slowly ceased pedaling, adjusting his breath. There was no escaping. Yes, despite taking little RA along and avoiding traces, he was still discovered by the hunting snow demon wolves. Meh. Instinct urged little RA to flee, but due to Lin and it remained shivering in front of the snow. 3 large adult snow demon wolves silently followed in a triangular formation behind the snow vehicle. They did not rush to pounce, continuously emitting low growls like rolling thunder, their cunning green eyes shining with malice. The leader, the largest of them, had a scar over its left eye. This is troublesome. Lin An reached for the new weapon in the cart with one hand. With the other hand, he quickly pulled out the last ice gold berry, biting off half and swallowing it quickly, then throwing the other half towards little RA. Run separate ways. It wasn't about hunting little RA. It was because he had just killed a snow demon wolf. The pack predators in the wilderness are extremely sensitive to the blood of their kind, and although Lin An had been very cautious, he still couldn't completely eliminate the risk. Meh. Though little RA was young, it understood Lin An's intent under the influence of the wilderness rules. It swallowed the berry in one bite, and the violent energy ignited its blood, diving into the wind and snow, running away without looking back. Roar. The leader, a one-eyed wolf, flashed a glint of greed in its eyes. The young beast that had eaten the ice gold berry was highly tempting to it. With a low growl, it began to chase little RA. This was excellent news for Lin An. If he hadn't saved little RA just now, or completed its taming, he would have to face the 3 snow demon wolves alone. The chances of survival would drop significantly. Hint: high-quality food increases strength by 0. 5. Hint: high-quality food increases constitution by 1. 0. Hint: high-quality food increases spirit by 0. 2. Hint: high-quality food increases cold resistance by 0. 15. The berry that just entered his stomach transformed into a surging warmth, greatly enhancing Lin An's bodily vitality and overall quality. Kill. Lin An leaped off the vehicle, gripping the tyrant spear. In front of him stood 2 gray-white hills. 2 adult snow demon wolves. Facing the wilderness predators up close brought a devastating visual impact. They were not just wolves, but killing machines clad in wolf skins, their size comparable to that of adult Bengal tigers. Even more despairing was their intelligence. They did not rush in, instead they flanked left and right, keeping a distance of 10 meters. The one on the left was slightly larger, lowering its center of gravity, its emerald green pupils locking onto Lin An's form, which was faintly visible beneath the camouflage cloak. The one on the right was slowly circling, attempting to divert Lin An's attention. Roar. The male wolf on the right moved first, its hind leg muscles contracting fiercely as its instincts told it. This strange creature before it was the killer that had harmed its kin. It had to die. Here it comes. The giant wolf lunged. Like an out-of-control heavy truck, it charged through the swirling snow, pouncing in an instant. Its gaping maw could easily crush a human skull. Divine gaze. The wind and snow seemed to solidify. At the critical moment, Lin An's body tilted to the left like it had no bones, narrowly evading the deadly wolf kiss. But it wasn't merely a dodge. In the split second of passing by, Lin An did not swing the tyrant spear, but viciously raised the spear blade, using the giant wolf's terrifying momentum to sharply hook the unmatchable spear tip into its side. Swish. Accompanied by the crisp sound of fabric tearing, blood gushed forth. The giant wolf let out a mournful howl, its inertia carrying it several meters away, carving a bloody path in the snow. However, before Lin An could stabilize himself, roar, the snow demon wolf that had been poised on the left seized the opportunity. The coordination of top predators. The first one feigned an attack, while the second was the real killer. In the moment when Lin An was exhausted from his old strength and had not yet regained his new strength, the scent of blood returned. There was no escaping. Divine gaze allowed him to clearly see the trajectory of the claws descending, but his bonus reaction speed could not keep up with his awareness. Since he could not evade, a glint of ruthlessness flashed in Lin An's eyes. He gritted his teeth and stopped attempting to withdraw completely, instead forcibly twisting his upper body, blocking the wolf's claw with his left arm, while his right hand wielded the spear, aiming to thrust it fiercely at the giant wolf lunging in midair. Get lost. Bang. The two dull sounds almost echoed simultaneously. Lin An was sent flying as if struck by a cannonball, crashing heavily next to the snow vehicle. The camouflage cloak on his left arm and his down jacket were completely destroyed, 3 deep claw marks visible to the bone rolled over his flesh, blood staining his sleeve. More seriously, Lin An felt his arm bone crack. This was the most serious injury he had sustained since entering the wilderness. But the ambushing snow demon wolf was not unscathed either. After landing, it stumbled a few steps, a blood hole appearing in its chest, the result of Lin An's desperate counterattack just moments ago. Although it did not pierce the heart, it had penetrated the muscle layer, blood gushing forth, soaking its fur, freezing into bloody ice shards. A brief silence. In the wind and snow, 1 man, 2 wolves stood in a triangular standoff. In a wild and desolate world, the sky was faintly bright. Hearing the prompt from the light screen, Lin An felt helpless. It was close. He almost became just another number. When Lin An's live stream screen lit up, the billions of viewers preparing to congratulate him instantly felt a chill. What was happening? The barrage of comments turned chaotic from their orderly congratulations. Did I enter the wrong channel? Has Lin Shan been injured? Oh my. Two snow demon wolves. Oh, what's going on? Lin Shan run. Wolves. Lin. Wolves. There are wolves. Facing the wolves, Lin An had no idea what kind of surprise he was bringing to the Blue Star audience. At this moment, both snow demon wolves were injured, blood dripping onto the snow, a sight to behold. They stared intently at Lin An, who was unsteadily rising from the snow, fear and suspicion appearing in their eerie green eyes for the first time. Huff, huff. Lin An gasped heavily, the sharp pain in his left arm piercing to the bone. From the perspective of battle losses, he was winning. In the next moment, something unexpected happened to Lin An. The energy in his abdomen, not yet fully digested, seemed to sense its host's crisis and erupted with a violent medicinal power. A visible white steam rose from Lin An's wound. Lin An subtly glanced at his arm. The terrifying claw marks that had been bleeding profusely began to stop the bleeding and scab over at an unscientific speed. The pain in his bones also rapidly faded, replaced by a tingling itch. Is this the special medicinal power? Lin An felt a surge of joy. No wonder Little La evolved faster after consuming it. It seemed to be a truly good thing. The two snow demon wolves across from him also witnessed this scene. As intelligent wild creatures, they were momentarily stunned, making low sounds of communication from their throats. In the wild rules, injury meant weakness and weakness meant death. Finally, they exchanged glances and signaled to retreat. Woo. The two giant beasts slowly retreated, always keeping their front facing Lin An until they vanished into the depths of the storm over 100 meters away. Only after confirming the wolves had completely left did Lin An collapse next to the snow vehicle, cold sweat soaking his back. So cunning. Not at all reckless. He lamented inwardly. His power was still insufficient. One wolf had injured his abdomen, though if the wound were any deeper it could have been fatal. The other seemed to have injured its lung. In Blue Star it would undoubtedly die, but unfortunately this was the wild. The healing abilities of top predators were terrifying. Only non-fatal injuries would leave a trace. Had he not obtained this legendary weapon with just an alloy shovel, he would likely have perished here. The storm continued to roar, and Lin An's heartbeat finally calmed down somewhat. At this moment, he looked at the environmental information. After taming Little La, a light green dot appeared on the 3D map in his retina, currently flickering toward the ice lake area. Not dead. Great. Lin An sighed in relief, only to realize something was amiss. The green dot seemed to be moving in a flirtatious manner, drawing an S shape at times, making sharp turns, and even charging into the deep red danger zone before swiftly escaping. Overall, it looked as if it were dodging, almost like being playful. Indeed, it deserves the title of a leader. Lin An couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth, and then realized. Perhaps Little La's innate quality was never poor, it was merely abandoned by the larger group due to its small size. After fortuitously consuming 2.5 ice gold berries, its potential had risen significantly. Only then could it reach the level of strolling leisurely. For humans, ice gold berries were the key to evolution, but for a native creature like Little La, the effects might be even stronger. Forget about it for now. After confirming Little La's safety, Lin An also received an information update prompt. Today's information has been refreshed. 11. Choose a. Today's information survival type legendary survival blind box is located about 300 meters northeast of you, buried 0.5 meters deep under the snow. So close. Lin An just wanted to see where the previous blind box had fallen, not expecting to find us. On the way, he'll grab it and head back. Lin An flipped onto the vehicle. The snow vehicle emitted a low hum, and the silver light traced a beautiful arc through the storm, speeding northeast. Blue Star Great Xia Lin An's live stream. The moment Lin An slumped beside the snow vehicle, the restrained billions of viewers seemed to regain their right to breathe. Wow, that weapon can transform. Spear and bow dual forms. What kind of divine technology is this? Forget about the weapon. Lin Shan is truly impressive, driving off two snow demon wolves. So much blood. Woo, it breaks my heart. Lin Shan's camouflage cloak is such a rare great armor. Of course, two snow demon wolves. Really, I almost thought I wouldn't see Lin Shan again. Who says Lin Shan is just picking up sheep? He fought his way out of the wolves' jaws. The barrage was dense. Countless viewers from Great Xia realized the good environment they were in was earned through the immense risks taken by the pioneer. In this world, there is no free lamb. At the third information center, Su Wan looked at the shocking wounds on the screen, as well as the viewers' astonished and pained comments. Her eyes reddened slightly. She clenched her fists tightly, her nails nearly embedding into her flesh. Ultimately, she made up her mind. She could not continue to be despondent, as she must strive to become Lin An's observer. To contribute her strength to help the Great Xia flame take root in the eternal frozen tundra. Go for it. Heart. 10 minutes later, in the Ice Ridge Canyon. The terrain here was shattered, and the howling wind whistled through the ice pillars, producing a sound like ghostly wails. Lin An jumped out of the vehicle and quickly dug according to the coordinates indicated by the information. After digging just half a meter deep, the shovel tip touched a hard metal. with a strong pariah box made entirely of unknown dark gold metal intricately engraved, with wild patterns on its surface revealed itself. Even in the storm it appeared exceptionally sacred. Obtained legendary survival blind box, X1 got it. Lin An did not open it on the spot, but threw it onto the frame of the snow vehicle and quickly jumped into the driver's seat. Going further in was the habitat of the giant ice worm, which was not at all safe. On the way back the chill of being watched crept up his spine once again. In the wind and snow behind him several pairs of faint green pupils were rapidly moving. They did not approach, but were keeping their distance. Like a group of patient white reapers. It's the snow demon wolf pack. Lin An tightened his grip on the handlebars, his injured arm throbbing faintly. They have gathered their companions and are tracking me. The snow demon wolves had a strong desire for revenge and an exceptionally keen sense of smell. He was completely targeted. 20 minutes later in the thermal cave. Boom! With a muffled sound Lin An used the lever principle to laboriously push a huge square block of ice, sealing the narrow entrance to the fissure tightly. In the end, he shoveled several more shovels of snow to fill the gaps, pouring cold water on it to freeze into an indestructible artificial ice door in the low temperature. After doing all this, he stepped onto the loose stones and arrived at the prepared rest area, slumping onto the ground covered with thick snow rat beast skins. So dangerous on the way back, the number of snow demon wolves trailing behind increased. Fortunately, this shelter also carried a deterrent aura preventing the wolf pack from attacking. However, Lin An also knew he had to stay put in this shelter for a while. While Lin An rested, launching had erupted. Topics like Lin An versus Snow Demon Wolves and Lin An survives and finds a legendary treasure chest surged to the top of the trending lists. Though viewers from Daxia celebrated, the international commentary was not uniformly favorable. In Switzerland at the Wildlands Commentary Center, opinions diverged. A graying survival expert wearing gold-rimmed glasses spoke to the camera with composed authority. He was a guest on the program Lu Daofu from Spain. I do not think the viewers of Daxia should be so quick to rejoice. Pushing his glasses up, the expert pointed to the screen showing the blood-stained left arm and spoke with clinical detachment. Mr. Lin An truly performed a miracle and used the advantage of his weapon to repel 2 adult snow demon wolves. But from a strategic standpoint, this is not conducive to the survival of early pioneers. The snow demon wolf is one of the apex creatures of the Yongdong tundra pack animals that hold grudges. If Mr. Lin An enraged them, even shelter will not keep them away. A wolf pack will stake out and wait for a long time. Facing the host, Lu Daofu shook his head and drew a red line through Lin An's forecasted ranking for the second month. It means he cannot go out to gather, he cannot obtain resources. I am not optimistic about his second month. His words were met with agreement from foreign viewers. In the struggle for national survival, stagnation is tantamount to death. Lin's strength is thin. He should not sacrifice long-term development for short-term gains. Even with 3 legendary items, he still cannot beat the snow demon wolves. I agree lamb prices should fall. That analysis makes sense. What a pity for Lin. Meanwhile, viewers in Daxia furiously argued back in the live comments. Tell the expert to shut up. Jealous. They're just jealous. Lin the God has 3 legendary items. Who's afraid of whom? I don't believe those wolves are that clever. Tension in the studio rose to a knife edge. At that moment, the host Julia, who had been listening quietly, suddenly pressed her headset and grew very grave. She abruptly raised her hand and cut off Lu Daofu's assessment. Sorry, Mr. Lu, please pause for a moment. Julia's words rushed out. Our station has just received breaking news. The image of Lin An on the big screen shrank and was replaced by a joint statement bearing the seals of 5 nations. Dengta, Englan, Inghua, and 2 other countries announced the formation of the Shin Alliance. Effective immediately, the 5 nations will establish a joint deciphering center to share Wildlands relic decoding data. The Wildlands civilization data will be open only to Alliance members. The live room exploded in astonishment. Before the audience could fully react, Lu Daofu's response surprised everyone. With a bang, Lu Daofu slapped the table so hard that the glass in front of him vibrated. The rational, aloof expression he had worn gave way to shock and fury. Absurd. This is utterly absurd, he shouted. At a moment when all humanity faces life and death, when nations should stand together to overcome this crisis, you openly monopolize. It is an act of extreme selfishness and short-sighted cowardice. A desecration of the pioneer's spirit. You are biased against Lin An and against Daxia. Lu Daofu's roar created a brief silence in the live comment. Even viewers from Daxia were stunned. Didn't expect that old man to be so stern. Interesting. Come to think of it, he's not such a bad person. No one had imagined that the man who had just been mocking Lin would be the first Westerner to stand up and protest on behalf. After the emergence of the Shun Alliance, nations around the world began to act. Meanwhile, in the wildlands at a thermal melt cave, as evening fell. Hiss. Lin An woke with parched lips and tried to sit up for water, but a stab of pain in his left arm made him draw a hot breath. By the dim glow of luminescent moss, he glanced at his left arm. Thanks to the healing power of the ice gold berry, the bleeding had stopped, yet 3 deep bone-bearing claw marks still throbbed painfully. Phew, good thing I have a weapon. With his uninjured right hand, he lifted the Ba Wang's spear fingertips, tracing the black ice gold blade as a complex expression passed over his face. Click. With the crisp sound of a mechanical latch, the legendary weapon shifted into its bow form. Short and strong. If I had arrows, maybe I wouldn't be hurt. Lin An sighed a little rueful. This dual-form weapon's other aspect, the Ba Wang bow, was even more terrifying. Lin An had not tested its full range, but its draw weight could likely reach 1,000 meters. Almost as powerful as a sniper rifle. Yet he knew he could not achieve that in the short term. Environmental factors, his own strength, and the quality of the arrows were the real limits. For now, effective range was at most 300 meters. But with 4 times normal strength and the aid of the divine gaze, he was confident he could make every shot count within 100 meters. Thinking this, Lin An tried to move his left arm only to wince in pain. No, the tendons in my left arm are severely damaged. They're not torn, but I won't be able to exert force for a while. I need to heal first. Outside, though, the wolf pack could not enter the shelter. Their shadow lingered over the Eternal Tundra, a constant threat to those hunted there. If they encountered the pack again, it might be a fight to the death. I must grow stronger. I need new trump cards. Lin An's gaze drifted and finally landed on a corner of the cave. A dark gold chest lay quietly on the ground, a legendary survival blind box. He inhaled deeply, braced himself with his right hand, and approached the chest. Let's see what it is. He licked his chapped lips and pressed his right hand lightly to the chest's latch. Click. With the sharp snap of a spring, a fluid battle suit shimmered into the air, haloed in a faint blue like liquid. The suit was not fabric, but a living flowing water rippling with deep patterns in the dim light. He had obtained Shunlan Diving Suit, a legendary item. Description: adaptive to the wearer's body, becoming a second skin when equipped. Trait 1C Lung. Allows wearer to breathe underwater by filtering dissolved oxygen and reduces water pressure. Trait 2 Fluid Dynamics. Movement speed in water increases by 300%. A diving suit. Lin An froze for a moment, and then his eyes lit with joy. He had not forgotten the swarms of ice silver pillar fish beneath the frozen lake. Those fish could grant massive attribute points and help him evolve again. Last time limited by breath and water pressure, he could only watch them in envy. Scooping fish with a shovel was too inefficient. On unlucky days, he would not catch a single one. But with he reached out. The pale blue liquid crept along his fingers and in an instant covered his body before vanishing as if it had never been there, with no restriction and a surprising lightness to his frame. As expected of a legendary item. Perfect. However, while Lin An felt a private thrill, viewers in Launching's live room were miserable. No way, it's a diving suit. Isn't this the worst legendary land equipment? Lin's luck is terrible. You can't say that. This is a top-tier artifact for water zones. Does the Eternal Tundra even have water resources? There's the ice lake. But the lake is too dark. Yeah, the ice blocks the light. Having a diving suit alone is useless if you can't see. As Launching viewers debated, Lin An used his last piece of high-energy coal to kindle a fire and cook. He intended to make another Sylvestar meal to heal himself. He set about preparing the restorative food, determined to mend his wounds and prepare for the trials ahead. Energy is running low. Lin An's attention was fixed on the bottom of the stone pot. Even with strict rationing, the high-energy mineral coal was nearly exhausted. After this meal, he would be forced to resort to raw food. No help for it. This is the Everfrost Tundra. Firewood is scarce. And my camouflage cloak was damaged in the last battle. Lin An sighed again, struck anew by how arduous every step was. Without a safe respawn point, survival here was truly impossible. Tomorrow, he'll refresh intelligence and see if new resources become available. The cavern's lower chamber was vast. Last time, he'd only reached the mysterious hall before turning back. But his current physical condition was far too poor. To venture further, he first needed to heal his wounds. As the water in the stone pot boiled, Lin An retrieved a prized thunder chicken thigh from the ice-sealed door. He sliced it thinly using the razor-sharp edge of his overlord bow blade, then added 3 rare and precious ice gold berries into the pot. Gurgle. Gurgle. Their juice infused the thunder chicken meat with an aroma so profound it sent shivers through the soul. Silver tier food acquired, berry braised thunder chicken 1. Done. Lin An's eyes lit up. He ignored the scalding heat, skewered a slice with his fingers, and shoved it into it. The moment it touched his tongue, a spring thunderclap detonated across his taste buds, followed by a cool, crisp chill gliding down his throat and settling into his stomach, then surging as a torrent of warmth toward his injured left arm. Notification: high-grade nourishment is repairing your body. Lin An grunted softly, beads of sweat glistening on his brow. The wound, which had throbbed faintly before, now burned with fierce crawling itch, the unmistakable signal of burgeoning granulation tissue and reconnecting tendons. 10 minutes passed. When he had devoured the entire pot, meat broth, and even the bones, he tentatively moved his left arm. Though still slightly sore, the searing pain and paralyzing weakness were gone. He clenched his fist, exerted force, and strength flowed back into his limbs. No wonder it's silver tier. It rivals a rare-grade healing elixir. After this swift self-assessment, Lin An revised upward his estimation of rare resources' true value. Watching his recovery, his livestream audience collectively exhaled in relief. Thank heavens, Lin Shun is back. Only Lin Shun could pull this off with such reserves. Any other pioneer would have collapsed. Feels like watching a gourmet livestream. Lin Shun's eating posture is absolutely heroic. Love you. Is that upper commenter craving him? Or just the chicken? Seconded. Starving over here. I haven't even received my government-issued mutton yet. Woe is me. Some viewers sharpied quickly noticed Lin An's dwindling fuel supply, but no one had a ready solution. This was the Everfrost Tundra, devoid of everything. That Lin An had survived thus far was nothing short of miraculous. Many other pioneers from Daxia Nation still struggled daily for the most basic necessities: clean water, edible sustenance. Blue Planet Daxia Nation, the Wilderness Divine Research Institute. The atmosphere hung thick with tension. The phase mission of the Divine Revelation Contention, Divine Envoy, was well understood by national leaders worldwide. Skip the jargon. Director Fang Zhenghua rubbed his bloodshot eyes, cutting off the expert's complaints. Professor Chen, tell me plainly, what impact does the Five-Nation Alliance have on us? Chief expert Professor Chen sighed, pulled up a chart, and pointed to the intricate runes carved into ancient ruins. Director put simply, becoming a divine envoy is akin to solving a visual fill-in-the-blank puzzle. Whether inscribed on stone slabs, murals, or pillars, the essence remains the same. The envoy must offer specific, sacrificial resources. Similar to how pioneers upload materials. Director Fang frowned slightly. That's a fair analogy. Professor Chen removed his glasses, but it's far from simple. For instance, the Frostwind Goddess ruins discovered by the white-haired nation. Professor Chen, cut to the core. Director Fang interjected. What is the impact you mentioned? Right. Previously, species uploaded by pioneers from all nations formed the Wilderness's dictionary. Now that the Five-Nation Alliance has severed data access, half that dictionary has vanished, leaving many glyphs as blind men grasping at elephants. We must guess, test, and verify, slowing decipherment drastically. Next, Professor Chen displayed a divine decipherment progress chart. Prosperity Goddess. Ruins 01 decipherement 42 Shadow. Ruins 04 decipherement 12 Wu Gang. Warfire God. Ruins 05 decipherement 25 Su Lacun. Frostwind Goddess. Ruins 06 decipherment 33 Lin An. All above represent deities previously encountered by Daxia Nation pioneers. Others glimpsed but unrecorded claimed their lives before documentation could occur. Director Fang Zhenghua remained silent for a long while before making his decision. The leadership's directive is unequivocal: spare no resource to support pioneers' divine ascension. If the West seeks monopoly, we cannot stand idle. Contact scholars from other Eastern nations. We must, if necessary, will trade resources outright. Director Fang immediately issued orders. A chorus of professors nodded vigorously. At this pace, our progress need not lag significantly. Isolation is fatal. Collaboration and mutual benefit are the only path forward. However, Professor Chen raised a new concern. Aside from the white-haired nation, most other Eastern countries have uncovered Prosperity Goddess ruins. Then prioritize the Prosperity Goddess. Comrade Lin An still requires development. He's unsuited for the first wave of ascension. Earlier pioneers possessed superior physical conditioning, better equipped to endure the trials. Agreed. Director Fang hurried from the room, rushing to the Strategic Command Center to deliver the meeting's conclusion. Left behind, the professors erupted into animated debate. Look, the Prosperity Goddess's floral crown. Does it not resemble the green demon carnivorous bloom? I'd say it's closer to the cobalt glazed bone shatter vine. Plausible. Let's request a specimen from the great Indian nation. On the conference room screen, the Frostwind Goddess ruins decipherment progress appeared, frozen, stalled, indefinite. 2 days later. International Divine Alliance video conference. Smith wore a confident, triumphant smile as he concluded. Colleagues, we've just received the latest breakthrough report from our joint scholar team. Thanks to shared data, our decipherment of Warfire God Ruins 03 has surpassed 50. And it was discovered by George, the third-wave elite pioneer of the Beacon Nation. His current physiological metrics average 160, 16 times the human peak. He will undoubtedly become the first divine office holder. At this, Smith's gaze turned suddenly cold and fathomless. His voice dropped to a low, resonant timbre. Lately, certain nations have been secretly contacting the East. Let me reiterate the Alliance's founding purpose. The blue planet's destiny cake is finite. If you wish to avoid starvation, learn to cling to the true hegemon. Meanwhile, in the wilderness, a geothermal cavern. While his left arm healed, Lin and studied the abilities section of his interface. Ability Rare Divine Gaze, 10. After 2 brutal encounters with snow wolf demons, his Divine Gaze experience bar had surged dramatically, Yet a bold idea now flickered in his mind. If experience can be gained, why not push it all the way to maximum in one go? Inside the geothermal cave, the last piece of coal had completely extinguished, yet Lin An's gaze burned hotter than the flames. It is indeed feasible. Lin An was well aware that Gaze of the Divine was his combat power enhancer. Whether facing the snow demon wolf or hunting fish, it played a decisive role. However, its shortcomings were evident. High consumption and short duration. I used to hesitate to use it, fearing starvation. But now, Lin An glanced at the food reserves in the shelter. Over 200 pounds of berries along with fish and meat. Just one word: rich. It's enough. Let's grind the experience points. Without hesitation, Lin An sat cross-legged, took a deep breath, and concentrated his thoughts fiercely on his eyes. Gaze of the Divine. Buzz. The familiar sensation of the world freezing in time returned. The dim cave became vividly clear in his eyes, the dust floating in the air and the droplets falling from the distant rock walls, all slowed down. Gaze of the Divine 10. 5. Satiation 100. After 2 seconds of true manhood, Lin An grabbed a handful of ice blue berries and stuffed them into his mouth. The juice of the berries transformed into ample energy, gradually replenishing his depleted stamina. More. A glimmer of joy flashed in Lin An's eyes. He began the tedious cultivation. Gaze activated, stamina consumed, berries devoured, continued activation. Time passed second by second. The audience in the live stream went wild. Is Lin God out of it? No way is this addictive. I didn't. What's going on? Lin God, wake up. Is there anyone to manage this? Lin An's unusual behavior was also captured by international viewers. Many experts believed Lin An had shown signs of mental instability after being hunted by the wolf pack. Some viewers thought that Lin An's resilience to setbacks was poor. Excessive uploading of resources for the country had caused his mindset to explode. Some were secretly pleased while others were worried. Meanwhile, within the Great Xia, the selection speed for Lin An's observers began to accelerate. 2 days later, aside from the ice gold berries, Lin An had consumed all 200 pounds of ice blue berries. Gaze of the Divine 60. Description: once activated, the movement speed of surrounding objects will slow down by 90 in your eyes, and at this moment you can discern the weaknesses and fatal points of living beings. Lin An suddenly opened his eyes wide. The faint golden light in his pupils was more refined than before. The duration had increased. Previously it was 2 seconds, now it could slow down for 3.5 seconds. Very good. Lin An clenched his fist. This tangible sense of empowerment was intoxicating. Moreover, he could feel a large amount of energy rhythm stored within him, continuously improving his physique over time. Damn. After finally noticing the fruit stock was empty, Lin An's expression was somewhat pained. He felt he hadn't lost anything, but his heart felt empty. The current food stock still had meat, but no fire. Eating it raw was possible, but efficiency was too low. In the Everfrost tundra, without fuel, he could only stare blankly at the raw meat. Lin An immediately summoned the information system panel. System, can you search for and mark nearby combustible materials? After the last wild event, Lin An gradually developed a new use for information points. Storing information points allows for consulting questions. The value of information varies, and so does the On the retina, golden light flickered and a line of prompts popped up. Hint: specify resource, combustible materials, precise search, cost 3 information points. Lin An glanced at his remaining 2 information points and felt stuck. Damn, not enough money. Lin An gritted his teeth and sat up straight again. Since he couldn't go out now and couldn't start a fire, he would find something else to do. His gaze fell upon a pile of loot in the corner. Just right, I have the Overlord bow, but no arrows. With this thought, Lin An criticized the higher civilization for being overly stingy once more. Giving a bow without arrows. Bad review. Of course, Lin An was also content. Having a bow was already quite good. Otherwise, if he had to make a weapon himself, he didn't know how long it would take. As he contemplated, Lin An began to use the edge of the bow blade to sharpen a tough leg bone. Although it would be a bit shorter than a normal arrow shaft, Lin An had no other choice. Still, the saying goes, better to have than not have. On Blue Star in Lin An's livestream room, upon seeing him resume normal actions, the Great Xia audience couldn't be happier. Lin God is back on track. The days of eating, sleeping, dazing, and sleeping again have finally come to an end. What's Lin God doing? It looks like he's crafting a weapon. Is he making arrows? Shoo. The monotonous sound of friction echoed in the cave. With his strength continually increasing, Lin An's hands were exceptionally steady. The high-density leg bone gradually transformed into a smooth and straight-boned arrow shaft in his hands, while the sharp iron feathers were carefully embedded into the tail of the arrow, tightly bound with beast tendons. 2 hours later, 2 bone arrows, entirely pale and exuding a wild characteristic, appeared in Lin An's hands. Lin An picked up the Overlord bow, knocked one bone arrow, and slowly drew back the bowstring. Thwack! The bow slightly opened, and the arrow shaft locked onto the solid ice at the cave's entrance. With his physical condition, he couldn't fully draw it back, but curiously it didn't affect its use. Thus, he confidently stated, With the aid of gaze of the divine within 300 meters, it is the grim reaper's scythe. Lin An stroked the bone, arrow his gaze cold. Any farther the arrow will deviate from its trajectory, due to material issues. After all, it's not a bullet, and wind resistance is a significant factor. If only I could forge iron. After securing the bone arrows, Lin An glanced at the environmental map, locating the green dot of Shaola. Confirming it was still moving, he silently sighed. I wonder if Shaola misses me. He'll go find you in a couple of days. Alright, I should make a gift for Shaola first. With this thought, Lin An walked towards the 3 giant snow rabbit corpses. The Overlord spear transformed into a sharp blade, and with a flash of cold light, several plump, high-resilience tendons from the hind legs were completely extracted. Next, he used the spiral cutting method to slice the snow mouse and snow rabbit skins into long strips, using rabbit tendons as the core, intertwining 3 strands. To fit Shaola size, Lin An deliberately wove the front end of the rope into a wide-shaped chest strap, concentrating the stress point on the broad shoulder blades of the giant, horned mammoth sheep, rather than the fragile trachea. Soon a 10-meter-long wild composite rope took shape. Just one last step: oil it up. This hand-twisted rope needs to be soaked in animal fat, which not only greatly enhances flexibility, but also prevents breaking in low temperatures. It was only after Lin An picked up a chunk of snow mouse lard that he remembered he had no fire. In the end, he could only let out a sigh and set down the semi-finished rope. Everything was ready except for fire. In the livestream room, some viewers also discussed Lin An's arrows. By the way, the arrowheads are made of bone. I wonder how sharp they are. I know this, a great god once said that the bones of wild beasts are harder than coarse iron. Did you notice that Lin God is lacking fire? It's lacking energy. Oh, everyone think of a way. I don't know, let's just wait it out for a while. Raw meat isn't inedible. Although I don't know what Lin God is making rope for, I can't help but admire how fast he is. Yet could he be the fastest man in the wild? Interestingly, no one mentioned the monthly national ranking. Days passed, and Lin An seemed to have returned to the bottom of this month's ranking. Great Xia, the 3rd Central Intelligence Bureau. The selection process for Lin An's exclusive observers had entered a fevered final round. Suwang sat next to the last opponent. He wore a clean military uniform, but bore no medals. His back was straight as a javelin, and the right leg of his trousers hung empty, lacking a prosthetic. It seems difficult. Suwang sighed silently in her heart. The country valued Lin An far more than she had imagined. The opponent held several identities, each more illustrious than the last. Moreover, 2 officials from the Great Xia expressed disappointment that he was not their observer. The principal of Longya Pioneer University, the legendary pioneer Phantom, and the king of the 3rd batch of pioneers, Wu Jing. The data on the big screen froze. In the metrics of survival experience and battle command, Wu Jing took the lead. Su Wan excelled in environmental analysis and ecological forecasting. Overall score: Wu Jing 95 points, Su Wan 93 points. Ladies and gentlemen, please make your final statements. The host Li rubbed his temples. She supported Su Wan, but Wu Jing was indeed too strong. Wu Jing stood up, leaning on the table, and without further ado stated, I have stood atop the mountains and experienced despair. The experiences of a former pioneer allow me to resonate emotionally with Comrade Lin An. As soon as he finished speaking, several military leaders nodded in agreement. The situation was almost one-sided. When it was Su Wan's turn, she adjusted her collar. I excel at summarizing and data analysis, and this is my report titled Lin An's Mid to Long-Term Survival Plan. The atmosphere in the conference room subtly changed. Even the stern Wu Jing couldn't help but nod. This old acquaintance had strong analytical and summarizing abilities. She was an outstanding wilderness researcher. Her seemingly whimsical ideas had great feasibility. Moreover, being of similar age to Lin and the young people shared common topics. Ultimately, the 2 recommendation reports were temporarily sealed and submitted to the highest national level. The results would be revealed the next day. In the Wilderness World Geothermal Caverns, a new day arrived. Today's intelligence points have refreshed 33. I choose environmental intelligence, detect energy. With the deduction of 3 intelligence points, Lin An felt a slight warmth in his pupils. Initiating scan. After the command was issued, Lin An saw a flash before his eyes as a faint blue radar wave unfolded on his retina, rippling outwards swiftly from his position. Buzz, accompanied by a loading sound that only he could hear. The surrounding rock walls quickly faded in color, replaced by a slightly rotating pale golden 3D holographic wireframe map. The map presented in cross-section, vividly showcasing the structure of the surface and the underground caverns. Immediately where the light circle swept, scattered pale, yellow flame markers popped up on the map. Lin An first looked at the surface in the area to his upper left. Withered black dwarf, tree X1, low burning value, a tree. It should be under the snow surface. After a brief glance, Lin An understood that although there were resources on the surface, the cost-effectiveness of exploitation was relatively low. Let's check underground. Lin An shook his head, controlling his gaze to move downwards, penetrating the layers to scan deep into the cavern. The radar waves also delved deeper. Before long on the rock wall in the middle of the cavern, a dense array of pale yellow light spots lit up. Moist moss X 300 medium burning value. Wait. Lin An focused intently, his expression changing dramatically. Wasn't this moss the wall painting of the frost goddess? If he were to ruin her face, could he still sleep? Forget it, forget it. Just as the radar circle scanned to the west side of the cavern, revealing a bottomless crevice, a bright prompt popped up on his retina, the pale yellow marker transforming into a cluster of black gold light, connecting in a patch over the dark underground crevice. Lin An's pupils constricted sharply, his attention focused on the light. Quality coal mine, large quantity, high burning value, a coal mine. What an unexpected joy. This cavern concealed a vein of coal. Without hesitation, Lin An immediately grabbed his alloy shovel and backpack, climbing deeper along the rock wall. The journey was very smooth. The second-tier demon bats were still asleep, and the smell was quite impressive. As he passed the mysterious hall of the frost goddess, Lin An's steps suddenly halted. In the center of the hall, under the wall painting of the frost goddess, there was once again a small layer of crystal-clear liquid accumulated in the stone bowl. Acquired extreme cold divine brew X0. 2 legendary. After consumption, it will greatly enhance cold resistance. More. Although it's not much, it's still a token of the goddess. Lin An drank it all in one gulp. Gulp. The icy liquid slid down his throat, turning into a gentle force enveloping his whole body. This reaction was not as intense as the first time, but it felt like a spark igniting all the energy rhyme accumulated within Lin An. Ugh. Lin An couldn't help but let out a low roar, his skin gradually turning crimson. Hiss hiss hiss. White sweat vapor erupted from his head and pores, as if impurities within him were being expelled. His bones crackled loudly, and his muscles were reforged, becoming tighter and more streamlined. Notice your strength has increased by 8. Notice your physique has increased by 8. Notice your spirit has increased by 8. Notice cold resistance has increased by 20. Wow. Lin An experienced a comprehensive enhancement in physical attributes and once again enjoyed an infant-like sleep. In the live broadcast room, over 100 million viewers were left dumbfounded. Wow. Is Lin Shin cultivating? Why is he even smoking? Is this the legendary refining bones and washing marrow? Heavens, I thought the divine water was a one-time deal, but it turns out to be a spring. Which bird country, said Lin Shin's sanctuary, was mediocre? Come forward and speak. The experience in the wilderness is too vastly different. Little John from next door is green with envy. Goddess, fund me. In the Great Xia country, the third intelligence center. Su-won had just returned to the office area when several team members surrounded her to inquire about the election results. Su-won, how's it going? Any confidence? I heard Principal Wu is quite handsome. However, before Su-won could respond, everyone's gaze was captivated by the scene on Su-won's screen. Look, Lin An is evolving, one team member exclaimed. Su-won gazed at the screen, the boy enveloped in white vapor as he slept, her beautiful eyes filled with shock. The gift of the divine, is it truly continuous? Dream realm. As consciousness once again coalesced, Lin An found himself no longer in the endless snowfield. He stood within a magnificent and breathtaking ancient temple. Towering ice pillars surrounded him, the ground shone like a mirror reflecting the flow of the starry river. Cold. A cold that transcended the physical realm. Lin An once again entered a shivering mode. Frost goddess. Just as the thought arose, that cool sigh resonated deep within his soul. Lin An. Hurry. There's no time left. Boom. The divine voice faded, the dream shattered. Phew. Phew. In the mysterious hall, Lin An suddenly sat up from the pile of skulls. He gasped for breath, his whole body drenched in cold sweat. His body was warm, but his soul was almost frozen. When he raised his head and looked at the broken, mysterious mural before him, he remained unsettled for a long time. It was not an illusion. The deity was urging him to change his profession. In the next moment, a special prompt emanating dark purple light popped up on the screen. Congratulations, Pioneer, you have received the favor of the Frost Goddess. The hostility of the Snow Demon Wolf Pack has dissipated. After a day and night, in the geothermal cave hall, the long-lost firelight illuminated Lin An's focused face. With Cole, everything was different. The snow rat fat in the stone pot was rolling violently under the high temperature of the coal, producing a bubbling sound, while a rich aroma of meat mixed with the unique burnt smell of oil filled the entire hall. Previously, Lin An was somewhat worried about whether it would disturb the sleeping second-tier magical beasts. After several investigations, he realized he had been overthinking. The cave was intricate and the air currents did not circulate downward. Oil it. Lin An immersed the already woven composite rope into the hot oil, waiting for it to soak up the fat before taking it out to dry. The rigid leather rope became flexible and sturdy. The new gift for Xiao La was also completed. Obtained composite rope, beginner X 5 meters. Lin An sat back down beside the fire, mechanically flipping the cured meat hanging on the rack, his expression serious as his thoughts returned to the cold and piercing dream. No time left. What is there that is time-sensitive? Did Sister Fengshuang rush him for some unmentionable Secret of Advanced Civilizations. Lin An gazed at the flickering flames, his eyes deep. Don't think about it for now. However, I can accelerate the speed of the sacrifice. Through his investigations, he found that the snow wolves outside the shelter had indeed shifted from a grim green to a pale yellow. This meant they had become neutral creatures. In Lin An's classification, they were at the as long as they don't provoke me, I won't provoke them. If they do, I must flee level of the little Kalami. The first target was to catch the ice silver pillar fish and complete the first sacrifice. Additionally, he aimed to enhance his physical quality. But before setting off, Lin An still sought stability. He wanted to further increase the experience points of divine gaze. With so much meat left uneaten, would it not turn into frozen meat or zombie meat? Rejecting frozen meat starts with me. On Blue Star in Lin An's live broadcast room, the heat remained high. It all started with a controversial high-definition screenshot that was shared by billions of Blue Star netizens. The title was bold and highlighted who is the true master of the wilderness. In the image, Lin An held an alloy shovel, standing at a geological fault. At the very bottom, a faintly visible dark red fissure resembled a sun that had burned out, still continuously transmitting immense heat upward. With the rising heat currents, patches of deep blue warm moss grew on the towering cliffs, resembling glowing jellyfish in the deep sea, emitting clusters of neon blue light. Under the reflection of the eerie blue glow, the cliff revealed large areas of profound black. It was coal. It was exposed coal. It was as if a black dragon sealed in the earth was roaring beside Lin An. The hottest comments in the world at the moment were, "Is this the legendary family with a mind?" Blue Star owes an apology to the eternal frozen tundra. Lin Shun has awakened. Countless viewers were lost in the joy and bounty of the day. Even how Lin An got back was forgotten. International viewers found it hard to understand, and some even publicly petitioned the advanced civilization, hoping that the 9th batch of pioneers would also land on the eternal frozen tundra. Magical yet chaotic. In the Daxiao at the 3rd Intelligence Center. Morning meeting. Proceed with the... Lei Li keenly noticed that Su Wan was not in a good state, but fortunately the quality of work remained high in the open-pit mine. Mu Shui unexpectedly found the rare, or chi iron. If suitable energy can be found for smelting. In the dark jungle, Zhao Taizhu had few edible food sources around him and urgently needed to change environments. The conditions of the Daxiao elites were reported one by one, combined with the researchers' analysis and suggestions to be included in the pioneers' teaching materials. Continuously absorbing experience could help future pioneers break the deadlock better. But thinking of Li Qingqing's experience last night, Lei Li also felt heartache. The purple-skinned potatoes that were just a few days away from full maturity had been continuously destroyed and stolen by magical beasts during the night, and when Li Qingqing fetched water, the fences and traps were all useless. Li Qingqing's mental state was also on the verge of collapse, further thwarting the ideas for breaking the deadlock in the bitter cold plains. Lacking fire, food, and defense. This was the true depiction of the wilderness. Lei Li rubbed her swollen temples and opened the 8th batch Pioneers Wilderness Resource Output Daily Report. Whenever she felt depressed, she would flip through old news to adjust her emotions. Daxia's Lin An found a coal mine fault, and the country can continuously obtain high-quality smokeless coal X1000 units. Daxia's Lin An found Clevel Resource Point Berry Jungle, the country. Daxia's Lin An. Might feel much better. Let's get to work. Lei Li opened the task list, the primary task, 9th batch Pioneers Comprehensive Physical Improvement Plan. In the wilderness world, in the geothermal cave, the aroma was wafting. Compared to the struggles of other 8th batch pioneers, Lin An's life was excessively luxurious. In the stone pot in front of him, there were ample chunks of stewed snow rat meat. The flames flickered as Lin An ate, quickly chewing each bite thoroughly to ensure the high-calorie protein could be absorbed by his body. As a large amount of food filled his belly, a warm heat flowed through his limbs, rapidly restoring his satiety, while other attributes were steadily increasing. Prompt: your constitution has increased by 0.01. Prompt: your strength has increased by 0.02. After collecting coal and returning to the shelter, Lin An's overall attributes experienced a tremendous boost. While digesting, he took the opportunity to check his current panel. Pioneer Lin An, Master of Supplies, Strength 48, Constitution 52, Spirit 69, Resistance, Advanced Cold Resistance 30, Ability No Divine Position, Rare Divine Gaze 99, Apocalypse Communication, Unbound Supplies, Overlord Bow Legendary X1, Snow Vehicle Legendary X1, Ooh Ice Gold Berries Rare X3, Thunder Chicken Beak Rare X1, Hard Rat Fangs X2, Cold Iron Feathers X8, Quality Coal X20, Fire Starting Tool X1. Personal ranking this month in 1178, 8th batch Survivor, total ranking not opened. Ranking reward: None Pet Giant Horn Mammoth Young Gold Pattern. Although the stock of food was nearly depleted, his overall attributes had already reached over 50. The biggest gain was that Divine Gaze had increased to 4.5 seconds. This should be the last time. Lin An sat cross-legged beside the fire. A streak of pure golden light flashed in his gaze. Divine gaze. Buzz. The entire world changed in his eyes. Everything became extremely slow. At this moment, the speed of his thought processes reached its peak, and the blurred details of the world were magnified, floating dust, dancing flames, and even the faint undulations of moss on the rock wall. Lin An tried to raise his arm, and a strange scene emerged. His physical body had yet to exert force, but a translucent golden shadow had already detached from his body. It was the future's pre-shadow. 1 second, 2 seconds. Lin An found that his arm was moving as if being guided, following the trajectory of the shadow until the 5th second ended, where the real flesh and blood perfectly coincided with the golden shadow. Seamlessly, without a single discrepancy. Boom. Lin An's vision returned to normal, and a prompt followed. Ding. Congratulations, Pioneer has acquired the legendary ability Divine Foresight. Within the geothermal cave, everything returned to tranquility. Lin An stood still, eyes closed, savoring the recent 5 seconds of unique experience. If one had to describe it, it was like suddenly logging into a max-level character. It felt boundless. But only for Lin An did not become arrogant. Instead, he began to analyze seriously. Scientifically speaking, it resembles the accelerated thinking brought about by further development of brain regions. Unscientifically speaking, it is as if Sister Fengshuang connected with me, allowing me to borrow the will of the divine and gaze down upon the timeline. Overall, it was an extraordinarily powerful ability. Suddenly, a bold thought arose in his mind. Could it be? Lin An suddenly grabbed the overlord bow at his feet, drew out a bone arrow, knocked it on the string, slightly pulled back, and took aim at a stalagmite in the corner of the cave. Fire! Deep within his pupils, the golden wheel reappeared. Buzz! The world before his eyes turned slow and thick once again. In Lin An's field of vision, a remarkably clear golden virtual line extended directly from the tip of his arrow, tracing a beautiful parabolic arc that connected to the tip of the stalagmite. Lin An tried to slightly move his arm, and the virtual line shifted accordingly. Holy crap! Isn't this a lock-on feature? Lin An was overjoyed. However, just after 2 seconds, his vision faded and a strong sense of dizziness assaulted his brain. Lin An's legs weakened, nearly collapsing to the ground. The overlord bow in his hand also fell to the ground. Cough, cough. Lin An propped himself up on his knee, gasping heavily, his head buzzing and his face pale. Gurgle. Immediately after, his stomach let out a thunderous protest. This was not mere hunger, but every cell was screaming for energy. At that moment, the audience in the Blue Star livestream was also bewildered. What's wrong with Lin Shan? Did he faint from the arrow? Is he allergic to the bow? No. What am I even saying? Lin Shan, get a grip. One moment he's throwing punches, the next he's shooting arrows. Is he carbon monoxide poisoned? I don't know. Why does it feel like Lin Shan has been acting strangely lately? Ability Legend Divine Foresight 1. I didn't expect to have exhausted my stamina. It seems I need an enormous amount of high-energy food as fuel to sustain my physical consumption. Regaining his senses, Lin An turned to look at the stone pot beside him. Unfortunately, it was completely empty, cleaner than his own face. Recently, in order to improve his skill proficiency, he had unknowingly squandered all the stored food. I need to go hunting. The brief period of closed-door training had come to an end once again. Coal Overlord bowed 2 bone arrows metal box. Before setting off, Lin An turned back to check if he had forgotten anything. Oh right, there's the gift from Shaola. I must... Blue Star Lin An's livestream. Upon discovering that Lin An was going out to hunt, the viewership quickly skyrocketed past a terrifying threshold. 300 million. People from other countries, researchers from various nations, all flocked into the live stream of the 8th batch of pioneers, first in the first month. Mark, I want to see what real skills the Easterners possess. From the white-haired nation, the 9th batch of reserve pioneer Annie comes to learn. This Oriental handsome guy's equipment is indeed impressive. I wonder how his hunting skills are. Many viewers from the Great Xia Nation noticed that the atmosphere in the bullet comments had changed. Many could even see some researchers eagerly discussing specialized information about the geography, wind speed, and ecology of the eternal frozen tundra. This seemed to indicate that Lin An had silently entered the ranks of textbook-level pioneers. While there are so many foreign folks in Lin Shan's live stream, it's normal. After all, he's number 1, and everyone comes to learn. I see many viewers from Northern Europe and the white-haired nation. Their pioneers also operate in cold regions, so there's a sense of familiarity. Everyone don't panic. Brothers, let's boost the presence. Lin Shan, go for it. On the screen, colorful bullet comments cascaded like a waterfall, and the whole world seemed to be scrutinizing with a magnifying glass, causing the local audience of the Great Xia Nation to break out in a cold sweat. After all, not long ago, Lin An's reputation was maliciously mocked by many hostile audiences from other countries, being called a wasteful pioneer, living in comfort. The viewers of the Great Xia Nation claimed to be indifferent, but in their hearts they all hoped that Lin Shan would give those guys a good slap in the face. In the wilderness, eternal frozen tundra. The howling wind was like a knife, and the snowflakes were like swords. The sound of tracks grinding over hard snow suddenly ceased. Lin An turned his head to look towards the snow slope on his left front. A striking deep red trace extended into the distant snowstorm. First rank wind scale terror beast rare behavior foraging duration. 5 minutes ago, I actually came across this creature. Lin An frowned slightly. In his memory, this was a creature resembling the ancient terror bird. Walking upright, standing 2 meters tall, its body covered with razor-sharp, gray-white feathers. However, this fellow had an extremely violent temperament, once it sensed danger it would attack, frantically fighting to the death. It was known as the wilderness self-exploding monster. The most troublesome part was that the meat of the wind-scale beast was of poor quality, filled with a strong sour taste. A pioneer once described it as someone who doesn't brush their teeth every day, having eaten pickled vegetables for 7 years. But Lin An recalled an important piece of information. Although its meat is inedible, the bone density is extremely high, with hardness comparable to alloys, making it an excellent material for crafting heavy bone arrows. I can't let this opportunity slip by. Lin An glanced at his satiation level, realizing he could still use divine foresight once more. He then turned the vehicle around and followed the deep red trace. Blue Star, Great Xia Nation First Intelligence Center. Great Xia Nation Observer Wu Jing, do you want to establish a binding? Binding target Lin and B317865 Principal, Wu, should we connect now? The communicator looked tense. Sitting at the command center, Wu Jing raised his hand, making a pause gesture. Don't make any noise yet. He's in hunting mode, connecting now would distract him. Wu Jing leaned slightly forward, his experienced eyes quickly scanning the environmental details in the footage. Zoom in on the snow traces. Wu Jing pointed at a footprint in the snow on the screen, speaking solemnly, footspan of 1.5 meters, 3 toes on the ground. He paused, his tone certain it should be the wind scale terror beast. The wind scale terror beast. The biological expert beside him quickly pulled up data, frowning. Principal Wu, the records show this creature is highly aggressive, and its meat has a sour odor with mild toxicity. Is Lin An misjudging? Connecting now could avoid. Wu Jing calmly shook his head. No, in the wild, hunting isn't necessarily for perhaps to use the bones for arrows or to obtain feathers for cold weather clothing. Moreover, pioneers must continually experiment to gain new insights for breakthroughs. Perfect. I also want to see if Lin An's archery skills have regressed. He remembered clearly that during Dragon Tooth University's 8th batch of pioneer training camp, there were several sharpshooters. One of them was Lin An. Yet he never expected that the young man who had asked to take a photo with him would give him and the Great Xia Nation such a great surprise a month later. Indeed, the younger generation is to be feared. Blue Star. With Lin An's intentions exposed, intelligence agencies around the world swiftly provided drastically different assessments. Within the Strategic Bureau of the Lighthouse Nation, analyst David shook his head, writing a low-efficiency evaluation in the files. Hunting a first-tier magical beast that is both foul-smelling and poses a high risk of counterattack yields an extremely low return on investment. It is an irrational expenditure of physical strength. What keen observation! Why choose such a creature? The observers from the white-haired nation were more perplexed. With such sharp observational skills and sixth sense, they should not have made such a choice. In the observation rooms of many small to medium-sized Western nations, the atmosphere was one of regret. They had hoped that the top contender would demonstrate a higher level of survival wisdom, but instead they found a brute hunting for the sake of hunting. Many researchers even categorized it as a negative example. He forgot to revere the iron laws of survival in the wilderness. Such immature behavior, perhaps due to his youth. It's normal to be young and impulsive, but our pioneers should not emulate this. In the Great Xia, the First Intelligence Center. What is he doing? A data analyst watched Lin and suddenly break on the screen, puzzled. Wu Jing, who had been silent, suddenly sat up straight. Through Lin An's live stream, he seemed to sense something, his sharp eyes fixed on the top right corner of the screen as he whispered, something's happening. Zoom in. 2 o'clock direction. Activate pixel enhancement. Before he finished speaking, Lin An on the screen had already flipped out of the vehicle. His movements were fluid and decisive. As his feet firmly planted on the snow, he seemed to meld with the surrounding wind and snow. He drew his bow and knocked an arrow. In Lin An's field of vision, a streak of flowing golden light suddenly descended. Buzz. The chaotic snowstorm solidified into countless clear currents of air before his eyes. At the end of the snowstorm, he could see was a towering creature resembling an ostrich searching for food in the snow. As if sensing something with its beastly instincts, a wary glint flashed in its murky, fierce gaze. It slowly raised its head, a golden phantom appearing above its neck, covered in gray and white feathers, the phantom turning towards the direction of the snow vehicle. At the moment the arrow's path aligned with the phantom, Lin An gently released his finger. Boom! The low hum of the bowstring was swallowed by the howling wind. The compact and powerful bone arrow shot forth like a nimble fish diving into the calculated air current path, disappearing in the vast whiteness. That movement. Wu Jing's pupils constricted slightly. Like flowing clouds and flowing water, the person and bow became one. That composed tension suddenly made his hands itch with desire. Not bad, he hasn't forgotten what the school taught him. We've locked onto the target. The technician beside him exclaimed, image enhancement complete. At the 2 o'clock direction, the distance. Oh my, it's 210 meters. There's a phone Lin beast. 210 meters. The entire intelligence hall erupted in an uproar. In visibility conditions of less than 50 meters, shooting a moving magical beast from 200 meters away. It sounded like a fantasy. Impossible. A military expert instinctively shook his head. Even a legendary bow at that wind speed, an arrow would deviate at least 3 meters after traveling 100 meters. Unless. Wu Jing did not speak. But in his heart he silently deduced, unless he could see the wind path. If the power reached above 100, using a strong bow to draw could offset some of the wind resistance with initial velocity. But ultimately it still relied on the perfect prediction of the wind path developed after expanding one's brain domain. The great Xia had evaluations and understanding of legendary weapons. Their power is reflected in mysterious manufacturing techniques and incomprehensible mechanical material science. But it still falls within the realm of cold weapons. In other words, one can shoot very far. But whether one can hit the target still depends on the environment, arrow material, and archer's skill. On the screen, Lin An had already put away his bow calmly, turning to get back into the vehicle. The snow vehicle hummed as it moved forward. 50 meters. 100 meters. The expressions of observers from various nations gradually grew serious. 150 meters. The doubts in Lin An's live stream began to diminish, replaced by an inexplicable atmosphere. Could Lin An really find the target at this distance? In the wide expanse of the world, had the white bone arrow truly been lost? When the snow vehicle crossed the 200-meter mark and stopped beside a pile of wind-sheltered rocks, the camera slowly zoomed in as Lin An got out of the vehicle. A massive phone Lin terror beast lay in the snow, its long legs still twitching slightly. On the massive bird-like head, a pale bone arrow was deeply embedded in the left eye socket, leaving only a quivering azure arrow feather. A headshot. 200 meters. In the Great Xia's first intelligence center, the room fell into silence. It was hard to understand, and even harder to accept. It seemed like a coincidence, but any normal person would know it absolutely wasn't. Blue Star Lin An's livestream. The bone arrow piercing through the eye socket struck the hearts of billions of viewers like a heavy hammer. Is this the top sharpshooter? What is his physique even? Oh my god. At that distance with the wind speed, 1 arrow to kill. This is not scientific. It completely violates aerodynamics. Praise the gods, it must be divine power. The foreign audience was stunned into crazy talk. The Great Xia viewers were not much better off. They had thought Lin An would shoot accurately, but they never expected it to be from such a distance. Everything ended before they had seen anything. The strategic research rooms of various countries also fell silent. Lin An's debut was simply stunning. David from the Lighthouse Nation snapped his pen in half, breathing heavily, as he concluded, with Lin An's current physical quality, there is absolutely no way he could achieve this. It must be the blessing of divine power. Notify the White House, we need to elevate our focus on the Apostle of God. Meanwhile, in research institutes of several old powerful nations like France and Germany, the higher-ups also received the latest intelligence. Serving the gods will become the core task for pioneers of all nations. Far away in the wilderness, Lin An was still unaware of the enormous impact his single arrow had created. The undercurrents of Blue Star's power dynamics were stirring. Acquired first-tier phone Lin Terror Beast Rare X1, Lin An was very satisfied with the harvest before him. What a fine bone. He squatted beside the corpse of the phone Lin Terror Beast, quickly using the bow blade to remove the flesh while it still had some warmth. Acquired high-density leg bone Rare X2, the first to be separated were the strong and powerful tibiae of the hind legs, which produced a metallic sound when struck, making them excellent materials for crafting heavy arrows. As for the remaining materials, Lin An hesitated. It seemed that this meat was toxic and inedible. Should he upload it for national research or take it with him to try out? Just as Lin An was in a quandary. Ding. Observer Wu Jing requests binding. Principal Wu. Lin An's hand trembled, almost cutting his finger. Isn't he my idol? The male god in the hearts of countless Great Xia pioneer students. During the darkest time of Great Xia, he ranked at the top for 3 consecutive months, with his seed-level physique becoming the 3rd batch of King of Pioneers. War God, Wu Jing. Bind. Quickly bind. Ding. Binding successful. A deep magnetic voice laced with a unique smoky timbre resonated in Lin An's heart. Comrade Lin An, please respond. In the wild world. Lin An noticed the holographic image of Wu Jing appearing in the lower right corner of the National Fortune leaderboard. He sported a neat crew cut with a bronze complexion marked by a few faint scars and sharp eyebrows and bright eyes that exuded a rugged charm. Even in middle age, his looks remained striking. He resembled the archetypal handsome man portrayed in television dramas, with a face that exuded traits of goodness and justice. Lin An truly did not expect the country to value him so highly. They assigned this living legend of the Great Xia as his observer. Hello, Principal Wu. I am student Lin An. Hearing Lin An's voice slightly tremble, Wu Jing offered a faint smile, softening his previously stern features. All right, don't be nervous. I am not the principal right now, I am your assistant. Wu Jing's eyes brimmed with admiration. That last arrow was shot beautifully. Even during my prime, I would not have had the confidence to guarantee a hit at this distance. Lin An was about to explain that it was a special skill, but was interrupted by Wu Jing. No need to explain, and don't speak out loud. Wu Jing's tone suddenly turned serious. Our conversation is encrypted, the audience in the live stream cannot hear us. You don't need to move your lips, or whatever you think I will receive it. Good. Lin An sighed in relief. The encrypted channel gave him a tremendous sense of security. If that's the case, it also indicated that the competition for apocalyptic resources between nations would be even fiercer. Let's get to the point. The National Strategic Think Tank has formulated the following 4 core guidelines for you. First, build strong walls and accumulate grain. The resource points around you are the first among the 8th batch of pioneers, but they require intensive development. Supplies can be uploaded as needed, but first ensure your own growth. Lin An nodded slightly, feeling the burden on him lighten. Reserving or uploading supplies is the most crucial choice for every pioneer. Often the boundary between survival and responsibility can shift due to human nature and hunger. If every pioneer seeks to develop first, their nation might not withstand the pressure of resource shortages and face destruction. Then Wu Jing's voice carried an undeniable excitement. Second, planting plan. Planting. Lin An was momentarily taken aback. How could they engage in planting here? Wu Jing quickly clarified the National Academy of Sciences is overcoming technical challenges to develop carbon-phosphorus pyrolysis enzyme technology. To put it simply, we are trying to find a way to transform bat guano into thermal fertilizer. Once the technology matures and is delivered to you, you can utilize geothermal energy to grow moss abundantly in your shelter. This might solve the agricultural problem of the wilderness. What a... Lin An was taken aback, and then his heart surged with warmth. This is the power of the nation. The scientists of the Great Xia were paving the way for him. Once the technology matured, his cave could become a production base. Achieving true self-sufficiency. One must understand that the climate of the eternal frozen tundra can change abruptly. And also, Wu Jing sighed, his tone carrying a hint of apology. The nation is aware of the stage tasks related to the Apostle of God. However, due to the information blockade from the West, we can only prioritize deciphering the Goddess of Prosperity and strive to ensure that the Shadow Pioneer becomes the first to change professions. This is unfair to you, but I hope you can maintain your composure and not feel emotional. It's fine. Lin An had the intelligence system and already knew about the items needed for the sacrifice, so it didn't affect him much. However, he had no plans to inform the nation about the intelligence system, mainly because he was unsure whether higher civilizations were monitoring them. Lastly, your sister Lin Xiaoxiao's eye surgery was successful, and she has regained her sight. Your parents are also in the capital's special zone with her. They are living well now, and hope you stay safe, wishing that one day you can return home to eat dumplings. Wu Jing mentioned what concerned Lin An the most. Boom. This statement was like a warm current shattering the hardened exterior Lin An had as a hunter. His eyes turned slightly red, and his fingers gripping the dagger turned pale from the force. What was he fighting so hard for in the wilderness? Wasn't it to ensure that his family was well fed and clothed, and for his sister to see the light again? That's great. Thank you, Principal Wu. Thank you to the nation. Lin An's voice grew choked with emotion. What are you thanking me for? Wu Jing laughed heartily. You've brought honor to the nation. It's the nation that should thank you. All right, let's skip the emotional stuff. The daily encrypted communication time is limited. Do you have any questions? Lin An took a deep breath to calm his emotions and looked at the corpse on the ground. This wind-scale beast's meat is toxic. Does the nation need it? No, you can keep it for yourself. Wu Jing's answer was straightforward, yet extremely professional. Just now the expert group analyzed your kill replay. Your arrow was too fast, directly severing the central nervous system, preventing the wind-scale beast's venom glands and stress hormones from being secreted. You might even try eating it raw. As a rare-grade resource, the beast meat will lose its energy resonance when heated. The advice from the big shots must be heeded. Lin An, upon hearing this, no longer hesitated. He cut off a piece of translucent meat that resembled a ruby and put it in his mouth. There was no bloody taste as he had imagined. The moment it entered, it was icy cold, soon transforming into a rich sweetness akin to the finest sashimi, sliding down his throat and turning into a rolling wave of warmth, nourishing every cell that had dried up from activating the gaze of God. Delicious. Lin An's eyes lit up. This texture was 100 times better than stewed meat. It was exhilarating. Absolutely exhilarating. The nation is impressive. Principal Wu is impressive. If it weren't for this connection, he would have been sitting on a treasure mountain unaware. After quickly replenishing his energy, Lin An dismembered the wind-scale beast into pieces and packed them into a metal box. Wu Jing nodded, repeatedly appreciating the boy's briskness in getting things done. It seems you are very satisfied. Wu Jing glanced at the time and quickened his speech. One last piece of advice. Looking at your route, it seems you are heading to the ice lake, right? Do you want to fish? Yes, I need sacrifices and a large amount of food. Lin An nodded. No problem. Wu Jing immediately displayed the seasoned experience of a pioneer king. The journey to the ice lake is long and completely unobstructed. Find a place to establish a secondary shelter first. With a backup, there's room for error. Understood. Lin An's eyes sharpened. This advice was indeed invaluable. After all, he planned to engage in prolonged combat this time. He couldn't just stay in the water all the time. Just as the encrypted time was about to end, Wu Jing revealed a shocking piece of news to Lin An. Comrade Lin An, another observer will contact you tonight. What does that mean? Lin An paused in his pedaling. Was Principal Wu doing this once and then leaving? Wu Jing seemed to sense Lin An's thoughts and smiled. No, I will continue to support your pioneering. In fact, you have 2 observers. It's a special privilege for those with myth-level titles granted by higher civilizations. Lin An felt somewhat steadied and then asked with concern, Principal Wu, may I ask who it is? He was quite eager to communicate with his family, but he knew it was impossible. Wu Jing spoke in a rather assured tone. She is an excellent researcher responsible for your logistics and intelligence work. Specifics will be communicated with you. By the way, the carbon-phosphorus pyrolysis enzyme technology and the planting plan were both proposed by her. I hope you are satisfied. Beep. The encrypted communication ended. Lin An also felt a heavy weight lift from his heart. It sounded like she might be a big shot too. I wonder if she is bald. I've heard that the stronger the genius in research, the less hair they tend to have. In a wild and desolate world, Lin An brought up a miniature map projected onto his retina, his gaze locking onto the previously marked area of the ice lake. An icon of a white house flickered subtly. Abandoned bear den. Temperature approximately 20. Space is cramped. Overall evaluation D. Only 1 kilometer away from the ice lake area, the terrain is elevated and the view is broad, making it a perfect secondary shelter. I must say, the bears are quite discerning about their locations. After communicating with the expert Wu Jing, Lin An felt considerably more relaxed. Humans are social creatures, and it had been a whole month without communication with others of his kind. Many would not understand what that meant. Lin An considered himself to have good psychological resilience. Yet he could not deny that he was looking forward to the next meeting with the expert. People from Blue Star were great, each one talented and articulate. Unlike Sister Feng Shuang, whose conversations left him feeling cold and uninviting. With his spirits lifted, Lin An pedaled faster. After crossing a snow ridge, the vista ahead suddenly opened up, but the sight that met his eyes made him suddenly slam the brakes. In a snowbank less than 30 meters ahead, 3 large snow demon wolves were hunched over, tearing apart the corpse of a giant horned mammoth. The blood stained the snow, and as the wind shifted, Lin An caught a whiff of the strong smell of blood. Not good. They've detected me. Lin An silently drew his overlord bow. There were 3 wolves in total, 2 with arrows and 1 with a spear. With the divine foresight ability, the 3 snow demon wolves no longer posed the immense pressure they once did. Screech. The sound of the brakes startled the beasts that were feeding. 3 pairs of eerie green eyes shot up, locking onto Lin An. Roar! The 3 snow demon wolves stared at Lin An coldly for a few seconds, their nostrils flaring. Then one of the wolves surprisingly snorted in a very human-like manner, shifting its gaze away and lowering its head to continue tearing at the meat. Ignored. Lin An raised an eyebrow and slowly loosened the taut string of his bow, thinking to himself, is this the favor of the goddess Feng Shuang? After confirming that the snow demon wolves were harmless, Lin An calmly put away his bow and arrow, pedaling quietly as he passed 20 meters beside the pack. Praise Feng Shuang. Lin An rode his snowmobile steadily, but the Blue Star live stream became chaotic. What the hell? What did I just see? It's definitely a snow demon wolf. Just yesterday, a pioneer from the White Fur Nation had his throat bitten out. Lin Shen, I was just passing through, you all carry on. Is this a peace mode? Or is Lin Shen just radiating dominance? I leaned towards the latter. Ha ha, if Little John from the Lighthouse Nation knew, he'd be furious. I just came from his live stream, and his Titan armor was chewed up by a group of ratlings. This little incident raised Lin An's live stream popularity even further. At the first intelligence center, Su Wan was waiting for today's communication guidance plan. Upon learning that she was responsible for Lin An's intelligence and analysis, she had already pulled 3 all-nighters. Even with her natural beauty, dark circles were forming under her eyes. Maybe I should put on some makeup. Remembering her superior's gentle reminder to pay attention to image, she sighed and dug out her dusty makeup box. As she opened the eyeshadow palette, the hexagonal grid came into view. Su Wan's movements froze. Hexagonal. Honeycomb structure, right? The ice blueberry jungle. Only a honeycomb-structured composite ice shield can withstand the white disaster storm, if it can be transplanted. The powder puff was carelessly flung away. Su Wan seized a lipstick and began to draw on the makeup mirror. The mirror was gradually covered with dense, crisscrossing mechanical formulas. Keeping away from the wolf pack, Lin An successfully arrived at his destination before dark. This was a natural cave located on a leeward slope. Lin An did not rush inside. Instead, he took a look around the area. Tier 2 Snow Demon Bear Female. Behavior departing. Duration of stay 60 days ago. After confirming there were no fresh tracks, Lin An quickly made a judgment. The lingering aura of the dominant beast means that this place has not been occupied by new monsters. It is very safe for me. After confirming this, he pushed his snowmobile into the cave. The cave was slightly recessed with thick, dry pine needles piled up in the corners. The air retained a faint, unique odor of wild beasts, but it was acceptable. The rock walls were not smooth. At about 1.5 meters off the ground, there were parallel claw marks of varying depths. Based on Lin An's understanding of wild creatures, an adult snow demon bear stood about 4 meters tall when upright. For it, this cave seemed a bit small, but for Lin An it was quite spacious. Nice. With this shelter, he could hunt fish and rest without worry. Once he found Xiao La, he could also let it sleep at the cave entrance to help block the wind and snow. Perfect. On Blue Star, as he watched the footage on the big screen, Wu Jing spilled hot tea all over the table as his hand trembled. This kid. Wu Jing's eyes widened as he watched Lin An act, as if he were at home unable to help, but turned to his advisor beside him. What I meant was digging a secondary shelter, right? Yes, Principal Wu. The advisor also looked dazed. At Lanya Pioneer University, a secondary shelter referred to small snow caves and similar temporary sites that were easy to excavate. This kid is a bit uncanny. Wu Jing seemed to think of something, taking a sharp breath and finally displaying a shocked yet pleased smile. It seems his sixth sense has upgraded. Lin An was unaware of the shock on Blue Star. He was busy clearing a space. Ding. Observer Su Wan requests to bind Su Wan. Lin An was taken aback. It sounded like a female name, and he vaguely felt that it was somewhat familiar. However, since it was arranged by the state, he chose to accept it. Bind. A knowledgeable and cool voice resonated within Lin An's mind. Comrade Lin An, I am Su Wan. Please respond if you received this. Received. Having linked once before, Lin An was familiar with the process. When the image lit up, he was slightly taken aback. The other party had long black hair casually tied up with a few loose strands falling beside her ears. On her slender nose rested a pair of golden-rimmed glasses behind which were calm eyes. She was very beautiful. This was Lin An's first reaction as a male, but that was all. In the holographic projection, Su Wan adjusted her glasses and glanced at the bonfire pile that Lin An had just stacked up. Comrade Lin An, according to the preliminary scan, your site selection is excellent. However, before formally resting based on fluid mechanics and thermal retention rates, I have an optimization suggestion for your reference. Go ahead. Comrade Lin An, there is a rock fissure at the top of the cave that can create a natural chimney effect. I suggest you shift the fire pit 30 centimeters to the left and add a flat stone at the back as a reflector. Lin An paused for a moment, quickly simulating the airflow direction in his mind, and then his eyes lit up. If he did not adjust, most of the heat would escape through the cave entrance, but according to Su Wan's suggestion, the heat would form an internal cycle, improving heat utilization by at least 20. The state-arranged personnel were indeed impressive. I learned from your guidance. Without a second thought, Lin An immediately set about making adjustments. Due to the lack of a backpack, the amount of coal he could carry back from the pit was actually limited. Every little bit saved helped. While adjusting the bonfire, Su Wan pulled up a document, and her signature cool voice now had a hint of warmth. Your sister Lin Xiao has sent a letter. Would you like to hear it? Yes. Lin An raised his head, his gaze serious and focused. Brother, everything is fine at home. I can see it, the sky is so blue. Dad has gained some weight lately, and I've made some friends. He is still your loyal fan. Su Wan did not use a broadcaster's tone, but rather slowed her speech as if she were speaking for Lin Xiao. Precious communication time slipped away second by second, but Su Wan seemed in no rush. Brother, be careful. We are waiting for you to come home for dinner. Inside the cave, the only sound was the crackling of the bonfire. Lin An took a deep breath. A wave of warmth surged through his chest, and his blood began to boil once more. For a long time, the tension for survival had quietly melted away amidst the casual conversation, replaced by a renewed determination. Thank you to the country, and to you all. Do you have any further suggestions? I will definitely accept the organization's arrangements. Though he had 2 observers, Lin An understood that this encrypted communication was extremely precious every second. Being able to prioritize family letters moved him greatly, and he was curious. If Wu Jing read this family letter, it should also be quite heartwarming, right? This is what we should do. In the footage, Su Wan smiled lightly. Comrade Lin An, the state suggests you should rest. Survival is not easy. May you return as a youth. Good night. The primordial wilderness, within an abandoned bear den. As the projection on the light screen faded, Lin An's mood settled into calm. He sat beside the crackling fire, his gaze deep and inscrutable. The call had been brief, yet its impact on his mindset was profound. Once he had been a lone wolf, facing every challenge alone, relying solely on sheer resilience and what he wryly called his deceptively unimportant intelligence network. At the very least, Su Wan's proposed carbon-phosphorus pyrolytic enzymatic technology was utterly beyond his own imagination. If realized, it would yield vast quantities of premium fertilizer. Mastery lies in specialization. Lin An murmured softly, a faint knowing curve lifting the corner of his lips. With such brilliant minds at our side, even the most frigid wastelands brim with untapped potential. Daily resource upload settlement countdown 00500 time to upload again. Lin An hesitated briefly and chose not to upload the Windscale Terror Beast. Senior Wu Jing had advised him to keep it for consumption. After all, this was rare-tier monstrous flesh, precisely what his body needed during its growth phase. Uploading it would be a wasteful misstep. 5 minutes later, the national fortune rankings refreshed. A dramatic shift. Lin An observed, glancing casually at the list, where the top positions were now dominated by state-certified awakened pioneers. Clearly empowered by national backing, their survival efficiency was surging exponentially. Meanwhile, Mu Shui and Zhao Taizhu of Daxia, whose resource-rich territory should have secured them higher standing, had been pushed down to the teens, underscoring the ferocity of global competition. Naturally, the most disheartened among the pioneers were likely those from smaller nations, whose governments offered no tangible support, leaving them effectively isolated on the battlefield. Yet what astonished him most was that Xiao Zhan of the Lighthouse Nation and Merle of Lan had both vanished from the upper echelons, just as he had. Curious, I'll ask the seniors tomorrow. After all, they were seasoned rivals. Intelligence gathering remained vital. At present, the rankings apex belonged to Kav, a pioneer from Gaul. According to uploaded resource data, Kav had discovered an exceptionally bountiful site. Meanwhile, last month's third-place contender Kaka had fallen far behind, now languishing in the second tier. With national empowerment came radically enhanced efficiency in resource exploitation. No matter, there's still ample time. After the national fortune rankings concluded, Lin An fashioned a simple early warning device at the cave entrance using bone shards, then drifted into rest beside the comforting warmth of the fire. Dawn broke. Lin An awoke naturally. The wind outside had stilled, but an unnerving heaviness pressed upon the air as though an invisible giant hand bore down upon his chest. Environment alert, imminent blizzard. Current temperature 48°C. Lin An knew it was time to depart. A dozen minutes later, guided by the glowing marker on his retinal map, Lin An spotted a familiar figure across the ice. Wait. He gripped the brake, disbelief flickering across his face. There, strolling leisurely across the frozen expanse, was Xiaola. In just 2 days, her form had swelled dramatically, nearly matching the size of a young calf. Her gray underfur had grown denser and fluffier. The golden spiral horn atop her head shimmered with a soft, ethereal glow. Clearly, biological growth in the primordial wilderness defied all logic of Blue Planet. In Lin An's live stream, viewers debated whether mutton should be braised or steamed. Others speculated how far away he'd stand before taking down this solitary primordial horned sheep. Foreign viewers muttered curses under their breath, envying his astonishing luck. Such a massive find so early in the day could easily vault him back into the top 10 if uploaded. Yet no one anticipated what happened next. Lin An simply called out Xiaola. And she answered. Bah! She lifted her head sharply, letting out an exuberant cry, and charged forward, hooves flying. Snow exploded beneath her feet like shrapnel. Her momentum resembled that of a white miniature tank. Whoa, stop. Don't crash. Lin An laughed, sidestepping the oncoming tank, then reached into his coat and withdrew a gift he'd prepared in advance. A thick pancake crafted from moss, ice blue berries, and crushed fish bones. Ba Xiaola sniffed the aroma, swept the treat up with her enormous tongue, and chewed joyfully. Her eyes half closed in bliss, her stubby tail wagging side to side. Not bad at all. You're thriving. Lin An patted her sturdy back, then fastened a composite harness around her neck, the other end tethered firmly to the snowmobile's front axle. The vehicle was excellent, but he'd pedaled enough. Xiaola, show me your limits. She tossed her head once, unresisting, and then bolted forward, galloping with unrestrained exhilaration. Whoosh! A fierce surge of acceleration slammed into him. Damn! Seated on the snowmobile, Lin An felt as though he'd strapped himself into a world-class racing machine. The snowmobile's glide mode offered virtually zero friction. For the first time, Lin An truly grasped the meaning of Alpha Ram's grace. Speed. Blistering speed. Its 100-meter acceleration must rival 2 seconds. Whoa, Xiaola, halt. Brake. Lin An shouted. But she ignored him, leaving him no choice but to surrender to the intoxicating rush of velocity and thrill. In that instant, across the silent frozen tundra, the streaking duo, one human, one beast, became the most vibrant living brushstroke against the monochrome expanse of heaven and earth. Damn. Realizing communication was futile, Lin An acted decisively, executing a swift sideways roll and leaping clear of the speeding snowmobile mid-flight. Thud! He tumbled across the snow in a chaotic blur, rolling repeatedly to dissipate momentum, before rising slightly disheveled and brushing frost dust from his hair. Far ahead, Xiaola, sensing the sudden lightness, gradually slowed. She turned her head, tilting it ever so slightly, fixing Lin An with that unmistakably familiar knowing look. As if saying, that's it. Damn it. It seemed Xiao La had mocked him again. Lin An sighed, speechless. Taming beasts demanded finesse, especially primordial-level monsters. But if he couldn't master it alone, he wasn't alone at all. His nation stood behind him. Hand over the problem and trust the state to resolve it. He approached the snowmobile, pulled out his alloy shovel, and began hammering the ice with rhythmic, resounding clangs. Today he aimed to deliver tribute to Frost Lady earlier than ever. At that moment, Lin An's Blue Planet livestream erupted anew. Holy hell, that was epic. Is Lin Shun filming the Sheep Whisperer? That dismount was flawless. Who captured it? I'll pay handsomely. Good news, folks. We've got him out. Bad news, he's showing off. Foreign netizens seethed, hey. You know he slaughtered your kin. Don't coddle. Fuck this unfairness. He must have drugged her. Big deal. He tamed a dragon. A tier 3 monster. Save your breath. Big John spent month 2 wallowing in mud. How dare you compare him to Lin Shun? While online chatter surged, Daxia's leadership saw only stark strategic value. At the first intelligence center, Senior Wu Jing's eyes blazed with intensity. His voice urgent: contact the Ministry of Agriculture and the Animal Association. Gather every top-tier beast tamer and livestock expert, retired or active, and form a monstrous beast husbandry task force. Inform them before today's communication window closes. I require a comprehensive domestication protocol for the Gigahorn mammoth sheep. Understood. The national apparatus sprang into motion. Across the frozen lake, atmospheric pressure continued to plummet. Drawing upon his extraordinary physical prowess, Lin An effortlessly carved a stepped ice ramp leading down to the water, then straightened, unzipping his down jacket in one smooth motion. As the jacket slid away, a legendary new ensemble emerged, revealed live to millions watching in rapt awe. Legendary class, Deep Azure Diving Suit. In the wild world above the icy lake, Xiao La curiously stared with wide eyes at Lin An's new appearance. It was a product of advanced civilization, a mature industrial item. The entire body presented a deep matte blue with faintly flowing pure black patterns on the surface. It resembled an extremely special biological polymer material akin to flowing liquid metal, perfectly conforming to every muscle contour of Lin and becoming his second skin. The collar extended upwards, intricately wrapping around his neck and jaw up to his nostrils, leaving only Lin An's cold, piercing eyes exposed. At this moment, the female viewers in the Blue Star livestream could no longer contain themselves. This damn physique. Sister is truly in love. Screenshot taken. Will look at it 1,000 times before bed every night. What kind of abstinent-style Lin Shun is this? So sci-fi is this legendary level? The barrage of comments flooded in, leaving the male viewers stunned. Isn't Lin Shun a hardcore survival expert? Why does it feel like a celebrity participating in a wilderness program? Xiao La, stay here and don't wander off. Lin An quietly instructed, reaching out to pat the curious and observing Xiao La. Then he grasped the overwhelming spear, filled with a sense of killing intent. At this moment, wearing a black, streamlined diving suit, paired with an ancient, fierce giant spear, Lin An resembled a god of death about to plunge into the sea. The male viewers in the live stream could no longer sit still. So handsome. Absolutely stunning. What the hell? Why is my blood suddenly boiling? There should be background music here. Lin Shun. Splashed. The sound of entering the water was extremely faint. The black figure cut into the water like a deep blue torpedo, carrying a deadly sharp nest, disappearing beneath the deep, chilling surface of the lake. Lin An began his fishing expedition. In the Blue Star Daxia country, the foremost intelligence center, Lin An's Apocalypse Command Room. As Lin An entered the water, the massive main screen switched to a deep blue analysis mode. Activate multispectral enhancement. Perform real-time image noise reduction, constructing a 3-dimensional underwater mapping reconstruction. A dozen researchers in white coats danced their fingers across the keyboards, transforming the dark live stream image into a clear, ghostly blue line frame view after processing through the supercomputer in the background. On the screen, various data representing Lin An was fluctuating wildly, ultimately converging into a conclusion that left the experts astonished. How is this possible? A physics expert pointed at the screen, his voice trembling. Lin An's drag coefficient underwater is nearly 0. His instantaneous swimming speed reaches 5 times that of an ordinary human. Even a sailfish cannot compare. And he can breathe. Another biologist exclaimed. He doesn't use an oxygen tank. While maintaining high-speed movement, it seems the mass part can automatically electrolyze water molecules to extract oxygen. The command hall erupted in chaos. Sitting in the command seat, Wu Jing held a thermos cup, his expression calm and undisturbed. Normal. Wu Jing spoke, lightly, his voice overpowering the surrounding noise. Legendary equipment. If it didn't have this level of functionality, how could it be called an underwater artifact? He took a sip of tea, his gaze profound. The high school student from Sakura country, known as the Child of Water, had dominated the survival rankings for years with this artifact. Now Daxia country has one too, so it should be stronger. Unfortunately, the ever-frozen tundra isn't by the sea or otherwise. Hehe. After a brief shock, the experts continued their environmental analysis. One piece of data after another was organized while the survival group experts quickly brainstormed combining Lin An's existing resources for long-term development planning. Fishing, aquatic, plant cultivation, ecological predictions. Seeing the researchers enter work mode, Wu Jing silently muttered in his heart, "Fortunately, that kid only obtained this equipment in the 3rd month. If he had gotten it at the beginning with the title of King of Pioneers, I probably wouldn't have been able to compete with him. This equipment's dominance in early survival is simply at a bug level. Report to Principal Wu, there is bad news." A data analyst interrupted Wu Jing's thoughts, his expression grave. According to light simulation, the ice layer of the ice lake is too thick. After the water depth exceeds 15 meters, the light refraction rate is almost 0. It will enter complete darkness. Although Lin An can breathe, he cannot see his prey. Hunting fish in this environment is extremely difficult. Should it be included in the recommendations? Let's not rush. Wu Jing's brow slightly furrowed as his mind raced, contemplating a way to break the deadlock. If Lin An's overall physical quality reaches over 100 points, darkness shouldn't be a problem. However, physical evolution is not accomplished overnight. Even with ample resources, it will take at least half a year. Beneath the ice lake. At this moment, Lin An was immersed in an unprecedented, shocking experience. All the coldness seemed to be completely isolated outside the thin black membrane. Previously, he could achieve this with advanced cold resistance, but the feeling now was once again different. It was like soaking in 30-degree water. Even more astonishing was the act of breathing. After he entered the water, the mask automatically adhered to his mouth and nose, fresh and moist oxygen flowing continuously into his lungs with each inhalation. Moreover, he didn't need to bite down on a breathing tube like a diver. He could breathe as naturally as on land, like a fish in water. Only at this moment did Lin An truly experience the meaning of the idiom. He gently swung his legs as if his skin was actively sensing the water's flow, converting every bit of resistance into thrust. Lin An even felt that he wasn't swimming in the water, but flying through it. This speed is terrifying, Lin An thought to himself, filled with astonishment. Back then, Principal Wu could suppress opponents equipped with this level of gear and eventually reach the top. So impressive, no wonder he's my idol. Thinking of this, a glimmer of admiration flashed in Lin An's eyes. What my predecessor could do, I can do as well. In fact, I will do it even better. Crisis Intelligence Underwater Plus version activate. The next moment, a faint red light point streaked through the darkness ahead of Lin An. The light point moved at a decent speed, but it was particularly conspicuous on Lin An's retina. Lin An focused his gaze. It was too dark to see clearly. But it wasn't a big problem. The intelligence system had helped Lin An outline a faint red silhouette of a fish with fins sharp as knives, and a line of small text appeared. Tier 1 Frostfin Frozen Carp, Common Behavior, Foraging, Body Length 0.5 meters. Let me show you my true strength. Lin An's lips curled slightly as he gripped the spear tightly. Seeing the target getting closer, Lin An suddenly kicked off with his legs. Buzz. No fancy techniques, just pure speed. In the underwater realm, his movements were faster than that of a fish. In the blink of an eye, Lin An had ghosted up to the fish, spear in hand, and with an explosive force and momentum, he thrust fiercely at the fish's head. Puff! A muffled sound of a blade piercing flesh echoed underwater. The spear accurately pierced the gills of the Frostfin Frozen Carp, pinning it in place. Acquired Tier 1 Frostfin Frozen Carp, Common X1 on the spear tip. The large fish was still struggling violently, but it was firmly caught by the bow blade groove. It's good enough. Lin An kicked off with his legs, swimming towards the ice surface with his prize. Splash! The calm lake surface broke. Lin An poked his head out, one hand gripping the edge of the ice hole, while the other hand pulled up sharply. Thud! A massive frozen carp, over half a meter long and still twitching from inertia, was heavily tossed onto the ice. Lin An surged out of the water like a black eel. Before the splashing water had a chance to freeze, he picked up the fish and tossed it into the metal box, closing the lid tightly. Splash! Lin An rapidly dove back into the water. Xiaola, who was resting nearby, opened her eyes in confusion. Did something just come up? The entire live broadcast room on Blue Star fell into silence. The audience stared at the horrifying wound on the fish's head. Glancing at the clock, it had only been 2 minutes since it entered the water. Is this just a fish? No, I was cooking noodles, and before they were done, Lin had already killed the fish. Look at the wound. A single shot pierced through, fast and accurate. This is underwater. Is this the value of legendary level equipment? I saw Zhao Taiju fishing for the whole morning and didn't even catch a single water plant. Don't blame my brother Taiju, he might not have set the trap properly. In the Great Xia, the first intelligence center, a room full of scientists collectively paused their movements. No one expected Lin An to achieve such results so quickly. 5 minutes faster than the most optimistic data predictions. Wu Jing nodded in satisfaction, appearing calm. Yet he felt an intense fear in his heart. If only. If that person had this speed back, then even if I broke a leg, I couldn't catch up. Wu Jing said in a deep voice. Continue monitoring, and when communicating with Lin and today pass on the ecological structure of the ice lake resource point to him. Understood. Underwater world. Lin An adjusted his posture, continuously exerting force with his legs diving deeper into the lake. He hadn't forgotten his initial goal to obtain rare-level resources and improve his physical fitness. No. It should be the ice silver column fish needed by the frost goddess. Lin An swam, quickly adjusting his attitude even faster. The lake was much deeper than he had imagined. As he descended, the light was swiftly devoured by darkness. 20 meters, 30 meters. This was already deeper than the location of the legendary treasure chest last time. The terrifying water pressure squeezed in from all directions, but the legendary level diving suit exhibited its formidable performance. Unbeknownst to him, a layer of pale blue transparent membrane covered his head. His skin automatically adjusted the surface tension, dissipating the pressure that could crush an ordinary person's eardrum into nothingness. Lin An felt almost no discomfort. So deep, but really rich. During the descent, Lin An marveled at the ice lake resources again. Thanks to the crisis intelligence, he saw red fish shadows silently gliding past him with some giant creatures measuring over a meter long, clearly the small overlords of the deep waters. Clearly there was a lack of human predators. However, Lin An ignored them this time and continued patiently searching for the ice silver column fish. Finally, as he swam past a rocky underwater area, a dazzling golden fish light flashed ahead. Found it. Lin An's spirits lifted. First order ice silver column fish, rare behavior, stunned, length 0. 64 meters. This was a large ice silver column fish. The one Lin An caught in shallow waters was merely its younger sibling. At this moment in the view of crisis intelligence, it glowed like a gold bar on the lake bottom, incredibly eye-catching. Lin An immediately stopped swimming vigorously, held his breath, and slowly approached using inertia. Is it contemplating fish life? Lin An knew very well the characteristics of this fish. Last time he had tried to catch one, its burst speed was simply outrageous. Underwater, even with God's gaze activated, his body couldn't keep up with its response speed, leaving him helplessly watching it slip away. Previously, he was able to scoop it up with a shovel entirely because the fish were too dense. He needed to be steady. When he was still 2 meters away from the target, the gold bar stopped being stunned, and its tail gently swayed, as if sensing an unknown creature approaching. Lin An hurriedly stopped gripping the overlord's spear tightly, silently reciting divine foreboding. Buzz! The surging dark current was sticky like glue, and the silent lake bottom became even more silent. Just as Lin An was about to raise his hand, the ice silver column fish suddenly separated into a golden phantom. At a terrifyingly slow speed, it darted toward the left rock crevice, almost escaping Lin An's attack range. So fast, Lin An marveled inwardly. If he went in with the actual spear, he would definitely miss. Seeing the future allowed him to intercept the future. Lin An twisted his wrist, slightly changing the stabbing direction, and with all his might, he thrust fiercely toward the phantom. The red spear trajectory continuously overlapped with the golden phantom. 2 seconds later, the golden light abruptly stopped. The half-meter-long ice silver column fish struggled violently, but alas, its body had already been ruthlessly pierced by the overlord's spear. Acquired first-order ice silver column fish, rare level resource obtained. This truly reflects my real strength. Let's go, we'll take you to the shore. Without caring for the fish's struggles, Lin An swam upward through the ice layer. Splash! Ice shards flew, and the freshly crystallized ice surface was shattered again. This time Lin An leapt out of the water with a more composed posture, but the trophy in his hands made Xiaola unable to remain calm as well. A rare-level ice silver column fish, half a meter long, and entirely crafted from flowing silver. Even out of the water, its scales still radiated vitality and energy. Meh! Xiaola's big bright eyes widened, bouncing around Lin and sniffing the fish's tail before retreating 2 steps in awe as the tail whipped. From Lin An's perspective, the overall performance completely did not resemble that of a qualified sheep. Back off, you can't eat this. You are going to be a head sheep, so be steady, otherwise how can you attract ewes? To attract ewes. Lin An was preparing to send the fish on its final journey, when suddenly a jolt ran through his brow. A peculiar sensation surged in his heart. At the moment he touched the large fish, a faint desire echoed deep within his mind. A quality offering. Lin An realized that this was the frost goddess hint. No, this fish is still a bit small. Lin An shook his head slightly. After all, the frost goddess was a deity with status. How could such a small karami satisfy her? He needed to find a fish king. This one. I'll keep it for myself to eat. Blue Star, Switzerland, the Wilderness Evaluation Center. In the vast broadcasting hall, lights were bright. As Blue Star's authoritative survival analysis agency, it constantly invited top survival experts and analysts. On the big screen, the latest updates on contestants from various countries were rolling. There were legendary pioneers from previous batches as well as those from the 8th batch. Julia gently adjusted her headset, her expression serious, as she faced the camera. Dear viewers, with the arrival of the Apocalypse version, the official apocalyptists of various countries are demonstrating overwhelming advantages. With national remote assistance, many resource points that were previously undevelopable are being rapidly transformed. The ranking of the 8th batch of pioneers has undergone earth-shattering changes. For example, in Gaul, the data charts showed that the top 10 rankings were almost entirely occupied by contestants certified with Apocalypse. Lin An, who the experts had high hopes for recently, had no outstanding performance and was questioned by Western viewers regarding the fairness of the evaluation center. Recently, they could only change their tune. In this major trend, the Great Xia, which dominated last month, seems to be in trouble. An invited expert pointed at the data on the screen and remarked, unfortunately, the pioneers Mu Shui and Zhao Taizhu are not apocalyptists. This also means they cannot receive effective national assistance. And the apocalyptist Lin An, although his performance last month was stunning, has been making chaotic decisions recently. This may waste the precious hunting window. I am very disappointed that the experts from the Great Xia have not given him more reasonable advice. Just then the director cut off the expert's broadcast. The situation changed. Real-time footage cut in. Above the ice lake, Lin An was lifting a huge silver fish resembling a work of art, placing it into the metal box of a snow vehicle. Due to the fish's white body, the hull's screen momentarily became overexposed. Julia, clearly not new to this situation, immediately faced the camera and spoke in an extremely passionate and admiring tone. Look, Mr. Lin An has once again set a record. This might be Eastern wisdom. The expert beside her adjusted his expression, responding with admiration. Indeed. Just as I was about to say, the high-level decisions of the Great Xia indeed show great foresight. Global viewership skyrocketed, and the director in the studio let out a sigh of relief. The commentary for the Great Xia contestant was incredibly challenging. In the wilderness world beneath the ice lake, time passed second by second. The ice lake, once filled with treasures, suddenly revealed its stingy side. 3 full hours. Lin An swam tirelessly and searched like a black ghost underwater. However, let alone the Fish King, even the ice silver column fish of the little Karami seemed to have received a retreat order and vanished collectively. Surrounded by dark, jagged rocks, there were only a few wisps of silt drifting by. Lin An hovered at a depth of 20 meters, his brow slightly furrowed. Something's not right. Meanwhile, the weather above the ice lake was rapidly deteriorating. A few times when he broke through the ice layer, Lin An could distinctly perceive the atmospheric pressure plummeting. A snowstorm was approaching. Let's retreat for today. Besides the 2 big fish, he also took the opportunity to catch a few little guys. Altogether, it was nearly 20 pounds of fish catch. Lin An turned around, legs slightly swaying, preparing to rise. Gee, comrade Lin An, Lin An received. Beneath the pitch-black lake, Lin An floated motionless. Wu Jing's voice remained deep and magnetic, accompanied by the sound of keyboard typing in the background. Lin An, to make a long story short, the expert team has drawn 4 conclusions based on anatomy and the wild meteorological model. First, the chin bone of the ice silver pillar fish is developed and shovel-shaped with a keratin grinding plate in the throat belonging to a benthic predatory fish species. It's actually a benthic fish. Lin An was taken aback. It doesn't look like one. Its body is white and slippery. Then Lin An suddenly realized that it doesn't matter if it's black or white at the bottom of the icy lake. It's all unclear. Second, your area will soon experience a snowstorm. Due to the drop in air pressure, large fish will rise to the surface to absorb oxygen, while benthic fish will sink to the lakebed and burrow into the mud to hibernate. I see now. Lin An finally understood why he had found nothing earlier. They must have all burrowed into the mud. The strength of the national think tank is truly commendable. 2 words: impressive. Unfortunately, Wu Jing easily shattered Lin An's internal filter. Of course, this is just their speculation. The specific situation also requires the explorer to explore and confirm on their own. The country's suggestions are for reference only. Alright then. Lin An felt that Wu Jing was a non-stick pan, but he had no evidence. Third, based on the population biology model, this creature exists as a supergiant individual, the experts suggest. No need to listen to this. Wu Jing tried to squeeze out a somewhat stiff smile. Excellent explorers often trust their instincts more. Fourth, according to the lake's orientation, the expert team speculates that there may be a fault zone at the bottom of the lake. Wu Jing paused slightly, throwing out the ecological hypothesis proposed by Su. One that morning, there is a high probability that there are active geothermal channels beneath the fault zone, and the geothermal release will breed a large number of thermophilic microorganisms, thus nurturing a massive bottom-dwelling crustacean community. The ice silver pillar fish, which feeds on crustaceans, will likely gather in the warm, food-rich golden corridor. The 5-minute encrypted communication soon ended, and Lin An felt a sense of fulfillment. Once again, he felt the power of the nation. The fault zone, huh? Lin An looked at the 3D map of the environmental intelligence on his retina. Currently, the environmental information was still a corner from the first scan. In fact, the icy lake was vast, and the information at the bottom of the lake was completely blank. He glanced at the intelligence point. Stored intelligence points 1 point. Lin An felt a slight pain in his heart. The supplies were not abundant. I choose environmental intelligence. As the supplies disappeared, a golden halo expanded around Lin and on his retina. Buzz. The dark, murky, and unknown world at the bottom of the lake was now being remodeled before his eyes in the form of a 3D map. Environmental intelligence has been updated with the prompt. A breathtaking underwater panorama unfolded before Lin, and 1 kilometer ahead, there was a massive fault line stretching across the lakebed. It looked as if it had been cleaved open by a giant from the primordial age, creating a wound in the flat lakebed silt. The fault zone was unfathomably deep with sheer rock walls on both sides. However, under the rendering of the holographic map, it presented an oranger geothermal glow, like a vein flowing with magma. The Golden Corridor. It really exists. Lin An was momentarily breathless, and a huge wave surged in his heart. Incredible accuracy. It should be noted that the nation does not have a system. They were able to deduce and restore the ecological chain at the bottom of the icy lake based solely on the structure of a fish's corpse in a blurry map. This is the strength of a great nation. Reliable. After expressing his thoughts, Lin An's gaze followed this corridor toward the edge of the map. Suddenly his vision froze. At the extreme edge of the scanning range, a huge abrupt gap appeared on one side of the perpendicular cliff of the fault zone. It resembled a giant mouth ready to swallow the abyss, quietly gaping on the rock wall. An empty cavity at the bottom of the lake. Golden Lines attempted to construct the internal structure, but unfortunately the detection distance had reached its limit and abruptly stopped. Lin An's heart skipped a beat. Because in the environmental intelligence, the purple-black glow appeared for the first time. Extreme danger. After retracting his gaze, Lin An's brow gradually furrowed. Although the golden corridor connected to the geothermal was just ahead, it was a straight line of a full 3 kilometers on the map scale. Too far. The legendary diving suit allows him to ignore water pressure, cold, and oxygen supply, but it cannot replace physical consumption. The vehicle and Xiao La cannot be abandoned. He is not an irresponsible person. I can only go on the water surface. Lin An quickly ascended. Splash. As soon as he broke the water's surface, the violent airflow nearly toppled Lin An. Hoo-hoo. The snowstorm had completely arrived. Although it was not as terrifying as a white disaster, the world was blanketed in white, and the fierce wind mixed with ice shards swept like bullets. The most critical issue was that the direction toward the target point was directly against the wind. This is bad. Lin An used Xiao La's body to shield himself from the wind and quickly changed clothes. The nation speculated that the snowstorm weather is actually when the ice silver pillar fish rests on a large scale. Going at this time would definitely yield great rewards. The wild gods truly exist, so Lin An did not want to treat the sacrifice casually. Sister Fengshuang has given quite a bit of welfare. Praise Fengshuang. Did you hear that? Can you make the snowstorm a little less severe? Gee. Lin An tried to step on the snow vehicle's pedal, but the wind grew stronger, and in a level 12 headwind the speed was extremely slow. Caught in a dilemma. Sister Fengshuang's strength isn't that great either. Just as Lin An was calculating the gains and losses while staring at the snowstorm, Su Wan's voice echoed in his mind. Lin An, this is Su Wan. Su Wan's voice was calm and professional, and her speaking speed was slightly faster than usual. The expert team has just completed the behavioral logic modeling of Xiao La. Based on analysis of bone development and brain capacity, it belongs to the lead sheep variant of that population with a very high IQ. Lin An instinctively nodded. That's right. Xiao La definitely has the potential to be a lead sheep. Immediately afterwards, Su Wan mentioned the issue that Lin An was most concerned about. You can try the following control methods. Time flowed by second, and Lin An felt the professionalism of the nation once again. In simple terms, it involves using the migration following effect of the flock, striking the special neurons on both sides of Xiao La's body, and simulating a squeezing sensation to adjust the direction. The nation has speculated several approximate areas for the specific location, which still needs to be attempted by himself. But being able to control the direction changes everything. Finally, regarding its perfect feed formula, the nation is currently conducting reverse deduction based on its digestive structure, and results will be available soon. Comrade Lin, and do you have any questions? Su Wan asked in the last minute. Comrade Su Wan, I want to know about Xiao Zhan and Mel's recent movements. Xiao Zhan is undergoing long-distance migration, and according to internal news from the lighthouse, he has given up competing for this month's leaderboard. Mel from England and Ireland. Due to the ranking rewards, the legendary vehicle fell to the bottom of the sea, and they are still searching. It is expected that he will not enter the top 10 this month. Seemingly understanding what Lin An was concerned about, Su Wan conveyed the leader's expectations. Comrade Lin An, your strategic significance is extremely important. The nation hopes you develop steadily and rank according to your ability. Finished. Beep. The communication was cut off. Lin An could sense the nation's concern for him. All the world's awakeners, while enjoying the welfare brought by the nation, must also bear the heavy responsibility of supplies. With billions of mouths, the amount of supplies consumed daily is astronomical. The nation persists, so how can he not strive? Xiao La, come here, it's time for your early education. Braving the wind and snow, Lin An patted Xiao La's broad back. Using the migration instinct, he took a deep breath and began to attempt the plan mentioned by Su Wan. Tentatively, he struck Xiao La's left flank with his palm, applying moderate force to simulate the pressure from a companion. Xiao La showed no reaction. Too light. Lin An used 80% of his strength. Bang! Bah! Xiao La's ears twitched instinctively, turning its head to the left, and its body leaned to the left, as if an invisible wall was pushing it. Huh! Effective! Lin An's eyes lit up. Next, he patted the right flank. Xiao La also adjusted its center of gravity, leaning to the right. Successfully controlled left and right. How to stop? Lin An pondered. The method provided by the nation was to strike the back and tail area. But Lin An knew this method was ineffective. He had witnessed the tragic incident where Xiao La's herd fell into the icy lake because they couldn't stop. Once the giant horned mammoth sheep started running, it was difficult to stop naturally. Even if there was a cliff ahead, it would still leap over without hesitation. They are known for their headstrong nature. Today Xiao La could stop because its speed hadn't yet reached its limit. Thinking this, Lin An rubbed his aching shoulders. The rolling stop method isn't impossible, it just takes a toll on the body. Xiao La, can you be a little smarter? You are a lead sheep recognized by the nation. Lead sheep. Thinking of this, Lin An recalled the unruly lead sheep in the intelligence simulation breaking through the wind wall, with its golden horns, its strong hooves powerful enough to deter even the second-tier beast king from confronting it. If Xiao La is the lead sheep, how should it control the herd? Lin An's gaze gradually focused on Xiao La's emerging golden horn. He tried rhythmically tapping twice on the base of the horn with the spear shaft. Duo. Xiao La lifted its head, looking a bit confused as it glanced left and right, its hooves restless, as if it wanted to charge at any moment. Just as I thought. Only when he lightly tapped the base of the giant horn did Xiao La firmly stay in place and stop moving. Lin and gradually mastered the knack. In summary, left flank, to turn left, right flank, to turn right, tap the horn to stop. To Lin An's astonishment, towards the end Xiao La no longer needed Lin An to tap. It could understand these 3 commands. So full of spirit. Good job, Xiao La, truly worthy of being the lead sheep. Mastering the steering wheel, Lin An no longer hesitated. He quickly secured the rope, sat on the snow vehicle, and shouted to Xiao La, full speed ahead. Show the nation. Bah! Xiao La let out an excited bah, its hooves digging into the ice like a pile driver, then exploded with terrifying energy. Wow! Lin An felt as if he were hit by the snow vehicle from behind, his heart rate skyrocketing. When he looked at Xiao La, he couldn't help but be stunned. In the midst of a high-speed charge, Xiao La's horn glowed with a fiery light, transforming into a rotating high-speed drill. The violent snowstorm that rushed towards him was brutally torn apart and crushed when it touched the tip of the horn, then wildly pushed aside along the spiral path. In the chaotic white expanse, a visibly clear path was carved out by Xiao La. Boom! Lin An charged into the distance. Target: the underwater golden corridor. On Blue Star in the Great Xia Kingdom, the first intelligence center. At the Tianchi Command Center, the hall erupted in cheers as they watched Lin An successfully control the small ram on the screen. Well done. Wu Jing set down his thermos, a satisfied smile on his face. He turned his head to look at Su Wan, who was still focused on the holographic screen, her fingers flying across the keyboard, a glimmer of appreciation flashing in his eyes. This young genius of multidisciplinary research is also a new asset for the nation. It seems she has finally emerged from the shadow of losing her parents. Comrade Su Wan, the communication just now was highly efficient and the analysis was very accurate. Wu Jing nodded. You have been working for more than 10 hours straight. Go rest in the lounge for a bit. I'm not tired, Principal Wu. Without looking up, Su Wan scanned the complex biochemical molecular formulas on the screen, her golden-rimmed glasses reflecting a faint blue light. The digestive system of the giant horned mammoth is quite unique. It seems that the wild forage cannot meet its energy needs. There is a special type of rock-decomposing enzyme in the gastric acid. Suitable feed formulas. As she spoke, she seemed to recall something and plunged back into the ocean of data on wild species. Wu Jing could see that behind her thin frame lay a unique obsession characteristic of a research fanatic. Finally, he gazed at the snow vehicle racing through the snowstorm on the screen, a smile playing at the corners of his mouth. Young people really are hardworking. In the wilderness on the eternally frozen tundra, with a bleat from the small ram, the charge came to an abrupt halt as the wind tunnel torn open by the golden spiral horn closed behind them. Lin An's snow vehicle came to a stable stop above the fracture zone. We've arrived at the underwater golden corridor. Time taken, 1 minute and 40 seconds, roughly the speed of 120 kilometers per hour. Lin An fell silent. What kind of speed is this? The top speed of the Blue Star cheetah is about the same, but this is the wilderness. This is the eternally frozen tundra, in a snowstorm under a level 12 headwind. No wonder it is recognized as the leader by the nation. When it comes to speed, there's definitely no issue. Good job, little ram. Lin An calmly dismounted, patting the fluffy back of the small ram. Before breaking the ice, he didn't rush to act, but instead took out a piece of frozen dark red meat from his pocket, which was from a wind-scaled beast. Bite, chew, swallow. As the meat entered his stomach, warm currents coursed through his limbs. The muscular stiffness caused by the high speed quickly dissipated and his stamina rapidly recovered. Hint: high-quality food increases your constitution by 0. 15. Hint: high-quality food increases your strength by 0. 1. The benefits of rare magical beasts reappeared. The little ram curiously sniffed and then walked away with a look of disdain. All stats are full. Lin An's gaze sharpened as he took out a metal shovel and forcefully struck down at the dark green hard ice beneath. Crack. Splash. The ice layer shattered, and soon a 1-meter diameter ice hole appeared. The dark murky lake water below surged, exuding strands of cold air. Little ram watched the vehicle. Splash. The deep blue diving suit broke the water's surface, and Lin An, armed with the tyrant spear, dived back into the icy lake. 30 meters underwater. The deeper he dove, the warmer the temperature became. Lin An sensed that the water temperature was gradually rising. The geothermal heat below the fracture zone had begun to take effect. Thanks to the crisis information, Lin An also saw some new creatures with distinct geothermal lake characteristics in the deep water area. Tier 1 blind corpse, eel, common behavior, foraging, body length 0. 3 meters from the faint yellow outline sketched by the system, it was about as thick as a wrist with a mouth full of exaggerated fangs. There were also blackstone rock turtles, red-beard spring catfish, and the most common iron-scaled blackfish. Sometimes Lin An could even see them hunting each other, forming a complete, yet brutal, deep-water ecosystem. In short, he was filled with excitement. The resources here are obviously more abundant. If he could catch them all, he couldn't imagine how huge the haul would be. But unfortunately, he had no net. In the end, Lin An did not attempt to hunt, relying on his diving suit to continue descending like a ghost. This speed is a bit too fast, right? Yeah, the fastest in the wilderness is still gaining value. I think this ram is good. It can be used. Fast rams paired with fast gods, just ask if you're fast. Just as Lin An was enthusiastically discussing the extreme speed of the little ram in his live stream, a series of heavyweight international news reports broke out. Lighthouse Nation's envoy George III batch successfully completed the first sacrifice, receiving the blessing of the god of war. Strength increased by 10. England and Ireland's envoy David's second batch sacrifice successful. Canada's envoy. 3 news reports sparked heated discussions in various live streams across Blue Star. 10. I remember George overall quality was 270, right? This is only one sacrifice. I've heard it takes 3 to 4 sacrifices to become a divine envoy. This enhancement is terrifying. Why is it always us Western countries? What about the East? Can we get one? Yes, so slow. Seeing such bullet comments, many Eastern viewers were indignant. You guys are engaging in God's alliance robbery, and now you're pretending. Fortunately, the Eastern Joint Research Center, led by the Great Xia Kingdom, calmly announced Great Xia Kingdom's envoy Shadow 4th batch completed the initial sacrifice of the goddess of prosperity with purple flame gourd flower constitution increased by 10. This news successfully stabilized the emotions of the Eastern audience. As a result, discussions about who would be the first divine envoy became increasingly heated on Blue Star. The audience's attention was firmly captured. This is a competition among legendary pioneers. In the ice lake 50 meters underwater. On the 3D environmental map, the gentle lake bottom disappeared, replaced by a U-shaped geological fissure about 30 meters wide and bottomless. Lin An slowly descended onto the sediment layer at the bottom of the fissure. The mud here was even softer, and due to the long-term steaming of geothermal heat, Lin An could smell a faint hint of sulfur at the tip of his nose. About 8 degrees was similar to a large greenhouse. Lin An murmured to himself. To the naked eye, it was still an absolutely suffocating darkness. Darkness could conceal the vitality at the lake bottom, but it could not obscure the faint light in his eyes. As Lin An approached the cliff wall at the lake bottom, the pitch-black, silent, desolate abyss of the fissure was stripped bare of all its disguises by the crisis information. Hiss! Even with prior mental preparation, Lin An was still shocked to the point of his scalp tingling by the... He saw countless clusters of information emitting a faint golden light densely packed in the mud beneath his feet and along the stair-like sediment layers extending from both sides of the rock walls. They were stacked layer upon layer, crammed together. From one end of the fissure to the limit of his vision, countless sleeping ice, silver column fish converged into a magnificent golden river flowing deep within the lake's crust. This is the golden corridor. So many. Immersed in it, Lin An felt as if he were not standing in a mire, but in the center of a massive underground vault piled high with gold bars. As far as the eye could see, there were treasures within easy reach. Tier 1 ice, silver column fish rare 0. 5 meters. Tier 1 ice, silver column fish rare 0. 62 meters, Tier 1 ice, silver column fish, rare 1. 03 meters. All large ones. All are big ones. It must be in Scrade Resource Point. Lin An maneuvered through the shimmering golden river, swiftly traversing its waters. In his excitement, he quickly assessed the strategic value of the ice lake. Upon landing on the Eternal Frost Tundra, it was the enhancement from the ice silver pillar fish's cold resistance that allowed him to break the deadlock. And here there are thousands of them. For Lin An himself, this meant that for a long time he would not have to worry about Silver Star level food. His physical condition would also experience explosive growth. Moreover, he would soon catch up with the legendary pioneers from the previous batches. For the motherland, Lin An's gaze deepened. If subsequent pioneers reach the Eternal Frost Tundra, this ice lake will be the source of life. After learning that he was a harbinger, Lin An felt a heavy sense of responsibility. Feeding oneself and feeding a group are two entirely different concepts. In the wilderness, there were no advanced civilizations to multiply food. If there are these rare fish, later pioneers can withstand the extreme cold, go out to hunt, and gather, forming a self-sustaining positive cycle. The Great Xia can definitely establish a base in the extreme cold hell. With this realization, Lin An's eyes sparkled even brighter. Searching for the Fish King felt quite extraordinary. Now he resembled a bountiful fisherman selecting the largest catch from a full net of fish. However, this scene was also established under special weather conditions. Normally, most would be out foraging and would not be as densely packed as now. 1. 2 meters. A bit small. 1. 5 meters. Not bad. Still okay. 1. 8 meters. That qualifies as a high-quality fish. As time passed, Lin An fell into the delightful trouble of too many choices. So many. Too many. So many that he couldn't keep up. An hour. 2 hours. Unknowingly, Lin An had searched the lake bottom for nearly 4 hours. I can't anymore, Feng Shuang, just give me the 1. 8 meter one. Just as Lin An was mumbling and preparing to give up, he noticed something beneath the fissure. Right, I haven't checked below yet, let's see. If there's nothing, I'll have to settle for less. Lin An continued to search deeper into the ground fissure, following the heat flow. Suddenly, the crisis information's view jolted violently, revealing a mass of light larger and more dazzling than all surrounding points, shimmering with a noble purple-golden hue, quietly lurking within the rock crevice. Legendary life form detected. Stage 1 ice, silver pillar fish, legendary behavior, dormant, length 2. 5 meters. The Fish King. I've really found it. Praise Feng Shuang. Lin An held his breath underwater and then silently approached, gripping the Overlord's spear tightly. Through the outline drawn by the information system, he clearly saw the true form of the Fish King. Its length reached an astonishing 2.5 meters, resembling a giant beast. It was even larger than Lin An himself. Its scales were thick, each piece the size of a palm. At that moment, the Fish King lay next to a heat current, its mouth slightly opening and closing, its 2 whiskers moving like long snakes. It feels like it could swallow me whole. May the goddess Feng Shuang protect me. Lin An tightened his grip on the Overlord bow. The creature was massive, but in its dormant state, it was actually a good opportunity. However, he still sought stability. Divine foresight. Buzz. Time slowed down. Lin An saw the Fish King, seemingly sensing his killing intent, a golden phantom darting to the left. Even more exaggerated was the speed of the phantom. Trying to escape. Lin An's eyes narrowed, predicting the evasion trajectory in advance. His entire arm shot forward like a torpedo, aiming for a seam on the Fish King's back, stabbing fiercely. When a loud metallic clash echoed underwater, resembling the sound of a great bell. The enormous rebound force made Lin An's hands go numb, and he was thrown back. What? Lin An's pupils dilated in shock. This strike accurately hit the Fish King, yet its scale hardness completely surpassed expectations. The sharp Overlord spear seemed to leave only a white mark on the purple-golden scales, failing to pierce through it all. This is bad. Lin An knew that it wasn't the weapon's lack of power. It was his own insufficient strength. Despite having a legendary diving suit, the water resistance was still significant. Thus, before a legendary underwater creature, he was still lacking. Huff. A slight pain. It seemed to have successfully enraged the underwater Overlord. The silt churned, and the massive Fish King fully awakened. It didn't flee like ordinary fish, but instead executed a fierce tail whip, its massive body twisting in the water, opening its gaping mouth filled with serrated teeth, lunging toward Lin An. Too close. The giant mouth seemed capable of easily swallowing both Lin An and his spear whole. In a moment of life and death, Lin An's adrenaline surged as he calmly activated his trump card again. Divine foresight. Buzz. The world slowed down once more. Along the edge of the incoming gaping mouth, the neck scales overlapped, and the silver whiskers straightened slightly due to the movement. The golden phantom quickly approached. If Lin An remained still, it would completely overlap with his body in 4 seconds, and his waist would be bitten through. But Lin An remained completely unfazed. Under the divine perspective within the crisis information's drawing, he saw a glimmer of hope. On the soft flesh connecting the upper jaw and gill, there was a glaring red dot. It was the ultimate prediction of the brain domain. It was also the goddess' subtle guidance. The fatal weakness is right here. Lin An forcefully twisted his body underwater, charging toward the giant mouth with the Overlord spear. The trajectory constantly adjusted until it precisely aligned with the red dot. Stab. The blade pierced through flesh, directly targeting the brain. The Fish King's body suddenly stiffened, its massive form convulsing a few times in the water, ultimately collapsing weakly, a stream of invisible deep red fish blood quietly dissolving in the water. Huff. Lin An gazed at the immense trophy before him, larger than himself, his heart racing wildly. If the creature had simply swum away, he would have had no way to deal with it. But who could blame it for being greedy? The outcome of wanting to eat everything was just like this. With the Fish King in hand, Lin An decided to fulfill his promise and offer it as a sacrifice to the goddess Fengshuang. In the wilderness world, during the deep night on the surface of the ice lake, the wind and snow continued seemingly unaffected by any will. The recently formed ice layer cracked, and Lin An dragged the incredibly heavy Fish King onto the ice surface. Huff. It's really heavy. Xiaola looked over immediately, and then got scared, jumping a meter high. Unlike other ice silver pillar fish, the Fish King's scales were no longer silver-white, but presented a thick, ancient dark purple gold, with each scale resembling a sturdy shield. Ding ding. Lin An poked at it with the Overlord spear, already having an answer in his heart. This Stage 1 legendary Fish King had an overall physique of approximately 80 points, meaning if it were on land facing him in a solo fight, he could easily teach it a lesson. After all, what makes humans stronger than beasts is not their strength, but their wisdom. Let the sacrifice commence. This time the spectacle will surely be grand enough. Lin An laid the mythic creature-like trophy on the snow, solemnly calling out in his heart. Ice and snow and the ruler of winter, the great goddess. Today I offer you the king of the ice lake. Wait a second. I seem to remember that the frost goddess doesn't like sycophants. Lin An paused, changing from kneeling to sitting, striking a pose as if showcasing a giant item on social media, and continued calling out, "Here comes the Fish King." Buzz. In that instant, the fierce wind stopped abruptly, and the flying snow hung in the air. The swirling snowstorm was suddenly paused. From extreme motion to complete stillness, a chaotic and violent white world transformed before his eyes into a still, silent slice of film. Xiaola was still wide-eyed, her gaze reflecting Lin An sitting atop the Fish King, posing with a peace sign. In this absolute stillness, the once lifeless Fish King beneath Lin An stirred. Splash. The gigantic tail fin covered in purple gold scales flicked violently, sending an irresistible force that easily tossed Lin An aside, landing him in the snowy ground. Not still alive. Lin An did not feel any pain and looked up in shock. He saw the Fish King actually hovering in midair. It slowly opened its eyes, the formerly fierce golden fish eyes now crystal clear, displaying an extraordinarily human-like curiosity. It gently waved its tail fin, seemingly thanking Lin An, as if bidding farewell to the icy lake. In the next moment, a miracle occurred again. The countless snowflakes that had been suspended in stillness transformed into flowing water. The Fish King swam freely through the sea of snow, dragging a long trail of light, resolutely swimming upward. Lin An followed its trajectory, gazing up at the sky. The all-encompassing black clouds dissipated unknowingly. In their place, a dazzling and magnificent galaxy emerged. The Fish King transformed into a shooting star, merging into the starry river. Immediately afterward, the starlight flowed. Countless stars seemed to be drawn by some will, slowly converging in the deep night sky to form an incredibly beautiful and majestic giant face. The visage of the frost and frost goddess. In her starry eyes there was scrutiny and approval. Then a vast divine voice resonated deep in Lin An's mind, a perfect offering. I am very satisfied. Hurry up. Buzz. All phenomena shattered. The howling wind, the icy touch of snowflakes, and the hardness of the Fish King's scales all returned to his body at that moment. Lin An then realized he was still sitting on the cold corpse of the Fish King. Everything just now seemed like a dream. No, definitely not a dream. The Frost Sisters' entrance effect has changed. It was on a completely different level than before. Suddenly, a warm current burst through the Fish King's scales, flooding into Lin An's body like a breached dam. Ding. First sacrifice. Perfect. Divine blessing descends. Notice your strength increases by 10. Notice your physique increases by 10. Notice your spirit increases by 10. Notice your resistance, high cold resistance, increases by 25. Lin An had no time to look at the notifications because the heat wave was followed by excruciating pain from his body's sudden evolution. The muscle fibers throughout his body were being violently torn apart by a domineering force, then restructured into a stronger form. His bones crackled like popping beans as their density wildly increased. The blood flowed as fast as surging magma, with visible red steam rising from his skin. It was blood mixed with sweat. Hunger. An extreme hunger. Cells screamed his body was in deficit, and the flame of evolution needed fuel to fill it. Lin An's eyes turned blood red as he pulled out all the wind-scale beast's meat from his pocket, swallowing it whole, without chewing, devouring it brutally. Not enough. Far from enough. The 3 ice gold berries he originally planned to save for Xiao La were also swallowed by Lin An in a few bites. Yet the feeling of hunger still consumed his reason like a black hole. The Fish King. Right there was still the Fish King. But when Lin An looked down at the Fish King, he felt a faint sense of disgust for some unknown reason. The essence from the Fish King's corpse was already gone. Can't eat it. Lin An suddenly looked towards the metal box of the snowmobile, which still contained a few large ice silver pillar fish he had caught earlier. No time to start a fire. He grabbed one, slicing open its skin with his blade, and began to greedily devour the cold, delicious raw fish meat. 1 fish, 2 fish, 3 fish. The rare-grade fish meat continuously filled his stomach, barely compensating for the sudden demands of evolution. Only after consuming all the supplies did Lin An's hunger gradually subside. Who? That was close. Lin An, slumped in the snow, panting heavily beneath his legendary diving suit, was a new body that was even more robust and full of explosive power. He clenched his fist. The sense of power in his knuckles assured him he could definitely solo the Fish King underwater. Not the kind that uses divine gaze. After calming down a bit, Lin An redirected his gaze to the combat power meter next to him. He had originally thought this big guy could last a long time. But to his surprise, the previously radiant Fish King, with its purple gold scales, had become dull, its scales gray and lifeless. The essence is gone. Lin An reached out to touch it, feeling it was as dry as firewood, devoid of. The earlier sacrifice had drained all the physical essence from the Fish King, part of which was taken by the goddess, and the other part transformed into energy for his Bodis evolution. If Lin An remembered correctly, completing 3 sacrifices to become a frost servant would grant a special buff, increasing divine power by 30 in snowstorms. Now, having made a perfect sacrifice, his physical attributes had been enhanced by 10 overall. What a pleasant surprise. What a blood profit. No. This should be called a win-win. Praise Frost and Frost. Lin An looked at the panel. Pioneer Lin An, Master of Resources, Strength 53. 3. Physique 57. 6. Spirit 76. 2. Resistance, High Cold Resistance 55. Ability, No Divine Position, Legend, Divine Foresight 2. 2. Apocalypse Communication, Wu Jing Su 1. Resources, Overlord Bao, Legendary X1. Snowmobile, Legendary X1. Ice Silver Pillar Fish, Legendary X1. Thunder Chicken's Beak, Rare X1. Fish Meat X40. Gene Hard Mouse Teeth X2. Cold Iron Feathers X8. Quality Coal X18. Fire Starting Tools X1. Personal ranking this month in 1794. 8th batch. Survivor total ranking not opened. Ranking reward none. The 3-dimensional enhancement is substantial. Lin An's mind raced. If it were a normal evolution, even with ample resources, it would take a serious month of eating. Body evolution is really akin to muscle building. It requires an adaptation process. With an average physique of 60 points, it is already equivalent to 6 times the strength of an ordinary person. According to previous evaluations from Blue Star, the average physique of the 7th batch of head pioneers is hardly better. Such a huge enhancement from sacrifice. I really need to speed up. There was something else he hadn't expected. The Fish King's corpse was actually still legendary. Seeing the corpse seemingly continuing to petrify, Lin An had a hypothesis. Because he was still sitting on the fish's body, the national fortune screen might not have detected that the essence of the Fish King had already been transferred. If that's the case, can I exploit a bug? Lin An thought of his mythical title, Master of Resources. Upload. Do you want to upload resources daily 11 time? Yes. Detecting resources. Pioneer Lin An Daxia uploading resources. Ice Silver Pillar Fish X. 1 rating legendary, B manifestation, multiplier 1/0 times the Fish King's corpse transformed into specks of light. Dispersing in the air, Lin An also sat down on the ground. Success. Nice. Such a big fish, at least 600 gene of meat. A 10,000 times multiplier means 6 million gene of meat. I must also replenish the bodies of the research big shots, so they can better serve me. Our Frost sister, simply perfect. Lin An felt satisfied, and when he noticed Xiao La's astonished gaze beside him, he instinctively explained, although it isn't your kin, it has also achieved a perfect merit and ascended. You two work hard. There will be plenty of opportunities. Let's head home first. On the way back to the abandoned bear cave, Lin An once again experienced the thrill of speed. With Xiao La around, my exploration range is greater, and the mythical survival blind box reward from last time can also be arranged. He had not forgotten about the super prize from last month's ranking. Blue Star Lin An's live streaming room. Although the stream automatically closed after dark, people still discussed in front of the black screen. Lin God caught so many fish today, he should upload a few, right? I don't know. I saw several silver fish already. Really looking forward to it, although it has nothing to do with me. Hey, it's those apocalypse seekers being too arrogant. Actually, not uploading is fine, just develop first. Some foreigners are too inflated, even saying there's a country helping them secure first place, as if we don't have any. The person upstairs must be cough. His exact words were other pioneers will only serve as his background. No way that old Dang found a fungi forest, and the country can help him analyze which ones are edible and which are not. Old Dang is just so lucky. As long as he doesn't mess up this month, he'll be first. Amidst the discussions, the daily National Fortune ranking settled in Blue Star. National Fortune ranking 8th batch. Today's ranking NO. 1 Lin and Daxia. Uploaded resources Ice, Silver Pillar Fish Legendary X1. On Blue Star in the Forum of the Wild Giant Fish. Before the arrival of advanced civilization, this was the largest fishing website in the world filled with fishing enthusiasts. However, resources on Blue Star are scarce, and the once mighty creatures have long become history. What replaced them are the fierce underwater overlords of the wild world. Now no one cares whether the pioneers use fishing rods, nets, or even their teeth. As long as you can bring the fish ashore, you are a fishing master. For a long time before tonight, this place was the territory of netizens from Sakura country. Is there anyone else? I ask, is there anyone else? We the children of water are the masters of the ocean. While pioneers from other countries are still catching shrimp, we have already begun to conquer the deep sea. This is the violent aesthetics of fishing. A deep-sea octopus covered in tentacles. A giant sea monster oozing with slime. And monstrous fish the size of vessels. Equipped with legendary diving suits, this young pioneer from Sakura country has successfully set one record after another for the lengths of wild giant creatures. Until just now, the official account of Daxia released a picture. Legendary fish King Ice, Silver Column Fish, a lake overlord measuring 2.5 meters in length. Its entire body is covered in dark purple and golden scales, exuding a noble aura with a streamlined, spindle-shaped body full of explosive power. Even in death, its majestic golden vertical pupils seem to overlook every Blue Star human before the screen. Unlike ordinary giant creatures, it radiates 2 words noble. The legendary fish of the wild world makes its debut in the forum. This looks stunning. This figure. This is the king of fish. The children of water catch sea monsters while Lin An catches works of art. Legendary. Oh my god. I never thought such a fish really existed. How was it caught? Those scales look harder than steel plates. Lin, did you go down in a mecha? The image is taken. I want to plaster it all over my bedroom. Tonight is a night of revelry for fishing enthusiasts worldwide. Daxia, the Apocalypse Command Center rest area. Hiss, so fragrant. Wu Jing was pulled out of his dreams by the soul-stirring aroma. As he leaned on his cane following the scent into the cafeteria, he happened to bump into several researchers with rosy faces radiating a sense of happiness. Principal Wu has awakened. Hurry and eat fish. After eating, I feel my mind clearing up. It's no wonder it's a legendary ingredient uploaded by Comrade Lin An. Lin An? What legendary? Wu Jing's head buzzed, and when he noticed the information about the top of the 8th National Fortune leaderboard, he immediately stood still. Legendary Ice, Silver Column Fish. The country guided you to potential fish schools, and you ended up catching. In the end, Wu Jing, relying on his exceptional mental resilience, suppressed his shock, and with the help of the fish soup managed to consume 3 large bowls of rice. Truly delicious, it's worthy of being a legendary resource. It's almost comparable to ordinary ingredients. After eating the fish, Wu Jing put on a serious face and said to his assistant beside him, "Make a note, next time we communicate we need to emphasize to Comrade Lin and that such resources must prioritize self-development." We ate it and wasted it. Got it. Meanwhile, Su Wan, busy at her workstation, was lost in thought over a set of data. Strange, the pioneers who uploaded legendary resources. The mortality rate is actually 53, 5 higher than the same period. Why is that? First, add it to the high-priority suggestion list. In the wild world, in an abandoned bear cave, Lin An and Xiao La had just returned to the secondary shelter, and the settlement of the National Fortune leaderboard arrived. As expected, Lin An returned to the top of the monthly leaderboard once again. The main reason was still the high score of the legendary resource. A fish worth 100,000 points, equivalent to 10 adult Xiao La, of the same species. Before Lin An could check the leaderboard rewards, another announcement arrived. Ding. Congratulations, Pioneer, on successfully uploading legendary resources. Reward coordinates of unknown resource points, 3 refresh opportunities, resource points. Lin An was astonished. He truly did not expect that advanced civilization would reward such important information. Under normal terrain, a resource point, if developed properly, would mean that the Pioneer would be worry-free about food and clothing. Like last month's rising star, the Kaka Pioneer, who casually dug around and took 4th place. Immediately afterward, a pale blue light screen unfolded before Lin An, presenting information in a card format. Resource point rating: D level, general direction, due north, common resources output, medium, regeneration speed, slow, rare resources output, extremely low, legendary resources, none, current refresh times 13. Lin An glanced at it, calculating in his heart. A D level resource point, it's not even as good as a berry jungle. But he was not disappointed. Instead, the corners of his mouth curled slightly. For other pioneers, 3 refreshes mean gambling. If they give up their current option, it means losing the detailed coordinates of this resource point. But with the intelligence system, he could take it for free. Due north, huh? As long as he remembered the direction, he could sweep the environmental information when passing by. Refresh. The light screen flickered, and this time the resource point card gained an additional deep blue border. Resource point rating B level, general direction, southeast, common resources, output, high regeneration speed, fast, rare resources, output, low, legendary resources, output, extremely, low, current, refresh, times 23. Hey, not bad. Lin An's eyes brightened. A level resource point can be said to be the dreamland of most pioneers, enough for sustainable extraction to support a small country. At this moment, only one last chance remains. Logically, pioneers should know when to stop at this point. What if the last refresh results in a low rating and they suffer a loss? But Lin An knew he was not a gambler, but a humble hangerin. Southeast, good. I remember. No matter what comes out, getting it will be a gain. I, Lin An, have always been willing to accept the outcome of my bets without complaints. Refresh. The light screen shook violently, and a golden light almost blinded Lin An's eyes. The entire resource point card was rendered pure gold. Resource point rating S level, general direction, extremely, close, common resources, output, extremely large regeneration speed, extremely fast, rare resources, output, high, legendary resources, output, low, highly recommended. Detecting. Looking at the constantly flickering recommended flames and the tempting prompts, Lin An broke into a cold sweat. Wait, this feeling. Doesn't it feel like sexy dealers dealing live? The next second, the resource card spun open, revealing detailed information about this level resource point. Resource point rating S level, location, plan, path, common resources, clear and crisp, lotus root, extremely large regeneration speed, extremely fast, rare resources, clear, and golden lotus root, high, legendary resources, 7-color lotus. Low, the light screen displayed an additional blue straight line arrow, and Lin An began to compare on the 3D map. After just one glance, he almost burst into laughter. As expected, the direction indicated by the arrow was indeed the hollow at the bottom of the lake. In the wild, at an abandoned bear cave, the small creature, named La, tilted its head in confusion as a bipedal beast was sneering. This reward is somewhat interesting. Lin An couldn't believe that a higher civilization would be so generous as to grant him 3 chances to refresh. It was likely that the Fish King had been caught exploiting a bug. In fact, after the tests conducted by retired pioneers from Blue Star, although the wild resources could manifest many times over, the energy quality was extremely low, to the point that even combined they were not worth as much as a single original item. To put it simply, higher civilizations would take a cut from the energy quality. If one were to upload a legendary grade resource that lacked energy quality and it genuinely multiplied, the higher civilization would undoubtedly incur heavy losses. As for whether it was a coincidence, Lin An chose not to believe it. With so many resources at the lake bed, why did they have to pick that exact spot, especially when it was so close? It was clearly a scam. Whether the other 2 resource points were safe was another matter. Overall, however, this operation was still a massive profit. La, keep an eye out for me, and call me if there's any danger. The significant evolution of Lin An's body after the sacrifice had left him utterly exhausted. Bath. The small creature licked the rock wall, quietly squeezed into the cave, nibbled on a piece of coal, and then lay gently beside Lin An. It then fell into a deeper sleep than Lin An. The instincts ingrained in its genes told it danger. What in the wild world? Night had fallen. The roars of beasts and the chirps of insects played a requiem for life, while the cold wind and scorching heat constricted the beating heart. The specter of death loomed always, whether from injury or theft of food. Insomnia was a common state for pioneers. Some were haunted by hunger, others were bitten by mosquitoes, but some were troubled by a lingering glance at the leaderboard. In the bitter alkaline land, Li Qingqing used the starlight to bury a new batch of purple crystal potatoes tubers underground. A faint scent of meat wafted through the air. By the campfire, a large rat, skinned and roasted, was sizzling with oil. Thanks to the substantial funds from my family, I was able to purchase insider information from the Western training camp. Otherwise, I wouldn't know how to deal with the burrowing thorn mouse. She tore off a piece of rat meat, savoring its flavor. Using the juice from the purple crystal potatoes as bait along with the traps I've set, I might be able to continuously obtain protein. With a stable food source coupled with the recently injected basic strengthening liquid, my average physical quality has broken through 35 points. At this rate, I might just push back into the top 20. Li Qingqing confidently opened the leaderboard. Right now I'm still in 38th. Suddenly her gaze froze on the top position. Lin An, once again in first place. When she noticed the uploaded resources, Li Qingqing was even more baffled. Legendary grade. Why didn't he keep it for himself? Why submit it? Looking at the rat meat in her hand, Li Qingqing felt a sense of guilt arise in her heart, gritting her teeth. You. Are you trying to kill us? No. 16 Zhao Taiju Daxia in the dark jungle. Splash. By the quiet jungle pond, the taut grass rope suddenly jerked upwards. After 10 minutes of struggle, Zhao Taizhu finally pulled the large creature from the water onto the shore. A red-scaled grass fish, over a meter long even after being dragged 10 meters away from the water, was still thrashing wildly on the ground. Hey, this method works. Wiping the mud from his face, Zhao Taizhu beamed with pride, using the spines of hard-shelled insects as hooks and digging up some stinky bugs as bait. One fish is enough to last 2 or 3 days. When he began to dissect the fish, Zhao Taizhu eagerly opened the leaderboard. Soon his smile slowly froze. Wait, how is this ordinary fish still a meter long? Legendary grade fish. How big does it have to be? Today's youth really leave no room for survival. It should be 10th, but it's actually 9th. In a black bodysuit, Mu Shui stood beside the corpse of a first-tier ironback scorpion. She had exhausted her efforts to incite infighting among the monsters, seizing the opportunity to reap the benefits. According to her calculations, the score from a single monster would be enough to push her past the competitors from the Third Kingdom, elevating her to 9th place. But now she had been squeezed out by the Third Kingdom, landing in 10th place. Lin An. Mu Shui's cold gaze revealed deep confusion, a legendary grade. Even with national support, it's impossible to hunt one down in the second month. Unless his physical quality has reached over 60 points. As the only non-apocalypse participant to re-enter the top 10 this month, Mu Shui held her own pride. She had once doubted and questioned. But in the end, the phrase legendary grade caused her wild, fierce face to show respect for the first time. Lin and I am not your equal. No. 1001 Little John Lighthouse Nation Huff. Huff. On the muddy grassland, Little John lay limp, the pants of his legendary grade Titan armor torn into ragged strips. Having escaped from a horde of mice, his lungs felt as if they were burning. Hey, so what if you 10 days? Wait until I find my companions. When Little John's gaze fell upon legendary grade, his playful smile vanished, and after a brief rest, he plunged back into the inky darkness of the night. Crack. Mel stood on a slippery black reef, fiercely smashing a shellfish's shell with her knuckles, swallowing the fresh, briny flesh. I have checked all the shallow water areas. According to national estimates, the legendary grade vehicles are left there. It would be better to go tomorrow. When she saw the news about Lin An's legendary grade Fish King, this Iron Lady from England displayed a resilient expression in her eyes. I cannot be left too far behind. Today's tasks must be completed today. With a splash, Mel resolutely leaped into the icy, bone-chillings. I knew it. Koff's originally elegant face was now as gloomy as water. A few days ago, the highest command of Gallia had demanded that he obtain first place in the National Fortune leaderboard at all costs. Otherwise, the National Computing Center will no longer serve him exclusively. These stupid pigs. You have no idea what legendary grade means in the wild world. These stupid pigs sitting in laboratories drinking coffee. Although he outwardly disdained any peers among the pioneers, the psychological shock brought to him by that Daxiao person last month had never faded, but rather intensified. He even had a premonition: even if he were to harvest and upload all the fungus forest, he might not become first this month. There were just too many prodigies among this batch of pioneers. In the eternal frozen tundra at the abandoned bear cave during the early morning, Lin An solemnly questioned La, "Did you steal coal last night?" La remained silent, expertly digging into the corner of the leather bag, successfully reenacting the theft. Lin An was furious, but had no way to deal with it. He initially thought that with La helping to shield him from the wind and snow, he would save some coal, but he found himself mistaken. In fact, the consumption was even greater. The resources were not lacking, it was simply that Lin An did not have a suitable bag to carry more. Ding. Today's information has been refreshed. 11. I choose a survival information. Previously, he had delayed searching for energy and sacrificing the ice silver pillar fish, so he hadn't searched for the mythic grade treasure chest. But today he could bring the treasure chest back. As it turned out, this was indeed the case. Today's information survival type mythic grade survival blind box has been dropped at coordinates 1054, 887, approximately 19.8 kilometers from you. Here it comes. This distance is truly pushing the limits. Lin An quickly located the coordinates on the environmental map. Let's go, La. In the eternal frozen tundra, fierce winds swept millions of ice crystals like rough files, tirelessly grinding the barren surface. In such an environment, a straight-line distance of 20 kilometers was an insurmountable chasm even for top-tier pioneers. It wasn't just a matter of low temperatures and physical endurance. The terrain of the eternal frozen tundra was extremely deceptive. Some seemingly flat and thick snow surfaces often concealed ice crevices and cavities that could be dozens of meters deep. Once one stepped into a void, it would mean shattering bones or being frozen to death in an ice crevice. Even more deadly was that Lin An could see a terrifying predator known as the polar ice worm through crisis intelligence. Wu Jing had also emphasized a few days ago in the same snowfield terrain. Ivan from the White Fur Nation had nearly lost his life to the worms. These creatures, resembling oversized Mongolian death worms, had no eyesight, but were extremely sensitive to surface vibrations. If I were to rely on myself to walk, Lin An quickly calculated in his mind, I would have to constantly detour. A straight line 20 kilometers would actually require over 40 kilometers, and that's just one way. With the harsh weather, it would take at least 4 days round trip. But now it's different. Whoosh! A golden wind tore through the snowstorm. La was galloping steadily across the snowfield with Lin An. Sometimes Lin An didn't even need to give commands. La had an almost supernatural intuition for danger. The azure ice caves and traps set by the polar ice worms were all perfectly avoided. It truly deserved to be called dominance over the snowfield terrain. The death road, which Lin An would have to struggle for 2 days to traverse, became a smooth path under La's feet. This is so exhilarating. In just an hour, as La let out a relaxed snort, a white, deep pit created by a fall appeared in Lin An's field of vision. We've arrived. La, stop. Bah. Lin An flipped off and cautiously surveyed the surroundings. Apart from the howling wind, there were no other threats, and there were no traces of beasts at all. Taking a deep breath, he stepped into the pit where a massive object emitting a silvery metallic sheen lay half-buried in the frozen earth. The long-awaited prompt also surfaced deep in Lin An's mind: acquired mythic-grade survival blind box X1. So big, far beyond the size of a suitcase-sized legendary blind box. Measuring 2 meters in length, 1 meter in width, and 1.5 meters in height. It was like a heavy supply crate lying across the snow. Heavy and imposing, exuding a deadly allure that made Lin An's heart race. Lin An gently traced the patterns on the box with his fingertips, his palms sweating. The legendary items he had acquired before were already absurdly powerful. A snowmobile, a tyrant bow, a diving suit. Without any one of them, he would never be this comfortable. And inside the box before him were items even more outstanding. Divine offerings, weapons, mobile homes. He wanted them all. Who? Lin An adjusted his breath, his gaze sharp, silently praying, "May the frost goddess bless me." Then he grasped the cold metal clasps on both sides of the box lid, tightening his muscles and exerting force. Click, boom. The sound of the pressure valve releasing was particularly clear on the silent ice field. The lid of the mythic-grade treasure chest slowly popped open. Lin An held his breath, stepping forward, even preparing himself to encounter an exoskeleton mech. However, looking at the empty giant box, Lin An's mouth twitched uncontrollably. Where were the supplies? Where were the mythic-grade treasures? Did the advanced civilization forget to include them? No. In the furthest corner of the box, a solitary palm-sized black backpack lay there. Acquired Singularity Backpack Mythic X1, such a big box for such a small backpack. Is this? Lin An's face darkened as he reached out to lift the small backpack. It felt extremely light, as if the fabric displayed a matte dark gray color, feeling neither like fabric nor leather, but rather possessing a smooth, cool sensation reminiscent of high-density, fluid metal. Lin An felt a bit disappointed inside, mainly because the box was too large, raising his expectations. Upon holding it, a corresponding description appeared on the light screen. Description: woven from void membrane fibers utilizing polymer folding material technology, maximum load capacity, 5 cubic meters. 5 cubic meters. Lin An gasped in shock then. Feeling it wasn't enough, he inhaled again. What does 5 cubic meters even mean? It's equivalent to the full load bed of 3 large pickup trucks on Blue Planet. Isn't this just like a storage ring from a novel? How can something so small hold so much? To thoroughly understand the artifact, Lin An immediately began testing. Little La wasn't idle either. While nibbling on frozen moss beneath the snow, it curiously watched Lin An continuously move frozen soil, rubble, and ice. At first, Lin An placed a few pieces of rubble and snowballs inside. The flat paper-like backpack only slightly bulged, expanding to a standard tactical backpack size. Lin An put it on his back and jumped in place. The weight hasn't increased. The backpack felt as light as air, like carrying a bundle of air. He tried reaching inside, the internal touch cool and smooth as if it were the skin of some high-dimensional creature. Most astonishingly, the snowball he threw in retained its original loose structure without any signs of melting when taken out. Lin An's eyes sparkled. Didn't this mean that in the future steaming grilled meat and fresh berries could be placed inside? Then he turned his gaze towards a piece of frozen earth rock about half a meter square beside him. Let's try this. Lin An picked up a heavy rock with both hands and attempted to shove it into the backpack opening. Buzz! The moment the rock touched the bag's opening, it seemed to be swallowed by light, shrinking and distorting as it entered the bag. Immediately, Lin An's brain jolted. He sensed an invisible spiritual thread extending from the back of his head, establishing a connection with the backpack. Tip's spiritual energy is continuously being consumed. Amazing. Lin An moved his shoulders. The backpack still felt weightless. Instead, there was a slight sense of weight in his brain, as if a memory-consuming program was running in the background. Keep loading. Lin An gradually assessed the rate of spiritual consumption. If I carry 1,000 pounds of weight, my spiritual energy would consume about 2 points per hour. With my terrifying spiritual strength of 76, I could easily walk for a day. But Lin An wanted to test the backpack's limits. He acted like a diligent porter filling the backpack with all the heavy objects he could see around. When the load reached 5 cubic meters, Lin An picked up the backpack and immediately felt a heaviness in his head. He tried walking and jumping. Even though the backpack contained several tons of weight, Lin An's legs remained light. But he felt his nerves were tense, as if a mountain were stuffed into his head, like taking 10 sets of advanced pioneer exams. His brain felt hot, processing and maintaining some balance within the backpack. 3 minutes later, beads of sweat emerged on Lin An's forehead. 5 tons, 3 minutes, that's my limit. After the experiment, he was still very satisfied with the mythic-grade artifact. An unexpected joy was that the mythic-grade survival blind box metal case was also not heavy. Although it looked large, it only weighed a few dozen pounds. After some attempts, he successfully laid it flat on the rear support of the snowmobile, achieving the maximum load mode for the snowmobile. Although it could also fit in the backpack, Lin An thought it was unnecessary to overthink it. Such matters were best left to Little Law. After all, to become the lead sheep, there is an old saying on Blue Planet: without experiencing wind and rain, how can one appreciate the beauty of sheep? Little Law, let's go. With the Singularity backpack, Lin An was filled with confidence for the upcoming bear hunting operation. Hunting large magical beasts was not an easy task. On Blue Planet, in Lin An's live broadcast room, it had unknowingly attracted the attention of billions of humans. Even the viewers who were firmly squatting in the legendary Pioneer live broadcast room were filled with curiosity. After all, it was humanity's first time opening a mythic-grade survival blind box. As Lin An gradually unveiled the mysterious veil of the mythic-grade items, the discussions among the audience reached a peak. Wow. This backpack can hold so much. Correction, it's a spatial backpack. It feels like it can hold up to 5 cubic meters. Up to that. Is this even human language? Brothers, isn't the cargo space of a Wuling Hongguang just this big? Is this really mythic grade? I'm in love. Most viewers were still guessing based on their feelings, but the scientific community on Blue Planet had collectively gone wild. In the Great Xia at the Apocalypse Command, a group of top physicists stared at the detailed parameters on the large screen, their brains collectively crashing. Although since the arrival of advanced civilizations, common sense had been broken more than once or twice. But looking at the constantly changing forms of the backpack on the screen, they still felt a profound sense of powerlessness. Spatial folding. Memory metal. Completely incomprehensible. An old professor trembled as he wiped his glasses. After Lin An completed the test, the data analysis team erupted in astonishment. The analysis results are out. The screen was quickly split and magnified. It showed a snowball. On the left was its state before entering the backpack, and on the right was the moment it was taken out. After billions of pixel-level deep comparisons, a chilling conclusion surfaced: microstate change rate 0. Look at the conclusion. A thermodynamics expert pointed at the screen, his voice slightly cracking. Absolute entropy, increased stagnation. Boom. The Hall of Physics experts was once again in an uproar, the discussions nearly lifting the roof. Wu Jing, who was squeezed in a corner, looked bewildered. He recognized every word they said, but why did he not understand them when combined? Fortunately, Su Wan provided a more straightforward explanation to the veteran Wang principle. Wu simply put, Lin An can put boiling fish soup and ice simultaneously into the backpack without affecting each other. They are like being sealed in independent space-time, forever maintaining the state in which they were placed. Moreover, 5 cubic meters may not be its limit. Wu Jing nodded, completely unable to continue the conversation. Young people understood much more. On the eternal frozen tundra, with the excellent pulling power of Little Law, Lin An easily returned to the ice lake area. The process of sacrificing the fish king yesterday was still vivid in his memory. For this reason, Lin An decided to gather some dry food first. Can't miss the opportunity as he passed by. He couldn't always be flustered and hurriedly searching for food after each sacrifice. After all, he was the messenger of the goddess. He must maintain the dignity befitting a mature pioneer. Little Law, let's stop for now. On Blue Star, Switzerland, at the Wilderness Commentary Center, the spotlight flickered, and the atmosphere in the studio reached a fever pitch. Julia was flushed with excitement. Dear friends from around the world. Just now, the details of the myth-level artifact released by the Great Xia Kingdom have been cross-validated by multiple research institutions, such as the Massachusetts Institute of Technology Physics Laboratory and the European Organization for Nuclear Research. Julia's voice trembled. This is the first myth-level artifact that humanity has stepped into the wilderness world. It is a new milestone for humanity. Meanwhile, the screen displayed comments from various leaders in different fields of Blue Star Nobel Prize and Physics Laureate Dr. Hilton. Mr. Lin An is not carrying supplies, but the entropy reduction miracle that humanity has longed for. Retired legendary pioneer Grizzly. Lin An, you are redefining the rules of survival. Prime Minister of the Lighthouse Country, this is indeed a glory that belongs to all humanity. The global live stream also welcomed a barrage of enthusiastic comments. OSHD. Although I'm not a fan of Lin An, I must say the backpack is too cool. Yura? Although I am from the Great Xia, I raise a glass of vodka to him. This moment knew no borders, only reverence for the strong and shock at unknown technology. For the audience of the Great Xia Kingdom, the sense of pride was almost overflowing from the screen. In fact, many people believed that Lin An's decision to abandon the treasure was wise. But Lin An did not disappoint them. In the minds of the audience, Lin An gained a new title, Blind Box Terminator. Compared to the revelry in the Great Xia, the atmosphere in the live stream from the Kingdom of England was complex. Just 10 minutes ago, the Iron Lady successfully salvaged a legendary vehicle after nearly 7 days of investigation. Originally, this news would have been enough to celebrate nationwide. But in comparison, it was not so joyful. Some viewers even felt that Mel was too slow in salvaging. Under the ice lake, the silver column fish. Puff. The water flow was violently torn apart. The tip of the Overlord spear traced a residual shadow in the water, fiercely stabbing at the silver silhouette swimming by. Unfortunately, it missed. The silver column fish nimbly turned, brushing past the blade and escaping. Lin An was not discouraged. Instead, he smiled. May the goddess protect you. After yesterday's offering, all his attributes surged by 10. Now, even without activating divine foresight, relying solely on the dynamic capture of crisis intelligence and muscle strength, he could barely keep up with the pace of these deep-water swift creatures. Although the hit rate was only 10% far from the 100% accuracy when the skill was activated. But the calculations could not be made this way. One is a skill which can cause headaches if used excessively and requires time and food to recover. The other is a normal attack. With my current physique, I can swing this way tens of thousands of times in a day. Not to mention, there are just too many fish here. The blizzard had just subsided, and the long-awaited sunlight refracted through the ice holes, occasionally casting a few strands of dreamy Tyndall-like columns in the deep water. Around these light columns, thousands of silver column fish had already awakened. They swam densely through the underwater canyons, foraging for food in the mud. You are the one. Lin An struck again. His arm muscles bulged as he accurately predicted the trajectory of a large fish's spin. Puff. The blade of the Overlord bow pierced through the opponent's spine. Got it. If it were before, Lin An would have to immediately surface, climb out of the ice hole to release the fish, and then dive back down. This back and forth not only consumed energy, but also wasted time. But now, Lin An smirked, stuffing it into his backpack. Collect. Buzz. The massive silver column fish was sucked into the foldable space of the backpack, while also enjoying a stable sleep. So satisfying. Lin An felt a sense of calm. Let's continue. Second fish. Fifth fish. Eighth fish. Splash. Just 20 minutes later. Accompanied by a splash of water, Lin An leaped out of the ice hole like a dragon, emerging from the water, supporting himself on the edge of the ice, and gracefully leaped out. 10 fish, that's about the limit for keeping my mind clear. I can't be wasteful. Although he had crisis intelligence, Lin An also knew there were many monsters in the lake. Staying alert was his way of survival. While thinking, Lin An opened his backpack and poured the 10 fresh silver column fish into the large truck bed like pouring beans. From a distance, the cold metallic box looked like it was filled with freshly baked giant baguettes. In any case, the haul was substantial. Meh. Little Ari. He glanced back at Lin and her light steps, suddenly becoming heavy with more of a steady demeanor of a leading sheep. Since the weather was nice, the audience on Blue Star also saw Lin An's entire underwater fishing process. Lin God, did you pay the fish school? Lin God certainly opened up this wave. Lin God, teach me how to spear fish, I want to be like you. Lin God, online teaching complete, have you all learned it well? Little Ra, I bore a weight I shouldn't have. Everyone also understood why Lin An uploaded legendary he truly did not lack food. Survival, slashing line. Non-existent. In the wilderness world, in an abandoned bear cave, Lin An cut the best parts of the silver column fish into strips and continuously roasted them over charcoal. As the moisture evaporated, the fish meat did not become dry and tough, but instead, due to the locking of fats, the surface presented an enticing golden color. Acquired high-energy fish, fat meat strips, Silver Star level X30. After securing his rations, Lin An's gaze turned toward the femur of the wind-scale terror beast. These two bones exhibited a peculiar bluish-gray color, feeling heavy in his hand with an astonishing density. Relying solely on the previous lightweight bone, arrows would likely struggle to threaten second-tier magical beasts. To craft well, one must first sharpen their tools. Sha, Lin An patiently polished the bones. As the bone powder flew, the leg bones gradually transformed into 2 straight, sharp, heavy bone spears. In the end, he held several hard feathers, lost in thought. The beast tendons he had saved were exhausted, and without tail feathers, it couldn't be called an arrow, thus reducing its power and range. Lin An held the bone arrow, his gaze wandering around the cave, finally landing on a tuft of furry figure. First, let's twist the wool into thin rope. The fish fat can serve as glue. In the wilderness world, sourcing materials on-site is crucial. Meh. A few minutes later, Lin An looked at the finished product in his hand and smiled slightly. Acquired heavy bone arrows, rare X2 food, and weapons were all set. Just then the national communication also rang out. Through a 10-minute conversation with Wu Jing and Su Wan, Lin An gained a clearer understanding of his myth-level rated artifact consuming spirit allows maintenance of backpack form with no weight. Anything under 1 ton is in the comfort zone with consumption less than recovery equivalent to infinite endurance. Above 1 ton it presents exponential consumption. With Lin An's current mental strength 6 tons of weight for 3 minutes is the limit of his capability. Exceeding the time would lead to brain death. A precise sense of boundaries and a simple easy-toss weight estimation method made Lin An feel more at ease. Everything is ready, it's time to head out and hunt bears. On Blue Star in the Western Hemisphere the Alliance of Gods meeting took place. Thanks to Lin An's mythic-level equipment, there were no lengthy disputes over interests this time. The entire meeting lasted only 5 minutes. The meeting minutes were succinctly summarized in one sentence: gather all computational resources to assist George in completing the task of the Apostle of God and earn mythic-level rewards. As soon as the meeting concluded, surrounding small and medium-sized countries received invitations. Scarce energy and rich gene potions were in high demand. All the resources they had once not dared to hope for were now tilted in their favor, with only one requirement: share their national computational power. At this moment, an immensely powerful computational machine began to operate at full capacity for a single person in the wild world. The influence of the mythic-level equipment successfully radiated from Blue Star to the wilderness. In the wilderness world in the bone jungle, countless gray-white giant beast ribs towering several meters high formed a desolate bone forest. At the very center of the bone pit in front of the altar made of black alloy and dried blood stood a burly man with blonde hair and blue eyes, slowly retracting his hand. The legendary pioneer of the Lighthouse Nation, George, codename Captain. The second sacrifice is merely acceptable. A slight twitch appeared at the corner of George's eye, but he quickly regained his composure. Personal strength is merely the bravery of an individual. What the Lighthouse Nation needs is a shield. If I can obtain mythic-level rewards, I can create a safe zone for my team and my country. He clenched his fist. Next, he awaited the specific information about the third sacrificial item from the nation. But for some reason, he felt a hint of anxiety. Because of the last symbol on the altar, he was truly at a loss. It resembled a plant, but also bore similarities to certain animal organs. In the wilderness world, in the corrupted swamp, amidst the thick substance like purple poison, a slender figure stood atop the mud like a dragonfly skimming the surface. Shadow, a legendary pioneer of the Great Xia. A monster ranked in the top 5 of the survivor leaderboard. At this moment, she was holding a palm-sized colorful dream spider. This poisonous creature had once manifested in the Great Seal Nation, and due to a management mishap, it was taken and turned into a specimen, resulting in the radiation deaths of tens of thousands in the country. At this moment, the highly toxic beast trembled in Shadow's hand, not daring to move a muscle. No. The quality of the sacrificial item must be higher. This one is too small. The observer's voice carried a hint of helplessness. Shadow, the nation cannot assist you further in this regard. I understand. Without wasting words, Shadow casually stuffed the toxic spider into her backpack. Once I find the third sacrificial item, I will sacrifice it together. It won't affect the progress. Currently, her average physique is 300. In fact, for pioneers of her level, ordinary resources from the wilderness can no longer push the gene level to continue its leap. Only divine blessings can break the shackles of life. This is also why she is not in a hurry to carry out the second sacrifice. As Shadow flew deeper into the dark swamp, she casually asked, "By the way, how is Principal Wu?" Team Wu is doing well. Did he eat the ingredients? He ate everything. Team Wu asked me to convey, everything is fine, do not worry. A faint smile curved at the corner of Shadow's mouth, but a barely perceptible loneliness flashed in her eyes. She knew Wu Jing well. He would not abandon his principles due to personal feelings. The only explanation for not serving as her observer is that there is a piece of uncut jade with greater potential than Shadow. Shadow collected her thoughts. How is my sister? She's already in the 8th batch of pioneers. How is she performing? Mu Shui. The observer paused. Her performance is nothing short of perfect. In terms of survival decisions and mentality, she is the pinnacle among the seed players. The pride of the Great Xia. What's her current ranking? 10th. Shadow's flying figure suddenly came to a halt. 10th. Is she lying low in the 2nd month? It seems she has indeed grown. What was her ranking last month? 5th. Both she and I have special physiques, yet her potential didn't even make it into the top 3. She didn't lose unfairly. The observer quickly explained, the variables in the 8th batch were too great. Little John from the Lighthouse Nation reached ace level before entering the wilderness, and Mel found a resource point of grade B in the 1st month. Mu Shui fell into a barren land, making it into the top 5 is already her limit. Shadow fell silent. Luck is also a part of strength. In the early stages of the wilderness, luck is often more important than strength. Shadow continued searching for the toxic spider and asked, is the 1st place from the Lighthouse Nation? No. The observer's voice carried a meaningful tone. It is Lin An from our great Xia. Team Wu is his observer. He just obtained the first mythic-level equipment. Understood. Z. The communication signal was cut off. Shadow floated above the swamp, remaining still for a long time, but her deep gaze began to harbor anticipation for the newcomer. In 2 months, the survivor leaderboard will reset. I hope to see your presence. Team Wu's vision has always been accurate. In the wilderness world, in the obsidian trench 800 meters underwater, a black-haired youth with his upper body bare lay lazily on the back of a giant devil ray. He casually tossed a fist-sized night pearl in his hand. In the Sakura Nation, Shindai Kaido. Survivor 4. Codename Son of Water. Moses, hey Shindaken, the great Xia has hunted a legendary fish king. As the Son of Water that the Sakura Nation is proud of, don't you want to catch a bigger one? Don't you want to give it a try? The observer's voice was sweet and soft, and Shindai Kaido's mouth curved up slightly. So impressive, so impressive. Huh. The observer, Kyutamaya, did not expect the Son of Water to react so indifferently. According to the think tank's predictions, he should have been stimulated to hunt the Sea King. What happened to the passionate high school student? As for the mythic-level equipment, the think tank dared not synchronize, as they could not predict how the Son of Water would react upon learning this news. Shindaken, the continental direction is southeast. Sorry, I'm not interested in war and hardship. A hint of disdain flashed in Shindai Kaido's eyes. He looked at the quiet and pure sea around him. I want to find the god of the ocean, so I must return to the initial island. Z. The communication ended and Shindai's brows furrowed slightly. Legendary, huh? The analysts from Blue Star simply did not understand that in the wilderness world the value of prey is never determined by size, but by rarity. Having fought in the deep sea until now, even encountering sea monsters several dozen meters long mostly just constituted rare goods. Moreover, one might not even come across them several times in a year. As for legendary, sorry, that is not something one can simply find through effort. It would not be an exaggeration to say it is like finding a needle in a haystack. Yet Shindai also knew that he was still intrigued. First, I need to find the god of the ocean. No matter how you look at it, the boring life has indeed come to an end. The process of searching for the snow demon bear turned out to be more arduous than Lin An had anticipated. The tracks have broken again. Lin An and Xiao La paused on an ice field, their expressions grave. Crisis intelligence could help him lock onto the trajectory. But the problem is, the snow demon bear can fly. Lin An looked up at the gray sky, tightening his grip on the bow. Just imagine a several-ton heavy white mountain of flesh descending from the sky. Like a whirlwind, the kinetic energy from such a dive could probably flatten a tank. Yes, wilderness creatures are indeed that temperamental. Without some extraordinary skills, how could they be called second-tier magical beasts? Let's keep searching. Originally, he wanted to use the intelligence system to help filter through the options. However, the costs were too high. It would require 10 intelligence points. Now that Sister Feng Shuang was urging him so urgently, he couldn't afford to wait 10 days to fish. What if she haunted him with dreams in the middle of the night? Is it possible to get the country involved in such matters? Hey Wu Jing, the goddess of wind and frost, sent me another dream. Can you do something about it? While complaining, Lin An and Xiao La stopped at a dangerous area a few dozen meters from the new tracks. Ahead, a massive depression made Xiao La restless. Lin An glanced from a distance, his pupils dilating. A subterranean wormhole over 5 meters in diameter with a bottomless depth. The ice layer at the entrance presented a nauseating burnt yellow emanating a strong acidic smell. Scattered at the edge lay a huge, already corroded white skeleton. Judging by the shape of the skull, it was clearly an adult snow demon bear. Lin An felt a chill course through him. This is the eternal frozen tundra. Even a second-tier magical beast could become a meal. There is no absolute apex in the food chain of the wilderness, only prey and hunters. Sometimes roles would even switch. After going in circles, Lin An found himself back at the abandoned bear cave. The last clue of the snow demon bear was in the secondary shelter where he was located. Second-tier snow demon bear female behavior seeking refuge, duration 2 months ago. The time is a bit long, but there is no helping it. Lin An set off again, following the crimson tracks of crisis intelligence. Hard work pays off. After a day and night, he finally spotted a heavy silhouette in the snowstorm. In the eternal frozen tundra, Lin An lay on a snow ridge hundreds of meters away, his gaze fixed on the figure struggling against the howling wind. This was a colossal creature, standing nearly 3.5 meters tall. Unlike the polar bears of Blue Star, its body was covered with a layer of translucent ice crystal-like armored fur. There was a layer of membrane between its forelimbs and abdomen. Lin An could easily imagine the terrifying scene of this beast leaping into the wind and soaring away when the fierce gale struck. But at this moment its armor was dull and lifeless, revealing its gaunt ribs. It hadn't flown for the past 2 months. To be precise, it had just given birth, and its reserves of fat and energy essence were nearly depleted, causing it to crawl up a windward slope like an ordinary wild beast. Trailing behind it were 2 fluffy white cubs about the size of huskies. They could barely stand, clinging tightly to their mother's long fur, emitting mournful cries in the cutting wind. Should I kill it? Lin An hesitated slightly as the wind was against him, and the range of his arrows was still insufficient. He'll wait a bit longer. Sister Fengshuang wasn't in a hurry either. Lin An continued to observe as the mother bear stopped beside a patch of exposed rock. There grew a cluster of strange grass resembling rusty barbed wire. The stronger the cold wind blew, the more violently these grass blades trembled, producing a buzzing metallic resonance, as if a generator was roaring. Roar! The mother bear let out an excited low growl, its massive paw crazily smashing down onto the frozen ground as hard as iron. Thud! Thud! The frozen earth was violently torn apart. When it dug down 2 meters deep, it seemed to have made a discovery. Xiaola lifted its head as if catching a scent, its hooves beginning to stir restlessly. Not in a hurry. Lin An gently comforted Xiaola, then continued to observe with his superior eyesight. He saw the mother bear dragging out a string of large tubers connected together from the pit. Each of them was the size of a watermelon with a reddish glow on the surface, releasing white steam upon contact with the snow. Blue Star, the Apocalypse Command Center. A few biologists who had been following Lin An's live stream exchanged glances. What is this crop? Its structure is quite strange, but doesn't seem to engage in photosynthesis. Can we enlarge the image? Su Wan's eyes lit up, a thought emerging in her mind. The buzzing of the leaves seems to be caused by friction. Could it be that it gathers electrical energy through generating electricity and then converts it into biological energy? Just then Wu Jing, passing by, silently stepped back a few paces. What is this kid babbling about? I can't understand again. He then walked to another side of the tactical platform. Natural Group, has the wind direction prediction come out? If there's a suitable wind path, we can communicate early. Report still measuring. Tactical Group, simulate the battle plan in case Comrade Lin An withdraws. We need to plan the optimal route. Understood. Survival Group, I want the best edible parts of the snow demon bear and a priority list of high-value materials. This creature has a strong bloody scent. Oh, we don't need to take it all away. Received. Each order was progressing in an orderly manner. Gurgle. The mother bear, starving, had its eyes gleaming green as it grabbed the scalding tubers, disregarding the heat, ravenously chewing and swallowing. Woo! The 2 cubs seemed to catch a whiff of some enticing aroma, instinctively tumbling over to get closer, hoping to lick up some crumbs. Bang! The irritable mother bear ruthlessly swung its paw, sending the 2 cubs flying 4 to 5 meters away, rolling several times in the snow. Lin An witnessed this scene. This isn't food guarding. The hardness of the tubers is high, and they seem to contain violent thermal energy. With the cubs' digestive systems, even a bite could cause gastric perforation, leading to instant death. The mother bear can only eat it herself, converting it into gentle high-fat milk. Minutes later, the mother bear devoured the entire string of tubers in a frenzy. With the high-energy food filling its belly, its previously emaciated body seemed to visibly swell. Yet it still lay exhausted in the snow, emitting a low growl that allowed for feeding. One slightly larger cub scrambled over, greedily suckling on the life-saving milk. The other, a weaker cub, seemed to have been smacked a little too hard. It twitched in the snow, emitting faint cries, trying to call its mother. But unfortunately, the mother bear did not move. At a time when it shouldn't be foraging, it could only sustain 1 cub. The wind and snow quickly covered half of the frail cub's body. This was the cruel law of nature. The abandoned were destined to become nutrients for the tundra. Just then Lin An received communication from Wu Jing. Comrade Lin An, the Academy of Sciences has just theorized the underlying logic of the Singularity Backpack. Its volume is based on your current mental threshold's physical form rather than the theoretical limit. Lin An's gaze sharpened. What do you mean? It's a growth-type artifact. The higher your mental strength, the larger its volume. Does that make sense? Understood. Lin An's heart skipped a beat. He thought 5 cubic meters was the limit of the artifact. He never expected. That was merely his own limit. Oh, I misunderstood the artifact. There's one last thing. In the image, Wu Jing's voice turned cold again. The airflow in your area will reverse in 3 minutes. The wind direction will shift from northwest to southeast. This means that you currently downwind will soon become your scent will drift towards the opposite canyon. Received. Z. The communication was cut off. Lin An slowly straightened his spine amidst the howling winds, positioning the Black Overlord bow across his chest, a pale, heavy bone arrow silently kissing the bowstring. The reverse wind, which felt like a knife cutting against his cheek, showed signs of easing and halting at this moment. It was the prelude to the change in wind direction. In truth, Lin An was not satisfied with the sacrifice before him. The mother bear was too thin. At best, it could only be considered adequate, and it wouldn't earn an extraordinary divine favor. Even if he succeeded in hunting, the 2 cubs would also be doomed. Still not weaned, even if thrown into a bear's den, they wouldn't be able to survive on their own. Forget it, he'll leave the choice to Sister Fengshuang. Lin An is not indecisive. In 3 minutes, if the wind direction changes, he will shoot the arrow in his hand. If the wind direction doesn't change, it means Sister Fengshuang doesn't favor this sacrifice, and he will choose another one. Time passed second by second. 3 minutes arrived. The wind direction changed. No. To be precise, at that instant the wind suddenly stopped. The howling wind like a wailing ghost abruptly ceased without warning. The swirling ice crystals lost their momentum and fell vertically, as if an invisible hand from the heights above elegantly pressed the mute button. Lin An silently drew back his bow, pondering in his heart. The wind has stopped. What does this mean? Could it be that Sister Feng Shuang is worried I won't hit my target? At this moment of profound silence, a long, mournful wolf howl suddenly tore through the air from behind. The sounds came from the east. Immediately after, from the west, the north. A woo! A woo! It was as if 1,000 wolves were howling in unison. A cacophony of bloodlust, excitement, and greed formed a cage of sound, tightly locking in the orphan and widow at the center. Rustling. In the delicate sound of snow crunching, dozens of pairs of ghostly green flames emerged from the shadows of the snow. What incredible speed! Lin An crouched behind a snow ridge, lowering his body again. Because the distance was too great, he couldn't see the tracks of the snow demon wolves, but he could be sure this was a premeditated ambush. Just in time to observe the strength of the snow demon bear. Lin An was not in a hurry. The existing data on Blue Star was still insufficient to fully understand every type of savage beast. What most pioneers obtained with their lives might just be a snapshot of an attack. According to the assessment report provided by the Great Xia Research Institute, the beasts have an absolute crushing advantage over humans in terms of tonnage and muscle density. If quantified by values, Lin An quickly established a coordinate system in his mind. The baseline for a first-tier predator corresponds to about 50 points of human physique. This includes the bonuses from human intelligence and tools. To hunt a swift predator like the snow demon wolf, a safety threshold of at least 60 points is required. As for the second tier, Lin An looked at the mother bear, his gaze serious. They have already awakened unique abilities. To confront Hedon, 100 points of physique is merely the threshold for self-preservation. While pondering, he saw a snow demon wolf 2 meters long and entirely gray-white rush out, rapidly tightening the encirclement. Roar! The mother bear let out a brutal roar. It suddenly stood up, shielding its nursing cubs, and the cubs, nearly frozen to death beneath its belly, then arched its back. A dozen giant wolves charged like gray arrows, precisely targeting the mother bear's throat, ankles, and back. Crack! The sharp teeth sank into flesh. Instead of blood gushing forth, a few of the giant wolves that bit the mother bear let out a shrill scream. Z. A burnt smell spread. From the torn wound of the mother bear, hot crimson blood vapor gushed out. It seemed that in a state of desperation, the mother bear utilized the food it had just consumed to heat its blood to boiling point. Was it red warm? Ice and fire magic? Bear? This was merely the beginning. Roar! The mother bear stood upright, its dull fur suddenly glowing with dark red flames from the roots. Even more terrifying were its 2 paws. 10 sharp, white claws, visibly turning red at a speed like hot iron, pulled from a forging furnace, distorting the air around them. Then the mother bear swung its lava claws in a fierce arc. Whoosh! The claws tore through the air, leaving behind several red afterimages that made Lin An's heart race. Unfortunately, all of them missed in the end. What excellent positioning! Lin An couldn't help but marvel inward. The snow demon wolves were even more cunning than he had imagined, or rather the instinct engraved in their genes prompted them to retreat quickly after luring the mother bear into a state of red warmth. Second-tier beasts. If that claw landed on a wolf, it would probably send it back to Sister Feng Shuang's embrace. Lin An secretly rejoiced in his heart. Without the Overlord Bao, he would definitely have fled as far as possible. A pure numerical crushing. Just when Lin An thought the situation was stalemate, the wolf pack retreated without a fight, their ghostly green flames once again disappearing into the depths of the snowstorm. They came quickly and left even faster. Lin An's gaze was cold as he rapidly replayed the wolves' behavior in his mind. Although the mother bear was exhausted, its strength was not weak. A near-death explosion could at least take down 3 adult wolves. An intelligent beast prioritizing survival wouldn't make such a decision. It was like a simple tactical test. At the same time, in the Blue Star Command Center, Wu Jing made the same judgment as Lin An. It is unprofitable for the wolf pack. It's a good opportunity for Lin and all units pay attention. But the next moment, a more urgent alarm caught everyone's attention. Report Team Wu. The sky, I detected an anomaly. An operator's voice slightly changed pitch as his fingers flew across the keyboard. Switch the camera. Activate the dynamic enhancement mode. Wu Jing ordered sternly. The image on the big screen was intensely processed and stretched, angled, and finally focused. The dim, chaotic sky obscured by wind and snow was peeled back layer by layer under Blue Star's analysis. Immediately, the command hall was filled with gasps of cold air. Hiss! What is that? Is it a beast? What incredible speed! Above 1,000 meters in the sky, at the center of a raging polar vortex, there was a massive white point of light carrying a destructive momentum falling towards the ground at a nearly vertical angle. It wasn't falling. It was descending. In the savage world, the eternally frozen tundra. Boom! Lin An felt the entire snow mountain beneath him tremble, his eardrums aching from a low-frequency sound explosion. He quickly looked up. Just then a white meteorite crashed down less than 10 meters away from the mother bear. The frozen soil collapsed. The resulting circular snow wave reached 3 meters high, like a blooming mushroom cloud. Roar, roar, roar. In the deafening roar at the center of the smoke and snow, a colossal shadow, so large it was suffocating, slowly stood upright amidst the shattered white mist. When Lin An finally saw the true form of the creature, he felt as if his breath had been frozen. It wasn't. Sister Feng Shuang. Is this the correct answer you gave? Too terrifying. This was a mutated snow demon bear, over 2 meters tall at the shoulder and nearly 5 meters long. It didn't appear as disheveled as the mother bear, instead it was in its peak condition. Its fur displayed an almost sacred ice crystal white, refracting a diamond-like sharp cold light in the dimness. With a back and shoulders as wide as city walls, it was like an unassailable fortress of ice and wind. A true white tyrant. On the Blue Star side they could see the truth of the beast's descent in slow motion. In its descent, the colossal beast suddenly spread its limbs, revealing a wide membrane of wind wings beneath its armpits. It adjusted its posture with the raging wind, and as it touched the ground, blue wind swirls compressed beneath its 4 massive paws, helping it to land smoothly. Ultimately, it completed the final cushioning through the frozen snow layer. It's a special use of the energy rhythm. A mutated beast. Precious research data. In the hall, one expert after another, while nervous, had eyes filled with excitement. With the discovery and measurement of the energy rhythm, previously inexplicable phenomena had new interpretations. The essence of science is to question everything and break common sense. However, on the big screen, a red-hot number made Wu Jing's heart sink. 180 points. It was 3 times Lin An's comprehensive physique. In simple terms, once values exceed 1, 5 times they can no longer be defended against. Fortunately, Lin An remained calm and did not expose himself. The white tyrant stepped towards the mother bear, its icy blue eyes gazing indifferently down at the trembling mother and cubs before it. Lin An seemed to understand the wolves' intentions. They had lured the mother bear to expose its scent, bringing the true little overlord of the eternally frozen tundra to the execution ground. The nursing mother bear would not come into heat. Only by killing the cubs and forcibly cutting off the mother bear's nursing state could the hormone levels drop, allowing it to enter a heat cycle again. The 2 trembling little ones clearly had no blood relation to this tyrant. In fact, the mother bear was shaking all over, her eyes revealing not a fighting spirit, but fear and utter despair. Roar, the tyrant moved. It had no interest in tangling with the mother bear, its giant paw swatting at the terrified 2 cubs. Roar. Motherly love overcame fear. The mother bear braced itself to take this blow on its back. Bam! Flesh and blood flew. Just moments ago, this ferocious beast that the wolf pack could not approach had its back torn open, with 3 gaping wounds down to the bone. Its body staggered to the ground from the tyrant's slap. Bam! 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 The mother bear, like a broken sandbag, was knocked down again and again by the tyrant to protect the cubs behind it, only to rise again each time. Even hundreds of meters away, Lin An could still feel the tyrant's brutality. It took great pleasure in beating the mother bear. Whoa! The 2 cubs completely broke down. The extreme fear made them emit piercing screams, frantically fleeing in panic. They had no sense of direction, only wanting to escape from the white demon. The strong ran a bit faster while the weaker stumbled along behind. But ironically, the direction the 2 little bears fled was precisely towards Lin An. Launching Lin An's livestream. The scene of a Tier 2 beast being casually toyed with by the Bai Se Baojun reawakened in hundreds of millions of viewers the primal terror of being dominated by a high-ranking beast. Once the earliest waves of pioneers endured similar darkest hours. The prey you think you hunt is not merely prey. It can be a merciless hunter. They possess higher intelligence, which grants them more choices. Some insect species drag their quarry back to the nest and implant eggs inside pioneers. Some feline predators will deliberately let you go, and when humans believe escape is certain, they descend from. The chat was filled with panic. Run. Lin Shan, run. My God. It's a monster. Run, Lin. Heavens, this is not something pioneers can withstand. I can't watch the Tier 2 she-bear is just a toy. Good thing Lin Shan took cover far away, or just seeing it as can't she command. The atmosphere sat heavy as iron. On the main screen, the Bai Se Baojun's bodily metrics had been compiled. A set of numbers that induced despair. Report target confirmed as Tier 2 Apex. But in the blizzard, its defense overflows by 30%. Simulation attack test complete. The Overlord Bao fails to penetrate. Data team conclusion: even if Lin An strikes, the eyeball lethality is under 1%. Recommendation: withdraw immediately. Wu Jing watched the screens, his expression sour. He nodded and said, Lin An is not a reckless man. He knows what to do. In the hall, a few biology professors furrowed their brows. Though their stances differed, seeing the mother bear repeatedly flung aside, while defending her cubs stirred unease in their carbon-based compassion. Too cruel. This is not hunting, it's slaughter. File this under feral creature behavior studies for later analysis. Yet just as the scholars presumed the outcome settled, the screen shifted dramatically. A sudden, unexpected. The she-bear lay prostrate, seemingly without strength to rise, but in its cloudy, despairing eyes a terrifying glint exploded forth. A long-accumulated surge of blood chi detonated. A scarlet claw searing beneath its body lashed out toward the tyrant's unguarded face at a blur of speed. The earlier show of frailty, clumsiness, despair, it had all been a disguise. It was acting using blood and flesh to wait for the tyrant's moment of carelessness. With a wet, explosive sound, the actress-level performance earned its reward. The left paw precisely gouged out the tyrant's right eyeball. The other massive paw smashed into the tyrant's right cheek. The eye was not destroyed, but it was swollen shut. In an instant, the tyrant's face was smeared with blood. One side lost vision entirely, the other blurred from the blow. The arrogant beast released a gut-wrenching, agonized howl. Having struck true, the mother bear made no attempt to linger and fight. In a last convulsive burst, it vaulted from the tyrant's flank, and as it ran, it snatched up its tumbling sturdy cub in its jaws, charging like an out-of-control bulldozer toward where Lin An stood. The sudden turn caused everyone at the launching Tianchi command to rise to their feet. The researchers who had just felt pity for the she-bear gawped in disbelief. What? Is this a beast? It's an actress. Incredible acting. Bad news for Lin An, he's in danger. On the Yongdong Taiwan, the tyrant clapped its paws in furious rage, slamming the surrounding rock and soil until it rang. Momentary blindness had plunged it into frenzied fury. From a distance, Lin An watched the stunning reversal and could not help but admire. Indeed, no creature of the wild is simple. Whether snow demon wolves or snow demon bears as apex predators, they seem to possess an intelligence not inferior to ordinary humans. Facing the charging tank, Lin An remained still, a rueful smile at the corner of his mouth. Too bad you cannot escape. Even if I spare you, they would not agree. A howl rose as if to confirm Lin An's words. Just as the she-bear had burst forward 100 meters and seemed poised to break free, the snow boiled again. The wolves that had retreated poured out of snow hollows from all sides, as if by sleight of hand. 3 or 4 elite wolves clung like chewing gum to the she-bear's hind legs, slowing her and bleeding away. The remaining 20-odd elites, led by a silver-gray wolf king, all surged toward the blinded, raging Baisei Baojun. The true hunters had arrived. The running wolf king howled to the heavens. The 20-plus giant wolves opened their jaws, and the surrounding wind and snow seemed to be drawn away by a kind of group resonance. As with the previous interception of the mammoth horned goat, hundreds of razor-sharp, transparent ice blades condensed above the pack. With the wolf king's headlong charge, the ice blades fell like a storm of needles, blanketing the blind behemoth. Strike while it cannot see. Lin An had detected the wolf pack's ruse early through the retinal crisis intel. These creatures used the natural camouflage of their pelts to re-ambush after feigning retreat. Langsing's viewers erupted with excitement. Lin Shen sets great ambushes. There will be loot to claim. Finish it. Kill it, and Lin Shen becomes the sovereign of the Yongdong Taiwan. Brothers, this is Mantis stalks the cicada, the oriole behind it, the hunter even farther back. But a disheartening scene unfolded for the launching audience. The ice blades, sharp enough to cut rock, struck the tyrant's hide with metallic clangs and shattered into fragments. Its defenses held. The tyrant, vision impaired, wildly swept its massive paws. 3 approaching giant wolves were casually swatted away. They hit the ground motionless, seemingly beyond saving. This was the gulf of raw statistics. The wolf pack realized it. Yet these cunning beasts seemed driven by an irreconcilable mortal hatred of the Baisei Baojun. A gray afterimage flashed. The wolf king seized the tyrant's momentary auditory confusion and slipped like a throwing blade into the tyrant's nape. It opened a maw capable of crushing alloy and bit down savagely. This strike carried the wolf pack's entire hope. The dull tearing of meat sounded. The sound of fangs ripping flesh came through. The defense had been pierced. Yet it was far from sufficient. Although the wolf king's fangs tore the hide and blood spattered the opponent's thick hide, meant only a superficial wound. A casual swipe from the tyrant sent the wolf king and 3 companions flying dozens of meters. Even standing, they staggered barely upright. Despair. It was an absolute crushing between beasts. Escape, without hesitation. The wolf pack limped away, tails tucked, led by their injured king. Launching Lin An's livestream. The chat stalled. A thin veil of despair spread through every viewer. What the wolf king ran. Where's the spectacle? It can't even break its defense. This is hopeless. Is this a tier 2 apex beast? It has no weakness. Call it off, you can't reap spoils from the wild. Looting isn't that easy, you're not watching a movie. Tianchi command. Its defense is too high. An old professor removed his glasses and sank back. This is a biological miracle and humanity's nightmare. Current pioneers' weapons cannot kill it. Even Lin An's legendary bow, if it struck, would at best graze the surface. Experts around him nodded. From the present situation, only veteran pioneers or legendary pioneers might have a chance at slaying it. Indeed, Lin An should withdraw. At the hall's center, Wu Jing sat propping his chin, with one hand privately rejecting the professor's assessment. Pioneers cannot judge by numbers alone. The wild contains too many variables. Moreover, even on paper there remained a theoretical method to kill it. Wu Jing did not voice that speculative idea. At the center of the battlefield, the tyrant turned heavy-footed toward a comrade that lay utterly slack, breathing in but not out. The she-bear lay in a pool of blood, the two cubs were nowhere to be seen. It looked at the approaching tyrant seemingly without strength even to whimper and closed its eyes. The tyrant lowered its head and sniffed the blood scent from the mother's wounds. It was wounded and had expended vast reserves of strength. It was hungry. It would feed the high-energy flesh of a Tier 2 beast to mend its wounds. The tyrant opened its gaping maw and bared white fangs. The slaughter of a comrade would soon bring this farce to an end. But at that moment, hundreds of meters away, a bowstring long taut finally snapped with a suppressed, earth-shaking note that reverberated across the plain. Once drawn, there was no turning back. In this world that permits only forward motion, Lin An traced an irreversible parabola. Prepare to reap, Sister Feng Shuang. 5 seconds ago, God's gaze. In Lin An's eyes, the black pupils receded, replaced by a pure gold devoid of any emotion. It reflected a golden world. Buzz. The world became viscous at this moment. Hexagonal ice crystals slowly rotated and fell. The sound of wind stretched into a murky, prolonged, low-frequency wave like a whale lamenting in the deep sea. The golden phantom of the tyrant was about to complete the execution of the mother bear, while a red parabolic arc aimed at the tyrant's right side. Their thick fur and tough skin covered the area. Seemingly valuing its remaining sight, no weak point appeared on the tyrant. No. Then create one. Lin An loosened his fingers. Boom. A distance of 300 meters bolstered by 6 times arm strength, and the overlord bow was bridged in an instant. Bang. The heavy bone arrow struck its right waist. Though it couldn't pierce the tough skin, the terrifying kinetic energy acted like a heavy hammer, forcefully pushing the tyrant's massive body half a meter. Crack. The tyrant's fatal bite missed. Roar. It staggered back, confusion filling its single eye. Where is it? Instinctively, the tyrant turned to look in the direction the wolf pack retreated. Nothing. Until the delayed sound of the bowstring explosion reached its eardrum. Only then did it suddenly turn its head to look at the distant snow ridge. In the reflection of its pupils, a rapidly enlarging black that was already near. A volley of arrows. Puff. Following the depression created by the first arrow, the second arrow forcefully squeezed inside. The natural bone spines of the wind-scaled terror beast shredded, the muscle membranes ripped through thick fat, penetrated the abdominal cavity, and finally struck straight at the yellow dragon. Its kidneys. Alo. A shrill, distorted scream echoed across the eternally frozen mossy plain. The second arrow was too deep, almost drilling the arrow feathers into the flesh. The half-exposed arrow shaft trembled violently, like a high-frequency motor emitting a buzzing sound. Immediately after, accompanied by the tyrant's painful convulsions, the muscles on its side suddenly contracted and squeezed. Sizzle. A stream of dark red, almost black arterial blood shot out along the arrow shaft, staining its pristine white abdomen a shocking crimson. Woo. Just moments ago, the once unstoppable white tyrant emitted a low whine like a lost dog. It was scared. From beginning to end, it had not seen its enemy. It didn't even dare to turn back to look at the snow ridge. As a highly intelligent second-tier magical beast, it had clearly sensed the coldness of death. Run. Escape. It was its only thought. Booming. The tyrant dragged a trail of blood, madly disappearing into the vast wind and snow, until its figure completely vanished. Lin An's tense shoulders slowly relaxed, letting out a long breath of white mist. Whew. The 2 consecutive arrows had drained most of his stamina. But the results were remarkable. The second perfect offering to the goddess was about to be fulfilled. Yet Lin An did not indulge in self-satisfaction. He glanced at the black bow in his hand, his heart clear as a mirror. The mother bear's counterattack caused the tyrant's vision to deteriorate, leading it to lose its instinctive danger prediction. Without the legendary overlord bow, let alone rupturing kidneys, it wouldn't even reach the basic range of 50 meters. Moreover, once it got close, even just grazing me, this small frame would be crushed into a meat pie. The physical disparity between humans and magical beasts is too vast. Fortunately, range is the truth. Lin An sighed in the wind. In truth, the key was still God's gaze. To hit the same coin's-eyes target from 300 meters away with 2 arrows. Don't dream about it. Ultimately, it was still him who initiated it. But the problem wasn't significant. A slight initiation doesn't count. Lin An mounted the snow vehicle, waving to the little law behind him. Little law, keep up. Blue Star Lin An's live broadcast room. The audience initially thought Lin An was courting death, but who would have thought that with 2 arrows the tyrant ran away? The barrage first questioned, then understood, and finally was shocked and fearful. Holy SHD. Holy SHD. Holy SHD. I get it. I replayed it 10 times. One arrow broke the armor, and then the second arrow drilled through the same needle hole. This is 300 meters. And there's a howling wind. It didn't deviate at all. As long as it shows the health bar, even the gods can kill for you. Is this Lin God? Is this the bow god of the Great Xia? Objectively speaking, it's the bow god of Blue Star. I kneel. Legendary bow, kneel down, mere bear. Blue Star, Great Xia. Apocalypse Command Center. On the big screen, Lin An's stunning 2 arrows were slowed down to 50 times. Several ballistics experts and physics professors gathered around the data table, their expressions quite remarkable. 360 kilograms. The muscles were endowed with greater strength by energy rhythm. Not just strength. A meteorological dynamics expert pulled up the wind field simulation map, speaking passionately. Look at this, the trajectory differences of the snowflakes. In the brief 0.5 seconds between the first and second arrows, the wind direction shifted by 50. This subtle micro airflow change is difficult even for precision instruments to capture in real time, but Lin An, the expert, swallowed. When the second arrow was shot, he instinctively corrected the shooting angle to the left. He predicted the wind's prediction. The entire room fell silent. This seemed beyond explanation by mere sixth sense. Wu Jing stood aside, listening to the hair-raising data, slowly exhaling a breath, his gaze slightly dazed. This is not shooting skill. This is art. There was one thing he didn't say. For FCKS Sake, I just wanted to think about it, and you actually realized it. Blue Star, Switzerland Savage Commentary Center. The Combat Power Assessment Platform. If the main platform focuses on the survival of pioneers, then this channel is more direct and straightforward. In simple terms, combat satisfaction. No caution for survival, just a highlight of a human hunting moment. Some of the hunting scenes are quite brutal, thus the male audience accounts for a staggering 98%. The chairman of the assessment center, an elderly former NATO commander, trembled as he repeatedly pressed the loop button. On the screen, the astonishing 2 arrows played. Global announcement. Use the highest specification of high-energy moment template. The chairman shouted hoarsely. Let the whole world see what a true archer is. What is the correct posture for humanity to dominate the wilderness? In the next moment, the live broadcast screen of the main platform was forcibly switched. Whether it was the commentary Bowtie's survival or the critique of special forces battling giant beasts, everything was paused. Then a passionate and shocking symphony played. This month's savage high-energy moment in 1. Rating SSS Miracle. In the frame, Lin An's silhouette appeared. Frozen at the moment, Lin An drew the bow. Streams of data floated around him, indicating the current wind direction, wind speed, humidity, and pounds. Boom. The arrow at the moment of release stirred up a visible ring of air waves before the bow. It brutally shattered every ice crystal in its path, heading towards the giant bear. With the help of visual simulation, people could clearly see the snowflakes passing by along with the continuously enlarging, terrifying white tyrant. This was still the first arrow. If the first arrow was the ultimate prediction of wind by a top marksman, the pinnacle of human effort, then the second arrow was the true miracle. The screen switched to dual display with the first arrow still in flight, while Lin An's second arrow stood poised on the bowstring. White data streams reappeared around Lin An. Unlike before, the wind direction had changed. More incomprehensible was the red trajectory predicted by artificial intelligence, pointing at the air behind the giant bear. No matter how it looked, it seemed to be a deviation caused by a sudden change in wind speed. In the next second, the flow rate restored. Whoosh! The first arrow broke through the wind, and snow crashing violently into the giant bear. In immense pain, the white tyrant let out a terrified roar. Its massive body instinctively staggered backward to the right. However, on its retreating path, a white reaper, long released from the string, had gently swung down the scythe. Puff! Without a hitch, it squeezed into the abdomen along the previous wound, as if it had willingly placed itself on the execution stand. The scene of blood gushing forth was frozen, but the barrage erupted. Oh my God! Is this something a human can do? Textbook. A textbook for all range professions. This is simply unrepeatable. This is luck. It's not just luck. Lin is my idol. This is too incredible. Lin. Oh. However, the shock had only just begun. As the image on the holographic screen gradually faded, it was replaced by 3 lines of giant text burning with golden flames. Global announcement, Great Xia Lin An, breaking 3 records in the savage world. On Blue Star in Switzerland at the Wilderness Evaluation Center, the chairman commander stood upright, addressing the microphone with a tone reminiscent of a sacred proclamation, the first item record of courage. On the screen, 2 starkly contrasting data comparison graphs appeared. On the left, Lin An average physique 60. On the right, the white tyrant comprehensive physique 190, including environmental bonuses. With a mere 60 points of a mortal body, he boldly challenges a mutated beast and successfully inflicts serious damage on it. He is the anthem of human courage. The second item, record of power disparity. The scene shifted to the tyrant struggling to escape while clutching its wounds. Lin An took only 38 days to successfully set a record for inflicting severe injuries on a peak second-tier beast. The chairman paused briefly, speaking with admiration. Perhaps he will break the killing record set by John of Lighthouse Nation in just 50 days. The third item, record of distance. A red measuring line spanned across the screen. Amid the interference of a level 10 blizzard, he accurately hit a coin-sized weak point from 320 meters away. He created the longest effective attack distance for humanity in the wilderness world. Today, let us celebrate. As the three records were announced, billions of online viewers around the globe stood in awe. In the wilderness, each record represented a step forward for humanity. Perhaps the data released by the Evaluation Center would not be recognized by advanced civilizations, nor did they express any acknowledgement. Yet its true meaning represented the spirit of the pioneers. Humanity, never say die. In the Everfrost Tundra Creek, the tracks rolled over the shattered ice, and the snowmobile stopped in front of the battered mother bear. Lin An glanced back at the cargo area of the vehicle. Just as he was passing by, he casually picked up two scruffy little The bear. The wolf pack didn't take them away due to the meager meat, and when the tyrant was chased off, it didn't have time to kill either, allowing these two little ones to escape with their lives. At this moment, they huddled in the metal box resembling two gray fur balls. It was hard to imagine that these creatures were of the same breed as the falling white tyrant. Here you go. Lin An sighed, picking them up by the scruff of their necks and placing them near the mother bear. Humph. The mother bear, on the brink of death and covered in blood, momentarily brightened as she saw her cubs return. She struggled to lie down, trying to allow her children to have one last drink of milk. Having not perished at the hands of the tyrant, she cast a somewhat surprised glance at Lin An. Yet her instincts told her it was this strange creature who had done this. Lin An watched this, seeing his heart softening slightly. Since the goddess of frost and storm had given guidance, he had no intention of taking advantage of the bear's misfortune. He pulled out two silver-starred roasted fish from his backpack and tossed them near the mother bear's mouth. I stayed in your den for a few days, consider this rent. The fish landed with a thud, releasing a fragrant aroma. The mother bear, originally focused on nursing her cubs, had her nose twitching wildly. A hint of astonishment flashed in her murky brown eyes. This smell. The energy contained within is more advanced than any prey she has ever consumed. She glanced at the dried fish, then at her eagerly awaiting cubs. In her final moments, she made a great decision. Closing her eyes, she nudged the dried fish closer to her, indicating it was for her children. Cooked food the cubs could also eat. Moreover, there were more benefits. TSK. Lin An sensed her intentions and said flatly, "Go ahead, there's more." As he spoke, he pulled out 7 or 8 more of the same roasted fish, tossing them onto the ground, as if throwing away trash under the astonished eyes of the mother bear. If one is to pretend, one must do it thoroughly, even in front of the bear. Lin An was no longer the poor wretch that had just landed in the Everfrost Tundra. The mother bear was stunned and bewildered. She had never seen such a wealthy family in her life. Fortunately, her survival instincts trumped everything. She opened her mouth wide and ravenously devoured the fish meat. The other two little ones didn't hold back, either, silently snatching up 2 of the large roasted fish in a bear and a pup fashion. Their little bellies puffed up like balloons. The next second, a transformation occurred. Zzz. Under the terrified gaze of the Blue Star audience, the mother bear's grievous wounds rapidly healed, visibly sprouting flesh, stopping the bleeding, scabbing, and shedding. Oomph. The mother bear let out a loud burp, her eyes shining like searchlights. She had never eaten such. Thus, she quickly made a decision. The mother bear, who had just performed a scene of life and death separation, maternal love's greatness, swiftly stood up. She picked up one of her satisfied cubs, and with a flick of her neck, plopped it right into the cargo area of Lin An's snowmobile. Moreover, it was the stronger one. Oomph. She looked longingly at Lin An. Lin An was also. What's happening? The mother bear hesitated for less than a second, and plop. The second cub fell into the cargo area as well. Maternal love seemed to have never existed. Lin An. Blue Star audience. Blue Star Apocalypse Command. Little Llama. After offering 2 more silver-starred roasted fish, Lin An fell into contemplation while watching the mother bear's retreating figure. Something felt off. He quietly glanced at the panel and indeed found an issue. Pets: giant horn mammoth sheep, juvenile golden pattern snow demon bear, juvenile snow demon bear, juvenile snow demon bear, adult female not. Is the silver-starred resource this outrageous? Was it really this easy to buy them off? Crack, crack. Before he could sort it out, a series of cracking sounds echoed from the 2 cubs in the cargo area. Visibly, the soft fur of the 2 cubs shed rapidly, replaced by a layer of shimmering silver fluff. Although their size did not increase, the muscles in their limbs filled out and tightened. They evolved. Roar. The retreating mother bear's transformation was even more shocking. Boom. Streams of light blue steam erupted from all the pores of her body. Like a small nuclear reactor, ignited and running. On Blue Star and Lin An's live stream, the audience was shocked to the core. What the heck? Is this the snow demon bear version of selling off cub for glory? The little bear has mutated. It seems like it evolved. Damn, can a roasted fish really cause evolution? Is it a divine pill? Bear rebirth with a godly system bound at the start. Mother bear's moves score full marks. Mother bear, as long as I run fast the arrows won't catch me. On Blue Star at the Olympus Biological Gene Laboratory. Across the ocean, brightly lit, dozens of top experts were attempting to analyze the genetic secrets of the tyrant, but at this moment, they were left dumbfounded by Lin An feeding the bear. Someone exclaimed, "Oh God, this is a crime." Then the laboratory was filled with heavy breathing. Some experts were trembling with sorrow. Such food-containing energy rhythm is the evolution elixir. All pioneers dream of a treasure that top competitors from all countries would cherish, yet Lin An actually used it to feed a bear. Dr. Humo, should we report this to Daxia? The assistant asked, trembling. Dr. Humo remained silent for 3 seconds. Rare resources are extremely scarce. This Daxiao person has no idea what they are squandering. No need to report. Their experts will make sure to remind them of such an obvious matter. Continue the experiment. After the mother bear had run far away in the Everfrost tundra, Lin An looked back at the panel. Pets: giant horn mammoth sheep, juvenile golden pattern snow demon bear, juvenile silver mane snow demon bear, juvenile silver mane snow demon bear, adult female, silver mane. Hoo. The wind and snow of the eternal frost tundra seemed to have intensified. Lin An crouched down, carefully examining the bloodstains left by the tyrant. On the retina, the crisis information displayed traces of the beast. The deep purple, representing extreme lethality, gradually faded into dark red along a winding trail of blood heading north. This indicated that the threat level of the white tyrant was decreasing over time. As expected, it's not that easy to die. Lin An rubbed his fingers, his gaze calm. As an excellent hunter, one would not commit the low-level mistakes of dying from too much talk or being bitten or counter-killed by prey before death. Let you run a bit longer. Internal injuries and external wounds are two different concepts. Moreover, the arrow remained lodged in the opponent's body, continuously inflicting damage. Lin An turned and walked towards the 3 snow magic wolf corpses. These were valuable items. Even in death, they still exuded a faint aura of menace. Each one was muscular and robust, perfect for meat. Not to mention the wolf skin's bones and fangs. Just thinking about it made Lin An almost drool. He had long coveted this fur. If made into a wolf fur coat, it could easily be considered a snowy camouflage. The key thing was that these 3 unfortunate souls were not killed by him, and thus there was no wolf pack hostility. Collect. Lin An waved his hand over them, stowing them away in his backpack. His mind sank slightly. About 1.6 tons. Carrying it for a day would not be a problem. After collecting the meat, Lin An turned his gaze towards the spot where the mother bear had been foraging. Buzzing. As he approached, a faint metallic vibrating sound pierced his eardrums. So noisy. Cack, cack, cack. The rhythmic sound of digging continued, clang. The shovel tip seemed to strike a stone. Lin An pried hard, and several fist-sized dark red tubers rolled out. Acquired Tier 1 copper bone grassroot X5, he casually picked one up, feeling its weight, and surprisingly it still emanated a slight warmth. Lin An squeezed the tough skin, countless thoughts flashing through his mind, unable to help but sigh. This might just be the biggest harvest. In this cold, deadly place, the ability to cultivate food is self-evident. As for how to plant, naturally that question is left to the state. Upload. A glimmer passed, and Lin An left behind a single tuber. After cleaning up the battlefield, Lin An looked at the 2 bear treasures in the truck bed. Under the catalysis of rare resources, they also completed their evolution. If little RA evolved due to its inherently strong bloodline, then these 2 little ones followed the same logic. Indeed, the mother bear that could catch the attention of the white tyrant was not. Moreover, the father of these 2 little ones was probably not an ordinary character either. Lin An instantly imagined an emotional drama set in the eternal frost tundra, the tale of the enchanting bear. However, he did not expect to collect 3 bears just from a few grilled fish. Lin An was self-aware. It definitely wasn't his charm, but most likely his strength. It must be so. Coming back to his senses, he named the 2 little ones Bear 1, Bear 2. As for the one that ran away, let's call it Shadow Queen. Roar. Bear 1 and Bear 2 lay in the truck bed, displaying a well-behaved and cute appearance. Their mother's departure only made them stir slightly, and then there was nothing more. Lin An looked at little RA amidst the wind and snow, then at the truck bed. Oh no, it seems I've been tricked. Meh. Little RA lowered its head, silently finishing off the copper bone grass leaves. Let's go, it's time to collect the tyrant's corpse. Blue Star Daxiao, the heart of the capital. Here lies a quiet courtyard deep within the red walls. Snow fell silently outside the window while charcoal burned brightly inside. An old leader in a Zhongshan suit sat in a grand chair holding a cup of clear water. Opposite him sat Wu Jing, who had just rushed over from the command center to report. Wu Jing sat up straight. No need to be so formal. The old leader took a sip of water, his tone calm. I've watched the 2 arrows, quite stunning. But what interests me more is Lin An's gains. Wu Jing immediately grasped the implication. You mean the two snow magic bear cubs? Chief, what are your instructions? He was somewhat uncertain about the higher-ups' intentions. In the extremely cold and barren land, even the bear mother struggled to raise her offspring. Whether Lin An could handle it. In today's era, Lin An's act of raising bears might be considered rather radical. Yes. The old leader set down his teacup, a glimmer of appreciation in his eyes. Don't be nervous. He stood up, walked to the window, and looked at the withered branches in the courtyard. Pioneers of Daxiao must possess both courage and a sense of responsibility. If you can't even raise two bears, how can you have the confidence to upload large quantities of resources? You can raise them boldly. Hand the documents on the table to the secretary. These two will be designated as national treasures of Daxiao, and a naming campaign will be initiated among the citizens. Wu Jing immediately straightened up in response. Yes. Thank you for your trust and recognition, leader. Finally, the old man turned around, picked up a brush from the desk, and wrote 4 powerful characters on a piece of rice paper, handing it to Wu Jing. Unique national talent. For Lin An, and also for your Tianqi command center. Well done. Additionally, the old leader casually added, I've taken on a task for you. The awakener of the White Fur Nation is on the brink of slaughter. They hope to exchange a large amount of food for a way to break the deadlock. You can research it when you return. Being neighbors, we should help each other at times. Yes. We will ensure the task. Wu Jing stood tall, his expression filled with pride. Once upon a time, Daxiao had sought help from the other side. Now the roles were reversed. The old man smiled, the wrinkles at the corners of his eyes concealing wisdom from past contests. After Wu Jing left, the secretary knocked and entered the room looking serious. Chief, we've just received intelligence that George from the Lighthouse Nation has completed the 2nd sacrifice, and there are leads on the 3rd. Overall progress is 15 ahead of Shadow. The old leader's eye wrinkles relaxed as he shook his head. Just do your best. After all, we already have 1 myth level. Perhaps diverting attention appropriately isn't a bad thing. Yes. Blue Star White Fur Nation Siberian Strategic Office. In stark contrast to Daxia's calmness, the atmosphere here was oppressively tense. The ground was littered with cigarette butts. Even with the air purifier set to maximum, it couldn't completely filter out the acrid smell of sweat in the air. But at this critical moment, no one cared. Because on the screen, there was a life closer to hell. In the withered coniferous forest, whole Ivan, who ranked 5th on the global charts last month, now had a dark expression, his lips cracked like tree bark. His left arm was swollen and purple, resembling a large water bucket. Moreover, there was no food around him, and he curled up, retching violently. Due to a lack of food reserves and an ambush from a giant ice worm, the awakener Ivan was about to be taken by the savage god of death. So what's the status? Has Daxiao replied yet? General Andre, with a face full of stubble, clenched his fist, making cracking sounds. No. They can't ensure Ivan's survival. 100. Smash. Andre slammed his fist on the table. He closed his eyes and remained silent for a full minute as if aged 10 years. Tell them we have leads on the 3rd sacrifice offering for the Lady of Frost. In the wild world, the wind and snow persist. This time Lin An still assumes the identity of a hunter. On the snow-covered ground, a shocking trail of blood continues to wind. It is not fresh blood but dark red arterial blood mixed with fragments of shattered entrails and bubbles. Lin An maintains an absolute safe distance of 400 meters with his snowmobile. He lingers slowly behind, neither hasty nor anxious. There is an old saying on Blue Star: one cannot eat hot tofu in a hurry. On his retina, the trace of the tyrant is undergoing subtle changes. The deep red is turning light red. Has it already reached the same level as the thunder chicken? Lin An couldn't help but mutter in his heart. The choice of the waist and abdomen area also factors in the destruction of the snow demon bear's armpit membrane, which allows it to glide with the wind. Lin An watches the staggering white figure in the distance. It is running, but each step is accompanied by a significant loss of blood. Sometimes the tyrant tries to stop and seal its wound with ice and snow, but Lin An will not give it a chance to catch its breath. As soon as it stops, small white bone arrows will accurately land at its feet. The tyrant has become a frightened bird, panicking and fleeing at the sound of the bowstring snapping. Yet the extraordinary vitality of a second-tier magical beast makes Lin An unable to help but admire. If the arrows were not lodged deep within its body, unable to be pulled out, it might truly recover. As evening falls, the sky gradually darkens. The tyrant disappears behind a snow ridge sheltered from the wind. The bloodstains on the ground also abruptly come to a halt. No movement. Lin An gazes into the distance. Behind the snow ridge, the massive body of the tyrant lies motionless in a snowdrift. The rise and fall of its chest has ceased, its limbs stiffly outstretched, and even the blood flowing from its wounds has begun to congeal. It appears that it has died. But Lin An does not rashly approach. He even takes out a roasted fish from his backpack and starts eating with bare. But you are not dead yet. Under the crisis intelligence vision, the tyrant's trajectory remains light red, even showing signs of turning deep red. This means the tyrant is playing dead. In the final moments of its life, it wants to take the killer down with it through deception. To be honest, if Lin An did not have an intelligence system, he could easily be fooled. It is too deceptive. 10 minutes. 20 minutes. Half an hour. The wind and snow grow stronger, and the temperature has dropped to minus 45 degrees. Lin An has high-tech cold-proof clothing, heat supplements, 2 small warmers, and an extra-large electric blanket. Meanwhile, the tyrant lying on the ground has wounds that are freezing and rotting. 3 hours pass. The tyrant remains motionless. In the Blue Star live stream, the audience can no longer wait. To be honest, Lin God is being too cautious. If it were me, I would have rushed up to check the corpse already. It looks completely dead. It has lost so much blood it can't possibly be alive. Stop talking. Are you teaching Lin God how to do his job? Wait, its true wealth does not enter through urgent doors. They waited until Lin An's live stream went black and no one saw the close-up of the tyrant. In the Apocalypse Command Center, the tactical team collectively breathed a sigh of relief. Comrade Lin An is impressive, resisting temptation and enduring loneliness. According to the data prediction, the tyrant's actual death is only 90. A 10 chance is not low. It's best to wait until it's 99. 99 is also not stable. It can only be 100. I agree. Lin An's caution is within Wu Jing's expectations. The young man acts decisively, but possesses extraordinary patience when it is time to be steady. He increasingly appreciates Lin An. Principal Wu, the materials have been verified. Seeing Su Wan approaching with a stack of documents, Wu Jing's expression changed. Comrade, Su Wan, please be brief. Does Bai Maogua Ivan have any chance of survival? He gets a headache just hearing professional terms. All right, Principal Wu, according to the Lidl return algorithm. A few minutes later, Su Wan leaves. Wu Jing frowns as he browses through the documents. Only a 20 chance of survival. This is still the best result after discovering the copper bone grass. Let's ask Lin An tomorrow. Finally, Wu Jing picks up a picture. It seems to be a hand-drawn original of a retired pioneer from Bai Maogua. It depicts a lotus flower, but the petals extend fine tendrils resembling iron wire worms twisting in the... Su Wan compares it to a pattern from the corner of the Frost Goddess mural on another page, and the similarities are astonishing. The third offering. Ice lotus. Wu Jing flips to the back of the image. The Bai Maogua text translates to second batch of pioneers, Leonid code name Whale Slayer. Last words: I saw the sea, I saw my hometown. Whale Slayer. Wu Jing's gaze sharpens. This is indeed the king of the second batch of pioneers. The greatest feat is the hunting of a snowfield land whale weighing 30 tons. It is said he retired 3 years ago for unknown reasons and returned to Blue Star. He died not long after retirement. Some say it was due to public dissatisfaction with his sudden retirement leading to assassination. Others say it was due to family disappointment, causing him to drink himself to death. There are many theories. But Bai Maogua has indeed been candid this time, clearly stating the cause of death: died from severe depression due to the interference of the wild spirit. Perhaps it is related to this death manuscript. Time loses its meaning in the extreme cold. Silent, yet expressing the final confrontation. As the last wisp of wind and snow exhausts and dies, the leaden clouds above the eternally frozen tundra are torn apart. The long-lost night sky reveals its true form. It is a breathtaking celestial dome. Billions of stars converge into a brilliant Milky Way, and the boundless aurora ribbon flows like the skirts of a deity. Starlight slowly flows in the night sky, illuminating the snowfield in pure white. Roar. Under the roar that reverberates for miles, the massive body of the tyrant suddenly bursts forth with the speed of its peak period. The earth trembles, and the ice layer shatters. 400 meters under its full sprint is merely a few breaths' time. It is getting closer. It is human. It sees the expression of astonishment and terror on the human's face, seemingly completely unprepared for its movement. Too late. Bug. A rush of vengeful pleasure surges within the tyrant. Its paw, capable of shattering rocks, rises high, descending with the weight of a mountain. Boom. No miracle, no surprise. The human did not even have time to scream before being smashed into a puddle of flesh. Nearby, the annoying four-legged sheep bleats in panic, rolling and fleeing towards the distance. There are 2 other kin. But it does not matter, they are now free. Victory. It has finally defended the dignity of the tundra overlord. The tyrant stands atop the corpse of its enemy, raising its head in immense satisfaction, roaring triumphantly at the brilliant Star River. Roar, roar, roar. In the depths of the dazzling aurora, it sees a massive face formed of starlight, quietly gazing at its glory. It hears a whisper that makes its soul tremble. Come back, my child. The eternal frozen tundra. Lin An sat in the snow vehicle holding a half piece of fish, his expression blank as he gazed ahead. The traces on his retina had turned a light green, representing absolute safety. Yet the motionless giant suddenly sprang to life, as if resurrected. Roar. In a piercing and weak howl, it attempted to charge at Lin An for one last assault. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps. The momentum peaked at the first step and utterly collapsed by the 5th. The blood loss seemed to render the brain incapable of commanding the heavy body. The hind legs buckled, and the body lost its balance. Thud. A muffled sound like an avalanche. 300 meters away from Lin and the tyrant fell heavily onto the snow, its inertia carrying it forward several meters, leaving behind a wide bloodstain. After that it did not move again. The tundra returned to silence. Xiaola gazed into the distance, then lowered its head to continue gnawing at the frost moss beneath the snow layer. Xiongda and Xiong Air trembled in shock at the loud sound. Occasionally the wind blew across the tyrant's fur, as if trying to take something away, yet it took nothing. Finally over, Lin An sighed, putting down the black bough in his hand. However, just as he prepared to drive over to collect the corpse, an incredible scene unfolded. The deepest moment of the polar night descended in an instant. On the cooling, massive corpse, points of starlight began to shine. The light was not a physical entity, but a manifestation of pure energy. They surged from the tyrant's fur and bones, quickly sketching a huge transparent outline of starlight, and it was the form of the tyrant's soul. Yet at that moment there was neither the brutality nor the pain of its former life in the eyes of this starlit giant beast. Instead, there was curiosity and tranquility. It looked down at its heavy body, as if observing an old garment no longer needed. Then it made a movement it could never accomplish in life. It spread its arms, the bare claws that once shredded prey, and the skin membrane that rode the wind transformed into a pair of starlit wings. In the silent, windless zone, the tyrant soared like a light bird, gracefully leaping into the air, gliding over Lin An's head. It flew and danced over the eternal frozen tundra. Lin An tilted his head, watching a scene so beautiful it felt unreal. It flew higher and faster. Finally, the semi-transparent body collided with the brilliant galaxy, merging with countless stars. Lin An was left speechless for a long time. In the moment of his daze, the aurora in the sky twisted violently. The familiar face of the frost goddess, obscuring half the sky, appeared unexpectedly above the Star River. Those cold, indifferent giant eyes made of nebulae pierced through space, quietly watching Lin An on the snow. A perfect offering. Excellent. Its face dissipated with the changing aurora, and before vanishing completely, an ethereal grand voice echoed deep within the soul, "Be careful. As long as the next one is qualified." The starlight faded and the wind and snow resumed. Xiaola and Xiongda and Xiong Air resumed their eating actions. In the distance, only the tyrant's corpse remained in the world. The third offering, does it mean I don't have to be perfect? Such a humanized deity. So rare. Lin An silently praised Sister Frost in his heart. As he approached the massive corpse of the tyrant, a notification sound also rang out. Acquired second tier, mutated snow demon bear, legendary X1. Indeed, it was legendary. Lin An's heart raced with excitement, unable to resist observing up close. The oppressive aura of this ruler was still formidable. Even in death, the heavy fur radiated an unsettling aftermath. Lin An could responsibly say that in a direct confrontation, there was no chance of winning. Even if his strength reached above 150 points, he could not defeat it. With bad luck, it might be difficult to escape. No matter how fast Xiaola ran, it couldn't compare to the fact that the opponent could fly. Fortunately, Lin An never cared to prove his strength in such a way. As a bipedal ape, one must be a bit cunning. What era is this? Who still plays close combat? However, Lin An did not rush to loot the corpse. From his previous experience with the Fish King, he knew that Sister Frost's gifts were granted through life essence. Once absorbed, the corpse would no longer hold any value. It would also be foolish to exploit a bug in the same way. Therefore, he decided to wait a bit longer. After a few minutes, today's resource upload countdown 000500 minutes passed. Lin An placed one hand on the tyrant's forehead. Upload. Detecting resources. Pioneer Lin and Daxia uploading resources. Second tier, mutated snow demon bear X. 1 rating legendary, B materialization, multiplier 1 of 0 times. In the next second, a miracle descended. The massive corpse of the tyrant, weighing several tons, began to disintegrate. It transformed into countless glimmering data particles. Fur bones, internal organs. All entities were forcibly converted into pure information streams by some power of rules at this moment, dispersing into the air along Lin An's arm. Owl. Owl. Xiongda and Xiong Air were shocked. Even the rare fish meat lost its appeal. Xiaola remained relatively calm, having seen enough miraculous things to take it in stride. However, just as the massive light stream was about to dissipate, a hint of a smile crept across Lin An's lips. Praise the frost. Boom. As if responding to his thought, or perhaps as a reward from the frost goddess, a remarkably pure energy suddenly separated from the light stream, as if magnetically drawn, burrowing into Lin An's palm. Ding. Perfect sacrifice. Divine blessing descends. Notification: your strength increased by 10. Notification: your physique increased by 10. Notification: your spirit increased by 10. Notification: your resistance, advanced cold resistance, increased by 25. Ugh. Lin An let out a low grunt. The energy was immense. It was far from the gentle warmth of food entering his stomach, but carried the violent essence of the tyrant's life, as if an ice dragon washed over Lin An's limbs and organs. Pain. Extreme pain. Then came the pleasure. It felt as though every cell was shattering, reorganizing, and strengthening under the cleansing of high-tier energy. The density of bones increased as they cracked, muscle fibers became denser, and even the surface of the skin took on a faint cold jade hue. After a long while, Lin An still stood in place, not moving immediately. He was adapting, striving to acclimate to this entirely new, transformative body. The 10 all-around enhancement was not merely a bit stronger, but a qualitative change in the level of life. The most noticeable sensation was the reshaping of physique and senses. Even in the deep night approaching -55 degrees, the polar wind that sliced through his skin felt merely. The advanced cold resistance reached 80, allowing Lin An to step from winter straight into late autumn. Even running naked in the snow could not dissipate his core body temperature. The greater benefit was the change in physique, making his 5 senses more acute. No matter how deep the night, his vision extended clearly to 400 meters, which meant an increase in shooting range. During the day, he could see up to 800 meters away. Next came the sense of power and control. Lin An's 5 fingers slowly curled and then spread. Just the natural tightening of muscle fibers caused the air in his palm to emit a sound of unbearable pressure. The final change came from deep within the brain. Lin An focused his mind and opened the backpack behind him. Buzz! With the surge of spiritual power, the once stuffed singularity backpack filled to the brim with 3 snow demon wolf corpses unexpectedly expanded outward. The compact space suddenly gained several cubic meters of void. The constant weight feeling in his mind had long since disappeared, replaced by a sense of ease. 10 cubic meters. With a 10 increase in spiritual power, the backpack's capacity had nearly doubled. This was a tremendous surprise for Lin An. After devouring the 3 rare-grade large fish he had prepared in advance, Lin An snatched food from the bear's mouth, successfully filling his empty stomach and the hungry body. After the enhancement, he first looked at the panel. Pioneer Lin An, Master of Resources, Strength 58. 6 Constitution 63. For Spirit 83. 8 Resistance, Advanced Cold Resistance 80. Ability, No Divine Position, Legend, Divine Foresight 3. For Apocalypse Communications, Wu Jing Su 1. Resources, Singularity Backpack, Mythical X1. Overlord Bow, Legend X1. Snowmobile, Legend X1. Snow Demon Wolf, Rare X3. Thunder Chicken Beak, Rare X1. Heavy Bone Arrow, Rare X2. Copper Root X1. Hard Mouse Tooth X2. Cold Iron Feather X4. Quality Coal X11. Fire Starting Tools X1. Personal ranking this month in 1/8 batch. Survivor overall ranking not opened. Ranking reward, Rare Grade Weapon Pets, Giant Horn Mammoth Sheep, Young Gold Pattern Snow Demon Bear, Young Silver. Main Snow Demon Bear, Young Silver. Main Snow Demon Bear, Adult Female. Silver Main, Comfortable. This sacrifice was quite rewarding. This time the strength enhancement is secondary. The most important thing is the concern from Sister Fengshuang. In this regard, Lin An was very confident. Who is Sister Fengshuang? He dislikes weaklings the most. Her caring for him must indicate her recognition of human strength. Apart from strength, Lin An noticed that the Snow Demon Bear's points were even higher than the Fish King, reaching a full 200,000 points. This widened the gap between him and the second-place Kafu drastically. It's a pity the reward is a bit lacking, just a rare-grade weapon. Better than nothing. After waiting for a long time, Lin An still hadn't received the resource point reward uploaded for the legendary grade material. It seems that this time, he took too much from the higher civilization. Lin An expressed that it didn't matter. With environmental intelligence in hand, he was not afraid. The next morning, the blizzards that had persisted for days finally ceased, and the long-lost sun generously cast its golden rays on the endless permafrost tundra. The entire world was dressed in silver, breathtakingly beautiful. However, Lin An, who had just crawled out of the temporary snow cave, was almost blinded. Isn't it too bright? The boundless expanse of pristine snow acted like a mirror, reflecting sunlight into Lin An's retina without any dead angles. If it weren't for his rapid physical enhancement recently, he might have burnt his cornea and gone blind the moment he opened his eyes. If it were me yesterday, I would be blind for half a day. Lin An silently wiped away the tears from the corners of his eyes and opened them again, fully adapting to the brightness of the outside world. He could even see the reflective icicles on the snow hill 1,000 meters away. Is it because of the sacrifice? Lin An looked up at the sun above, lost in thought. Sister Fengshuang's control over the wind and snow seemed to have strengthened. Today's intelligence has been updated 44. System, I want to inquire about the specific coordinates of the Ice Heart Lotus. Lin An got straight to the point. Ding. Information retrieval in progress. Special location required information points 10 points, stored information points 4 points, insufficient, so expensive. Lin An felt speechless in his heart. The information on the Snow Demon Bear is a bit expensive, but after all, it moves and flies. What merits does a mere Ice Heart Lotus have? Lin An suspected the system was maliciously raising the price, but he had no evidence. There was no choice, expensive or not, it was better than nothing. Lin An looked at the map again, searching for a green light spot. The Shadow Queen had run away, and he still needed to find her. 2 hours later, Lin An decisively corrected his direction. No longer searching. From the traces, it seemed that the Shadow Queen had let herself loose and was tangled up with other snow demon bears. She appeared to be a happy bear. Lin An temporarily did not plan to disturb the Shadow Queen's private life. After all, raising 2 young bears and 1 adult bear is 2 different concepts. Self-reliance has always been the core value of the Lin Pioneer Group. Of course, a few months later, Lin An never expected that the Shadow Queen would have a new interpretation of the Pioneer Group's values. Little R.A. Speed up. Big bear, little bear, today, I will teach you how to fish in the water. Before Lin An could reach the ice lake area, Wu Jing sent a communication. As soon as it was connected, a deep, magnetic, and excited voice came through. Lin An, you kid. Really scared us to death. Did the legendary grade snow demon bear get uploaded? Why not keep it for yourself? Didn't I remind you last time? You have a backpack that can hold it. It's such a waste. Lin An calmly smiled. It's a small matter. I have enough food, and all of this is for the service of the nation and the people. Alright, I've said enough of that. By the way, let me tell you some good news. Wu Jing continued to drop bombshells. You have broken the kill record previously held by Big John of the Lighthouse Nation. Moreover, Big John was lucky back, then picking up a second-tier sandworm that was already on the verge of death. But you. Wu Jing took a deep breath, his tone filled with pride. You killed a second-tier pinnacle overlord from start to finish. Although the other party's vision was impaired, the value of this achievement is unquestionable by anyone in the entire blue planet. You are the pride of humanity. Hearing these words from his former idol, Lin An was still very excited inside. Who is Big John? He is the light of human pioneers, having single-handedly changed humanity's perception of the wilderness. Pioneers from any country have heard of his story to some extent. Although from different countries and factions, one must acknowledge that he is truly remarkable. The reason why the people of the Lighthouse Nation can still live well is primarily due to him and a few legendary pioneers leading the way. Moreover, your new record will be difficult to break in the future. The boss gives you a title, Unparalleled National Hero. Lin An was once again surprised. Unparalleled National Hero. This title is quite heavy, but his heart felt warm. It was a feeling of being recognized. Additionally, there are 2 more things. Wu Jing's voice became serious. First, after careful consideration by the highest level, the Great Xia will withdraw from the direct competition for this mythical grade reward. Lin An was taken aback. Why? Is it because of the West? Yes, but not entirely. Wu Jing said solemnly. Although Shadow is lagging behind in some progress, there is still hope, but the command center hopes her overall physical quality can be higher. After all, this opportunity for enhancement is very precious, and her foundation isn't as good as yours. Moreover, the consensus in both Eastern and Western research teams is that the 3rd sacrificial item is extremely dangerous. According to intelligence analysis, some things are fatal upon contact, and it has little to do with physical quality. Hearing this, Lin An raised an eyebrow. He instinctively recalled the warning from the goddess of wind and frost. Is the 3rd sacrificial item. However, Lin An had already completed the first 2 perfect sacrifices, and he could not give up the 3rd sacrificial item, as that would mean all previous efforts would be in vain. Thus, he firmly resolved in his heart. Principal Wu, I have completed 2 sacrifices, and will still search for it. Wu Jing sighed, seemingly knowing he couldn't dissuade him. Alright, we will fully support you on this side. Last night, we received the final notes from the whale slayer of the White Fur Nation before his death. Regarding the information on the 3rd sacrificial item of the goddess of wind and frost, it is speculated to be found in the level 3 wilderness wonder known as the Eye of Satan. 5 minutes passed in the blink of an eye. Su Wan reconnected, conveying all the known information from the command center to Lin An and detailing the feeding plan for the giant horn mammoth sheep and snow demon bear. After hanging up the communication, Lin An fell into deep thought while riding the speeding snowmobile. Whale Slayer. He knew of this legendary pioneer from the White Fur Nation. Many of his survival knowledge in the snow was also learned from this predecessor. Wilderness Wonder. Lin An couldn't help but recall the warnings given to pioneers by the country before entering the wilderness. The so-called Wilderness Wonder is by no means a simple, magnificent sight. It is a logical paradox formed by the great power of nature under extreme rules distorting physical laws. Level 3 is also known as the anomaly level. Level 2 is the abyss, and level 1 is the highest, also known as the divine barrier. It is a natural forbidden zone that even deities have not interfered with. Due to its often accompanying strong mental pollution, even viewing the images can have effects, so the various nations have expressly prohibited the broadcast of wilderness wonders. No wonder the goddess had to remind it truly is a bit dangerous. While Lin An was deep in thought, golden text rapidly reassembled on his retina, required information points for Ice Heart Lotus location 10.05 points. The price has dropped. Moreover, it has been halved. With the assistance of the country, the costs of the intelligence system are also decreasing. 5 o'clock. Lin An glanced at the storage point. Let's check the intelligence tomorrow before making any decisions. If the destination is dangerous, Lin An is not someone who charges headfirst. Life is the most precious. I believe Sister Feng Shuang will understand. We've arrived. Returning once again to the familiar frozen lake surface, Lin An jumped out of the car first, while Xiongda and Xiong'er also climbed out, frolicking on the ice. Previously, it took us over 10 minutes to dig a hole, but now. Lin An held his breath and focused, using his waist and abdominal strength to crash the alloy shovel down. Ice shards exploded everywhere. In just a few moments, a large ice hole with a diameter of 1 meter appeared before his eyes. The efficiency was astonishing. This is the most direct benefit of enhanced strength. Everything is done with vigor. Everything is done quickly. In the wild, time is life. Splash. Lin An took off his clothes and leaped into the water. The familiar deep blue world unfolded before him. The silver-glowing ice silver column fish were still leisurely swimming. Watching these moving rare resources, Lin An's eyes lost some excitement and gained a sense of long-term planning. Rare resources are extremely precious. This lake is my most important strategic resource point, and I must not deplete it recklessly. Therefore, his target today was other fish species. Indeed, I am targeting you, insignificant fish. As soon as Lin An dove to the bottom of the lake, he witnessed a surge in blood pressure. Whoosh! A massive gray-brown shadow sprang from the murky bottom silt, opening its mouth filled with sharp teeth to swallow a juvenile ice silver column fish the size of a noodle. Impudent! Lin An growled lowly and surged forward. The crisis intelligence outlined a phantom before him, a nearly 2-meter-long red-whiskered catfish, ugly and ferocious, specializing in devouring juvenile ice silver columns. He swiftly turned in the water, and the overlord spear in his hand shot out like an arrow from a bow. Thud! A powerful force erupted underwater, and the spear tip precisely pierced through the giant catfish's skull, pinning it to the lake bottom's mud. This underwater beast that once required careful handling is now nothing more than a trivial foe. Let me end your sinful fish life. In your next life, remember to be a good fish. Collect. Acquired Stage 1 Red-Whiskered Catfish Common X1. Next, Lin An began a carpet-style extermination of the underwater red-whiskered catfish. Regardless of size, he would stab to death upon sight. In Lin An's view, in this lake area, having just one natural enemy for the ice silver column fish was more than enough. The hunting moment quickly came to an end. After killing nearly 20 large fish, Lin An released the obsession in his heart. Alright, let's call it a day for now. Splash. When Lin An surfaced and climbed onto the ice, an unexpected scene unfolded. Xiongda and Xiong'er were nowhere to be found. Next to his snowmobile, there was actually a small mountain of fish piled up, just as he was looking for the little green dots on the environmental map. Splash. Xiongda emerged from the ice hole holding a juvenile ice silver column fish in its mouth, shaking off the ice shards and proudly running to Lin An's side. You did well, but don't do it next time. Lin An praised him with a serious face. Xiongda sensed the strong low pressure, silently shrank his neck and ran away with a howl. Splash. Xiong'er also surfaced. Due to its inferior physique, it had only caught a very ordinary black-scaled ironfish. But Lin An immediately broke into a smile, patting Xiong'er's head. Well done, Xiong'er. Well, roast this ice silver column fish for dinner. Xiongda, look at how well he did. Under Lin An's praise, both Xiongda and Xiong'er were confused. Little La let out a snort, appearing to ponder. Lin An's training session with the bears quickly concluded. To avoid overburdening their minds, he ultimately decided to let Little La suffer a bit. Splash. A total of 24 large fish over 1 meter long fell into the car's cargo area. They sparkled under the sunlight. Especially that nearly 2-meter-long giant red-whiskered catfish, which weighed almost 200 pounds. Xiongda and Xiong'er were extremely excited, surrounding the big fish and howling loudly. The instinct engraved in their genes told them that they had truly found the right mother this time. In just a few hours, they had secured thousands of pounds of high-quality protein. Such a terrifying resource acquisition efficiency could bewilder any pioneer of the same batch. Everyone, are we really in the same world? Blue Star. Lin An's live streaming room. The doubts regarding Lin An's bear-raising practices had also vanished. These are 2 bear talents certified. Such bear talents should belong to God. Lin belonged to the great Xia. Ha ha ha. National guardian beasts too. Who just said feeding bears was a waste of food? Step forward. Does God Lin really like eating catfish? Should we add 2 catfish to God Lin's portrait? No, this thing offends the heavenly principles. How could God Lin exterminate their families? On the way back, the snowmobile raced across the snowy plains. Considering that Xiongda and Xiong'er could not run fast, Lin An intentionally slowed down Little La's speed. As core members of the Lin expedition team, they must develop comprehensively in morality, intelligence, physical fitness, aesthetics, and labor. Physical training should start from a young age. Lin An did not have high expectations for them, but they must at least surpass the White Tyrant. After breaking through the 80 barrier in spiritual attributes, Lin An's perception became frighteningly sharp. On clear days, he could sense every rustle within a 500-meter radius. Moi. Lin An looked up at the 9 o'clock direction about 320 meters away. A large giant snow rabbit was running frantically, startled. Its hind leg muscles were extremely developed, allowing it to leap over 10 meters with each push off the ground, leaving only a white streak in the snow. Moving target distance 300 meters away. Lin An narrowed his eyes, a playful smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. Just right to test my aim. Lin An took off the black bow, nocked an arrow. The enhancement in strength allowed this legendary hard bow to be drawn back fully. The bowstring was easily pulled to a full moon, emitting a tight humming sound. Predict lock on release. Bang. With a flick of his fingertip, the bowstring trembled. The arrow instantly vanished, transforming into a sharp white line that could not be captured by the naked eye, tearing through the air. Whoosh. In the distance, the rapidly fleeing white streak suddenly came to a halt. The white bone arrow seemed to have eyes, precisely piercing through the giant rabbit's thick right hind leg, rolling its body over 7 or 8 times in the snow. Lin An nodded in satisfaction. This shot was instinctual. He did not activate divine foresight. He was squeak, squeak. The giant rabbit struggled to escape, but was not dead. It still looked very lively. Xiong to go catch the rabbit. Xiong air go fetch the arrow. Roar, roar. Unable to contain themselves any longer, Xiong de roared excitedly upon hearing the command. It got down on all fours, launching out like a silver little meatball. Although it was a cub, it was an evolved snow demon bear. Xiong de burst forth with incredible speed, moving effortlessly across the snowy terrain. In less than no time, they covered the 300 meters. Facing the struggling giant rabbit, Xiong de fully exhibited the instincts of a predator. Crunch. It bit the snow rabbit, which was even larger than itself, killing it instantly, and ran back with the neck in its mouth. Xiong air was smarter, retrieving the bone arrow that was stuck in the snow along with the kill. Thud. The giant rabbit was thrown at Lin An's feet, and Xiong de wagged its short tail, lifting its head with a look that seemed to say praise me as it rubbed against Lin An's pants. Well done. This time Xiong air did very well, very smart. Xiong de, you still have to learn from Xiong air in terms of intelligence. Blue Star Great Xia, the Tianqi Command Center. The shock from last night's legendary snow demon bear had yet to fade. The apocalypse departments from countries around the world sent congratulatory messages and requests for data sharing. After all, for pioneers to establish a foothold in the wild, they inevitably had to deal with large predatory beasts. Great Xia also took this opportunity to exchange valuable intelligence and analysis. It worked. The results are in. Suddenly, a scholar from the Plant Academy in a white lab coat waved the report in his hand. The copper bone grass tuber uploaded by Lin and has extremely high activity. Moreover, in its genetic fragments, there is a very special cold-resistant and frost-resistant plant protein. Wu Jing quickly interrupted. Director Fong, get to the point. Only then did Director Fong detach from his excitement to share the exhilarating good news. Through scientific planting methods, Lin An will harvest new crops that can grow in frozen soil at -30 degrees and are rich in calories. This is the life-saving food for snowy environments. Great. So great. Wu Jing's eyes sparkled with excitement. Wait, why do I see that the uses on the screen are all for feeding bears, sheep, and fish? Can't Lin An eat this? Director Fong awkwardly smiled and said, actually, the taste is a bit poor, like chewing rotten wood. We estimate that barring special circumstances, Comrade Lin An won't eat it. Upon hearing this, the hall erupted in laughter, mainly because Comrade Lin An's meals were indeed too lavish. All big fish and big meat. In the wild world. After a long day's journey, just before the night completely engulfed the snowfield, the Lin An expedition team finally returned to the warm geothermal shelter. We're home. After confirming that the surroundings were safe, Lin An led the 2 little ones and the big one into the cave. The first thing he did upon returning was to prepare to dissect the treasure-laden snow demon wolf carcass. Ding! At that moment, a cold and grand voice of judgment from a higher dimension descended. It was not only Lin An who heard it. Billions of people on Blue Star, whether surviving in the wild or watching the live stream on Earth, all saw the crimson glowing text flowing across their screens. Announcement: starting from today, a countdown of 30 Blue Star days will commence. Each country civilization faction must give birth to at least 1 divine envoy. Countries that do not give birth to divine envoys by the end of the countdown will be erased from existence. Mandatory participation. The bloody red text on the screen faded, leaving behind an inconspicuous number in the corner: 29 days, 23 hours, 59 minutes. Only 1 month left. To Lin An, it felt more like a death warrant. In fact, Wu Jing had mentioned it a few days prior. Many countries, due to the difficulty in acquiring sacrificial offerings or the failure to locate divine relics, actively announced that their national pioneers would not consider becoming envoys of the gods. I didn't expect to be sanctioned by a higher civilization so soon. Indeed, evasion is futile. Lin An's eyes gradually returned to calm. Are you afraid? Perhaps just a little. But more than that is a sense of clarity that has long been understood. In fact, from the moment the higher civilization descended, humanity has never possessed true discourse power. The current humanity of Blue Star is like bacteria in a petri dish. The audience above feels the progress is too slow and casually accelerates the flow of time or adds fuel to the fire. If you want to avoid being treated as a pawn. Lin An took a deep breath, his gaze becoming profound, as if penetrating the rock layers and clouds to gaze at the unreachable starry sky. One can only evolve continuously, until one day becoming strong enough to leap off the chessboard and kick it away. After realizing this, Lin An no longer felt conflicted. Get to work. Inside the shelter, the fire flickered. The night was deep. After a whole day of being forced to work, Xiongda and Xiong'er had already curled up in a corner covered with dry moss, fast asleep. Xiaola also lay by the cave entrance, occasionally wagging its tail and emitting contented snores. Lin An was still awake, hearing the sound of blades slicing through flesh deep within the cave. This is a major undertaking. Time is tight and resource organization and preparation must be completed. In Lin An's view of survival, every bit of value from the 3 snow demon wolves must be squeezed out to not waste their journey through the wilderness. First, the wolf pelts. 3 silver-gray wolf pelts as large as massive tapestries were peeled away. Acquired wolf pelt rare X3, top-notch cold-resistant material. Heavy in hand, the fur shiny and smooth. As Lin An's fingers sank into it, he could feel a wave of warmth enveloping him. An insulation layer bestowed by evolution. I hope the country can research a method to refine bat guano into nitrate soon. Lin An glanced at his down jacket, which had already begun to shed. Most pioneers would switch to primitive gear after a year, and he too would inevitably go through this process. What a pity. For now, I can only remove the rotten meat to make a simple blanket. With a blanket, even in the wild, he could easily create a warm snow cave. Moreover, it carried the scent of the snow demon wolves, which could deter a pack of lesser creatures from the snowy plains. The other 2 wolf pelts were stored in his backpack, waiting for the nitrate extraction. He could tan them into a wolf pelt coat. In terms of item rating, if he could successfully craft it, it would be comparable to a set of rare-grade cold-resistant clothing. And it didn't end there. After removing the heavy bones, a total of 1,200 pounds of quality red meat was stacked in 2 empty spaces. Acquired fine meat normal X 1,000 pounds. Acquired fine meat rare X 200 pounds. To the left was a small mountain of bright red muscle fibers towering above Lin An's waist. To the right were the essence parts of the wolf's body, saturated with blood, brimming with the unique vitality of a magical beast. This is all food for the Lin pioneering team. Lin An decided to turn it all into smoked jerky. Although the taste would be somewhat lacking, it would be easy to carry. In the coming days, I might not even have time to start a fire and cook. However, Lin An also knew well, only with his singularity backpack could he achieve such a bounty. Otherwise, uploading to the country would be the best option. The eternal frozen tundra is not limited to just wolves and bears as predators. There are also giant ice worms, saber-toothed tigers, land whales. Applying Blue Star's common knowledge in the wilderness would only lead to a miserable demise. Beep. The coal mine last time ignited completely, and the cave walls were hung with strips of meat. The smoking mode was activated. Fat dripped onto the glowing coals, and with a sizzling sound, flames leaped up, filling the entire cave with a rich meat aroma. Xiongda and Xiong'er drooled happily in their sleep. Finally, the treasure materials from the wolf's body. Crystal cores, wolf fangs, wolf claws, wolf bones, and wolf tendons. Acquired first stage crystal core X3. This item grows next to the heart of the magical beast, serving as their core organ to utilize the natural elements of the wilderness. Currently not very useful to Lin An, but it is a good item. Clang, clang. Lin An struck a few of the longest fangs, weighing them in his hand. Their hardness had long surpassed that of bones, exhibiting a metallic cold sheen. Acquired quality wolf fang rare X8. They were perfectly streamlined, sharp at the tips, and did not require polishing. These are natural armor-piercing arrowheads. Lin An gestured confidently. One arrow would definitely pierce through the skull of a first-stage magical beast. Acquired wolf claw X60. As for the dozens of wolf claws shaped like hooks, Lin An had other plans. With enough hardness and perfect curvature, if barbed, they would make top-tier fish hooks. No matter how fast fishing or spearing is, it can't compare to a fishing net. Acquired beast tendons X 10 meters. Wolf tendons can be made into ropes or traps. They are the major tendons located on both sides of the spine, presenting a translucent golden color resembling freshly made rubber cables. Lin An attempted to pull on them a couple of times. The wolf tendons were highly elastic, showing no signs of slack. Acquired wolf bones X 300 kg. As for the wolf bones, Lin An smiled. In the wilderness, predators have large body sizes and high bone density with hardness comparable to Blue Star's ores. Thus, they are also known as bone mines. Blue Star scientists refer to it as biological alloy. If energy is sufficient, it can be boiled down to bone broth to create various high-hardness alloy tools. But it requires a lot of time. Lin An could only place the bone mine deep in the cave. The internal organs of the wolf and the miscellaneous fish he hunted today were planned to be cooked fully and left for Xiongda and Xiong'er as food. At 2 in the morning, Lin An finally completed all his disassembly work. The spoils were classified and piled up in the cave, a sense of overwhelming abundance greatly diminishing the gloom brought by the temporary notice. This is the charm of large prey. If it weren't for discovering the migration of the giant-horned wilderness sheep last month, Little John might not have lost. And this month, Lin An, relying on his own strength, could easily dominate the leaderboard. Gurgle. After a busy night, his stomach timely expressed its protests. Lin An wiped his hands and dumped the already sliced wolf heart, wolf liver, and thinly sliced prime wolf leg meat into the boiling stone pot. Gurgle, gurgle. Steam rose, obscuring Lin An's face. He picked up a curled piece of hot wolf meat and brought it to his mouth. Delicious. The meat was firm and bouncy, bursting with juice when bitten. Next came the wolf liver with a fine and smooth texture devoid of any fishy taste, filled with high-calorie satisfaction. Prompt high-quality food increases your strength by 0.1. Prompt high-quality food increases your constitution by 0.1. This is also one of the benefits of exceeding the sacrificial offerings. His physical attributes can still be enhanced by the meat of first-stage magical beasts. If other pioneers must hunt second-stage magical beasts after their average attributes exceed 50 points, his upper limit will be even higher. Lin An had a vague premonition that perhaps completing the third sacrificial offering could reach 100 points. Twice that of others. This feels a bit happy. Lin An devoured the meat and drank the broth. After eating his fill, he continued smoking the meat. The next morning in Lin An's livestream on Blue Star. When the busy figure appeared on screen, all the viewers were stunned. What met the audience's eyes was a wall adorned with glistening red cured meats, soaked in grease, and shining brightly. The sizzling sound of roasting meat and the aroma that seemed to seep through the screen caught the attention of countless viewers munching on their compressed biscuits. Isn't this a dream? Why am I outside the screen? A wild version of meat forest and wine pool. This amount of meat. Enough for 3 years without eating or drinking. Don't say that neighboring Sakura country Sato is overjoyed catching a mouse. Sigh, it can't be compared. Ivan from the white-haired country just confirmed his death. What? The Awakener is dead. Forget it, let's not mention it. Hopefully yesterday's announcement won't affect Lin Shan. Currently it seems there's no impact. The news of Ivan's death left the audience with mixed emotions. After all, he was among the top 10 on last month's leaderboard supported by the white-haired country. However, just like that, he is dead. The wild world is far from as comfortable as it appears in Lin An's livestream. Especially in the shelter, 2 little bears were sleeping soundly, as if they had grown a size overnight. Regardless of how the barrage from Blue Star raged, Lin An's plan remained unchanged. Today's information has been refreshed. 55. System search for Ice Heart Lotus. Deducting 5 information points. Path planning in progress. The next moment, Lin An's visual field, the dim cave surroundings became transparent, as if his consciousness detached from his body, transforming into an invisible bird that burst out of the geothermal shelter. Buzz. The scenery sped forward with snow and wind howling past his ears. So fast, Lin An felt as if he was experiencing an immersive AR navigation. His gaze swept over the snow-covered plains, traversing bottomless ice valleys, twisting and turning on complex terrain, avoiding one red and purple danger zone after another. Accelerate. Continue to accelerate. The scenery on both sides flashed past. Finally, his vision abruptly halted. Ahead was a crimson ice wall connecting heaven and earth. Even if it was just a phantom projection, the terrifying cold that froze all things still made Lin An's consciousnness feel a sharp pain. At the center of the ice wall, a massive eye seemingly from hell was slowly rotating. Level 3 Wonders of the Wild. The Eye of Satan. Who? The image suddenly shrank. Lin An opened his eyes wide. But on his retina, a semi-transparent golden interface appeared. A prominent green light strip extended from his feet, winding into the distance. On both sides of the green line was detailed environmental information. The area 200 meters away from the green line was shrouded in dense black mist. Target distance 520. 5 kilometers. Is the Ice Heart Lotus within the wonder? 500 kilometers. Lin An squinted. This is going to be a long trek. Perhaps in Blue Star a high-speed drive would only take 4 to 5 hours. But this is the wild. It's an eternally frozen tundra. An unknown environment means unknown dangers. On foot, even with sufficient food, it could take months. Since the journey is long, logistics must be fully prepared. Lin An emptied unnecessary items from his backpack, leaving only weapons, cured meat, and water. Finally, he looked at the little law by the cave entrance. As the absolute main force of this journey, lost nutrition and meals must be ensured. Down the hole. Dig coal. Regarding Law's fondness for eating coal, Su-Won explained, Law has a type of thermal energy aggregation fission enzyme in its stomach that can break the covalent bonds of carbon atoms, triggering a fission reaction. Lin An didn't remember the rest. He just knew one thing: LA's stomach was equivalent to a biological engine. The more it burns, the faster it runs. Since that's the case, Lin An must ensure La can exert its full potential. There's plenty of coal at home. Deep within the geothermal mine, the light and shadow were intricate. The dark red geological fissures resembled a sun that had nearly burned out, looking decrepit, yet continuously spewing forth overwhelming heat waves. Clang! The alloy shovel's tip struck heavily against the black dragon's back. The crisp sound of metal striking broke the silence of the underground. Clatter! The black coal gems rolled to the ground, producing a pleasant clattering sound. Gain quality coal x 5 kg. So satisfying. Is this what it feels like to have a mine at home? Lin An kept shoveling, unable to stop. Each scoop was an accumulation of wealth. Each bend to pick up coal was an entry of energy. Lin An seemed to see La running freely in the snow. Golden horns like lightning tearing through the icy barriers. Iron hooves like hammers shattering the frozen tundra. Two spiraling air currents drew long trails of air beside it. Oh, it was the scene of a coal mine burning. After a brief rest, Lin An continued the monotonous work of coal mining. Let's set a small goal: 3 tons. Just as Lin An was digging until he felt dizzy, the communication connected. Comrade Lin An, this is Wu. Blue Star has changed. Wu Jing's voice was no longer calm as before, but rather sounded a bit hoarse. He got straight to the point. Within a few hours of the announcement, 3 pioneers from small Pacific nations collapsed and committed suicide in the wild, unable to find relics. With the death of these pioneers, the national fortune has backfired. These 3 countries collapsed half an hour ago. Their military mutinied, and in fact they ceased to exist. Oh, someone should be blaming me, right? Although he said this, Lin An's pickaxe did not stop rhythmically striking the coal seam. In fact, many viewers from small countries did flood into his livestream. They scolded Lin An, saying he shouldn't have pushed the wild version, making them lose their comfortable lives and fall into hell. The barrage was filled with terms like murderer, man-eater, and traitor of Blue Star humanity. Wu Jing certainly wouldn't tell Lin An about these matters. He glossed over, "You don't need to worry about such things. Pushing the version process is inevitable. Certain countries have already been warned by the Daxia military. If they dare to speak nonsense again, Daxia won't hesitate to launch a few Dongfeng missiles to preemptively destroy their nations. Moreover, the state has protected your family with the highest standards. The main reason for communicating with you is to inform you. Shadow has decided to challenge the myth-level rewards. Do not let the announcement put pressure on you and disrupt your plans. However, to ensure the smooth completion of the Divine Messenger task, the state has listed you as a second batch of career challengers." Although he also planned to attempt the myth-level rewards, Lin An still felt touched. Understood. Thank you for the support of the state. To be honest, this feeling of having support behind him was truly wonderful. Currently, the competition for Divine Messengers has entered a white-hot stage. Captain George from Lighthouse Country has arrived at a wild wonder called Thunderstorm Canyon. There are also 2 well-developed pioneers who wanted to change to unknown minor gods, but mysteriously died. The Water Child of Sakura Country has also gone crazy, disregarding the advice of his think tank and forcibly entered the underwater wonder without being at full status. Messages spilled from Wu Jing's mouth. The wild pioneers were burning, and the Order of Blue Star was called. In the end, Wu Jing injected Lin An with a shot of confidence because of the thousands of pounds of monster meat and resources you've uploaded. The cohesion within the country is unprecedented. Although outside the storm is raging, but in Daxia. Wu Jing paused, his voice clear and powerful. Everything is well. Develop well, Comrade Lin An. You are not only the human spark on the eternally frozen tundra, but also the spark of Daxia civilization. I have confidence in seeing the future. You will become a legendary pioneer. Lin An had to admit that Wu Jing was indeed a master at painting illusions. He was full now. Before long, the coal mining work was nearing its end, and Lin An estimated in his mind that given his current drowsy feeling, he had extracted about 3 tons of coal. That was enough to carry him away. The journey up was quite smooth. Thanks to his familiarity with the path and improved physical fitness, Lin An saved a third of the time compared to before. Passing by the mysterious hall, he routinely came to check the stone bowl beneath the goddess mural, and there was even less than last time, only a shallow bit of amber-colored liquid. Obtained extreme cold divine brew X0. 1 legendary after consumption, it will significantly enhance cold resistance. Lin An lifted the bowl and gestured towards the mural, then tilted his head back, his Adam's apple bobbing. Tip cold resistance increased by 20. Tip your strength increased by 4. Tip your physique increased by 4. Tip your spirit increased by 4. Before Lin An could feel happy about it, in the next second, he suddenly clutched his throat and his pupils contracted. Unlike the previous warmth, a sense of heavy pressure slid down his throat. Lin An even felt as if he had swallowed a mouthful of boiling molten iron. Thud, thud, thud. The sound of his heartbeat echoed in the silent hall like war drums. Lin An clearly sensed that the blood within him was undergoing a qualitative change. It became increasingly viscous and heavy. The billions of cells in his body seemed to be undergoing a reorganization. If a Blue Star scientist were to extract his blood and place it under a high-powered microscope at this moment, they would surely discover a brand new antifreeze protein. Next came the skin. A layer of translucent biological keratin membrane, nearly invisible to the naked eye, rapidly formed, tightly covering Lin An's entire body. It forcefully locked every bit of heat within him. Not only that, but it also functioned like a controllable heat. It could precisely adjust the temperature according to Lin An's will. This had surpassed the realm of ordinary skin and evolved into a completely new temperature-controllable skin. Tip: you have obtained top-level cold resistance. Awesome. With the calm settling in his body, Lin An let out a long breath, feeling more refreshed than ever. However, when he lifted his head again, the scene before him made his heart tremble. Withered. The ancient and splendid moss on the rock wall seemed to have lost its final essence. Crackle. Rustle. The lush and vibrant layer of moss withered and dried at a visible speed, turning into gray-white dust falling like a delayed snowfall. These ancient lives whose survival was unknown had exhausted all their vitality. The shimmering rock wall had also become mottled with no traces of the goddess, remaining only bare black stones. Lin An reached out and caught a wisp of falling ash, feeling a chill on his fingertip. The goddess has burned out too. Lin An fell silent for a moment, gently wiping the ashes on his forehead before turning to leave. Passing by the bat cave, Suwon sent good news, Comrade Lin, and we can make soil nitrate now. What? That's great. How do we do it? Suwon's message was concise. Lin An had no time for extra chatter. After collecting the raw materials, he immediately set off for the shelter. After all, heading to the wilderness marvels, having another trump card could increase his chances of survival. He operated like a precision machine, methodically carrying out high-temperature dissolution, carbon layer filtration, rapid freezing, crystallization, and purification. After a series of efforts, when Lin An looked at the bottom of the stone container, a layer of pale yellow granular crystals had already formed. Obtained crude soil nitrate X383G. Lin An pinched a bit of powder and rubbed it, feeling the rough granules between his fingertips. This was already a rare chemical raw material for survival in the wilderness. The purity is sufficient. Next came the tanning. Lin An spread out the 3 large snow wolf skins again, with the skin side up. If not processed, these raw skins would become as hard as iron sheets once dried in the wind, making them not only uninsulated, but also capable of tearing the skin with the slightest movement. If they got wet, they would quickly rot and stink. Why use nitrate? As Lin An evenly applied the dissolved nitrate solution on the skin, he recalled survival knowledge in his mind. Raw skins actually contain a large amount of collagen and fat. The role of soil nitrate is that of a powerful preservative and softening agent. This substance can penetrate the skin layers, breaking the bonds between fibers and replacing the oil within the skin. Only after this step can the dead skin transform into living leather. After applying the solution, Lin An began the violent process, softening the leather. He rolled up the wolf skin and kneaded it vigorously like dough, even stepping on it. Every fold and every squeeze was intended to ensure that the nitrate penetrated thoroughly into every fiber. This extremely standard process of raw skin tanning left the viewers in the live stream in awe. What a beautiful operation. Truly a feast for the eyes. It looks so relieving to watch. Wolf skin, I've endured so much suffering just to be made into something by Lin Shan. It was worth it. Wolf skin for you, I have turned into a bizarre shape. Of course, there were also a couple of strange comments, but they were quickly drowned out by the massive audience, highlighting the power of many. Sizzle. As Lin An moved, a layer of murky oil and moisture seeped out from the skin. The originally slightly stiff wolf skin, under the dual action of the nitrate solution and violence, also became soft and loose, showing a high-grade fur's elasticity. Half an hour later, when Lin An shook out a piece of wolf skin, it was no longer a hard board, but flowed smoothly in his hand like water. The silvery gray fur fluffed up and the skin was soft yet resilient. Obtained tanned wolf skin rare X3. Perfect. Lin An couldn't help but praise. Next, he prepared to strike while the iron was hot and make a wolf skin coat and a wolf skin sleeping bag. After a whole day's busy work, obtained wolf skin sleeping bag rare X1. Obtained wolf skin coat rare X1. A battle robe full of wild oppressive aura was completely formed. Lin An took off the tattered down jacket that had already let in the wind, then grabbed the wolf skin coat, shook it vigorously, and draped it over himself. Swish! The silver-white fur shimmered under the firelight, flowing like water, covering his entire body. At that moment, Lin An's aura changed. The wolf head hood was pulled over his head, casting a shadow over half of his face, revealing only a pair of deep black eyes. The thick fur made his figure appear robust. The frail, human body disappeared, replaced by a newly risen wolf king of the snowfield, standing tall. Bah! Little La, who was gnawing on a coal block, seemed to sense something, suddenly raised its head, startled by Lin An's new appearance, almost darting out of the cave. That was the instinctive fear of predators ingrained in its genes. Blue Star and Lin An's live stream, the comments exploded. Holy crap. This sense of oppression. Lin An moved his hands and feet, feeling no hindrance at all. The deep sense of security made him, even before reaching the wilderness marvels, already possessed the confidence to face it. Little La, let's go, Lin An said lightly, his voice not loud, yet piercing through the wind and snow. One man and one sheep stepped into the vast darkness. On Blue Star in the Great Xia at the Tianchi Command Center, Lin An's live broadcast screen was black, while a split-screen shot revealed the interior of a geothermal shelter. In the frame, two plump white furballs were sprawled out on thick dry moss. Incredible. A biologist pointed at the growth simulation curve with astonishment in his voice. According to the simulation, these two cubs are growing at a rate of 3 per day. The wild biologist next to him patted his shoulder. As long as there's enough food, wild creatures grow wildly. However, at this rate, by the time Comrade Lin An returns, these two little ones may skip their juvenile phase and enter adulthood. The command center was filled with sighs. There was no helping it. The growth conditions for these two were simply too good. They were fed a diet of high-protein cooked food and lived in a temperature-controlled cave. While the 8th batch of pioneers on Blue Star struggled for food, Lin An's pets were the first to lead a luxurious life of eating and sleeping. This stark contrast brought tears to the eyes of the data analysts present. Tap, tap, tap. With the sound of hurried high heels, Layli approached briskly, her expression grave. Principal Wu, there's been an incident. Wu Jing frowned. Team leader Lei, what's going on? Due to the announcement, the citizens of the two neighboring small nations are in despair. Their leaders have just sent a national letter, requesting to join Great Xia as a nation and seek refuge. They are willing to give up their sovereignty, only asking for Great Xia to open resource sharing, so that their citizens can survive. The command center fell silent. Has it come so soon? National integration does not merely mean ordinary merging, it signifies losing one's official language, civilization, and heritage. What did the higher-ups say? They hope to expedite the progress of the divine envoys and stabilize public sentiment. Layli continued. The West is the same, but the Lighthouse Nation leads the Divine Alliance. They are imposing that the Awakeners must complete their transitions. Except for John, who is uncontrollable, the other Awakeners have continuously completed their sacrifices. I won't discuss this further. I need to relay the news to the Shadow Team. Wu Jing rubbed his throbbing temples, turning his gaze towards the pitch-black live broadcast room on the main screen. Although Great Xia currently has no material crisis, this is under the condition of Lin An's extraordinary performance as a pioneer. On Blue Star, the bright red countdown before everyone's eyes resembled a guillotine falling, driving those with weak willpower to madness. Small nations are collapsing while large nations are going mad. A strange sense of anxiety permeated the entire Blue Star. In the wild world, the ever-frozen moss plain. It was a frigid night at -60 degrees. A temperature where steel becomes brittle and even breathing can freeze one's lungs. The howling winds acted like countless invisible blades slicing through all living things in the world. Meh. Little La's eyes glowed faintly red as its massive spiral horns crashed through the wind wall, like an icebreaker releasing 2 jets of hot white vapor from its nostrils. Having been fed 10 pounds of coal before departure, it was currently in a state of energy overload excitement. Oh no, the child ate too much. Lin An tightly gripped the snowmobile's handlebars, feeling regretful. The original plan was to travel for 3 days. At this speed, they would likely reach their destination by tomorrow evening. What surprised Lin An even more was that the snow demon wolf coat was also very domineering. The silvery long fur danced wildly in the wind, forming an impenetrable biological thermal energy barrier, forcing him to loosen his collar slightly for ventilation. Before this, once darkness fell, the temperature would plummet below the human survival limit, and bloodthirsty predators would open their eyes amidst the wind and snow. Now the roles of attack and defense had reversed. The deadly cold and darkness were harshly thrown behind. Along the way, pairs of green eyes flickered in the shadows. It was a pack of snow wolves out hunting. In the past, Lin An would have been drenched in cold sweat, fleeing alongside Little La. But now he could sense the respect emanating from the wolves towards him. Able to keep up with the speeding goldenhorn mammoth sheep. Presumably, he would also become a king among the wolves in the future. A woo! Excited Lin An howled like a wolf, unexpectedly causing the other snow demon wolves to join in the chorus. A woo! Thus the man and the sheep raced through the night under the blessings of the wolf pack. The time had come to the following morning. Little La gradually slowed its pace, returning to a normal speed. Lin An glanced at the map on his retina, exclaiming in his heart, goodness. They had covered nearly 300 kilometers overnight. Yet this night was not peaceful. The further Lin An ventured, the more he realized humanity's insignificance and the frailty of their strength. At times, both sides of the path were deep purple danger zones, and he could occasionally hear the roars and screeches of unknown magical beasts and insects. Buzz. Suddenly, a buzzing sound came from ahead. Lin An jumped off the snowmobile, allowing Little La to wreck a massive mountain ridge with very thin snow cover. Instead, there was an endless expanse of ancient bronze-colored vegetation. Each blade of grass, a massive mountain ridge with very thin snow cover. Instead, there was an endless expanse of ancient bronze-colored vegetation. Each blade of grass stood tall like swords exuding a metallic sheen. As the fierce winds blew, the bronze grass collided with each other, producing a resonant clang like the sounds of metal clashing. The scene was magnificent and sharp. My goodness, so much copperbone grass. According to Blue Star's detection analysis, the stems and leaves, when consumed, significantly enhance the bone density of herbivorous magical beasts, endowing their bones with metallic properties. This is not only the fundamental food for herbivorous creatures like the mammoth sheep, but even omnivorous magical beasts like Bear 1 and Bear 2 need to consume it regularly to develop copper skin and iron bones. If I hadn't come out, I would never have discovered this treasure land. Lin An gazed at this endless bronze sea, feeling a strong sense of conquest rise within him. This place is richer in resources than the berry jungles. At the very least, it is a level resource point. The ever-frozen moss plain is filled with dangers, but also treasures. Crack crack. Behind him, Little Law had already entered buffet mode. Lin An, with keen crisis insight, also discovered countless magical beast tracks deep in the grass sea. Giant rats, giant rabbits, and even higher-tier herbivorous magical beasts were lurking here. This means that this place is not only fertile land, but also a future meat warehouse. He did not lose his rationality. In such places, resources and dangers coexist. Make a note of this. I'll come back for in-depth collection when I have the chance. Lin An marked the location on the map. He casually used the Overlord bow blade to cut off several bundles of copperbone grass to throw in his backpack as snacks for Little Law on the way. A few minutes later, Lin An paused without any hesitation and drew the Overlord bow from his back. Buzz. The bowstring trembled, and the heavy arrow pointed straight into the depths of the grass sea. In the dense copperbone grass, a pair of eerie blue vertical pupils slowly opened. It was well camouflaged, covered in ice crystal-like scales over 3 meters long, and was the top predator of this area. The second-tier magical beast, ice crystal saber-toothed tiger. Lin An did not retreat. Steady in his stance with the Overlord bow, the wolf king coat behind him fluttered in the wind. A murderous aura belonging to a top hunter was unabashedly released. Get lost or die. Man and beast stood locked in silent confrontation for 3 full seconds amid the howling blizzard. The frost crystal saber-toothed tiger noticed the gleaming arrow in Lin An's hand, and then glanced at Xiao La, whose young frame already bore the imposing contours of a future apex predator. As a top-tier predator, its instincts screamed a dire warning. Danger. Extreme danger. Roar. With a low, guttural growl, the ferocity in its eyes gradually receded. Slowly, deliberately, it retreated, vanishing into the depths of the grassy sea. It had backed down. Huff. Lin An lowered his bow without pursuit, a subtle curve lifting the corner of his lips. Unbeknownst to him, he was no longer at the very bottom of the Everfrost Tundra's food chain. This surge of power felt exhilarating. Let's go, Xiao La. Lin An tossed several bundles of copperbone grass onto the cart and vaulted aboard. Tall grass terrain, limited visibility. Better to seize victory and withdraw than press luck. Bah! Xiao La let out a sharp cry, then surged forward again, hauling the laden cart into the vast, swirling snowstorm. Earth. Every dawn, viewers automatically flooded Lin An's livestream, only to be met with an opening shock. At first light, Lin An was nowhere to be found inside his familiar shelter. Instead, he stood face-to-face, locked in an unnerving, almost intimate gaze, with an unfamiliar landscape and a second-tier magical beast. Whoa! Eye contact kill. A second-tier beast. Lin Shan actually stood his ground. Did you notice? Lin Shan's aura has changed. Is this the confidence of wearing a wolf fur greatcoat? Shame. He could have taken it solo, I'm sure. Earth Daxia Tianxi Command Center. The command hall buzzed with energy, but the tactical analysis unit hung under a heavy, somber hush. Several analysts watched the playback replay, brows deeply furrowed with concern. Commander Wu, shouldn't we warn Lin An? Though he forced the beast to retreat, his actions were recklessly bold. We fear he's underestimated the margin for error in the wildlands. A prudent, seasoned recommendation, born of protecting their sole remaining pioneer. Unnecessary. Wu Jing slowly shook his head, turned, and tapped the main console, pulling up a historical combat capability comparison chart. Data never lies. Cross-sectional analysis. Lin An's physical metrics and equipment standard rank first among the 8th Global Pioneer cohort. Longitudinal analysis. Wu Jing's finger traced several luminous curves representing legendary pioneers of past cohorts, his voice steady, resonant. Even measured against the same developmental milestones of the previous 7 pioneer generations, Lin An's metrics consistently place him solidly within the top 5. And here's what truly matters. His gaze sharp and piercing. He achieved history's greatest battlefield record, not with top-tier stats, but with merely top 5 baseline capabilities. Silence fell over the tactical unit. Data is static. Records are alive. A second-tier magical beast radiated palpable visceral pressure, more convincing than any statistic ever could. Beep, beep, beep. A shrill alarm shrieked from the comm station. Director Wu. Emergency. The communications officer's voice cracked as he tore off his headset in panic. It's Shadow Squad. They're requesting maximum level support. What happened? Wu Jing's comm vanished instantly. Patch them through. The main screen flickered. No heroic combat footage appeared. Instead, a suffocating sickly green fog filled the frame. Following clues from the goddess of prosperity, sacrificial trail, we located this tier 3 wonder, sighing venom fog. Shadow's physical resilience lets her withstand the toxin effortlessly, but she got lost and suddenly collapsed to her knees, weeping, saying she wants to go home. What? Every member of Lin An's command center froze in stunned disbelief. Director Wu himself couldn't comprehend it. Who was Shadow? A cold machine-like decisive class operative. She'd once shattered bones and not uttered a single sound. Crying, saying she wanted home. Impossible. Psychic influence. Wu Jing realized instantly, his expression darkening. Because wonders posed uncertain risks and unpredictable returns, pioneers rarely explored them. Later generations were explicitly warned, avoid wonders at all costs. Consequently, Earth's understanding of them remained profoundly limited. Yet no one anticipated that even legendary pioneers could falter here. The command center's atmosphere thickened, growing heavy with tension and dread. If Shadow failed during her class advancement, consequences would be catastrophic. Today Wu Jing was unusually busy. He joined the crisis resolution strategy session for Shadow, leveraging his experience as a retired pioneer. After all, daily communication windows occurred only once. Failing to recalibrate this legendary pioneer's mindset would constitute a devastating loss for Daxia. The Wildlands Glacier Rift. After 2 days' journey, he now stood within a surreal glacial expanse. On either side rose translucent ice walls, towering a full kilometer high like colossal swords cleaving sky from Earth. Light refracted through the ice, bathing the entire canyon in an eerie, deep, cerulean glow, breathtakingly beautiful, yet unnervingly still. Still, environmental intelligence flagged this zone as perilous, deep red, dangerous, yet it remained the sole path toward the Eye of Satan, unavoidable. Lin An signaled Xiao La to halt. He approached one ice wall, brow furrowed in concentration. Within the crystalline ancient ice, half a meter deep, he spotted a deliberate incision. It resembled script, or perhaps a symbol. Smooth, straight, uniformly carved. Artificially, Lin An's heart leapt. His fingertips brushed lightly across the frozen surface. How could such a mark exist within ice formed tens of thousands of years ago in the wildlands? Just as he pondered, Wu Jing's hoarse, weary voice echoed in his ear. Comrade Lin An, you may need to accelerate your pace. Wu Jing paused, perhaps catching his breath. The current situation on Earth is deteriorating. A new wave of global panic is spreading. Just moments ago, 3 internationally revered legendary pioneers, all stalled before a wonder. Stalled? Lin An's eyes narrowed sharply. He knew the third offering would be arduous, but never imagined even legends would find themselves utterly thwarted. Yes. Wu Jing's voice carried a chilling gravity. Their explorations revealed that wonders possess not only extreme physical environments, but also a sophisticated psychic influence mechanism dubbed the mind-reading protocol. They materialize each person's deepest desire, then twist it into a lethal trap. Like Captain George of the Lighthouse Nation. Within minutes of entering the thunderstorm jungle, he flung his arms wide, laughing maniacally, and charged headlong into lightning. According to his post-event psychological reconstruction, he'd fallen into a savior delusion, believing his self-immolation would illuminate the world. Then there's Shinto, the son of water. He nearly shed his legendary-grade diving suit at a depth of over 1,000 meters. He claimed he'd gained merfolk strength, and could now breathe underwater using his lungs. And Shadow. Mentioning her name, Wu Jing's tone grew especially grave. Inside the sighing venom fog, her psyche fragmented. She saw her parents long deceased in prior missions. Psychic fragmentation. Lin An turned the phrase over in his mind, astonished. These were paragons of mental fortitude, legends of their nations. How could they succumb to such rudimentary illusions? Comrade Lin An, perhaps their bodies remain unharmed within the wonder. Wu Jing seemed to sense Lin An's inner doubt and clarified. But the human mind is profoundly complex. A wonder functions like a master hypnotist. The moment you enter, your thoughts slip beyond your own control. Lin An listened, fingers idly tracing the cool, taut bowstring. More lethal than any visible beast, this kind of dimensionally superior assault struck directly at the soul's most vulnerable core. Fortunately, all 3 have broken free, for now resting outside the wonder, undergoing psychological treatment on Earth. Communications via Tianxi will degrade inside the wonder. We're still gathering intelligence on the Eye of Satan from the Whitehair Nation. You must proceed with utmost caution. Understood. With the brief transmission concluded, Lin An did not falter or panic. despite the grim. He cast one last long look at the mysterious inscription etched deep within the ice wall, memorizing its form, then signaled Xiao La to resume their steady pace. At dusk, Lin An made camp beneath a wind-sheltered ice cliff. Xiao La lay beside him, a warm living mountain shielding him from every icy gust. Soon after, Su Wan synced the latest update. After 4 hours of mental recalibration, all 3 legendary pioneers have re-entered the Wonder. So soon, Lin An raised an eyebrow in surprise. Su Wan took a slow, steadying breath. Perhaps the myth-tier reward proved too tempting. Yet Earth analysts suspect they haven't fully shaken the Wonder's psychic grip. Greed has been amplified. After the communication ended, Lin An fell into deep thought. The various details mentioned by Su Wan pierced his heart like a thorn. Spirit, an inescapable illusion. Lin An leaned against the cold rock wall, a name involuntarily surfacing in his mind. Whale Slayer Lin An. Once a legend of the white-haired nation, even upon returning to Blue Star with extraordinary power, he ultimately went insane. He drowned in his own bathtub, crying out in terror before death, "I want to go home." Is there no escape, even returning to Blue Star? Lin An gazed at the flickering flames before him, murmuring, "What does the so-called spectacle truly signify? What kind of power does the deity behind the wilderness possess?" No one could answer him. Only the wind in the canyon whispered like a low wail. Carrying heavy doubts, Lin An tightened his Wolf King coat and continued onward. No matter what lay ahead, it was deep night. In the glacier canyon of perpetual night, the silence was terrifying. A faint rustling sound like arthropods rapidly crawling across the ice invaded Lin An's ears. Lin An tightened his grip on the overlord bow at his side. Meh. The small cart-pulling La also stopped. Its massive body was tense, shifting uneasily as it fixed its gaze on the darkness ahead. Lin An squinted, igniting a piece of coal to look into the darkness ahead with the red glow. In the next moment, a jolt ran through his scalp. At the boundary between light and darkness, a circle of creatures had gathered unbeknownst to him. A swarm of ice-blue beetles, each the size of a palm. Their heads were grotesquely fierce and completely translucent, revealing the flowing bodily fluids and organs within. There were no eyes on their heads, only a ring-shaped mouth filled with fine, backward-facing barbs that constantly opened and closed, producing a disturbing grinding sound. Ice Corpse Devourer. Lin An recalled this name in his mind. They were scavengers living in cold regions. With hard ice shells, once they bite their prey, they release neurotoxins, attracting thousands of their kind to gnaw the victim's bones to whiteness. They were dense, numbering in the hundreds or thousands. They approached Lin An and La like a slow receding blue tide, tentatively testing the waters. Fire and bait are needed. Most insects feared light and heat. But there was no time for Lin An to ignite a fire. He decisively pulled out pieces of jerky from his backpack, his arm muscles tensing as he hurled them forward. Swish, bang. The refined meat landed precisely on either side of the swarm. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. The Ice Corpse Devourers erupted, smelling the delicacy. They surged forward. Crash. The encirclement broke, revealing a narrow passage. La also understood the urgency, rushing forward. The iron hooves occasionally crushed 2 of the beetles. Lin An's food supply was continuously consumed in the eerie blue canyon. He and La stepped on this path paved with expensive jerky, quickly advancing toward the canyon's exit amidst the chilling sounds of the insects. Half an hour later, Lin An finally burst out of the bizarre glacier canyon, returning to the open tundra. Whoosh, whoosh. At that moment, an even more violent blizzard swept in from the north. The Ice Corpse Devourers that had initially intended to chase him out of the canyon stiffened and retreated into the underground crevices upon encountering the frigid surface wind. The blizzard became Lin An's shield at that moment. Behind him, the nauseating rustling finally ceased. Terrifying. If he had not had the Singularity backpack with ample food reserves. The outcome of tonight would definitely not be pleasant. He would not die, but he would shed a layer of skin. Lin An felt no relief from escaping death. Instead, he felt an overwhelming sense of unease. Uncomfortable. This feeling of being forced to flee in a miserable state was hard to endure. Still not strong enough. Lin An grabbed a handful of snow and scrubbed his face vigorously, the cold sensation helping him regain his composure. Power. He raised his head, looking towards the end of his line of sight. There seemed to be a vaguely discernible black silhouette connecting heaven and earth. I need to be stronger. It was not merely the influence of the spectacle, nor was it just driven by self-interest. It was an absolute yearning for survival stemming from the depths of his soul. La, let's keep going. The further north they went, the less the wind became. But this was not a good omen. Because along with the disappearance of the wind, the temperature also dropped. Lin An's pace was forced to slow, stopping intermittently. In the blink of an eye, 5 days had passed. Sometimes areas that were clearly safe could turn into black zones of death. After a night, they might become safe and passable again. Countdown to the Divine Messenger mission, 22 days left. Has no one succeeded in their job change yet? Is it still the same as before? Trapped? Lin An glanced at the environmental information. Environmental temperature 72. It had reached the same temperature as in a level white disaster. Sometimes, even legendary snow vehicles emitted groans under the unbearable burden, and certain metal parts seemed to be becoming brittle. If it weren't for Lin An acquiring top-tier cold resistance before setting out along with this wolf fur coat, he would hardly be able to move an inch. At this moment, Lin An felt even more admiration for the legendary pioneers of Blue Star. They seemed to have reached the wonders of various regions within a single day. Great beings should not be underestimated. Meh. As there were 18 days left on the countdown, La stopped in its tracks. Its massive head pressed firmly against the ground, emitting a whimper of fear from its throat. No matter how Lin An reassured it, it would not take another step forward. Then wait for me here, La. In the end, Lin An patted La's trembling back, calming its emotions, and finally removed the makeshift beast rope. There were still 30 kilometers ahead. Perhaps for a beast with sharp instincts, it was no longer land, but a gaping mouth of a deep abyss. After so many days of life and death together, Lin An had long regarded it as a friend rather than just a pet. If you encounter danger, just run and find your companions. La lowered its head and nudged Lin An's shoulder, retreating a few steps reluctantly. It did not leave. After bidding farewell to La, Lin An also stowed away the snow vehicle and continued on foot. In these dozens of kilometers, Lin An encountered the most bizarre sights. There were no beasts here. The crisis alerts had lost their effectiveness for the first time, leaving an empty void. Indeed, not to mention beasts, even the hardiest ice moss and frozen lichens were absent. The world was a vast expanse of white, so clean it made one uneasy. Until he climbed over the final massive glacier ridge. Hiss! The sound of inhalation echoed in the vastness of the world. Lin An stood atop the ridge, his pupils, shaking, his breath nearly halted. Below was the legendary Eye of Satan. A crimson pillar of ice flame erupted from the earth's core, piercing the heavens like the vertical pupil of a deity. At first glance, it was clearly a colossal living organism embedded in the earth with a diameter exceeding 10 kilometers. The grayish-white scara area was entangled with numerous thick fibers resembling optic nerves. They resembled a mass of frozen biological tissue, or like countless dead giant pythons entwined in a struggle, exuding a scent of ancient decay that spanned millennia. Lin An felt a violent convulsion in his stomach. He felt like vomiting. Closing his eyes, the scene below became even clearer and inescapable. Environmental information. Lin An forced himself to focus his attention on the 3D map on his retina. This time he saw the true appearance of the Eye of Satan. A ring-shaped glacial stone forest with a diameter exceeding 10 kilometers. Countless white wind-eroded ice pillars soaring up to 100 meters intertwined complexly, and sometimes collapsed and reformed, creating a natural maze only the cold wind could traverse. At the end of the maze, the core where red light gushed forth was a pitch-black, unfrozen lake. Combining it with the previous navigation information, Lin An knew what creatures or plants floated in the black water. They were crystal-clear lotus flowers, breathtakingly beautiful. Beneath the holy petals, instead of plant roots, there were hundreds of thousands of black tentacles writhing like iron worms. The final sacrificial offering, the ice heart lotus. Finding it would allow him to complete the sacrifice and become a servant of the frost goddess, with the ability to ignore the cold and blizzard environments with a 30 divine enhancement. Moreover, under the unknown existence of the wilderness, wonder how many of the ice heart lotus were there and what was their value, rare, legendary, or mythical. To find out, he had to cross the natural death maze below. Lin An took a deep breath and silently murmured, "Information system, plan a safe path." A green trajectory emitting a faint glow suddenly lit up on the 3D map. It meanders intensely, resembling a lively serpent or a precision scalpel. Incredibly, it weaves through ice cracks, evading collapses, twisting and turning, resolutely tearing through the dense fog of this natural maze, heading straight for the center, the unfrozen Black Lake. This is the only solution and correct answer to the level 3 wonder, the Eye of Satan. Lin An's anxious heart finally relaxed. Holding back his nausea, he took out a piece of jerky and sat at the mountain peak to replenish his strength. Under intense mental interference, he feared he would not be able to consume any food during the upcoming journey through the maze. Lin An glanced at the light screen countdown: 15 days, 13 hours, 47 minutes. In the closed room of the Tianchi Command Center in Dachau, there were no windows, only a screen. The air was filled with a nauseating sour smell. Ugh! Wu Jing clutched the trash can, letting out another gut-wrenching dry heave. His face was as pale as paper, veins bulging on his forehead, and his eyes reddened from blood congestion. Like the relics of the gods, the wonders were equally unfriendly to ordinary people. The images with strong mental radiation would cause ordinary people to faint at just a glance, forcing the state to cut off the feed. Only those like Wu Jing, who had endured the baptism of the wilderness, could barely withstand it. But even that was at their limit. The screen showed Lin An's first-person perspective. Before diving deeper, the twisted ice columns, chaotic light and shadow, and the writhing terrain assaulted Wu Jing's visual nerves. Principal Wu, you need to rest. Su Wan's anxious voice came through the headphones. No, I can still hold on. Wu Jing wiped the bile from the corner of his mouth. Quick record. 30 meters to the left. The ice column is alive. It's a visual trap. Ugh. Outside the door, a more shocking scene awaited. All projections vanished, and before the wilderness wonder the digital drawings were all a jumbled fog. It was as if the finger of the gods had quietly covered this place, telling humanity, this is the wilderness, technology is forbidden. At that moment, dozens of top surveying experts were crouched over a massive blueprint, holding charcoal pencil. They wore headphones, listening to Wu Jing's intermittent commands between bouts of vomiting, conducting blind drawings on paper. It was also a rough method to help legendary pioneers find the correct path. Countries were doing this, but the efficiency was low, making it difficult to reach the center of the wonder. What was particularly different today was that the crowd had long since transcended national boundaries. Half a month ago, a geologist from the Lighthouse country who was leading the Gods Alliance Research Institute was squeezed together with a silver-haired expert from Daxia. When the countdown was down to 20 days, the East-West confrontation turned into a union. The ridiculous scheming and power plays evaporated before the wonders that left humanity in despair. It was no longer a competition between nations. This was Blue Planet versus wilderness, humanity versus the gods. A nation without a divine envoy meant its demise. Humanity without a divine envoy meant the extinction of civilization. It seemed that an advanced civilization only needed to lightly beckon and humanity would collapse, rapidly regrouping into a pile of loose sand. In Blue Planet, Switzerland, at the Wilderness Commentary Center, the studio that was once filled with holographic fireworks was nowhere to be found. Julia, always passionate and speaking rapidly, was also absent. In her place, there were only lines of text announcements, reporting the latest progress of each nation's awakener. Lighthouse Country Captain George. He has survived for 10 days in the thunderstorm jungle wonder. According to biometric monitoring, his body has been irreversibly carbonized by lightning. Not found. Thunderblossom Sakura Country Child of Water Kamadai. Due to severe aquaphobia and hallucinations, he is struggling ineffectively at the bottom of the sea, excessively exhausting his strength. The expert group estimates that his life has officially entered the countdown phase. Not found. Deep Sea Spiral Flower. Daxia Country Shadow. Has not ingested a drop of water for 12 days, while pushing forward in the toxic mist with sheer willpower. He has approached the core mist island several times, all ending in failure. He is currently the most likely to complete the transition among Blue Planet. Found. Mistworm, not acquired. Daneo Country Thunder God. Messages came in heavy succession. These legendary pioneers of Blue Planet who roamed certain areas of the wilderness were gradually losing themselves within the wonders. George and Shadow continuously murmured the names of their families. Some experts analyzed it as obsession. Some scholars believe they longed for home too much, which allowed the wonders to exploit and amplify their homesickness. Finally, reporting the news of the second batch of transition challengers. The 8th batch of pioneers, Lin An. He arrived at the level 3 wonder, Eye of Satan, 10 minutes ago. He is about to initiate the challenge. Let us bless this brave countercurrent. On the screen, Lin An stood on the ridge, a lonely figure accompanied by a series of unremarkable data. Average Constitution, 100. With this physical quality, the mortality rate for entering the level 3 wonder is as high as 98. Even if he is fortunate enough to survive, he will carry a severe psychological shadow. In the wilderness, in the dark jungle deep within the shadowy damp forest, the scent of decaying leaves hung in the air. Zhao Taiju held a simple fishing line, staring blankly at the murky pond. Sigh. The fish are gone. Zhao Taiju shook his head. Ever since the Bloodred countdown appeared, Lin An's resource points had not moved. Despite this, he remained unyielding like a mountain. Where are the relics of the gods? He looked at his mud-stained hands. Surviving in the jungle was already his limit. In the wilderness version of the mission, he could only be a bystander. What would happen when the countdown reached 0? Zhao Taiju dared not think. On the stone wall, the wind was unusually noisy. Mu Shui, dressed in rugged animal skin, was rarely not out hunting. She sat cross-legged at the top of a wind-eroded rock, carefully polishing the bone arrow in her hands. Still going. Mu Shui found the countdown glaring. As a younger sister, she knew Shadow too well. Her sister was the kind of person who could go without food or water without rest to complete a task. She would never delay for even a second. It means my sister is encountering great trouble. Mu Shui pursed her lips, her fingers whitening from the force. Subconsciously, she looked at the leaderboard. In the first place, the name Lin An continued to shine. You? Thinking of this, Mu Shui suddenly stood up, blowing the bone powder off the arrowhead. Explore as many areas as possible. Strive to discover the relics of the gods as soon as possible. The girl leaped like a wild rock, goat among the boulders, heading into deeper and more dangerous, unknown areas. Bang! Little John chopped through the thorns in front of him with a knife, feeling irritable. He looked at the countdown on his retina, spat angrily. Big John. What are you doing? Clearly possessing the genes of a superhuman. So selfish. Little John had the same excellent physique with a higher sense of mission and responsibility. In his view, as long as Big John wanted to, he could easily become a divine envoy. Fuck. Humanity is on the brink of extinction and you're still exploring the boundaries. How could the wilderness have boundaries? Little John cursed as he put away his knife, suddenly pausing his steps. He crouched down and discovered a row of chaotic footprints beside a tree pit. Found them. Fellow compatriots found. Crossing hundreds of kilometers. It was truly a life-and-death struggle. Little John looked at the footprints, feeling a slight calm in his earlier agitation. At least in the future he would not be fighting alone. In the end, he habitually glanced at the leaderboard. Just wait. Little John clenched his fists. Next month's top spot will definitely be mine. The myriad of lives, each with their own joys and sorrows. Comrade Lin and all maps have been uploaded. Wu Jing's voice was extremely weak. Received thank you for the country's support. The path Wu Jing sent was basically consistent with the information except for the last segment. On the absolutely silent, eternally frozen tundra ridge, Lin An took a deep breath of the cold air and stepped resolutely and alone towards the wonder below. As his foot descended, it felt as though he had crushed the boundary between reality and illusion. Boom. A silent roar echoed in his mind. The wonder before him was no longer a still corpse, it had come to life. The massive shadow twisted and writhed, transforming into countless red-clawed tentacles mixed with murmurs rushing toward Lin An like a tidal wave. They aimed to drag the ants who dared to intrude deep into the abyss. This is the wilderness. Here it comes. The grotesque, indescribable tentacles, upon touching Lin An's body, did not tear his soul apart. Instead, they transformed into an extreme cold that penetrated to the very marrow. Is it the violent deprivation of senses caused by an extreme environment? Lin An remained calm, deducing the answer in his mind. When body temperature drops too rapidly, the brain generates various illusions of despair to protect consciousness. Data on the environment flashed rapidly across his retina, warning environmental temperature is plummeting. 85, 90, 92. The crimson numbers ultimately froze on a value 95. This is an absolute death zone capable of freezing 99 of carbon-based life forms on Blue Star. Lin An could distinctly feel the blood flow within him slowing down with each breath. It was as if his lungs were swallowing shards of glass. The gap between me and legends. Lin An glanced down at his hands. Even wearing wolf fur gloves, a wave of necrotic pain surged through his fingertips. He knew very well that beings like George and Shadow, with several hundred points in physique, could stand here bare-chested and endure for days and nights simply by relying on their muscle mass. Yet his average attribute was below 100 points, which meant that the moment he stepped off the mountain, he should have turned into a lifelike ice sculpture. Fortunately, his cold resistance attribute was high. The wolf fur coat. Top-tier cold resistance. The chilling sensation invading his marrow was blocked outside, and the tentacles in the illusion screamed and evaporated upon contact with his body. Huff. Lin An exhaled a cloud of white breath that froze upon landing, yet his eyes shone with an alarming brightness. Following the green guiding line in his field of vision, he stepped closer to the ice stone forest ahead. The moment he entered the whites zone, a strong sense of absurdity washed over him. It was too quiet here. It was also too clean. Towering on both sides were ice pillars reaching 100 meters high. They were densely packed, each one seemingly carved from the same mold. Moreover, under the long-term erosion of the extreme cold winds, the edges of the ice pillars were smoothed out, becoming as slick as mirrors, crystal clear. Lin An couldn't help but recall a certain dream. Did the goddess hint at this back then? So hard to guess. Lin An silently rated the goddess poorly in his heart. He had thought the Ice Heart Lotus would be in a dangerously extreme area of the icy lake, but he realized he had underestimated it. Are the deities unfathomable? Tap, tap, tap. Walking between the two ice pillars, Lin An felt as though he was traversing an endless mirror corridor. He instinctively turned his head. In the left ice pillar, a figure wrapped in a wolf fur coat was reflected. In the right ice pillar, there was another one. Front, back, left, right. As he ventured deeper, hundreds of ice pillars simultaneously reflected his shadow. Countless versions of himself. Countless Lin Ans. Some were looking at the path, some were lowering their heads, some were sneering, while others had hollow eyes as if they had been here for a long time. Buzz. The familiar low-frequency tinnitus struck again. Combined with the kaleidoscopic visual distortion, Lin An felt as if his mind was being turned to mush. The reflections in the mirrors also seemed to come alive, whispering to him, "Go back. This is not a place for you. Help me, I can't get out. Don't leave me, don't leave me." Lin An gradually came to a halt. He looked at these vivid reflections and smiled. Is it some influence from the geographical environment and magnetic field? Sorry, Blue Star has long deduced the truth of the wonders. Nothing can stump me. He tightened his collar, fixing his gaze on the green guidance in his field of vision. Step by step he advanced. Looking at the intricate, endless maze of ice pillars, he navigated through it with ease, aided by the environmental intelligence. There was no ghost wall, and he cleverly dodged a few sudden collapses of ice pillars blocking his path. I've arrived. Lin An's lips curled into a smirk. In less than 10 minutes, he passed through the outer area. Ahead it opened up. On the pitch-black, unfrozen lake, lotus flowers the size of wash basins quietly floated on the water's surface, emitting an alluring glow. Terrifying tentacles at this moment all retracted obediently back to the depths of the water, as if aware of the arrival of an external being. Lin An took 2 steps forward and used the Overlord bow to hook out a ice heart lotus. Sacrifice. Upload. Immediately after, a grand, solemn voice indistinguishable in gender seemed to echo from the depths of the universe, resonating throughout the wilderness, and in Lin An's mind, job change task Frost and Frost's servant completed. Detected carbon-based civilization Blue Star, the first divine envoy is born. Trial finished, evaluation perfect, wilderness crisis resolved. Lin An had yet to revel in joy when a dazzling white light engulfed his vision. Mr. Lin, look this way. Crack, crack. The blinding white light did not fade, but transformed into countless flickering magnesium lights. What was going on? Lin An instinctively squinted, and when his vision returned, he was stunned. He was standing on the resplendent podium of the Great Xia National Assembly. Let's congratulate Lin An, the savior of Great Xia. The host's voice was impassioned and trembling. Below the stage were familiar faces. In the front row sat Shadow Su Jie and other legendary pioneers. They seemed to have been transmitted back earlier than him, looking at him with complex and appreciative expressions. In the second row was his idol, Mr. Wu Jing. He wasn't in a wheelchair. At this moment, he stood upright. Dressed in a brand new military uniform, his face aglow, he was excitedly waving at Lin An on stage. Yes, it was the ice heart lotus he had brought back that healed his legs. Behind Mr. Wu Jing stood Su Wan in professional attire, holding a folder and smiling at him. Several foreign reporters were desperately pushing towards this side. Peace, flowers, applause, glory. Everything came too quickly, yet felt so reasonable. This is what being the protagonist template is like, isn't it? Huff. Lin An took a deep breath. There were no icy shards, only the fragrance of flowers and a faint scent of perfume. The nerves that had been tense for over a month relaxed at this moment. It's over. Great, it's all over. No. It's impossible. George knelt amidst a field of charred ruins. This was once bustling New York, but after the departure of the advanced civilization, human civilization had completely collapsed. Anna. David. Where are you? George desperately dug through the ruins with his hands, his nails cracked. He could not find his family. The entire New York had only him as a survivor struggling to survive. Just when he was at his most desperate, he saw a broken mirror. Reflected in the mirror was a monster with charred skin like cracked rock. Who is this? George was stunned. Suddenly, a piercing, bone-deep pain struck his soul without warning. It was the pain of flesh burning. It was the searing of lightning striking his bones. It hurts. George's gaze gradually cleared. Not good. I'm in an illusion. Wilderness world, thunderstorm jungle. Boom. The charred figure, spinning in place, suddenly roared towards the sky. Relying on the extreme pain of his dying body, George tore apart the hell in his mind. He abruptly opened his eyes, taking heavy steps, charging towards the thunder pool deep in the jungle. God of War. I'm sorry. Shadow curled up on the wasteland. She had been abandoned. Because of her failure, Great Xia did not pass the divine envoy trial. The advanced civilization descended with divine fire, and the entire Great Xia turned to ashes in the sea of flames. I harmed everyone. I am the sinner of Great Xia. A sense of guilt more painful than death gnawed at her heart like a venomous snake. In the wilderness, even if she was still alive, what was the point? She wished to sleep here, forever, never to wake again. Sister. A cold, familiar voice rang in her ear. Shadow abruptly lifted her head. In the wind and snow, her sister Mu Shui stood not far away, carrying a simple beast bone bow. She did not blame her, only extending her hand with a firm gaze. Sister, don't be afraid, I am still here. Mu Shui. Shadow's pupils dilated sharply. Yes, her sister was still here. As long as her sister was here, she had family, she could not fall, and she certainly could not die. Swish. The black figure that had been wandering in the poisonous fog stopped. Puffed. A mouthful of black blood was spat out from Shadow's mouth. It was a reaction of her organs after long-term inhalation of toxins. But after spitting out this blood, her gaze regained its sharpness like a blade. Confusion and guilt all dissipated. Get lost. She let out a fierce shout, and leveraging her overworked body, she transformed into a bolt of black lightning, charging unhesitatingly into the core of the thicker poisonous fog. In a wild world deep in the sea at a depth of 1,500 meters, the first to awaken among the 3 legendary pioneers challenging the wonders was actually the son of water, Shindai. In his hallucination, he was just being torn apart by countless deep-sea behemoths, fear choking him. However, before entering the wonder, Shindai had set a psychological anchor for himself. The will of humanity is fragile, but the instinct for survival in living beings is absolute. When oxygen deprivation reaches its limit and the water pressure crushes the bones, my brain will automatically restart. Break through all possible illusions. But in reality, Shindai had stayed at this depth for too long. On both sides were unknown glowing marine entities. His body had long reached its limit, his ribs slightly deformed under the water pressure, and the oxygen in his lungs was nearly exhausted. Glug glug. Shindai donned his diving suit once more. Huh. One must believe in science. And also in deities. He gasped silently in the deep sea, a trace of madness curling at the corners of his mouth. He had won the gamble. Although his body was on the verge of collapse, and every movement felt like dancing on a knife's edge, he had found the path deeper into the ocean floor. O God of the ocean, let me unlock your treasures. He swam deeper and darker like a dying fish in the deep sea, fierce, yet desperate. They're moving. They're all moving. The excitement in the monitor's voice. On the simulation screen, 3 gray dots moved quickly, almost simultaneously. It seemed to signify that they were no longer lost. Wow. In the hall, countless experts and scholars cheered. Wu Jing's eyes were filled with shock. How did they manage to do that? It's the body. The chief scientist of the Lighthouse Nation, observing the data, spoke with solemn respect. Though their spirits were trapped by the deities, their bodies, tempered through hardship, took over the brain at the moment of near death. This is the legend. Relying on the body to nourish the spirit. The entire audience was invigorated. This was not just a breakthrough for 3 individuals, but a testament of humanity against the wild. The legend does not perish, humanity does not die. But then the physicist in charge of magnetic field analysis exclaimed, wait, it's not just a matter of willpower. Look at the waveform diagram. He overlapped 3 magnetic field fluctuation graphs of the wonders and drew an astonishing conclusion: frequency resonance. And it has decreased. Whether it's the thunderstorm jungle, the sighing toxic mist, or the jellyfish hall. The magnetic field frequencies of these 3 wonders are actually completely synchronized. What does this mean? Wu Jing hurriedly asked. It means this is a connector. The physicist pointed at the constantly jumping wave peaks. Speaking rapidly, the energy of the wild deities is conserved and interconnected. The legendary pioneers are using their will to counter the magnetic field, leading the energy of the wonders to operate at high load. At this time, if another one is added, the impact will decrease. This is also the real reason they could awaken. Humanity has hope. Moreover, once the transition is completed, divine power will have a vent, and the difficulty of transitioning for other deities will also decrease. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone's gaze unconsciously turned to the last drawing board. There was a sketch of the Eye of Satan, the 4th wonder. Among the wild civilizations detected by humanity, there are 4 of the oldest and most powerful deities: the god of war, the goddess of prosperity, the god of the ocean, and the goddess of frost. Only their transitions require the strongest offerings and need to enter the wonder for exploration. As for the other wild deities, even if the offerings are gathered, they cannot respond. It was as if the 4 deities were in a game and the others did not even have the qualifications to join the table. Wu Jing's fist cracked as he clenched them. He understood the key. The awakening of the 3 legends was all due to the appearance of a disruptor. He dispersed the magnetic field. He scattered a portion of divine power. This person is Lin An, the 8th batch of pioneers. At this moment, Lin An appeared as a gray icon on the simulation screen, standing still. This meant that Lin An had become lost. He seemed to have used his life to fulfill the other 3 legends. The usually calm Wu Jing slammed the alloy table, letting out a near-prayerful low growl. Wake up, please. Comrade Lin An. Unfortunately, the response to Wu Jing was the cold notification from the light screen. Due to special interference, communication with Tianqi is temporarily unavailable. Mom, Dad, little sister, I'm leaving. You must take care of yourselves on Blue Star. Lin An put down his chopsticks. Son, what nonsense are you talking about? Eat another bite of vegetables. His mother Su Fong lovingly picked up the largest piece of bear paw meat and placed it in Lin An's bowl, her eyes filled with affection. Lin Zhangwo frowned and handed over a peeled apple, muttering, this is home, where else do you want to go? Our family has finally reunited. The outside world has long been at peace. Where is there a place for you to fight harm? Listen to your dad, don't go anywhere, just stay at home. Yes, brother. His sister Lin Xiaoxiao tugged at his clothes, her eyes bright and shiny. It's so cold outside. Brother, stay and keep us company. Lin An looked down at the bright red meat in his bowl, remaining silent for a long time. Then he picked up his chopsticks again, took that piece of meat, and stuffed it into his mouth. It was delicious. Truly delicious. It tasted exactly like the memories. As Lin An chewed, tears streamed down his face. The fleeting warmth would ultimately fade away. He had to return to the true wild. A piercing and cold green cursor like a ruthless sword pierced through the warm living room, through the thick security door pointing towards the darkness outside. I'm sorry. Lin An slowly stood up, leaving the warm dining table. If I stay here now. He turned around facing his shocked family and walked step by step towards the door. In reality, you will never wait for me to come home again. Son, don't open the door. His mother screamed, her voice filled with fear. Brother, outside is the abyss. Lin Xiaoxiao cried out, rushing over to try to grab his leg. Goodbye. Lin An closed his eyes and ruthlessly pushed open that happy door. Creak. The warm light, the calls of his family, and the aroma of the food shattered like a mirror the moment the door opened. Boom. The violent extreme cold wind poured in, shattering the false warmth. In the core area of the eye of Satan, Lin An suddenly opened his eyes, gasping heavily, cold sweat freezing on his forehead. His eyebrows and stray hair were all frosted white. At this moment his feet were hovering on the edge of an abyss of 10,000 fathoms. As long as he lingered in the dream for even a second of warmth, choosing to stay at home, his current body would follow the inertia and fall into the crevice of the glacier. Turning back behind him was a vast expanse of white mist. There was nothing, only the cold wind howling as if it were the cries of his family. I was still caught. Is it the power of the deities? Wrapping his coat tightly, Lin An followed the green line on his retina, stepping onto the most difficult, coldest, yet only correct path. A place that cannot be returned to is called home. Launching Daxia Tianxi Command Headquarters, recently renamed the Launching Joint Command Center. It moved. Lin An moved too. As the monitor screamed, voice cracking the entire command hall erupted once more. On the main simulation screen, all 4 signal sources resumed steady rhythmic pulsations. No longer wandering aimlessly, they now pierced forward like sharpened blades, straight toward the heart of the wonder. Magnetic interference is weakening, a mental resilience is rising. They've regained their sense of direction. And the hand-drawn maps provided earlier by our observers are all proving accurate. What an extraordinary feat. Amid cheers, scientists who had just fought side by side now clashed fiercely once more, not over survival, but over honor, divided once again by national allegiance. Without question, Captain George will be the first to undergo transfiguration. A blonde, blue-eyed scientist from the Lighthouse Nation clenched his fist. He is the perfect super soldier. Thunderstorm was divine baptism itself. No one can outpace him once he finds the right path. I respectfully disagree. Beside him, Dr. Yamada, chief scientist of Sakura Nation, spoke with unwavering conviction. Kamashiro's indomitable will, the kind that embraces death to rebirth, is the very essence closest to divinity. He swims faster than he runs on land. Our Daxia's Yuing is unmatched. An elder professor from Daxiao retorted without yielding. In raw explosive power, no one can catch her afterimage. The entire hall transformed into an Olympic arena with the 3 great blocks locked in impassioned dispute. Yet, as the argument swelled, someone suddenly laughed. Then laughter spread like contagion. Some bore deep-set eyes, others still clutched blueprints in trembling hands. What did such rivalry truly matter anymore? Just half a day ago, they had believed humanity's end was inevitable. The blonde, blue-eyed lighthouse scientist shrugged and strode over, extending his hand warmly to Professor Chun of Daxia. Enough. Whomever claims first place, so long as humanity wins, that is victory enough. I must say your Eastern scholars' research into divine civilizations is profoundly insightful. Your hypothesis on the mind-image labyrinth is nothing short of genius. After this concludes, you must visit the Lighthouse Nation. I'll treat you to the most authentic steak imaginable. Professor Chen gripped his hand firmly, eyes glistening. We most certainly will. Your mastery of magnetic field analysis remains world-leading. Let us advance together, truly together. Amid this harmony, the logistics team wheeled in a food cart. A rich, mouth-watering aroma of roasted meat flooded the command hall, previously saturated with the acrid scent of scorched electronics. Experts, you've labored tirelessly. This is Daxia's specially prepared midnight feast, braised snow demon bear paw. The logistics director lifted the lid, steam billowed forth. This premium ingredient was transmitted back from the wilderness by Comrade Lin An just days ago. Quick, replenish your strength. Whoosh. Glossy crimson bear paws ignited ravenous appetites among the assembled scientific luminaries. Legendary resources like these were rare, even across nations. Daxia's hospitality is truly peerless. Apologies, I'm diving in first. Good heavens, Lighthouse Nation's chefs ought to be sent here for mutual learning and exchange. Ha 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 ha. This was not merely the taste of food, it was the taste of hope. In a quiet corner, Wu Jing and Su Wan stood side by side holding their meal boxes. The situation remains grave. Wu Jing sighed softly, lowering his voice. Lin An departed far too hastily. During that brief window, I strained every fiber of my being, and still only mapped 80% of the route. The remaining 20% lies at the core. One glance sent me reeling. Though he carries the map against 3 legendary pioneers who could fight blindfolded, it will be exceedingly difficult for him to claim first place. Director Wu. Su Wan gently interrupted. So long as he walks out alive, that is all that matters. Wu Jing paused, then smiled faintly, shaking his head. Yes, you're absolutely right, Comrade Su Wan. Meanwhile, across launching, from living rooms to classrooms, adults and students alike stared intently at screens and live news broadcasts. When word spread that the legendary pioneers pressed onward, long-suppressed tension dissolved, especially within the live streams of George Ewing Kamishiro and Lin An. Comments cascaded like a blinding white ocean. No insults, no hostility, only unified cries. Charge! 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 Humanity shall prevail. Survive, please survive. Lin Shan stands first. Countless prayers converged into a torrent. A current so potent it seemed capable of breaching time and space, surging toward a distant, unknowable realm. The wilderness. The Everfrost Moss Eye, the Eye of Satan. At some unknown hour, Lin An had entered a vast ice mummy exhibition hall. Outside, the floor was littered with tundra giant rats, snow hares, and wind-scaled terror beasts frozen mid-stride. Hundreds, even thousands. Deeper in stood snow demon wolf kings howling skyward, and snow demon bears rivaling the colossal white tyrant in scale. Lin An's stiff gaze swept further ahead. Beyond lay three-tier apex predators. The ice crystal saber-toothed tiger king crouched low, and most staggering of all, a snowfield leviathan whale, over 100 meters long, its form resembling a mountain range. Yet the true marvel was this: dozens of humans sat astride its spine. They wore hides stood over 3 meters tall, with high cheekbones and ancient rugged features. Some gripped bone clubs, the others cradled infants. Dozens of eyes gazed blankly ahead, still etched with ultimate terror. Are these the humans of the wilderness? Lin An approached directly before the leviathan whale. Only at close range could one truly grasp its overwhelming primordial presence. Whale-like yet turtle-like. Its belly bore a broad obsidian-black carapace pressing flat against the ice like a colossal sled. From massive ice-shattering claws braced its towering frame. White Country's whale slayers once hunted one measuring only 10 meters in length, now revealed as little more than a juvenile of this species. Upon the leviathan's uplifted crown stood the tribe's sovereign, a giant chieftain nearing 4 meters tall. Half-naked, he leaned upon a scepter frozen mid-roar toward the heavens. They had dared challenge this place, only to become exhibits. A surreal thought flickered through Lin An's mind, frozen for tens of thousands of years, surely still edible. Then he noticed. Cannot upload. So this belongs to someone. Lin An instinctively scanned left and right. Not a single beast's footprint marred the ice. Finally, as his gaze met the chieftain's hollow eyes, but the wonder's eerie magnetic field pulsed anew. Lin An felt himself wrenched into a moment of utter despair, resonating with a wave of spirit suffused with anguish and bewilderment. In that instant, the leviathan whale cried out in grief. The tribe marched toward death amid the polar void. The chieftain roared, "Great goddess, forgive our hubris. O future traveler, carry forth our final will. You must step beyond." Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The brief spiritual resonance ended. Words shimmered across Lin An's retina. Pay 5 intel points to decrypt the history of the Iceplane Giants. Unlock access to higher-grade Iceheart Lotus. In the eternal frozen tundra, the Eye of Satan. Lin An stood before the frozen corpses, the echoes of mournful cries from millennia past reverberating in his ears, whether for survival or the quality of the offerings. Lin An had no choice. He had to uncover the secrets of this group of giants, which might also be the secrets of the primal world. Decrypt. Buzz. The images on his retina shattered and reassembled into countless golden points of light. The world before Lin An began to twist and stretch. It was like a film reel being rewound. Boom. The heavens and earth were turned upside down. Lin An was shocked to see the surrounding ice pillars rapidly melting, the corpses on the ground standing up in a bizarre manner, stepping backward out of this dead zone. The wind and snow flowed backward toward the sky. In the dead zone of -90 degrees, the temperature readings surged rapidly, fluctuating back and forth. The frozen wasteland, once a place of death, had once bloomed with flowers. This place used to be a natural pasture. Lin An looked at the phantoms of beasts resting and hunting, filled with shock. It seemed that this had once been a vibrant land. Though there were winters, they were not eternal. The seasons cycled through spring, summer, autumn, and winter. The images rapidly rewound, freezing on a sun-blanched afternoon. Here, half-sized ice pillars had formed. Thud, thud, thud. Accompanied by the deep, thunderous footsteps, a huge abyssal land whale appeared. It was full of vitality, releasing plumes of warm breath like towering clouds. On the back of the whale, dozens of giants were making adjustments, their faces filled with fervor and devotion. The crowd parted. A young giant, bare-chested with muscles carved like fine art, leaped down. For some reason, a word popped into Lin An's mind: extraordinarily handsome. He seemed to be the hope of the entire clan, the strongest warrior. The young giant knelt on one knee before the leader, making a gesture of prayer, and finally, with spirited fervor, waved at a giant girl of his clan who adored him. "Everyone, just send me off here. I will return with the blessing of the goddess, leading our clan through the extreme cold." With that, he turned and resolutely stepped deeper. The scene began to fast forward. The sun rose and set, the wind and snow gradually increased. One day, 10 days, a month. The food supplies on the back of the land whale were depleted, and the eyes of the clan turned from anticipation to anxiety and finally to despair. Just when the leader was about to give up, in the storm the young figure returned. He's back. The clan erupted in earth-shattering cheers, countless people rushing forward to embrace the hero. However, the young giant's face was ashen, his eyes hollow. He walked slowly before the crowd mechanically, without the smile on the leader's face froze. He sensed the extremely evil chill emanating from the young giant. You? The leader's pupils dilated, letting out a heart-wrenching roar. You deceived the divine. It was too late. The young giant opened his mouth. There were no words, only a sound like shattering glass. Crack. His body began to disintegrate, turning into a flurry of crystalline ice dust. In the next second, a dark, cold storm erupted, centered around him. Boom. The clan that had just been cheering the huge land whale, even the dust in the air, all were frozen. In the last second, the leader looked up and cried out to the ones who follow. Step outside. But that was not the end. The information system was still deducing. Lin An's perspective was suddenly drawn into the depths of the labyrinth, revealing the truth experienced by the young giant before his death. In the images, the young giant traversed the maze, reaching the unfrozen lake. At the center of the lake was a crystal-clear, ice-heart lotus. However, as he approached, an unusual change occurred. Poof, poof, poof. The lotus petals opened, spitting out dark lotus seeds like a machine gun. Each seed that exploded in the air transformed into a terrifying cloud of cold energy. With his robust physique, the young giant evaded all attacks, charging to the center of the lake. But at that moment, he was already at his wit's end. The ice-heart lotus was within reach. The devout look in his eyes vanished, replaced by extreme greed. Power, as long as I eat it. I will have the power of the divine. He seized the ice-heart lotus, and an unusual blue light emanated from him. The wind and snow ceased. At that moment, the young giant seemed to possess the ability to control the storm, unable to help but let out a howl toward the sky. Crash! The calm surface of the lake suddenly split apart. Lin An's pupils constricted sharply. Below the water's surface, a mother lotus, 10 times larger and entirely black, shot up. The tendrils of the mother lotus lunged at the arrogant young giant like a giant python. Sizzle! 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 The young giant was pierced like a sieve. Following that, countless finer black tendrils emerged from the roots of the mother lotus, burrowing into the young giant's body, taking control of his nerves and muscles. Injected with endless cold energy, he became an ice sculpture. In the end, the ice sculpture came to life. He became a bomb of cold energy, slowly stepping outward. Buzz. The scene resumed. So that's how it is. The information deduction felt like watching a short film, but in reality, it consumed very little time. Lin An seemed to understand why he had not received any prompts for item acquisition here. Because there was another master in the unfrozen lake, and his task was to find this master and offer it as a sacrifice to the frost goddess. Fortunately, he had the information system. With the history of the ice giants, Lin An felt more confident about the upcoming sacrifice. With that in mind, Lin An removed his gloves and extended his hand, gently patting the thick ice-encased foreleg of the abyssal land whale, which was as sturdy as a stone pillar. The palm felt rough and icy, yet he seemed to sense a lingering warmth of resilience. Thousands of years ago, this group of giants like him attempted to become messengers of the frost goddess, only to fail. Lin An raised his head, his expression serious. Thank you. With that, Lin An withdrew his gaze resolutely, turning to continue his journey toward the unfrozen lake. However, crack! A crisp cracking sound suddenly echoed in the Museum of Ice Corpses. That sound was like something that had been held onto for countless years, finally shedding its burden and letting go. Crack! 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 A series of hard objects clashing against the ice surface resonated from above. Following that was the sound of something rolling. Rumble. Lin An lowered his head. It was a completely black staff embedded with an unknown blue gemstone at the tip. It had originally been held by the giant leader, pointing toward the heavens. Perhaps due to the slight tremor from the earlier impact, or perhaps it was truly tired. Countless epochs later, he let go of his fingers. Acquired fragmented frost staff, rare item X1 description, a token of the ice giants. Holding it, you will gain the recognition of the ice giants. Rare item. Lin An fell silent for a moment, slowly bending down. The staff was cold to the bone, yet heavy. After he turned and walked away, a strange wave of magnetic energy descended once more. The sound of the wind changed. It transformed into the joyous laughter of giants, as bustling as a marketplace. It turned into the eager anticipation of a farewell. It was as if the frozen ice giant sculptures were all waving and shouting behind Lin An. Countless voices filled with life and hope echoed through the layers of time behind him. Go for it. As long as you receive the goddess blessing, you will be the messenger of frost. Take us out of this damned tundra. I want to see the world outside. I've heard that at the southern end there's a sun that never sets. The voices grew clearer, warmer, until a clear, youthful voice filled with a hint of shyness and expectation echoed closest to him. Anzi, come back soon. Lin An did not look back. With his back turned, he raised the fragmented staff, high waving it vigorously. Just like the young giant called Anzi from thousands of years ago. Blue Star Joint Command Center. Incredible. A monitor staff member looked at the recently synchronized data, his voice trembling, confirmed. Lin An has already reached the core area of the Eye of Satan. Moreover, based on the timeline prediction, he is ahead of the other 3 legendary pioneers by a full half day. Half a day. In a race against time, it's an overwhelming advantage. Whoosh. All the scientists present focused their gaze on Wu Jing, filled with admiration and shock. No wonder it's Wu Jing. Even though he is not in the wilderness, his route planning ability and mental foresight remain legendary. So what you said before about only 80 was just modesty. Wu Jing's mouth twitched slightly, and he could only smile awkwardly. His hand holding the lunchbox was trembling slightly. What does this have to do with him? He was even worried that he might have drawn the wrong route. If not, this kid might have been even... Eye of Satan, the unfrozen lake. Lin An had just passed through the last icy barrier, and his vision suddenly opened up. The pitch-black surface of the lake was far from the tranquility he had anticipated. Why? Why can you come in? As soon as he stepped out of the ice pillar, sharp, piercing, ear-splitting mental shrieks swept through his mind. It was a mental shock initiated by the ice heart lotus, taking advantage of the special terrain. Splash. The calm surface of the lake instantly roiled. Lin An's pupils constricted sharply. Unlike what he had seen in the time rewind, this time there was not a single lotus flower floating on the water's surface. Instead, there were a total of 9. 9 crystal-clear lotus flowers the size of washbasins simultaneously turned their flower heads, their dark cores locking onto him. 9 times. This was the 9-fold difficulty faced by that young giant back then. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Without giving Lin An any time to react, 9 pitch-black lotus seeds shot out, drawing 9 lines of death in the air. Retreat. Lin An hesitated not for a moment, as his survival instinct was ingrained in his very bones. He rolled back sharply, clumsily retreating behind the massive ice pillar. Boom, boom, boom. 9 clouds of azure black cold mist erupted from the spot where he had just stood, turning the hard ice into powder. Faced with such firepower, even a legend would be turned into a sieve if they charged in. Lin An couldn't help but curse inwardly. The existence of this thing had surpassed his meager imagination. Its face resembled a plant, its tendrils like fungi, yet its attack method was that of a long-range shooter. What the hell kind of terrifying flora and fauna is this? Lin An couldn't help but curse inwardly. It's one thing for them to possess skills akin to a terrifying upright ape, but they even wielded magical mental attacks. No wonder Sister Fengshuang repeatedly reminded him to be cautious. Sacrificing something like this was simply absurdly difficult. No way. Charging in will surely lead to death. Lin An leaned against the ice pillar, panting heavily, his brain racing. Once these lotus seeds detonated, the explosive cold could freeze even the air. 9 simultaneous shots created an all-encompassing death net. Even if he activated divine foresight, it would be in vain if his body couldn't keep up. I need to find a way to expend their ammunition. Lin An's gaze turned towards the path he had taken. A crazy and bold plan began to form in his mind. So you lot can throw, huh? 5 minutes later, Lin An returned, gasping for breath. The singularity backpack on his back was now at full capacity. His mind was too heavy. He was nearing his limit. But it wasn't enough. Lin An ran back and forth a few more times like a corpse collector, bringing over the frozen corpses of small magical beasts from the periphery. Lin An suddenly threw his hand, hurling a giant snow rat's corpse from behind the ice pillar, arcing toward the lake's edge. Lin An suddenly threw his hand, hurling a giant snow rat's corpse from behind the ice pillar, arcing toward the lake's edge. Invasion. Freeze to death. Attack. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The ice heart lotuses screamed as they reacted to the shooting, as if it were a defensive code inscribed in their genes. They automatically attacked anything that entered their range. Several lotus seeds accurately hit the frozen corpse. Crack. The snow rat's body shattered into a pile of ice shards on the ground. Foolish. A bait. Despicable invader. How many do you have left? Lin An heard the mocking thoughts of the ice heart lotus echoing in his mind. He did not respond. He simply opened the singularity backpack silently. There were indeed more. And many, many more. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The second, third, fourth. Snow hares, wild boars, and half a giant wolf. Lin An transformed into a human catapult, throwing corpses toward the lake's edge at a rate of 1 per second. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Initially, the ice heart lotus mental attacks still carried a hint of mockery as the lotus seeds executed precise kills. But gradually they fell silent. Too many. The throwing seemed endless. 10, 50, 100. It truly felt like an endless stream. Even though they possessed intelligence, their instinctive response prevented them from ignoring any objects flying towards them. Whoosh, whoosh. The sound of the lotus seeds became less coherent, and their firing rate visibly slowed down. Their ammunition was running low. The icy lake was now filled with tendrils. In order to condense the lotus seeds, the root-like tendrils twisted frantically, absorbing heat. Environmental temperature 98. 100. The surrounding air was so cold, it was almost solidified, and even Lin An, who was resistant to cold, felt a penetrating chill. If this continued before they ran out of ammunition, he would freeze to death first. He couldn't wait any longer. Lin An's eyes narrowed. He burst out from behind his cover like a leopard charging forward, heading straight for the lake's surface. Seeking death. The despicable guy has come out. Brothers and sisters attack him. The ice heart lotuses were enraged, forcibly squeezing out the last of their energy. The remaining 9 lotus seeds, varying in speed and angle, were hurled toward Lin An. Divine foresight. In an instant the world was slowed down in Lin An's eyes. The cold wind stilled, and the chill solidified. 9 crimson trajectories clearly appeared before him, marking the paths of the lotus seeds. He had predicted his forward trajectory, intertwining into a line of deadly cuts. But after the previous expenditure, Lin An could see a glimmer of hope. He did not slow down, making an irregular zaped flicker while running at high speed. Boom, boom, boom. 3 lotus seeds whizzed past his scalp and ribs, exploding behind him. The terrifying cold mist erupted, instantly forming an impassable ice wall, completely sealing off his retreat. There's no way back now. Fool, you're just asking for death. Behind you is a dead end. The ice heart lotuses periodically issued venomous laughter, shaking Lin An's nerves. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Divine foresight. Lin An ignored them, facing the 3 lotus seeds rushing towards him. At the moment of imminent collision, he leaned back, sharply executing a ground-level sliding maneuver at an extreme angle. Another miss. There was one more which had been off from the start. Lin An took no notice of it, but if he dodged randomly, he would instead get hit. Whoosh. The last 2 black lotus seeds whizzed past his nose, and he felt a stinging pain on his skin, as if the cold energy had sliced through his outer layer. Perilous yet effortless. Ziz. Lin An steadied himself by using the momentum from the slide, coming to a halt at the lake's edge. He was less than 10 centimeters away from the dark lake water. Come on, keep going. Lin An slowly stood up and for the first time taunted the ice heart lotuses at the center of the lake. Why aren't you shouting anymore? Deathly silence. The 9 ice heart lotuses that had just been fangs bared were now frozen like a duck caught by its neck. Their flower cores were still trembling, and new lotus seeds were even condensing. But they didn't dare to spit. Too close, once the lotus energy and cold mist touched the lake's surface, it would trigger a chain reaction. They would also be injured, even die. Just like their instinct to automatically spray lotus seeds, it was a kind of instinct inscribed in their genetic base code. They could do nothing against Lin An. The deathly silence lasted less than a second. Then the mental field in Lin An's mind exploded. It's all because the old 9th's shot went astray. Bullshit. It was the old 5th's leaves that blocked my trajectory. It's all because of the old 6th. That dead wild boar was already frozen, yet it still fired a shot, wasting energy. Bullshit, it was clearly the old 7th and 8th that shot slowly. Shut up. You're all trash. It's over. It's over. I'm going to die. After a round of arguing, the ice heart lotuses compromised. The murderous mental field turned extremely gentle, even carrying a hint of seduction. The largest and most beautiful ice heart lotus slowly floated to the shore, stopping before Lin An. It emanated an intoxicating fragrance like a demon whispering. You have won. You are worthy of possess. Come, eat me. As long as you eat me, you will gain the power to control wind and snow, becoming the master of the frozen plains. Crack. As Lin An's lips twitched, the skin on his already frozen cheek cracked with several fine blood marks, and the bright red beads of blood formed into ruby-like ice crystals as they seeped out. He did not speak, but slowly and elegantly raised his left arm. The exposed fingers gripping the overlord bow presented a purplish-black hue. It was a sign of severe frostbite. The skin resembled ancient cracked pottery. Even the slightest movement could cause excruciating pain. Yet his hands remained as steady as a rock. Squeak. The bowstring was gradually pulled back, and the muscles in Lin An's back swelled like a fan. 1,000-weight bow drawn back like the moon. The ice heart lotus. Lin An stared at the flower core and softly uttered a word: collapse. Whoosh. A burst of white light emerged, plunging into the lake like a falling meteor. The heavy bone arrow screamed through the air, dragging a specially fashioned beast sinew tether. Ignoring the coquettish little Bingshin lotuses on the surface, it skimmed their petals and hammered into the black depths of the water. Plop. Ha. He missed. I was scared for nothing. Just an empty boast. Is he shooting at the... Ha ha ha. There isn't even a fish down there. No, wait. Below is... Mocking ripples still rang across the lake, but in the next instant all laughter turned to piercing screams. Mother. Thud. As if a depth charge had detonated, the tranquil surface heaved into a titanic mountain of water. The small Bingshin lotuses were violently cast upon the shore by the raging waves. A deep, ancient, incredulous roar vibrated in Lin An's mind. Furious, yet riddled with, Why did you know I was here? How did you learn my weakness? As the water churned, the beast's sinew tether attached to the bone arrow snapped taut with explosive pops. The enormous thing beneath the water thrashed, its proud guise was utterly shattered by that single arrow. Lin An did not hesitate. He planted his foot on the sinew to steady himself, drew his overlord bow to full, and loosed a second heavy bone arrow tipped with barbs. Hit! Ha! Bolstered by the aid of divine foresight, the second arrow seemed to have eyes of its own, cleaving through the rolling waves to plunge deep into the fleeing, ink-green shadow. It struck the core of the Bingshin Mother Lotus. Lin An quickly wrapped the two beast sinews around his forearm, feeling the tug from below, a flicker of relief crossing his eyes. This thing is a classic glass cannon, he thought. Its true body is a plant without hide or fur defenses. Otherwise, with such water resistance, an arrow could not have made such a strike. With a furious hiss, countless black lotus seeds blasted skyward like a torrential shower blanketing the entire shoreline. An indescribable bone-freezing terror descended. Hold! Lin An gritted his teeth, his skin cracked inch by inch, and then froze again like a porcelain smeared with bloodshot veins. He felt himself locked in a tug-of-war with death. If he let go or exhausted himself, he would remain here forever. The monster beneath grew desperate. Thick python-like black roots burst from the water, their chill intent aimed straight at Lin An. Pa! Pa! In a blink he dodged and weaved. His wolf-king cloak was shredded to tatters, and his shoulder and thigh were carved by the razor roots into deep, bone-revealing gashes, blood that froze the moment it fell. Yet he never loosened his grip. Riding the momentum of the roots' assault step by step, he forced the colossal thing toward the shore, dragging that underwater behemoth inch by bloody inch. Madman! He's insane. Run! The mother is going berserk. The little Bingshin lotuses paled in terror and fled the lake in shrieks, unwilling to approach the field of slaughter. What manner of creature was this, so monstrous and terrifying? One man and one lotus faced off on the icy bank in a battle of wills. Lin An's vision blurred. His body temperature had long since fallen below the threshold of life. The mother lotus itself was suffering, but strength was bleeding away. You seek death. Its psychic howl rolled like a bear's roar. Seeing Lin An unmoved, its mental field shuddered and shifted abruptly. Spare me, I beg you. One by one the grotesque roots dissolved into soft light, and before Lin An coalesced into a stunning, otherworldly woman, nearly unclothed, an illusion of beguiling beauty. Her skin was like snow, tears gleaming in her eyes as she extended a pleading hand. Her voice was honey and poison. Warrior, if you release me, I will be your slave. I will give you every pleasure you desire. No, offer me to him instead. Please spare me. Lin An watched the mirage with hollow, indifferent eyes, as if gazing upon a pile of rotting wood. He silently increased his strength. Such words are fit only to fool Fengshuangjia. No, I will not yield. No. Boom. With a despairing roar, the great black mother lotus was entirely dragged ashore by Lin An. Deprived of the lake's nourishment, its vast body withered in an instant, its monstrous roots slackened, drooping powerless across the ice as the dreadful cold dissipated. From the lotus heart emerged a smooth-skinned being, huge in stature, part ice-field giant, part human, and somehow eerily like the spectral woman the illusion had shown. The air warmed. The contest was decided. The desperate Bingshin Mother Lotus had failed to sway Lin An's will. Perhaps it had truly panicked. It had, even because of the chance of being struck by the arrow, failed to analyze the true longing within Lin An's heart. But such matters no longer mattered. Gasping, Lin An sank to his knees, propping himself on his staff. Though the temperature had risen, his life force still ebbed swiftly. Unless something intervened, he would lose his vitals within 3 minutes. At that moment, the magnetic field in the air resonated strangely. The fluctuation ignored spatial distance, as if a special frequency switch had been triggered by the mother lotus leaving the water. Without warning, the lake before Lin An displayed 3 scenes. Thunder gathered into a pool. A man from Blue Star was charred black as coal, yet he clutched a flower that still throbbed with life. Beside him, amid a dreamlike swirl of 7-colored toxic mist, the ground was littered with the corpses of poisonous monsters. Daxia's Yuing stood atop a writhing, translucent worm. His signature ice-gold eyes looked to the heavens, his expression one of puzzled curiosity. Finally, beneath the water, a long-haired, eastern-faced youth sat upon the bell of a gigantic dead phantom jellyfish, wearing a legendary diving suit identical to Lin An's. He appeared somewhat disheveled, yet utterly at ease. Boom. Lin An's mind cleared. He understood 3 legends had each early on vanquished the Final Wonders bosses. Yet their sacrifices went unanswered. So this is Fengshuangjia's display. He rose to his feet and looked at the black mother lotus with He raised his staff high and drove it into the lotus brow. Sacrifice. A vertical azure column of light shot from the Satan's eye, piercing the clouds and cleaving the sky. The heavens split. The black mother lotus sensed the coming doom. The frail woman within its heart issued a despairing shriek. Crack. Crack. Its body swelled and contorted at terrifying speed. Surrounding plant forms fell apart and surged upward, coalescing into a towering kilometer-high black monster covered in tumors and suckers. Countless slick tentacles reared toward the sky, reaching to defile the descending miracle. The sky answered with a single crystalline sound like jade shattering. Clang. A gigantic crystalline ice blade 100 zhang long fell vertically from the rent dome. Huh! The mother lotus' thickest, most monstrous tentacle silently sheared and collapsed. But that was only the beginning. The firmament split open. Countless blades of varying sizes converged into a dazzling river of ice, like a magnificent waterfall of edges, pouring down upon the abomination below. This was a divine lingqi, a god-given execution. Lin An watched in stunned awe. There was no bloodlust, only a cruelty refined to absolute elegance. The ice blades peeled, dismembered, and shredded the mother lotus' grotesque flesh layer by layer. Each cut avoided the core, and yet every stroke removed carcass and sinew. The monster screamed and writhed, but beneath the rain of knives, its body visibly vanished piece by piece. Kilometers, hundreds of meters, 50 meters, 10. At last, amid a swirl of crystalline ice, shards, the once sesky-dark tentacles were reduced to a single fist-sized, jet-black, perfect lotus seed. It hung quietly before Lin An. A voice behind him murmured in awe, a perfect offering. Who? Lin An turned around abruptly. In the wind and snow, a majestic yet ethereal spiritual silhouette slowly gathered behind him. It was the young giant. He stared at the black lotus seed, then glanced at Lin An's small frame. After a long while, the shock, bitterness, and confusion in the giant's eyes ultimately transformed into enlightenment. No wonder. I could only come this far. After all, the power is insufficient. Through spiritual resonance, Lin An understood the other's realization. He had once revered power immensely, yet he became a slave to it, causing the death of his kin, plagued by regret day and night. And now his very presence made the other realize the gap in strength. Breaking through the blockade of the 9 ice heart lotuses and hunting the ice heart mother lotus required equipment, skills, and willpower far beyond what he could achieve. With the giant's murmurs, the world behind Lin An began to change dramatically. The solid ice that had trapped countless beings for thousands of years shattered like a magic-free chain, collapsing under the remnants of divine power. Towering ice pillars raised, sparkling powder dancing in the wind, creating a breathtaking beauty. The layers of the natural maze crumbled, continuing to disintegrate until reaching the outermost. Ice Corpse Exhibition Hall. Woo! A long, joyful whale song reverberated through the heavens and the earth. Lin An. He saw the abyssal land whale, frozen for countless years, though its body was weathering away, a soul radiating a gentle white light was breaking free from its shell, singing freely. It wasn't just it. The ancient giant ice sculptures, frozen in terror and despair, also began to disintegrate. In their place emerged vibrant, bright, joyful phantoms. The frozen shackles shattered and free souls descended. Spiritual resonance connected once more, but this time it was a deafening cheer. Anzi, you did it. A miracle. It's a miracle. Great. Brother Anzi really did it. We can finally go home. Countless glowing giants waved at Lin An, their faces radiating smiles of relief. In their eyes, the figure standing by the lake was that young warrior. Thud, thud. The massive land whale's shadow stepped lightly, carrying the souls of its kin, like clouds moving towards the edge of the wilderness, flying towards the legendary south, where the sun never sets. Until the end, everyone had left. Yet beside Lin An stood the young giant, bare-chested, handsome, and strong. Aren't you going with them? Lin An asked softly. I don't deserve it. He quietly stood beside Lin An, gazing at the departing crowd, his eyes filled with complexity. In the end, the young giant withdrew his gaze and sighed softly. He turned his head, revealing a hint of gratitude in his smile. Thank you, warrior. Then he extended his hand, pointing to the unfrozen lake behind Lin An, softly saying, you should take a chance to see the lake's bottom. There you might find the answers you seek. After saying this, his figure transformed into specks of light, as if to follow the footsteps of his kin, yet disappeared into the wind. The spiritual resonance that transcended time and space abruptly ceased. Hiss! Consciousness returned to the shell, and the pain surged like a tsunami, overwhelming Lin An's nerves. Cough, cough. He suddenly coughed out a mouthful of black blood mixed with ice shards. Am I going to die? Lin An's consciousness began to blur, and the world before him spun, under the extreme cold and pain. His body reached its limit. Thud. He could no longer hold on, and his body uncontrollably fell backward. He crashed heavily onto the shore of the unfrozen lake. No more sound. As the young giant's spiritual silhouette dissipated, the spiritual magnetic field that enveloped the eye of Satan, capable of distorting time and space, also shattered with the ice pillars. Ziz. On Blue Star, the Joint Command Center, and countless dark screens, after a brief sound of electrical currents, the images suddenly became clear. Got it. The signal is restored. Quick look. Did he become a divine messenger or not? Did Lin Shin come out of the wonder? No, where is Lin Shun? At this moment, hundreds of millions of viewers from the Great Xia and even tens of billions of humans worldwide flocked into the newly lit Lin An livestream. They anticipated seeing the hero triumphant, looking forward to the smile of the young man. However, when the image truly became clear, the entire blue star seemed to fall into silence. The background was filled with exquisite crystalline powder, beautiful like a dream. But at the center of this dream lay a corpse. The iconic wolfskin coat hung on the body like torn rags, even frozen together with the flesh around the wound. His 10 fingers displayed a horrific purplish-black necrosis, stiffly curled, as if a gentle touch would shatter them like ice. A black thorn pierced through his shoulder without blood flowing, as even the blood had frozen into deep red ice crystals. It was lodged in the wound alongside the thorn, grotesque and terrifying. His whole body was covered in a thick layer of white frost, even his eyelashes and eyebrows were frozen. His arms were bound with 2 dark blue beast tendons like a shackle, firmly locking this tattered body to a black lotus-like plant not far away. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. In the live stream with hundreds of millions of online viewers, a 10-second vacuum period appeared. No bullet comments. Not a single one. This must be a joke. How could this happen? Lin Shan, get up. Lin Shan. You. Woo woo woo. Countless people in front of the screen broke down, covering their mouths, and the sounds of despair spread across various corners of the Great Xia city. At this moment, a grand, cold, and emotionless announcement from a higher civilization pierced through the wilderness blue star, reaching every human ear. Congratulations. Lighthouse Nation George becomes the divine messenger war singer. Following that, a series of golden announcements rushed across the screen like meteors. Great Xia Nation Shadow becomes the divine messenger shadow of abundance. Sakura Nation Divine Era becomes the divine messenger deep sea captain. Not only the 4 legendary powers, but also the survivors favored by the wild gods across the wilderness began to appear on the list. White Fur Nation Sokka becomes the divine messenger beast king. Great Seal Nation Amir becomes the divine messenger plague walker. Inglan Nation. Announcements of divine messengers continued to descend. Apart from the top-ranking hegemonic nations and first-tier countries, even the newly formed nations were invigorated. The emergence of divine messengers signified that they would not perish. The first to be invigorated were the citizens of the Blue Star Hegemon, Lighthouse Nation. Great. Captain George succeeded. We are saved. Lighthouse Nation is always number 1. Today's air is so sweet. Mythical reward. Then came the first-tier countries, having prepared for several days. Their apocalypse pioneers also completed their transitions, becoming nations with divine messengers, ensuring they would not perish. Finally, even some newly merged small countries were ecstatic. Yet only Great Xia. The discomfort in the hearts of the Great Xia citizens did not diminish due to the success of Shadow. The cost. Why must Great Xia bear it? On Blue Star at the Apocalypse Command Center, Wu Jing with red eyes shouted the same words in the hall. Comrade Lin An. Please respond. Comrade Lin An. Blue Planet Joint Command Center. Wu Jing's 5 minutes of revelation ended in suffocating silence. Then came Su Wan's soft, tear-choked whisper. The names Lin Xiaoxiao, Lin Zhangwo, and Su Fong were repeated again and again, yet yielded no response. 10 minutes passed. No miracle occurred. On the main screen, the vibrant curves representing vital signs trembled violently, just as countless pioneers had done over the past century, before falling silent forever in the wilderness, then irreversibly flattened into stillness. They collapsed into a stark, smooth, despair-inducing straight line. Beep. A prolonged, mournful tone, the death knell. The monitoring recorder's voice cracked. Heartbeat, absent. Cerebral wave prediction, terminated. Observed body temperature, 0 degrees, -30, -50, -90. Survival probability 0. In the hall, scientists and researchers from other nations bowed their heads in unison. No one spoke. Some traced the sign of the cross upon their chests, others moved their lips in silent prayer, still others pressed trembling hands over their eyes, unable to bear watching the young, lifeless corpse frozen on the screen. Just half a day earlier, they had consumed resources transmitted back by this young man from Dacia. And none here understood better than they did that, without Lin An's decisive step toward the 4th wonder, the 3 legendary figures could never have breached the wonder's magnetic field. He had stepped forth like a cinematic savior. Yet unlike any hero of legend, this son of Blue Planet perished far from home in alien soil. Whoa! An uncontrollable sob broke the silence. Su Wan had already collapsed onto the table, weeping inconsolably. Wu Jing stared rigidly at the screen. He had not wept when his leg was severed. He had not wept during the evacuation from the wilderness. But today, this iron-willed warrior's eyes burned crimson, and scalding tears fell one after another onto the cold floor. In these past days, he had come to see the youth who called him senior brother, not merely as a comrade, but as his own continuation in the wilderness, as Dacia's last brightest hope. No. A sudden hysterical roar startled everyone. Professor Chen Daxia's leading expert on divine phenomena charged toward the main screen like a madman, arms flung wide. Lin An cannot be dead. There is still a god. The Frost and Storm goddess, the most ancient deity. She must have a way. Yes. Hold on. God. A god. There is still a god. In that instant, staunch materialist scholars, East and West alike, clutched at this final fragile lifeline. They gathered once more, babbling incoherently, spouting what they'd once dismissed as sheer nonsense. As if only such delusion could briefly numb their anguish. Am I dead? Lin An looked down and saw his own battered, broken body lying motionless on the shore. Just gone like that. Sister Frost didn't deliver, huh? His perspective rose, just as his soul detached, and he beheld an impossible sight behind him. Luminous chambers floated around him, perhaps the final anchors binding him to the mortal world. One spacious, stately chamber held his family. His parents and younger sister sat frozen on the sofa, 3 hollowed-out statues. Especially Xiao Xiao, her once clear eyes now dull and vacant, just as they had been the moment he departed. Beside them, a chubby boy wiped his sniffling nose and tears as he awkwardly consoled them. Uncle, Auntie, please hold strong. When my dad left, wah, I got through it just like this. Hold strong, wah. Another chamber brimmed with medical instruments. He saw Su Wan drenched in tears. He saw Wu Jing, his stern face streaked with red, his eyes swollen with grief. And a cluster of white-coat scientists shouting wildly, behaving like lunatics. Lin An drifted from chamber to chamber, and there in one stood the venerable elder leader of Daxia, who abruptly waved away all his secretaries. Alone, he walked slowly to the window, his back bent, gazing wordlessly at the crimson flag fluttering outside, motionless for a long, long time. Across the ocean on Blue Planet, the golden-haired president hurled documents at his advisors, roaring. How could this happen? Countless voices flooded Lin An's mind. Not mere commentary, but the collective weeping of hundreds of millions in Daxia. Their desperate pleas to keep him. Floating midair, Lin An felt a quiet, tender ache of farewell. He reached out to wipe away his sister's tears, to rest a hand on Wu Jing's shoulder. Yet his fingers passed straight through the chambers, scattering them like mist at the touch. So, this is truly what one sees before death. No. At that moment, a voice, crystalline, ancient, utterly devoid of mortal warmth, sounded abruptly beside his ear. Only you may see them. What the a? Startled, Lin An whirled around. Before him, blizzards coalesced spontaneously, sculpting a breathtaking yet indistinct sacred silhouette. She stood vividly near, yet remained utterly unfathomable, as though she were the embodiment of cosmic law itself. Frost and Storm, goddess. Lin An's eyes widened in disbelief. The Frost and Storm goddess did not look at him. Instead, she extended a finger formed of pure ice and gently stirred the shimmering chambers. Why no longer, sister? Oh no. Lin An knew instantly he'd been caught. She'd heard him. Humph. A faint windswept laugh seemed to ripple through the storm. Soft as breath, yet it dispelled every trace of icy dread deep within Lin An's soul. Press onward, my vessel. She withdrew her hand, her voice drifting like distant starlight. Time grows scarce, for you all. What time? Lin An instinctively asked. The Frost and Storm goddess offered no reply, only a gentle, dismissive wave, as if shooing him away. It is time for you to return. Return. Lin An paused, bewildered. Return where? To Blue Planet, or to his frozen, lifeless body? Had all laws of science simply dissolved? Her form began to fade, leaving behind perhaps a final phrase, though Lin An failed to catch it. For suspended all this time between her frost-laced fingertips, a black lotus seed suddenly dropped. It pierced the void, landing with uncanny precision upon his corpse's heart. Boom. An irresistible pull surged, yanking Lin An's consciousness back into his shattered shell. The instant his awareness rekindled, he expected unbearable cold, yet instead searing heat engulfed him, hot enough to melt a soul. Scorching. The seed plunged inward like a condensed sun, unleashing torrents of raw, blazing vitality, shattering his long-stilled heart and reigniting its rhythm. Boom. His heartbeat thundered. His organs blazed, necrotic purple-black tissue, vaporizing, instantly replaced by new radiant viscera gleaming like rubies. Even more miraculous was his skeleton. No pain, only a strange tingling itch. Within Lin An's perception, porous bone fragmented, compressed, and reassembled, purged of all impurity, until it solidified into unbreakable jade pulsing with glacial blue light. This was no mere healing, it was total reforging. A complete, absolute remaking of his very flesh and bone. Dead skin sloughed off like ash, revealing new muscle, smooth, luminous, and pale as Arctic porcelain. Whoosh. Lin An snapped his eyes open, deep black irises reflecting a swirling cerulean tempest. And then he heard it. He finally heard the goddess's final words. She said, "Gods, do not bargain with reason." Blue Star. Countless viewers were tearfully awaiting the black screen of Lin An's live broadcast. According to past conventions, once a pioneer was confirmed dead, the live signal would be cut off after 10 minutes. However, gradually some began to notice something unusual. 10 minutes later, although Lin An's image was frozen, it remained clear. Wait, why is the live broadcast not blacking out? Lin God. Look, what is that? In a community in the Great Xia, a little boy pointed at the TV. In the image, Lin An's body, which should have been frozen, made a faint movement in the chest area. The movement was minimal, but to the billions of eyes glued to the screen, it was akin to a magnitude 10 earthquake. Thud. It was the sound of a powerful heartbeat, deep as thunder. Immediately after, a stream of hot white air like two small white dragons surged from Lin An's mouth and nose, tracing a long trajectory in the frigid air. The breath. That is hot breath. Only a living person can exhale hot air. It moved. The fingers moved. Lin God is alive. Boom. Lin An's parents embraced each other while Lin Xiaoxiao pushed Chen Chen away and lunged toward the screen, crying out, "Brother!" In countless households, sorrowful cries caught in throats transformed into heart-wrenching screams of joy. Alive. Alive. Beep, beep, beep. The alarm that had become a straight line suddenly surged with urgency. The straight red line representing death was abruptly yanked by an invisible hand, rising vertically in a manner that defied biological common sense. Moreover, it was not even a normal state of movement. Bug. System bug. The data analyst was stunned. Upon discovering Lin and had come back to life, the life monitoring system was the first to crash. Restart. Wu Jing slammed the table, his red eyes bursting with a beast-like glow. Hurry. I want to see Lin An's physical state. The screen flickered, data streams reset. However, the result after the reboot left all the scientists present in shock. Impossible. More unreal than visible to the naked eye were the various bodily metrics, not only rebounding, but also strength increased by 10, physical condition increased by 10. The chief scientist from the West fell back into his chair, pointing at another data point on the screen, his lips trembling. What is going on with the core body temperature? A series of exaggerated data he could perhaps understand. It was a miracle, a blessing from the divine. Only the core temperature section displayed a string of text unable to read. No matter how many times they rebooted, they could not capture Lin An's temperature. Chun. Professor Chun. Everyone turned abruptly to look at Professor Chun, who had shouted about theology earlier. You were right. It truly is a miracle. How did you deduce that? Professor Chun. He gaped, utterly bewildered. In fact, he wanted to say, I was just so desperate earlier that I blurted it out. A miracle of resurrection. One by one, the biologists present were struck with darkness in their eyes, collapsing into their chairs. Today, Lin An was alive. But today, the biological understanding system of Blue Star also died. Just as the Apocalypse Command Center fell into chaos and shock. On the big screen, the figure on the ground suddenly opened his eyes. Swish. In an instant, everyone seemed to see a flash of majestic golden light in his eyes, quickly transforming into a deep icy blue. Deep within Lin An's gaze, it seemed to be swirling with an extreme cold storm. In the next second, a second grand and indifferent announcement from a higher civilization forcibly occupied the attention of all on Blue Star and in the wilderness. Congratulations. Great Xia's Lin An has become the first divine envoy of Blue Star, received myth-level reward. Heart of Winter Sacrifice, first place. Is it Lin An? All the people of Great Xia were bewildered. Shouldn't it be Captain George? How did the first divine envoy become Lin God? Lin God is awesome. Another myth-level reward, ha. Before everyone could regain their senses from the dizziness of the myth-level reward, the second announcement followed closely. Congratulations. Great Xia's Lin An has become the hidden unique divine envoy Frost Priest. Received special reward box of wonders unique. Wow. In the Lighthouse Nation Times Square, a hush fell. The citizens of the Lighthouse Nation preparing to celebrate George had their smiles freeze on their faces. The host responsible for the live broadcast also collectively fell silent, celebratory words stuck in their throats. Every Pioneer live broadcast room was filled with questions. What is a hidden unique divine envoy? Oh, my God. Where is the God of War? This isn't fair. It must be a statistical error. What kind of reward is this? It looks impressive. Why is it always Lin An? He must be favored by the god. No, I can't believe it. The most awkward was still the White House of the Lighthouse Nation. In the press room, the golden-haired president stood at the podium looking extremely grim. Just a minute ago, he had been delivering an impassioned national speech. As I said, the warrior George from the Lighthouse Nation will surely take the glory of the first divine envoy. Now he had to grit his teeth and solemnly make up for it. In any case, let us congratulate Mr. Lin An from Great Xia. His courage is worthy of emulation by every pioneer. This is what he deserves. Click, click, click. The sounds of cameras clicking filled the air, recording this historic moment. In the wilderness world, in a dark jungle, Zhao Taizhu was applying mud to his body, preparing to restock at the beehive after many days. But at the moment he received the announcement, he unusually appeared momentarily lost. Lin An, hidden divine envoy. This. He looked at the mud in his hands, feeling a sense of powerlessness. As a fellow 8th batch pioneer from Great Xia, how could the gap widen so much? If Lin An became a divine envoy, he could understand. But becoming a hidden divine envoy and receiving a special reward again made him question himself. Was he perhaps too lazy before? In the open pit mine, Mu Shui was aiming while hiding behind a rock, her bone bow drawn at a small feline magical beast. Whoosh! Due to the sudden announcement, her arrow slipped from her hand and grazed the magical beast's scalp, embedding itself into a nearby rock crevice. Box of Wonders. Mu Shui fell silent for a moment, glanced at the rankings, suppressed her complicated emotions, and got up to search for her arrow. Sister. Should be feeling worse. In the colorful toxic mist, Yuying halted her movement. Through her testing, her overall enhancement after the job change reached 20, but it was only effective in specific environments. The limitations are significant, but it's better than nothing. After hearing the announcement, she looked toward the north. No wonder Mu Shui lost to you. Although she did not want to admit it, Yuying knew that she had also lost. Moreover, she lost badly. Frost. Yuying recalled the anomalies during each sacrifice, harboring a vague suspicion that there might be a war between the deities. She might not be able to overly rely on the deities. Gulu. In the pitch-black, icy depths of the ocean, it feels like hell. Clang. A sharp flash of a blade cuts through the water, slicing a 10-meter-long giant deep-sea demon whale in half. But this is just the beginning. Baka, baka, baka. Shindai, like a madman, swings the demon blade in his hand. Crimson blood stains the depths of the ocean, attracting countless bloodthirsty demon sharks, which he ruthlessly slaughters. Why are they from the Great Xia? The first divine envoy, the only hidden one. That is my glory. Shindai's eyes turn red with jealousy and rage burning in his chest, seemingly boiling the surrounding seawater. He cannot accept that a newcomer is riding on his head, even less that this person is a Great Xia whom he looks down upon. Pooh! As the last sea beast is pinned to the wreckage of the sunken ship, Shindai gasps violently in the water, his movements suddenly slowing down. In his bloodshot eyes there is shock and fear. No, though I am competitive, I would never lose my composure like this. Who imposed the furious desire to destroy everything on me just now? The ocean god. He abruptly retracts the blade, not daring to linger, his figure shooting upwards towards the surface like lightning. Yet, in the pitch-black, lightless depths behind him, a pair of vertically oriented pupils larger than the wrecked ships and emitting a faint yellow glow quietly open. It coldly observes the fleeing figure of Shindai, then slowly closes again. Boom. A bolt of lightning strikes down, illuminating a jungle of metallic wreckage. George bathes in the light of the lightning, saluting towards the north. A great victory. Mr. Lin An, your courage is the wealth of all humanity. After speaking, he checks his body voluntarily, quickly narrating. The transformation of the divine envoy is complete. In thunderstorm weather, overall body enhancement of 20. After a report, George suddenly frowns. A few seconds later, a flicker of astonishment flashes in his eyes as he gazes at the flickering lightning in the sky. His lips move, uttering 2 words. Exchange. Success. Across the wilderness, seasoned pioneers who have successfully changed jobs excitedly experiment with the new abilities granted by the gods. At the same time, they are also deeply shocked. A name that has never appeared on the survivor leaderboard is suddenly trending twice in 2 months. There is no doubt that they will witness a new human legendary pioneer. Current temperature, 90 C. The temperature is still cold enough to freeze everything, but it has no effect on Lin An. Who? He slowly stands up, taking off his wolf fur coat, revealing his bare upper body to the wind. A sense of indifference and nobility, as if transcending all beings, reveals itself on his torso, then fades back into his skin. Congratulations, pioneer, you have received the blessing of the Frostwind Goddess. Become the only hidden divine envoy, Frostwind Priest. Characteristic 1. Ignore the cold blizzards, regard you as kin. Characteristic 2. Divine enhancement in wind.